Up Web Novel Car Chapter 1, Prologue Part 0, Prologue Daily Quest, is now available. An articulate voice of a young female. This was definitely not a game. Of course it wasn't a dream either, but her voice definitely resounded within my head. Hell, I could even see the quest window floating in midair too. Could it be even today? While fervently praying in my head, I cautiously opened the information window. Tiring. Daily quest. Preparations to become strong. Press up 100 times. Incomplete 0 100 sit up 100 times. Incomplete 0 100 squat 100 times. Incomplete 0 100 running 10 km. Incomplete 0 10 warning. Incompletion of daily quests will result in appropriate levels of punishment. As soon as I got to confirm the contents of the daily quest, I began cussing out reflexively. Oh, just how many days has it been already? Part 1. Rank E Hunter. Rank E Hunter, Sung Jin-Woo. No matter where he went, this title always followed him around. Jin-Woo's overall strength was almost the same as a regular human being, with the exception of being a bit stronger and his wounds healing slightly faster. Jin-Woo was about the same as regular people in every other aspect. It was par for the course then, that he'd always end up getting injured. He nearly died several times too. Of course, it wasn't as if Sung Jin-Woo liked being a hunter. The work was dangerous, others made fun of him, and to confound the matters even further, the pay was pretty pathetic as well. If it weren't for the medical aid paid out by the Hunter Association to the hunters in their payroll, he'd have turned in his hunter license and quit by now, and live his life like a regular person. Unfortunately, someone like Sung Jin-Woo in his mid-20s and lacking in any tangible job skills, there was no other way but to remain as a hunter if he wanted to pay for his mother's hospital fee of millions of won every month. Should one say that he had no choice in the matter? That was why, even though he didn't want to, he simply had to participate in the raids supervised by the association. Hunters operating within the same area tended to know each other pretty well. In the event of a gate opening up, all the hunters in that district would be asked to come. That's why. The hunters who had arrived early sipped on the cups of coffee handed out by the association's employee and shared cordial greetings with each other. Oh hey, Mr. Kim over here. Here. Oh, Mr. Park, what are you doing here? I thought you were giving up on being a hunter. Well, that my wife is pregnant with our second child. Ha ha ha, is that so? Yeah, for a hunter to earn big in one go, participating in a raid is the best, isn't it? Mr. Kim jovially burst out in laughter. Mr. Park followed suit with a sheepish chuckle, before asking Kim, by the way, why do I feel like that the association is calling on us less and less nowadays? Did the number of gates decrease or something? Of course not. That's only because the guilds are getting all worked up over clearing the gates. It's got nothing to do with the association. I hear that various guilds are jumping in with both feet since there is big profit involved in this whole thing. Well, in that case, since this raid is being supervised by the association, it should be safe. No. Mr. Park took a glance around, as if he was getting nervous. If a guild was not involved today, that meant there wasn't enough profit to be had, and if there wasn't enough profit to be had, then that could only mean that this particular gate's difficulty would be low. Of course, nothing in this world was 100% absolute. It wasn't just Mr. Park. Other hunters were nervously glancing around as well. I wonder. Mr. Kim finished the rest of his coffee while avoiding answering his friend, before spotting a certain someone and raised his hand in happiness. He's here. Hey, Mr. Sung. Mr. Sung. Other hunters also displayed joy at discovering the young man. Hello. It was none other than Sung Jin-Woo. Jin-Woo performed a simple nod of the head at the joyous Mr. Kim and walked by. After making sure Jin-Woo was well out of earshot, Mr. Kim began sniggering while confidently speaking up. So Jin-Woo showed up. Then it's going to okay today too. Mr. Park's eyes widened up, and he hurriedly asked Kim, what was that? Is that Hunter Sung Jin-Woo really strong? Right, of course, you wouldn't know who he is. He's a hunter who started working shortly after you left, you see. However, every hunter here knows who that kid is by now. He's really that strong? Wait, why is he working for the association then? Why not for a guild, or as a freelancer? Kim sniggered some more before narrowing his eyes. You know what that guy's nickname is? How should I know that? Come on, man. Just tell me already. Humanity's weakest weapon. Weakest? Not something like the ultimate weapon? Dude, that's the nickname for the rank S hunter Choi Jong-in. That kid is the weakest weapon. I'm pretty sure he's the weakest hunter in the Republic of Korea. Really? Park began frowning deeply. Why would other hunters greet the Sung Jin-Woo if he was really that weak? After all, didn't they need someone to trust their backs if things went south? Park couldn't really understand the reactions of other hunters. When Park's head tilted this way and that, Kim chuckled and poked the side of Park with his elbow. The raid Sung Jin-Woo participates and will only have low difficulty because he's so weak. The association would never entrust him with a tough job, don't you get that? They don't want to see him get killed, right? Only then did Park's expression brighten up. Alright, yeah. His wife was deeply worried about him since this would be his first raid in quite a while. Honestly, even he himself was worried too. However, now that he listened to Kim's words, he felt like a weight was lifted off his mind. Kim continued on. That guy, there was a rumor not too long ago that said he got injured participating in a raid of a Ranky Gate and spent a week in the hospital. A hunter got injured by a Ranky Gate? That's right. No one expected to see a hunter getting injured during a Ranky Gate raid, so they didn't even bring along a healer apparently. That's why he spent a week in a hospital. Who? Ahaha! When Park began guffawing too loudly, Kim hurriedly hushed him. Stop it, man. Mr. Seung might hear you. Egu. I didn't think of that. Park cautiously checked Jin-Woo's reactions as he continued to giggle. Thankfully, the distance was far enough, and the youth didn't seem to have heard them. Of course they were mistaken. I can hear everything, you geezers. A bitter smile formed on Jin-Woo as he tried hard to ignore them. Times like today, he couldn't help but blame his unusually acute sense of hearing. It seemed that he arrived too early, and the raid was yet to commence. Did I arrive too early? Jin-Woo looked around to while away the waiting time, spotted the association employee handing out warm coffee, and walked closer. Can I get a cup of coffee as well? Oh. Seung Jin-Woo Hunter Nim, I'm really sorry, but we ran out of coffee just now. The cold winter breeze brushed past the tip of his nose. Jin-Woo quietly wiped his nose with his index finger. What a sad day it was for the coffee to run out as soon as it was his turn to get one. Why do you persist on being a hunter, Mr. Seung Jin-Woo? I'm sorry. Jin-Woo lowered his head and apologized. The young beautiful girl using healing magic in front of Jin-Woo, Yi-Ju, Huey showed how unhappy she was with a pouting expression. I'm not trying to get you to apologize, you know. I'm only worried about you. If you continue fighting this way, sooner or later, you'll be faced with a truly dangerous situation. Jin-Woo glanced past Yi-Ju, Huey's shoulders, and took a look at other hunters fighting over yonder. When one entered through the gate, one would arrive at a place called dungeon. The rank of this particular dungeon should be around D. A dozen plus hunters were taking care of the monsters inside this dungeon without so much as breaking a sweat. Unfortunately for rank E, such a feat was nearly impossible. Normally, the job of healing the injured hunters from the back fell on the healers. Since he always got injured during raids, Jin-Woo was rather well known among the healers. Yi-Ju, Huey cautiously asked him, perchance, is there a reason why you can't give up being a hunter? Jin-Woo resolutely shook his head. He didn't want to reveal anything personal to other people. I'm only doing this as a hobby. If I don't do this, I'll probably die of boredom, actually. Yi-Ju Huey's pouted even more. If you continue on with this hobby of yours, soon you'd be raiding a dungeon in the netherworld, you know. Jin-Woo was taken off guard from her remark and ended up chuckling out loudly. Thanks to that, Yi-Ju Huey's nagging intensified. Don't laugh. Don't. Your injuries might get worse. Jin-Woo giggled before asking her, where did you even learn to say stuff like that? What do you mean where? It's from Mr. Kim Wai over there. That Ajasi really went and did it, didn't he? As they chatted and laughed, his treatment was almost over. It was already too late by then though. It seemed that the raid was pretty much over now. Jin-Woo's expression hardened. I only killed a single monster today. A rank E creature, no less. Seung Jin-Woo began fidgeting with the rank E magic crystal in his hand. The lowest grade magic crystal from a rank E monster fetched less than 100,000 won. For something he bet his life to earn, it was a pathetically small amount. Just over $88. A magic crystal from a rank C monster can sell for over 10 million won, though $8,830 plus too bad. A rank E hunter such as himself couldn't even attempt to kill a monster with a rank as high as C. Out of the blue, someone shouted out. Hey, there's another entrance over here. The nearby hunters rushed over there. It's true. There really is another path. Just as that hunter said, there was an entrance hidden within the dungeon itself. A dual dungeon, is it so? Such a thing actually exists for real. Mr. Song, possessing over 10 years' experience as a hunter, looked into the hidden entrance and displayed how surprised he was. The interior of the hidden, cave-like passage was dark and nothing could be seen. Mr. Song activated his speciality, flame magic, and tossed it further forward into the passage. The flame flew forward and illuminated the interior. The passageway seemed to go on forever. Soon enough the flame lost its forward momentum, fell to the ground and smoldered for a bit before flickering out of existence. The passage was shrouded in darkness once more. Everyone gather around. Let's have a meeting. The unspoken leader of this raid, Mr. Song, called for other hunters to gather around. Jin-Woo's treatment was over by then, so he and Yi-Ju Huey's also joined in. Song spoke up, while sweeping his gaze over the gathered hunters. As you know very well, a gate will not close unless the dungeon's boss is killed. Since the gate itself is still intact even though we took care of all the monsters here, that can only mean that the boss is beyond that passageway. Song pointed towards the hidden entrance. Hunters exchanged meaningful glances and nodded their heads. No one could disagree with that notion. Song continued on. Now normally, we're supposed to relay this information back to the association and wait for their decision first. But if we do that, we might end up handing over the task of killing the boss to other hunters, and our takings for today's raid would decrease by a lot. The expressions of the hunters crumpled. Park's face hardened more than anyone else since he needed a lot of cash for his wife's pregnancy. Postnatal care eats up so much cash nowadays, you know. At this rate, there'd be no meaning behind him risking his life to participate in this raid. That's why I'd prefer if we took care of the boss before leaving this dungeon. So, what do you all think? Hunters fell into a deep contemplation. The truth was, no one here could figure out the current situation, and so, their safety could not be guaranteed. However, the difficulty of this particular dungeon proved to be very low. So the hidden dungeon within it couldn't have been that difficult either. Song coughed to draw everyone's attention to himself. Since we have 17 people here, let's put this to a vote, shall we? Once the decision has been made, no one complains. So, how about it? Others nodded their heads after hearing Song's suggestion. No one was disagreeing with him. I vote for going ahead. Song raised his hand. And then, other hunters began raising their hands one by one. Me too. Count me in as well. Park was the first to raise his hand, followed shortly after by Kim and a few other hunters. Of course those disagreeing were plentiful too. Let's go back. I feel that it'd be better to wait for the association's decision. The two opposing camps were neck and neck, and eventually, the final votes came down to Jin-Woo and Huey's. I'm sorry, Huey bowed to Song and added her vote to retreat camp. And so, the vote count for go ahead and retreat was at 8-8, a deadlock. Song asked the hesitant Sung Jin-Woo next. And you, Mr. Sung? Chapter 1 Fin. Up web novel Kyar Chapter 2 Everything now depended on Sung Jin-Woo's decision. Jin-Woo's fingers grasped tight the Ranky magic crystal in his hand as he took a glance next to him. Huey was shaking her head at him. It looked like she was deeply worried. Actually, Jin-Woo was worried inwardly as well. Now normally, he would never try to take on any unnecessary risk. Not only did he lack the abilities to do so, but he was also not brave enough to. However, Jin-Woo had a younger sister who was about to become a university student in the coming months. I've no money saved up. Currently Jin-Woo was 24 years old. He was at an age where he should be concentrating on his academic pursuits, but he gave up on that dream because, well, he had no money. He sure as hell didn't want his little sister to go through the same sacrifice, the same pain as he did. Right now, every cent was precious to him. It wasn't only Mr. Park who needed a big score today. Jin-Woo raised his hand up high. I vote for going ahead. It was then he heard a soft sigh of resignation coming from his side. Part 2. The dual dungeon. The passageway went on and on forever. In front, Mr. Song and other strong hunters had taken the lead. Song had summoned a small flame on top of his palm to illuminate the way forward. Mr. Kim asked him as he walked alongside Song. We've walked really far, haven't we? Shouldn't we consider the time we need to escape from here as well? How long have we been walking? Kim looked at his wristwatch. Around 40 minutes. A gate shuts down completely 1 hour after the boss is killed, so we have a window of 20 minutes left or so. If we can't see the boss in the next 20 minutes, I suggest that we should just give up. I guess so. Song nodded his head for a while, before pointing to his back with his thumb. Mr. Kim, it's dark out in front, so why don't you position yourself behind me? Kim stared at Song's flames for a second or two, before he wordlessly pulled out his smartphone and switched on the screen. And then, the passageway got illuminated rather brightly. Song alternated his gaze between his flame and the smartphone, before he too wordlessly began searching for his own phone. The very back of the group was the spot reserved for Sung Jin-Woo, who was injured pretty badly not too long ago, and Huey's, who didn't possess any combat skills whatsoever. Jin-Woo scratched the back of his neck. Pardon me, I'm really sorry. About what? About, dragging you here against your wishes. I'm fine with it, so you don't need to mind me. Jin-Woo cautiously studied Huey's expression. She definitely did not look fine at all. Jin-Woo tilted his head this way, and that while trying to read her mood better, before he asked her again, even more cautious than before. Are you really fine? That prompted Huey to shift her gaze towards him. Of course I'm not. Are you of the same mind? If you were stabbed a couple of inches higher, you'd have a hole in your heart by now. And what about those injuries on your arms and legs? I worked so hard to heal you somehow, yet you wish to throw yourself into yet another dungeon. Plus, you don't even know where we're going to. She spoke so quickly that Jin-Woo felt like his mind was getting numb from hearing her. However, she was right about everything. If it weren't for the presence of the outstanding healer ranked B, Huey's, Jin-Woo wouldn't have been able to carry on living unaffected, never mind working as a hunter. It was a small wonder why such high-ranked and hard-to-find healers were valued so greatly within the halls of the association. Wait, now that I think about it, I owe Miss Ju Huey's a lot, don't I? Ju Huey's was a healer, type hunter, a rarest of the rare breeds. Not only that, she was a genius ranked at B as well. The association always asked her to heal the injured hunters whenever a gate opened up. And whenever Jin-Woo participated in a raid, he'd almost always end up sitting down next to her. Are you in pain? Please hold on for a little while longer. Haven't I seen you before by any chance? Are you the person from the last time? You're injured again? It's like, we're running into each other quite often nowadays, isn't it? You said that your name is Mr. Jin-Woo? Well, is it going to be alright? Maybe this life of a hunter doesn't really suit you. You're here again. Show me your arm. No, not that one. Use bandages on that arm. I meant the other one with the bone fracture. At the moment, it was way past the point of Jin-Woo feeling grateful for everything she had done, and firmly into the territory of him being apologetic for inconveniencing her. When Jin-Woo looked dispirited, Ju Huey's also felt a bit bad about scolding him just now, and her attitude softened up considerably. You're really sorry? Yes, I am. Ju Huey fell into a deep contemplation for a bit, before she began gazing at him with the corner of her eyes, and her lips slowly arched up. If you're really sorry then, how about you buy me dinner sometime? Now that was a totally unexpected offer. Jin-Woo looked at her with an expression of surprise and found a teasing smile etched on her face like a teenage girl. A teen girl? The truth was, Ju Huey's was still a young girl who had barely entered her 20s. Didn't she say that she'd be 21 next year? If her long hair was replaced with something shorter, and her current attire was swapped out for a school uniform, she'd completely look like high school senior. His wandering mind pictured the image of Ju Huey's in a school uniform, and his face reddened up somewhat. When Jin-Woo hesitated with his answer, Ju Huey's cheeks began puffing up like a balloon. You don't want to buy me dinner? It happened right then. Suddenly, it became quite hectic out in front. We found it. It's the boss chamber. Jin-Woo and Ju Huey's gazes automatically shifted to the front, and they saw a huge stone door blocking the passage. Hunters immediately surrounded this door. What is this? Why is there a door at the end of the cavern? Have we ever encountered a boss chamber with a door before? This is definitely the first time, I'm sure of it. Doesn't this feel strangely dangerous? Hunters began to express their doubts and fears one at a time. Since their own lives were on the line here, they had to be cautious and meticulous. However, if one were to become too cautious, one would end up failing to grasp the heaven-sent opportunity in the first place. Mr. Sung figured this was one such case. Are you all planning to return empty-handed after coming this far? Song placed his hands on the door. If that's what you want, knock yourselves out. I'm pushing ahead, even if it means I'll be going alone. Song was a rank C hunter with 10 years of experience. If it weren't for his age, which was over 60, he'd be making a killing in a big guild by now thanks to his excellent skills. And when a hunter like that voiced his opinion with such confidence, others began to feel less anxious than before. Wait a minute. A couple of hunters began recalling rumors of dual dungeons. I heard that there are incredible treasures hidden within dual dungeons. Yeah, I heard that a certain small to medium guild found a dual dungeon and grew into a large guild almost overnight. Monsters inside a dungeon always possess roughly the similar ranks no matter where they are located, so the hunt itself should not be too difficult. What if there were incredible treasures hidden with the dual dungeon just as the rumor said, and the monsters beyond this door were about the same difficulty as the rank D, E creatures they fought until now? I can't let that old man monopolize all the treasure. No freaking way. Postnatal care, the school fee for the firstborn kid, and let's not forget, this month's rent is almost due too. The opinions of the hunters were now on the same page. Jin-Woo too steeled himself. I can't return home with just a single rank E magic crystal. At a bare minimum, I gotta kill a rank D, no one more rank E monster. It didn't even have to be a monster too. If it's treasure instead, treasures or rare loot found in a dungeon would normally be divided equally among all the participants in a raid. It was quite a different way of sharing the rewards, where one could only take possession of magic crystals, one procured by themselves. If we score big today, then things might improve at home for a while. Jin-Woo nervously swallowed down his saliva. Ju Huey saw his determined expression and asked him, "Is that how the expression of someone who's a hunter as a hobby looks like?" Jin-Woo shrugged his shoulders. Who'd bet their lives in their main line of profession nowadays? Unless it's a hobby, obviously. Just as a dumbfounded expression formed on Ju Huey's face, Song pushed the dungeon's door, and it creaked open. There must have been some sort of mechanism installed on the heavy-looking door, since the physical strength of a 60-year-old man was enough to easily open it. Slam! Now that the door was wide open, the huge open interior revealed itself. Hunters hurriedly rushed in. With Hoenn as well. Jin-Woo feared that he'd fall behind, so he grasped Ju Huey's hand and took the lead. Ju Huey's face reddened slightly as she followed after him. As soon as hunters set foot inside, flames erupted on the numerous torches packed tightly on the walls, all at the same time. Thanks to that, the interior brightened up considerably. What's the heck? The lights came on by themselves? First time seeing a dungeon like this one. Something's different about this place. Hunters cautiously studied their surroundings. The overall atmosphere of the place was similar to that of an ancient temple. Not only that, an old and somewhat decrepit temple, something that might be buried and hidden beneath the ground. Moss and weed could be seen sporadically on the floor, walls, and the ceiling. Several hunters shrunk back and shuddered slightly. It's a bit creepy in here, isn't it? Doesn't it feel like we're being watched by someone? Leaving behind the scared hunters, the 3-4 strongest of the group went in deeper. Tusk, don't say something that might jinx us, will ya? Let's end this quickly and go home. The interior was nonsensically huge. The chamber was shaped like a giant dome. It was as large as several Olympic stadiums. The one found in Seoul were put together. No, maybe it was even bigger than that. However, one couldn't help but feel that it was still inadequate. The reason for that was rather obvious. That thing over there. And, no freaking way that thing's the boss, right? In the deepest part of the dome, something so defyingly humongous sat on a throne, just as big as itself. It was none other than a huge stone statue of a god. Oh my god, wow! Shocked gasps leaked out from the hunters. The first image popping up in Jin-Woo's head was of the Statue of Liberty in New York. If that statue sat down on a chair, wouldn't it be as big as that statue of the unknown god? Well, Liberty was a woman, while the one sitting on the throne was a dude though. No, hang on. Maybe it's even bigger than that. Hunters began nervously swallowing their saliva near the foot of the god statue. Thought and heavy apprehension and anxiety were clear to see on their faces as they worried about the statue being the dungeon's boss. However, the statue did not budge an inch. What a fortunate thing that was. Phew, even Song spat out a sigh of relief. Okay everyone, spread out. Now that they found some leeway, hunters split among themselves and began searching around the vicinity. I don't think there's a single monster in here. You think so too? Never mind a monster, I can't even see a single bug too. The chamber of the stone god statue might have been massive, yet its actual inner structure was on the simpler side. On the walls, countless torches could be found there, and in front of these walls, more stone statues, slightly taller than a human being, stood tall and unmoving. There were lots of them here as well, found at a certain distance from one another. They are all rather beautiful, aren't they? It's like they are works of art, no? Objects held by each of the stone statues were varied and different. Some held weapons, there was one with a book, some carried musical instruments, and even torches. It's as if they are like statues of a holy temple or something. Song finished what Kim wanted to say. Then Song found something beneath his feet. Isn't this a magic formation? He found a magic formation that he had never seen before located in the middle of this temple. It was then. Excuse me, Mr. Song? Ajasi, something's written here. Can you come over here and take a look? One of the hunters discovered a statue that was different from others and called out to Song. Song stopped studying the magic formation and got up from the floor. Other hunters all gathered around the statue Song was headed off to. Only this statue featured a pair of wings and carried a stone slate. What the hunters focused on was the letters carved into this slate. Song took a sweeping look at the slate and muttered to no one in particular. It's rune alphabet. The rune alphabet. Words that could not be found anywhere on Earth, and found only within dungeons. Only the hunters who had awakened the magic-related professions could decipher them. The laws of the Karutanan Temple. Song read the very first verse. With a deeply nervous face, Jin-Woo listened to the contents of the slate, as read out by Mr. Song. However, someone suddenly tugged at his arm. When he looked back, he spotted Ju-Hui's in her deathly, pale complexion. Chapter 2 Fin. Up web novel Kai, R. Chapter 3. Ju-Hui's complexion was incredibly poor. Jin-Woo was deeply taken aback by this sight. What's wrong? Are you ill somewhere? There. Over there. Jin-Woo's eyes followed Ju-Hui's trembling pointing finger. She was pointing at the giant god statue. More specifically, she was pointing at the god statue's face. Jin-Woo could only tilt his head in confusion, because it looked pretty much the same as before. Ju-Hui stuttered some words out. That the eyes of the god statue moved towards us. Just now. Pardon me? Jin-Woo looked again several times, but nothing seemed to have changed. There was no visible change to the god statue. I'm sure you've made a mistake. However, it seemed like Ju-Hui didn't hear him. Her head stayed lowered, and as she held onto Jin-Woo's arm, her entire body trembled even harder. Hang on a sec here. Even Jin-Woo picked up on this strange, but ominous sensation now. The world was eerily quiet. So much so it felt just too bizarre. No sounds. Even the sounds of the flames burning on the torches could not be heard anymore. First law. In the meantime, Song's voice continued on as he read the contents of the slate. Worship the god. Second law. Exalt the god. Third law. Prove your piety. Those who do not keep to these laws shall not leave this place alive. It was then. Slam. Everyone was jolted back to their senses at the sudden explosion of noise. What was that? Where did that sudden noise come from? First person to notice the change in the situation was none other than Jin-Woo. Because his senses were running at full tilt already, he could tell where the noise was coming from right away. The door is closed. As soon as Jin-Woo shouted out, everyone shifted their gazes towards the doorway. The door they left open was now firmly shut close. God damn it. I can't stand this. The hunter who was the first to oppose the idea of continued exploration of the dungeon began spitting out cusses as he took large strides towards the door. I'm going home, so you all can have fun with a boss or treasures or whatever. That hunter glared at Song with an expression that contained all of his dissatisfaction before he spun his head around and angrily grabbed the door handle. It happened then. Song's eyes grew extra large. No. Splash. The area above the hunter's neck suddenly vanished. The headless body powerlessly collapsed to the ground. You wuck. Hunters began screaming their heads off. The stone statue that smashed a human's head apart with a steel mace returned to its original spot next to the door, as if nothing important had happened, its body completely covered in fresh blood. That thing can move? What the hell? Does that mean every statue in here can move too? We gotta fight against these things. I couldn't even see that demon thing swing the mace, so how can I? Unlike others here though, Jin-Woo knew the truth. Their troubles only had just begun. Didn't you say it earlier? The eyes of the god statue moved towards us. Just now. If what she said is true, a chill rapidly ran down his spine. Jin-Woo forced his stiff neck to turn around so he could look behind him. Oh, the stone statue of the god was looking down at him. Part 3. Commencement of the attack. It was then the god statue's two black eyes changed to red. Was this the instincts of a hunter? No, the instincts of a living being were sending out urgent warning signals. Something was coming. Something none of them could contend with. Jin-Woo turned towards the other hunters and cried out as loudly as he could. Get down! Almost at the same time, red beams of light shot out from the eyes of the god statue. Jin-Woo hugged Ju-Hui's and threw their bodies to the floor. Buzz! The beam shot right by the spot Jin-Woo had been standing. 1/10 of a second. No, he survived by 1/100th of a second. That was definitely too close for comfort. Unfortunately, not everyone was as lucky as Jin-Woo. You a hack! Those who were swallowed up by the red light evaporated where they stood. Only the ashes of what used to be human hunters remained where the beam flew past. The screams came not from the dead hunters, but those who witnessed their final moments from the sidelines, actually. What the FCK was that? How can such a thing even be? The remaining hunters began freaking out. Out of the 17 hunters, only 11 survived. Not one of them had ever experienced such a powerful attack before in their lives. I barely made it because he told me to get down. If it wasn't for Mr. Seong's shouts, hunters stared at Jin-Woo while nervously swallowing their saliva. Jin-Woo turned out to be their unlikely savior. Without his timely warning, they could only imagine what would have happened to them, and that thought sent chills down their spines. While still lying prostrate on the ground, Jin-Woo glared at the god statue. Its eyes were still glowing in red, but it did not attack again. Is the attack over? Jin-Woo looked underneath him. The scared, silly Ju-Hui's was trembling in his arms. This was the reason why she worked for the association, and not for a big guild, and participated in simple raids like this one, even though she was nominally an excellent hunter with a rank as high as B. Ju-Hui's breathing was getting rougher by the second. He couldn't let her be like this. He had to do something. Jin-Woo was about to raise his body up, thinking that he gotta do something here. But then, someone grabbed his shoulders and pushed him back down hard. Don't get up. It was Mr. Song, somehow next to the youth before anyone had noticed it. Jin-Woo was flustered, but still did as he was told. Song then shouted at the other hunters. Nobody move. Stay exactly where you are. Song looked around before focusing on Jin-Woo. Only those that moved got killed. Those who listened to you and got down survived. It seems that way. Song tilted his head slightly. You warned us because you figured something out? No, well, I just felt something dangerous was coming, so. A flash of light brushed past Song's eyes just then. His instincts are pretty good, in other words. He's a ranky hunter? If only his abilities were a bit higher. Just as Song stared at Jin-Woo with a rueful expression, Jin-Woo too found a little bit of leeway to check out the older hunter's condition, and the youth's eyes opened up wider after finding something pretty terrible. Just see your arm. This is nothing. I can still hold on. But, still, Jin-Woo swallowed down his saliva. Song's other hand that wasn't pressing down on Jin-Woo's shoulder, his left arm was gone. Song studied Ju-Hui's conditions for a bit, before he took off the shirt he was wearing, and while not even showing the enormous amount of pain he must be feeling, he wrapped up what was left of his left arm. Help me tie up the end, please? It's difficult to sew with only one hand. Jin-Woo could only nod his head then. They were able to somehow stop the bleeding for now. Rather than a scream or a pained moan, Song let out a long sigh. It was a sigh containing 10 years' worth of experience as a hunter. Now that the first aid was over, Song's gaze became a level sharper as he studied his surroundings. Although the god statues stopped attacking them, their situation hadn't improved in the slightest. And like so, seconds continued to tick by. Sob, just why do we have to suffer like this? A few hunters even began shedding tears now. We can't stay like this forever. Patience of the other hunters was running out as well. Jin-Woo agreed with that sentiment though. Right, we can't stay here forever. But what could he possibly do here? If Song's suspicion was correct, then the moment they moved, they'd get attacked. And even if they got lucky and managed to evade the beams and reach the door, there were the 2 stone statues guarding the doorway to worry about as well. They were a big problem too, actually. The movements of the doorkeepers were so fast that he couldn't see it with his eyes. Could he or anyone else open the door and escape before those statues attacked them? It sounded completely impossible, which meant that the annihilation of the hunters was just a matter of time. Wait, a matter of time? When his thoughts arrived there, a strong sense of disharmony filled him up. An event that couldn't have happened, but it happened anyway. But no one else seemed to have picked up on it yet. We missed something here. Without a doubt, the answer to their salvation hid in that something. It was then. Don't move, Song shouted at Mr. Ju, who was at the far end of the group. Shut up. Who knows when that thing will start attacking us again. But you want me to stay here and wait? Mr. Ju was a close combat type hunter. These types of hunters possessed far superior physical abilities than regular human beings. On top of this, Ju was about to sign up with a big guild after his skills were acknowledged by them not too long ago as well. I'll not die here today. While keeping low to the ground, Ju put all his strength down to his legs. His aim was at the doorway. The muscles on his legs were swelling up fast. The minute Song could only mutter out to himself. Right then, Ju kicked the ground and exploded forward. Meanwhile, Jin-Woo hurriedly turned his head to look at the god statue. Just as he suspected, the eyes of the statue were fixed on the back of Mr. Ju. And then, the chilling red ray shot out from those eyes. Buzz! The beam slammed on the back of Mr. Ju. Cake! Hey, the female hunter screamed at the top of her lungs. She must have developed a leak, because a puddle of yellow liquid formed where she was squatting on the ground. The expressions of the hunters froze hard. Oh my god, Mr. Ju no longer stood where the red beam flew past. Only the pair of ownerless ankles could be seen now. One of the men with a weaker constitution began emptying the contents of his stomach. Be blurg. Jin-Woo's expression also crumpled as well. As expected, the god statue could easily finish them off if it felt like it. It'd be easier than stepping on squirming bugs, actually. If that's the case then, why hadn't it? It could kill them, yet it hadn't done that. This was a completely different pattern of behavior compared to the monsters that attacked as soon as spotting human hunters in their vicinity. These statues only moved if certain conditions were met. The doorkeepers that only attacked if someone approached the door. The eyes of the god statue firing that red beam if someone moved. It was like a game with a set regulation. Hang on, could there be some kind of rules in this chamber? It was here that a piece of puzzle found its place in Jin-Woo's head. He began recalling the contents of the stone slate Song was reading not too long ago. That was why. The laws of the Karuten Temple, was it? Regulation was rules, and rules could be laws as well. The key to their safe escape from this chamber had to be buried within those warnings found on the stone slate. Worship the god. That was the first law. Did you just say something? Song shifted his gaze back to Jin-Woo. Instead of a reply, Jin-Woo simply placed his index finger on his lips. It was a sign asking for a bit of time to think. If my thoughts are right. Jin-Woo slowly rose up. Song hurriedly tried to stop the youth, but Jin-Woo shook his head while carrying a determined expression. Doesn't look like he gave up on living. Song nodded his head. Jin-Woo kept his eyes trained squarely at the god statue and carefully stood up. Almost right away, the eyes of the statue were fixed on Jin-Woo. Buzz! And as expected, the red beam was fired in his direction. If he got down to the ground a moment slower, it'd be his face melting away, instead of a few strands of hair on top of his head. Lying face down on the ground, Jin-Woo breathed in and out quite heavily. Huck. He nearly died just then. The moment the statue's eyes met his, he thought he was going to die for sure. He somehow did dodge it, but his legs wouldn't stop shaking from the fear. Still, he learned something important just now. It's not attacking someone who's moving around. As long as he was squatting low to the ground, he could go anywhere he wanted to, and the statue's eyes would remain still. However, if one stood up, then the red beam would be fired without hesitation. The diamond thing only attacks if we breach a certain height. That was why Jin-Woo bet his life on proving this theory right just now. And now, he was sure of it. The meaning behind the first law, that was. Chapter 3 Fin. Up web novel Kaiar Chapter 4 Part 4, The Three Laws. Jin-Woo shouted out towards the rest of the hunters. Everyone! Their attention shifted towards him in an instant. Jin-Woo spoke as he met their gazes. You must kowtow towards the god statue. Hunters began tilting their heads after hearing him. Kowtow? You want us to kowtow to that statue? Hunters exchanged glances with each other, before loudly cussing out at Jin-Woo. FCKU, what bullshit are you spewing here? What the hell? How can you say something like that under the current circumstances? Have you lost your mind, Sung Jin-Woo? Kim's face became boiling red as he began snorting like a bull. I had no idea you, Mr. Seong, would be like this. If I could move, then I'd have punched you in the face already. Jin-Woo bit on his lower lip. 6 of their comrades were killed by the god statue. So, it was rather obvious that the surviving hunters would cuss him out when he told them to kowtow towards that abominable thing. It wasn't hard to understand what these hunters were feeling at the moment. And the most important thing was, he had no logical evidence to back his theory up. He only had his gut feelings. Indeed, that was the only way to describe it. However, I'll do as you say. That voice came from Jin-Woo's back. Everyone's eyes immediately shifted there. It was Mr. Song, effectively the leader of this group. Mr. Song Ajasi, you are going to kowtow to that FC King statue? Just as other hunters began to freak out, Song looked straight at Jin-Woo. Young man, you've discovered something, haven't you? Jin-Woo resolutely nodded his head. Is it your instinct again? Yes, for the time being. I see. Just now, 11 people survived thanks to Jin-Woo's instincts. Well, with the death of Mr. Ju, there were 10 now, but still, if it was Jin-Woo's instincts, then wouldn't it be worth believing it at least once more? That's what Song thought. When Song knelt down and kowtowed towards the god statue, the mood had become solemn and silent. He's really doing it. Seizing upon this opportunity, Jin-Woo shouted out once more. Everyone, I beg of you, please kneel before the god statue. We might be able to get out of here alive. Might live. Might be able to get out alive. The impact those simple words carried was quite explosive. We might live. We can get out of here. With just one kowtow, the hesitant hunters began to plop down to the ground, as if they were really kowtowing. The number of them performing the act gradually increased. In the end, even the complaining Kim bowed his head towards the statue. However, there was no visible change to the god statue. Indeed, those chilling red lights still shone from the eyes of the statue. Jin-Woo felt his heart go cold. Was I wrong? It was here that his gaze shifted to Ju-Hui next to him. No matter how generous one was, it was difficult to describe her posture of squatting on the ground shivering, while holding her head in her hands as her kowtowing. What if Jin-Woo carefully grasped Ju-Hui's wrist? She raised her head like a scared cat. Seeing her, Jin-Woo wordlessly nodded his head. Only then did she relax her muscles somewhat. With that, Jin-Woo was able to slowly change her posture. Done. There was only one person remaining now, and that would be him. Jin-Woo knelt down towards the god statue, placed his hands on the ground, and slowly lowered his head. Finally, something began to change. Huh? Hunters who had noticed the change first raised their voices. The god statue. Look at the statue. Its eyes. The red light buzzing in its eyes was gradually weakening. What the hell? Is this really going to work? Eventually, the red light completely vanished. Oh. Hunters began rejoicing loudly. The red light is gone. We made it. The excited hunters began standing up one at a time. Even then, the statue didn't fire the red beam. Jin-Woo belatedly raised his head and spat out a sigh of relief. Phew, just as he suspected. This chamber operated strictly within the set regulations. If that's the case, then this game was far from over. 2 more laws still remained. The second law, exalt the god. And the third law, prove one's piety. It was then. Rumble. Accompanied by a goosebump-inducing noise, the entire chamber began to shake. Jin-Woo's expression hardened immediately. As I thought, his suspicions proved to be correct once more. Things were only getting started. The humongous god statue was slowly rising up from the stone throne. Hunters were hugging each other, while shedding tears of joy until then, but when they realized this turn of events, they all froze up like statues themselves. What the hell? It wasn't over yet? This can't be. None of them could articulate what they wanted to say. Here rapidly died their expressions. Soon, the god statue completely stood up from the throne. The creature swept its gaze around once, and began walking towards the hunters. Thud. Every time the god statue stepped on the ground, the whole world seemed to shake. Thud. It was so tall that its head was almost scraping against the chamber's indescribably high ceiling. Thud. Even when the hunters were overwhelmed by the statue's sheer size, the thing was gradually closing its distance to them. Mr. Seong Jin-Woo, what can we do? The hunters who were cussing at Jin-Woo only a short while ago hurriedly began crowding around him. Is there a way out of this? Say something. All these adults were forming tearful expressions, as if they'd start breaking down in sobs and wails very soon. Currently Jin-Woo was their only hope. Jin-Woo helped the frozen, stiff Jew Huey up from the ground and began talking about the second law. Exalt the God. That's the key. Wait, isn't that? Kim suddenly butted in as if he knew something others didn't. Isn't that what's written on the slate? Correct. Worship the God. Exalt the God. And finally, prove your piety. We need to satisfy all three laws. Jin-Woo began speaking faster and faster. Why? The God statue was already a stone's throw away from them. Thud. Everyone's complexion paled as the gigantic shadow loomed over them. Let me try something. A young male hunter, who usually kept to himself, suddenly took a step forward. What are you trying to do? I've been in a church choir. I'm confident if it's about exalting something. The young hunter slowly stepped forward towards the statue while disregarding the dissuasion of Kim. He regulated his breathing while looking up at the God statue before he took a large gulp of air. I come to you, Lord. His clear voice began reverberating within the chamber. Renew my faith once more. Bless me with your grace, Lord. The statue stopped its march in front of the singing hunter. Oh. Hunters began gasping out in elation. The God statue didn't move from the spot, as if it was absorbed by the singing. All the other noises in the room vanished. Only the young man's voice could be heard in the chamber's interior. The young hunter was encouraged by this and carried on. All the weakness found in me, through your love, I shall overcome among the hunters. Only Jin-Woo was shuddering from this ominous sensation filling him up. This is wrong. Jin-Woo swallowed up his words several times. The chamber featured its own set of rules. But the young hunter was exalting the God statue with the rule of Christianity, not with the rules of this chamber. Thankfully, the statue wasn't moving. But could singing that hymn qualify as upholding the rules? Jin-Woo shook his head. The only reason why he didn't say anything was solely because he couldn't think of a better way to stop the God statue himself. It was right then. Thud. The weighty noise reverberated throughout the chamber. Yuck! The female hunter screamed at the top of her lungs. When the stone statue lifted its leg up, bloody mess of what used to be the young hunter could be found on the ground, as well as on the bottom of its foot. Other hunters began screaming in panic and shock too. You walk. The face of the statue, emotionless until then, was now crumpled in pure rage. It's angry. Run away. Hunters dispersed away from the statue in a hurry. Unfortunately for the female hunter, she lost her reasoning, and stood on the spot while screaming loudly after personally witnessing the death of the young male hunter. Kiotk. That minute, Jin-Woo was running away while carrying Ju-Hui in his arms, but he turned around so he could go and help that woman out. But then Song stopped the youth. But Ajasi, it's too late. As if slapping a fly down, the God statue slammed its palm down at the female hunter. Slam! Huke! Jin-Woo inadvertently shifted his gaze away. It was a truly gruesome sight, and he couldn't bear to watch it unfold. There is no time to waste like this. Are you planning to let this girl die too? Song's words sobered Jin-Woo up in an instant. It was as he said. Thud. You walk. Thud. Thud. Help me. The statue was not walking around anymore. No, it was actually running around and stepping on the humans it found nearby. Whenever the thing stepped on the ground, the entire chamber shook around hard. Thud. Thud. Jin-Woo gritted his teeth and began running again. Ju-Hui squeezed her eyes shut and held on to him for her dear life. Let's split up. Yes. Thinking that moving around together was dangerous, Jin-Woo and Song ran in separate directions. Jin-Woo made sure to run towards the furthest corner from the frenzied God statue. However, there was another hunter who had arrived there before he did. It was Mr. Park. Park was running with everything he had. Tears formed on the edges of his eyes when he recalled his family. Saw back home, a son who resembled him so much, and a wife pregnant with their second child was waiting for him. He couldn't die here, not like this. Perhaps because he ran with everything he had, he was able to run the furthest away from the statue out of everyone here. Pant, as Park tried to control his heavy breathing in the corner, his friend Kim urgently shouted at him. Mr. Park. Park raised his head, after hearing the familiar voice. Yeah. Kim pointed at the spot behind Park and cried out. You're back. Look behind you. It was then, something sharp gleamed coldly behind Mr. Park. A slice. Park was sliced in half from the top of his head right down to his groin. His cleanly cut two halves fell to the ground. Park. The stone statue that killed Park with its greatsword returned to its position as if nothing had happened, exactly like how the doorkeeper did before. Kim began tearing up after witnessing the scene. You sons of b****s! Thud. Thud. Behind him, the humongous God statue was stepping on and killing humans one at the time, and if you ran towards the corner in order to avoid it, then the stone statues located there would start attacking you. My arm. The interior of the chamber swiftly fell into chaos. Cold sweat dripped down from Jin-Woo's forehead. His legs were getting heavier. His breathing was getting rougher and rougher. However, his head was filled with only one chain of thought. Exalt the god. Exalt the god. Exalt the god. The words of the second law circulated in his brain non-stop. The key to unraveling this mystery definitely existed within this chamber. Something within this chamber that they could use. However, when the hunters first entered this place, they had searched every nook and cranny, but didn't find a single contraption nor things that might be some kind of tools. No, back then or now, the only things here that can move are the stone statues. It was then. A thought raced past Jin-Woo's brain just then. Only things moving in here are the statues. He minute. Jin-Woo's eyes widened. Why haven't I thought of that before? If the only things that could move were the stone statues, then the only thing he could use had to be them too. These statues activated when humans got near them, meaning he had to take advantage of this rule. What if even though he was running short of breath, Jin-Woo roared out loud enough to shake the entire chamber? Run towards the statues, holding musical instruments. Chapter 4 Fin. Up web novel Ka-R Chapter 5 All the hunters, still alive, heard Jin-Woo's voice. Oh, instruments. A ray of hope found its way into the eyes of the hunters. Quite different to back when he told them to kowtow. Everyone moved unbelievably quickly. If Jin-Woo was wrong about this, then as soon as arriving near one, they would be killed by the stone statues holding the musical instruments. However, no one here questioned Jin-Woo's words. Song was the first one to arrive in front of a statue carrying a musical instrument. Song controlled his heavy breathing, and raised his head to look at the statue. And as if it was a lie, the fingers of the statue moved and strummed on the harp. Cling clang, a beautiful melody flowed out. It's working. Hurry to the statues with instruments. Hunters ran towards the nearest correct statues in hurried footsteps. The statue with a trumpet began blowing it triumphantly. One, with a flute, began playing with it. The one holding the lyre strummed on its strings. Hyok, hyok, hyok. While sensing the approach of his physical limit, Kim somehow arrived in front of the statue that held a bazooka and plopped down to the ground. Hiel, I don't know what this bazooka could be. He led as is from the raw. Ed, probably either a bazooka or a busuki, both from the 1900. Siring. As soon as the statue began playing the instrument, the god statue stopped chasing after Kim. He must have been overcome with emotions, because Kim then began shedding tears while he stayed down on his knees. Sob. Meanwhile, the god statue turned around. The creature searched around, and soon enough, found its next prey. God damn it. Jin-Woo spat out a cuss as his gaze met the god statues. He then began running hard, so hard that his heart might explode. His back was already soaked through in sweat. Why isn't it working? Jin-Woo's resentful glare landed on the stone statue in front of him. The statue holding a drum showed no signs of moving at all. Thud, thud, thud. The god statue closed in with frightening speed. He was practically on the other side of the chamber from the diamond thing, yet the distance between the two shortened in no time at all. Jin-Woo swallowed down his saliva. Could it be that the statue won't play because there are two people here? Me and Miss Ju-Hui? He couldn't think of anything else. Why? Because other statues were playing music just fine as soon as a hunter stood in front of it. There is no time to think anymore. Jin-Woo put Ju-Hui down and got ready to run to somewhere else. Mr. Jin-Woo. Still terrified out of her mind, Ju-Hui clung onto Jin-Woo's sleeve. Jin-Woo calmly whispered in her ear. We'll both die if we stay together. Tears began forming on Ju-Hui's eyes. Her fingers trembled as they held onto his clothes. Unfortunately, there was no time to explain to her in detail. Jin-Woo carefully pried her hand away, and began running in the opposite direction as hard as he could. Boom, boom, boom. When he glanced back, the statue behind Ju-Hui began beating its drum in a slow but steady rhythm. What a relief. There was only one thing remaining now: to run to the other statue without getting killed. Only Jin-Woo hadn't received the protection of the music-playing statues. Quite obviously, the rage of the god statue was solely directed to Jin-Woo and him alone. Jin-Woo did his best to avoid the foot of the thing that rivaled a building in size and crossed the room in a hurry. Thud, thud. He fell and rolled around, but still, he somehow managed to avoid getting flattened by the god statue's foot. Hyok, hyok. He might only have been a rank E, but he was still a close combat type hunter, so his physique came in handy in situations like this. Just a little bit further. A bit more. Jin-Woo kept an eye out on the god statue's movements and ran even harder. His speed increased, and when the distance remaining between him and the stone statue was mere a dozen feet. No, that's the wrong one. Mr. Song cried out to him. Jin-Woo had been paying attention to the god statue only. He was stunned by the shout and hurriedly turned his head to take a look at his front. It's not a statue with an instrument? He belatedly realized that the thing that looked like a musical instrument from afar was actually a shield instead. And sure enough, the statue mercilessly stabbed down with its shield. Hyok! Jin-Woo hurriedly threw himself to the side. Cake! Ayok! Ju-Hui screamed. Jin-Woo rolled on the ground and when he came to a stop, he raised his head to see the god statue standing right in front of his nose. It's one thing after another. His forehead must have been torn from him rolling on the ground, because blood was flowing down and blurred his vision. His view was restricted, and he couldn't look too far away. Jin-Woo quickly searched around his vicinity. An instrument, however, no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't see a single statue holding an instrument nearby. Meanwhile, the god statue raised its leg over Jin-Woo's position. Hyuk! Thud! Jin-Woo threw himself again and somehow avoided the foot of the statue again. But he had reached his limit. A powerful dizziness was assaulting him, and for some reason, he couldn't even balance himself. Please, if there was a real god, he thought that he'd start praying right about now. It was then Jin-Woo spotted a stone statue that held neither a weapon or a musical instrument. Is that? Jin-Woo decided to bet everything on that statue. He crawled on the ground and arrived in front of the statue in question. He then managed to flip his body around and lie down on the ground so he could see the god statue. He no longer had any energy to move. Pant, Jin-Woo stared at the approaching god statue and continued to roughly breathe in and out. The expression of the god statue was far more contorted compared to before, as if it got infuriated further by Jin-Woo's continued evasion. The god statue now stopped in front of Jin-Woo. Seeing a creature as big as a high-rise blocking his entire view, Jin-Woo felt like he couldn't breathe anymore. Pant. Did it think he was nothing more than a cornered rat? The god statue simply looked down at him and didn't do anything else. This is the end. Jin-Woo sensed his own unavoidable death approaching closer after looking straight into the eyes of the god statue. However, Woo, from somewhere behind him, a beautiful and otherworldly voice came out. Jin-Woo turned his head around to see what was going on. Woo. The lips of the stone statue holding a book moved, and whenever they did, a divine song flowed out and filled the interior of the massive chamber. Woo. The crumpled expression of the god statue slowly reverted back to the emotionless state. Soon, all those horrifyingly contorted facial muscles of the statue smoothed out. When the song of the stone statues came to its eventual end, the god statue turned around. Then, just how other stone statues had done until now, it returned to its throne and settled down as if things that happened until now were nothing but a lie. Thud! The noise of the god statue sitting down on the throne resounded throughout the chamber. Pant, barely made it. A thin smile formed on Jin-Woo's lips. Meanwhile, Ju-Hui began running from her position at the far end of the chamber. Mr. Jin-Woo! She ran with all her might, and knelt down next to him as tears streamed down on her face. What can I do? What am I supposed to? She summoned all of her magical energy and activated her healing magic. However, nothing seemed to improve. The dispersed hunters gathered around Jin-Woo one by one. Every single one of them carried a dark expression. What? Mr. Jin-Woo! Even then, only Ju-Hui was crying in sorrow. Why was everyone acting like this? Jin-Woo's lips bobbled up and down. He wanted to ask what was going on, but he couldn't really summon forth his own voice. Sensing that he had no choice, he tried to prop himself up. Then, he noticed the pool of blood around his lower torso. Only then did he belatedly realize the change to his body. Below his right knee was gone. Jin-Woo's eyes reflexively shifted toward the stone statue holding the shield. He then saw the trail of blood clearly visible on the end of the shield, and the rest of his right leg was just below that. Drip, drops of blood started falling from Ju-Hui's nose. That was the sign of her reaching the limits of her physical stamina. The healing magic from a rank B healer was unable to recover missing limbs. Meaning, what she was doing was basically pouring water into a broken jug. Her stamina rapidly bottomed out in the end. It's fine now, Miss Ju-Hui's. You can stop, I'm going to heal you. I'll fix you as good as new. Hunters stared at the two of them while forming miserable expressions. Out of the 17 who initially entered this chamber, only 6 remained now. From this group of 6, 2 of them had suffered horrible, grievous wounds. Song had lost his arm, while Jin-Woo lost his leg. They might have survived, but none of them felt like rejoicing at the moment. It was then, yet another strange noise rocked the chamber. Rumble, the middle of the temple, where that strange magic formation could be found, suddenly rose up above the ground. Jin-Woo inwardly thought that it had finally come. Prove your piety, is it? He already had a rough idea as to what those words could mean. Part 5. Final Trial. The circular magic formation in the center of the temple began rising up noisily and only stopped after reaching the height of a couple of steps. And altar hunters displayed alert reactions as soon as Jin-Woo muttered out, "An altar, he just said it's an altar." The person who had rescued them from the 2 preceding crises was not some high-ranked hunter, but ranky Jin-Woo, who used to be the butt of their jokes most of the time. If it weren't for Mr. Seong, all of us would have been. Hunters were thinking this exact same thought. Under the current circumstances, Jin-Woo's words were their lifeline. And now, that Jin-Woo had muttered out a word altar. Kim always was quick on the uptake, and so he caught onto the meaning first before anyone else had the chance to do so. I get it now. I see how it is. Kim then unsheathed the sword hanging on his hips. Now originally, this weapon would be used to cut various monsters down. But, for now, it'd have to be utilized for a different purpose altogether. Even if I'm a dumb bastard, I can more or less get what you're trying to say here. Hunters nervously swallowed their saliva while looking at the sharp, coldly gleaming blade. Oi, Mr. Kim, why are you pulling your sword out like that? Why don't we talk about this first? Let's talk first. The highest-ranked member among the group, rank C Hunter Song, was heavily injured, meaning there was no one here that could potentially stop Kim, who boasted a pretty powerful set of skills himself even within the D rank. Kim pointed towards the altar with his sword. The final law, prove your piety, and there's an altar appearing out of nowhere in the middle of this place. Kim's gaze then shifted to Jin-Woo. So, aren't we supposed to offer up a sacrifice? Mr. Siam? Jin-Woo slowly nodded his head. That was what the youth thought as well. One of the surviving 6 had to act as a sacrifice. That's what the last law probably meant. Jin-Woo came to this conclusion. He sensed more disturbance and raised his head, and realized that the eyes of Mr. Kim as he approached closer did not look friendly at all. A long sweat drop glided down Jin-Woo's forehead. Ajasi, what? You young man, don't say anything and be still. Kim angrily shouted out and pointed his sword at Mr. Song, who was squatting next to Jin-Woo in order to check out the youth's condition. Just who was it that dragged us to this place? Wasn't it this guy? Yes, it was Mr. Song. So, don't you think it's only right for Mr. Song to take the ultimate responsibility? Ajasi. Jin-Woo tried to get up in a fit of anger, but then Song's hand, that resembled the bark of an aged tree, stopped the youth. Jin-Woo looked at Song in disbelief. Song wordlessly shook his head. His eyes were pleading with Jin-Woo, asking the youth to not say anything else. Of course Jin-Woo had lots of things to say, but he kept them down for now. Song slowly raised his body up. What Mr. Kim said is right. I should take the blame for today. Old man, I guess we are now finally on the same page. Kim used the tip of his sword to point towards the altar. If you get it now, then let's get going already. Over 10 people died here, because of you, old man. Chapter 5 Fin, Up Web Novel Care Chapter 6 One of the dead hunters today happened to be Mr. Park, a personal friend to Mr. Kim. Exploring the dual dungeon was decided with the vote involving everyone, but Kim had already erased the memory off his head after losing much of his reasoning. Mr. Song spoke to Kim. I'd like to walk on my own volition, so can you put the sword away? Of course, Kim refused right away. How can I trust you, old man? Stop wasting time and start moving already. Song sighed softly under his breath and walked towards the altar. Kim pointed his sword at the older man's back and followed on afterwards. Jin-Woo bit his lower lip while watching the 2 men walk away. This isn't the fault of Mr. Song. More than half of the group agreed to do it together. Just because things had gone south, blaming Song for everything was simply too cowardly, he thought. But Jin-Woo unfortunately did not possess enough strength to stop Kim here. Kim, thought to be one of the best among the rank D, and Jin-Woo, easily the worst of the rank E. The difference in their strengths was all too clear for him to see. Not only that, Jin-Woo had even lost a leg. If he tried to confront Kim as he was now, there was a chance that him and even Ju-Hui's, who had been focusing solely on healing him, could meet with disaster. He meant it. Jin-Woo squeezed his eyes shut. He never hated his own powerlessness as much as he did today. In the meantime, Song had stepped up on the raised altar. Suddenly, a red flame lit up near the outer perimeter of the altar as soon as he did. Everyone nervously swallowed their saliva and observed the unfolding situation carefully. However, nothing else happened. Just a single flame came to life, and that was it. They waited for a while, but there was no visible change at all. Not only Kim, but everyone else got flustered by this situation. Kim quickly turned his head and spoke to Jin-Woo. Look here, Mr. Siam. This wasn't it. Jin-Woo also shook his head. Even he too thought that once a person chosen as the sacrifice stepped up on the altar, the third law of prove one's piety would be completed. It's not about offering up a sacrifice? If so, then it was not necessarily bad news. If the law was not about sacrifices, then it meant Mr. Song could still saved. Jin-Woo's expression brightened somewhat. He sweated bucket loads as he tried to stand up, and 2 hunters nearby quickly lent their assistance. Please take me closer to the altar so I can study it. Mr. Jin-Woo, your injuries are. Ju-Hui also got up from her spot to follow after Jin-Woo. Her complexion was rather pale after expending too much of her magical energy, but because she had worked so hard, Jin-Woo's blood loss had been temporarily halted, and the pain he felt was reduced to a barely noticeable degree. I gotta hurry up. The current condition of Ju-Hui, Kim's boiling rage, Song's injuries, and the frightened hunters, he didn't have a lot of time here. Jin-Woo eventually arrived at the altar with the help from other hunters. Let's climb up on the altar. The 2 hunters flinched from his statement, but they trusted Jin-Woo and stepped up. Then, 3 more flames lit up. Right away Jin-Woo's eyes gleamed brightly. It's the same number as the people on the altar. Mr. Song and Jin-Woo plus 2 others who helped the youth. Indeed, the flames lit up to match the number of people standing on the altar. And it kind of looked like that these 4 flames were drawing a circle outside the altar. If I take into consideration the space between the flames, 2 more will complete the circle. It seemed that all the remaining people had to climb up on the altar for something, anything, to get started. Jin-Woo turned his head to ask Song, "If we wait here, do you think other hunters will come to rescue us?" Song shook his head. "Today is the 7th day since the gate showed up. These things will start moving first before the help arrives. Because it's a gate rank D, I see that it's been left alone for far too long." Well, that's how the association operates, isn't it? A gate would open up fully after the 7th day. The real meaning of a raid was to kill the dungeon's boss monster, and therefore close the gate before that happened. When failing to do so, the monsters trapped in the dungeons would be set free from the dungeon, and they would be able to roam the outside world. Jin-Woo looked behind him. The giant god statue was still looking down on them with an overbearing, arrogant expression from its throne. If that thing manages to go outside, then the ensuing chaos would be unimaginable. Of course, before that happened, hunters coming to this chamber to rescue them would all be killed by the statues first. He was now sure of the fact that they could not wait here forever. Jin-Woo called out to Ju-Huis and Kim, "Both of you climb up." Ju-Huis stepped up on the altar first. The hesitant Kim also followed suit soon afterwards. 2 more flames lit up, and the circle was now complete. And then, hunters were grandly stunned by what happened next. What the hell? What's going on here? As Jin-Woo had suspected, yet another change took place. It's coming. From the outermost edge of the altar, small blue flames floated upwards and began drawing a circle of their own as well. There looked to be at least 30 of these blue flames, placed real tightly next to each other. 34, 35, 36. Jin-Woo quickly counted them all as the blue flames completed the circle, and he realized that there were 36 of them. The 6 red flames that lit up to match the number of people, and the 36 blue flames that appeared outside them. What could be the significance behind that number? It was then. Clang! Without a warning, the resolutely shut door suddenly opened up wide. Hunters reflexively flinched. They all wanted so bad to run towards the open doorway, but having seen the final moments of the choirboy hunter, they found it hard to take the first step. If one tried to be the first, just who knew what might happen to them? Everyone's gaze fixed on Jin-Woo as if to demand an answer from him. However, Jin-Woo's lips remained tightly shut. He couldn't come up with a guess at the moment. He didn't know whether the open door was a trap, or they were now allowed to go out after they upheld the final law successfully. Too bad for him. Just as everyone was looking at Jin-Woo, a horrifying noise filled up the entire chamber. Creak, creak. The heads of all 6 hunters quickly snapped around to look. What was that? It's coming closer. Those diamond things are all moving now. Hunters' breathing quickened in an instant. The stone statues that had only moved when a person got near were now several steps closer to the group. Jin-Woo only needed a short moment to figure out what happened, of course. No, the statues didn't move. It's the plinths below them that moved. That horrifying screech from earlier on most likely came from the plinths beneath the statues grating against the stone floor. They are not moving anymore? Kim wiped the droplets of sweat on his forehead as he spoke. While everyone was still staring at the statues, Jin-Woo's focus was on the blue flames. They had been going out one by one, and 3 of them had flickered out of existence already. Priuk, hearing that screech, someone cried out. What was that? Where did it come from? Jin-Woo quickly raised his head. The noise had come from his general direction. The stone statues facing him had moved a little bit closer. Why only my side? Was it because he looked at somewhere else briefly? In order to confirm, Jin-Woo closed his eyes. The noise resounded out again. Kriak. As soon as he opened his eyes, the noise stopped. What the FCK is going on here? What are we supposed to do about this? Jin-Woo quickly shouted at others. Don't take your eyes off the statues, no matter what. When he thought about it, he realized that the statues first began moving closer to the group when others were busy looking at him. They creep closer when we are not looking at them. It was right then, another blue flame disappeared. However, there was still no discernible change to either the group or the statues. Could it be? Cautiously raising his arm, Jin-Woo did his best not to take his eyes off the statues while checking the time with his wristwatch. As I thought, at an interval of 1 minute, a blue flame was being extinguished. The blue flames are the timer. It was quite likely that one of the main points of the 3rd law was to stay within the altar until all 36 blue flames died out. In other words, as long as everyone was keeping close watch on the statues, they'd be safe. It was quite possible that no one had to die at this final huddle. Wanting to be more accurate about the remaining time, Jin-Woo began recounting the number of blue flames once more. There are 30 remaining. They only needed to endure 30 more minutes. Unfortunately, Jin-Woo made a huge mistake just then. While he was counting the number of blue flames, his eyes wandered away for a brief moment, and that resulted in the statues creeping closer. Ruku-wah! A man standing on the opposite side screamed and ran towards the door. He simply couldn't hold on any longer, as the horrifying screeching noise coming from his back frightened him so much. As soon as he left the altar, one of the red flames disappeared. No! Jin-Woo cried out urgently. However, the man running as if he had gone crazy escaped through the open doorway without meeting a grisly fate, which took everyone by surprise. What the hell? Mr. Siam, what's going on? That guy made it out alive. Kim shouted out flustered. Jin-Woo was standing with his back to the doorway, so he couldn't really tell what was going on. Did something change? The door has closed just a little. The door's closing? No. After that guy left, the door moved a little bit, but then stopped. Jin-Woo then recalled one of the red flames disappearing as soon as that man left the altar. Goddamn it, he immediately felt his heart go cold. One of the questions that he couldn't quite figure out until now as he stood on top of this altar finally had an answer. How could standing on an altar be a proof of one's piety? Indeed, he now had the answer to this quandary, and that answer was probably the worst one for Jin-Woo, who had only one leg now and needed others' help just to keep his balance. That open doorway was a trap, a false hope right in front of one's eyes. If people saw the open door and climbed off the altar at the same time, the red flames would have gone out, and the doorway would be closed shut again. And then, the banquet of raining blood and screams would inevitably follow next. On the other hand, the altar was the proverbial promised land. If each one did what they had to do in their positions until the timer ran out, then their survival would be guaranteed. So, it was between the false hope right in front of one's eyes, or the unseen promise of salvation. The third law was a test to see if one could defend one's position without falling into the sweet temptation over yonder, while constantly being under the encroaching threat of death. However, two flies in the ointment happened in this situation. The first one was Jin-Woo. Originally, the remaining group of people would have ran straight for the open door, but they stopped first to listen to what Jin-Woo had to say, and that helped them avoid the trap being sprung in the first place. We got lucky there. Indeed, that had to be the only explanation. Such a thing was only possible because Jin-Woo managed to figure out the first two laws all by himself and earn the trust of others. Unfortunately for him, the second fly also happened, something he didn't foresee. A deserter had appeared among their midst. How would human beings react when there was a hope of survival right in front of their eyes? It was way too obvious. The man helping Jin-Woo up abandoned the youth and bolted as well. Song hurriedly reached out and propped Jin-Woo up from his back. Poof! When that man left the altar, yet another red flame disappeared, and as expected, the door closed a little bit more. Crack! Ha! Kim dazedly pointed at the second deserter, but just like the first person to abandon them, he too safely escaped past the doorway. Jin-Woo confirmed the number of remaining red flames and shouted out, "We must not move. Any more than this, then it'll be the end." Chapter 6 Fin. Up Web Novel Care Chapter 7 Front, Back, Left, and Right. In order to secure all four directions, 4 people were the bare minimum required. Jin-Woo himself, Ju Hui's, Mr. Song, and finally, Mr. Kim. A single person leaving now would result in a gap within the field of vision. Kim wiped the sweat off his forehead and asked urgently, "Mr. Seong, just what is going on here? Explain it to me properly. We'll make it as long as we wait here. Only until all the blue flames are extinguished." Jin-Woo spat out everything he had deduced so far. Kim nodded his head as his ears perked up. Jin-Woo quickly ended his explanation and added one more thing at the end. "Remember, everyone here can get out of here alive. The laws of this chamber always left open a path for one's survival. The final law would not deviate from that." Jin-Woo was certain of no one else needing to die as long as the remaining people trusted each other. Too bad. Kim's thoughts were quite different from the youth's. The older hunter asked hesitantly, "Look here, Mr. Seong, you could be right on this one, but could the door close shut instead when the timer runs out?" Jin-Woo couldn't answer that one. He came to his conclusion after considering several variables, but until the result was in, he couldn't be 100% certain of anything. However, what Kim wanted was a definite assurance. Rather than an uncertain promise of everyone's survival, the definite survival of his own self had proved to be far more alluring in the end. "I'm sorry about this, but I don't think I can stay here anymore. Jesse. Sorry." With that parting word, Kim stepped down from the altar. He then ignored Jin-Woo's urgent calling and ran towards the door. He stopped and looked for a brief moment just outside the door, but Kim did not step back inside the chamber again. Grit. Jin-Woo gritted his teeth. Goddamn it. He had saved the lives of others, but what he got in return was definitely not something like gratefulness or friendship. His entire body shuddered from the pain of betrayal. Just as he suspected, as soon as Kim had abandoned them, a gap within the surveillance had been created. It was impossible for 3 people to guard all 4 directions. And so, the statues positioned in the blind spots began creeping closer to the altar. Kriuk, kriuk. The encirclement of the stone statue was gradually tightening. Song took a look around and then spoke to Jin-Woo and Ju-Hui's. Both of you, you should leave now. His voice was full of resignation. Jin-Woo looked at the old man. But Ajasi, just as Kim had said, I was the one who dragged us all in here. If someone has to remain behind, then it'd be only right that I'm the one. But still, you two with a better future ahead of you should be the ones to survive today. Song began smiling then. He was thinking of these two young people's hearts, as they would have to abandon him here. Jin-Woo helplessly nodded his head. He was uncomfortable about this whole thing, but there was no time left to argue back and forth who should remain in here. Song then tried to ask Ju-Hui to take care of Jin-Woo. Miss Ju-Hui's, can you help out Mr. Seung here for a bit? Why, yes. However, just as she was about to prop him up, Ju-Hui's plopped down to the floor. Ju-Hui tried to get up, but then, tears began forming around the edges of her eyes. My legs, I can't move my legs. Both the expressions of Jin-Woo and Mr. Song hardened in an instant. Ju-Hui's current physical condition did look terrible even from a casual glance. Her lips were in the shade of pale blue, while her entire body continued to tremble ever so imperceptibly. She was suffering from the side effects of overusing her magic energy when she was already at her physical limit. Because she tried to heal my leg, Jin-Woo felt his chest tighten and couldn't say anything. However, they really didn't have any time left now. Kriak, the stone statues were relentlessly approaching them without a moment of rest even now. Jin-Woo shoved Song's hand away and plopped down to the ground himself. Seeing this, Song's eyes grew wider. Why, young man, Jin-Woo spoke up with a determined expression on his face. Ajasi, please take Ju-Hui's and get out of this place. I told you, I'll be the one staying behind. In that case, who's going to help Ju-Hui's? It was pretty much impossible for him to take Ju-Hui's, who couldn't even stand properly, and leave through the door within the time limit. Of course, there was the other choice of abandoning Ju-Hui's behind as well. However, Ju-Hui's had saved his life several times already, and the only reason why she was in this state was because she tried to help him with all her might. He definitely did not want to suffer the guilty conscience of abandoning such a person behind in this godforsaken place. There is no time left. Please leave now. Song's expression remained hardened as he helped Ju-Hui up. She shook her head desperately while tears streamed down on her face. No, you can't, Mr. Jin-Woo can still survive, you know. Let me. I promised to buy you a dinner, didn't I? Jin-Woo pulled out the Ranky magic crystal from his pocket and placed it in her hand. Please use this and enjoy one on me. When I get out of here, I'll be coming around to collect the change, you see. A smile formed on Jin-Woo's face, prompting Ju-Hui to cry out in anger. How can you crack a joke in this situation, Mr. Jin-Woo? It was at this moment that Jin-Woo signaled to Mr. Song with a nod. The older man then lightly chopped on the back of Ju-Hui's neck. Ow. With that, Ju-Hui lost her consciousness. Song picked up the unconscious girl and placed her over his shoulder. I'm really sorry about this. This is my choice, so it's fine. Mr. Song bowed his head to Jin-Woo. With that goodbye, Song quickly left the altar. Kriak. During the time the three of them were chatting, the statues had arrived at the proverbial stone's throw away. Jin-Woo got on his knees and took several deep breaths. Fu-woo. He spotted the sword Kim had left behind next to him. So, he reached out and picked it up. Now that it had come down to this, I'll take at least one down with me. When he looked behind him, Jin-Woo saw Mr. Song safely leaving through the doorway with unconscious Ju-Hui still perched upon his shoulder. What a relief that was. Only I'll die here now. He wasn't doing this because of some noble determination to sacrifice himself or anything like that. No, there certainly was an element of him calculating the best possible outcome in his decision. Even if he survived and got out of here today, he would have to live as a cripple for the rest of his life. Obviously, carrying on as a hunter would be impossible then, and it was also questionable whether he'd be able to live normally as well. He was only a high school graduate, and since he didn't have any discernible job skills, he simply didn't have too many options left to put food on the table. Mom's hospital fees, and my sister's school fees too. If that were the case, then he might as well make sure his family would receive a better compensation from the association, even if it was just a single cent more. Was the compensation paid out to the family members 300 million won or 400 when one dies during a raid? Between $267,000 and $356,000, that was a huge amount for a worthless life of a Ranky hunter. Kriak clang. Finally, the statues arrived. The first one to arrive climbed up on the altar. Jin-Woo glared at it and lifted the sword up. Come. Unfortunately, the expected attack didn't come from the front, but his back. Stab. A long spear penetrated into Jin-Woo's back and exited out of his chest. Kyok. Jin-Woo spat out a mouthful of blood. An unimaginable amount of pain rushed him like a tsunami wave. If you were stabbed a couple of inches higher, you'd have a hole in your heart by now. Ju Hui's nagging, he heard only a few hours ago, slipped past his mind like a scene from a revolving lantern. You wadak. The stone statue lifted up the spear. Jin-Woo was lifted up along into the air, still pierced through by that spear. He only got to struggle for a brief moment though, because the statue slammed him down on the altar. Slam. Yuck. Sounds of bones breaking could be heard from all corners of his body. He shrunk away from the intense pain. You. As he began trembling, the stone statues slowly surrounded him. They formed the encirclement around him. Jin-Woo raised his head and glared at them, his entire being shuddering non-stop. I don't want to die like this. Now that he was facing his final moments, tears pooled on his eyes. He recalled the faces of his family. He even recalled the face of Ju Hui's, her face full of anxiety and worry for his safety. I don't want to die. He didn't want to end his short 24 years of life in this place. Step. The stone statue wielding a sword took a step closer without a hint of emotion. Then, it raised its sword up high. Even though he was shaking hard, Jin-Woo did not avert his gaze away from this starred. Finally, the statue's sword down. Sweet. Only if I had one more chance. Jin-Woo's eyes shot open wider. It happened then. Effects for the statue's movement suddenly stopping as if someone had pressed the pause button. The scarily fast-moving sword suddenly stopped in midair. No, that wasn't actually correct. It hadn't stopped at all. It simply had slowed down so much that he ended up thinking that way. 1 millimeter in 1 minute? It was very slow, but the sword was still definitely coming down. Wow, what's going on here? Jin-Woo couldn't hide his astonishment. It was then, a voice of a female he had never heard of before resounded within his head. Completion requirements for the secret quest. The courage of the powerless has been met. Secret quest? Completion requirements were met? Jin-Woo couldn't understand any of that. No, hang on a minute. Besides all that, where did that voice come from? Too bad for him. The voice ignored Jin-Woo's questions and continued on regardless. You have acquired the rights to become a player. Will you accept? He had acquired a right. Accept what, exactly? Sounds like, I'll be given something. He grew up dirt poor since his childhood, so he had never refused freebies until now. However, that was a story for when he was still alive. What use was there for free stuff when he was dead? When Jin-Woo hesitated and didn't answer, the voice in his head asked again, as if to urge him on. There is not enough time left for you to make your decision. Your heart will cease functioning precisely 0.02 seconds after you refuse to accept. Will you accept? He couldn't tell whether he was hallucinating or not, but he still got to figure out that he was only a moment away from dying for good. He finally spotted countless other weapons headed in his direction, beside the diamond sword. That was how. Now that the things had devolved to such a degree, he might as well. If you're giving it to me, then just give it to me already. There was no need to utter anything out at all. He simply thought about it in his head. Even then, the voice of the female replied to him immediately. Congratulations on becoming a player. Flash! A blinding light suddenly wrapped around Jin-Woo's body, and at the same time, he lost his consciousness. Part 6. Penalty. He opened his eyes. He saw a white ceiling, and his nose stung from the odor of disinfectants. He also felt the sensation of a hard mattress against his back. Jin-Woo immediately recognized where he was. A hospital? Ever since he met the rank B healer, Ju Hui's, the frequency of him staying in one had decreased somewhat, but still, hospitals were familiar places for Jin-Woo, just as he'd be with a local convenience store. So much so that, he even heard a rumor of there being a special seat reserved for himself at the Hunter's Hospital too. Jin-Woo raised his upper torso up. He then placed his hand on his chest and felt the vibrations coming from there. His heart was beating without a problem. I survived? It wasn't only that though. Unlike before, his entire being felt light and airy. He'd be feeling heavy-headed and fatigued whenever he woke up from a hospital bed. But it was a different story now. No, it was as if he had woken up in his own bed after a night of a good rest. What's going on? This shouldn't have been possible when he thought back to the moments before he lost his consciousness. A sword was falling on his head right before his eyes. Even if he got lucky and the sword missed, he was still surrounded by countless scary enemies. Those diamond things were strong enough to give the assault team formed solely from the rank A. No, rank S hunters a genuinely hard time. But I came out of that situation alive? Was he dreaming things then? Fortunately, there was a good way of confirming it for himself. Jin-Woo pulled away the blanket covering him. If that situation had been real, then his leg would still be gone, and if he had been dreaming, then his leg would be. You've finally woken up. Chapter 7. Fin. Up web novel Kair Chapter 8. Jin-Woo was surprised by the weighty voice coming from the corner of the hospital room, and hurriedly turned his head to look. I apologize if we took you by surprise. Unfortunately, we are unable to wait any longer. Two men kitted out in black business suits approached Jin-Woo's bed. The youth tilted his head and asked them, "Who are you?" He had never seen these two's faces before. One of them with the cropped hair, like a soldier, and wearing a pair of sunglasses, presented him with a business card. "This is who we are." Jin-Woo received the business card and read what was written on it. Woo Jin-cheol, the section chief of the Monitoring Division, the Korean Hunters Association. The Monitoring Division was the only department in the Hunters Association with many strong hunters in their payroll. Well, since this department was tasked with managing the country's hunters, so, quite obviously, they would employ many high-class hunters to facilitate that purpose. "What does the Monitoring Division want from me?" Woo Jin-cheol dragged a chair closer to the bed and sat down. The other man, who must have been his subordinate, stood behind him. The unspoken pressure emanating from the two buff guys staring down in close vicinity was quite heavy. The story they conveyed was rather surprising, though. "I was unconscious for 4 days. By any chance, do you remember what happened before you blacked out?" "Yes, I do." "Please tell us everything you can remember." Jin-Woo told them everything truthfully, minus the strange hallucinatory words he heard before he lost his consciousness. "And that's when you lost your consciousness, is that all?" "Yes. I opened my eyes next and I'm in a hospital." Woo Jin-cheol and his lackey exchanged meaningful glances. For some reason, they seemed to be troubled by Jin-Woo's lack of knowledge. Actually, Jin-Woo was the one who wanted to find out what happened the most in this room. "Just how did I get to this hospital? Did a large guild participate and kill those diamond things?" "Well, actually," Woo Jin-cheol awkwardly opened his mouth. By the time the agents of the Monitoring Division and the White Tiger Guild arrived at the scene after being briefed by the survivors, the White Tiger Guild was a supermassive guild and also one of the top 5 in the country. The association had recognized the danger, hence they requested the aid of such a huge guild as the White Tiger Guild in the first place. "Just what did happen back there?" Jin-Woo nervously swallowed a dry spit. "By the time everything was gone, the only thing to be found within that open space was you, Mr. Sung Jin-Woo. There was not one trace of the god statue nor the stone statues." "Come again?" Jin-Woo displayed a shocked, disbelieving face. "It's hard for us to believe it as well. If there had been any inconsistencies in the testimonies of the survivors, or if we had failed to find the remains of the victims in the chamber, we might have suspected something fishy was going on." Woo Jin-cheol scratched his chin. It had been 6 years since he got ranked as NA and started working for the Monitoring Division. He could confidently say that he had witnessed and experienced pretty much everything during his tenure. However, this kind of situation was a first even for him. He had asked other guilds as well as the associations in other countries, but the end result was nothing worthy to speak about. That was wise. "Oh, this is what we've been thinking." Woo Jin-cheol carefully opened his mouth. There were powerful creatures in that chamber, without a doubt. They were taken care of by an unknown group or an unknown person. Because no otherworldly beings escaped from the gate before it was closed, you see. They had to consider all the possibilities. Even if the odds were low, they had to confirm them all. The head honchos of the association deliberated, and then deliberated for some more, and finally came up with a theory. Woo Jin-cheol carefully studied Jin-Woo's reactions as he continued on. "We suspect that Hunter Sung Jin-Woo might have gone through another awakening." "Another awakening?" Jin-Woo's eyes shot open wide. Although extremely rare, there had been instances of a human who had awakened his or her abilities as a hunter going through yet another awakening. Often referred to as reawakening, those who undergo this process would normally become extremely powerful compared to before. Originally, once a hunter's rank was assigned at the beginning, it rarely changed. A hunter's abilities were determined the moment one went through an awakening, that was why. However, it was a different story for those going through the reawakening process, jumping past their own limitations to rise up from, say, rank C to A, or even from B to S. Such things had happened before. Woo Jin-cheol nervously swallowed his saliva. Sung Jin-Woo, if he went through a reawakening and became a rank S, no, maybe even exceeding that, then it's possible for him to kill those monsters all by himself. The god statue was said to have melted rank C hunters with nothing but its eyes, according to the survivors. If one were able to kill such a creature even while unconscious, just how powerful one could possibly be. To prepare for this unlikeliest possibility, Woo Jin-cheol labeled this incident as top secret, and made sure everyone involved would keep their mouths shut. This was also the reason why Sung Jin-Woo found himself in a hospital room all alone, as well as being looked after by some of the finest medical practitioners in the nation. Woo Jin-cheol's chest began beating real fast. Could Korea finally have a hunter on the level of an international powerhouse? There were less than 10 people in the entire world that could truly be described as a global powerhouse. But what if Korea were to possess a powerhouse that were said to rival a nuclear warhead in terms of pure firepower? Of course, confirming the truth of the reawakening wasn't difficult at all. Didn't the wise elders once say to make hay while the sun still shines? Woo Jin-cheol signaled to his lackey. "Bring it here." Then, the lackey went to the corner of the room and began rummaging through a briefcase placed there. That is, before Jin-Woo could finish his question, Woo Jin-cheol explained first. It's the device to measure your magic energy. He added that, although this device had been miniaturized, its efficiency or accuracy did not fall short of the actual full-size measuring device located in the Hunters Association. All you have to do is to place your hand on this magic crystal over here. On top of a circular plate, there was a fist-sized magic crystal embedded in the middle. Its color was pitch black, as if it was a black hole that wanted to suck him in. It was one of the highest quality magic crystals that cost as much as 1,000,000,000 won, not to mention that could only be found in monsters ranked A or higher. Gil, almost $900,000. When Jin-Woo stared at the magic crystal without saying anything, Woo Jin-cheol formed a dignified, serious expression and spoke up. This is a necessary step during our investigation, so please cooperate with us. Jin-Woo nodded his head. If he indeed had undergone a reawakening, then his life would do a 180 in an instant. And they were going to test it out for him for free, so who was he to refuse? Jin-Woo placed his hand on top of the black crystal, and soon enough, warm rays of light oozed out from it. Cold sweat drops formed on the foreheads of Woo Jin-cheol and his lackey. SFX for a beam of light dissipating not too long after then. The light surrounding the crystal dissipated. Woo Jin-cheol hurriedly took off his sunglasses and confirmed the numbers. Right away, a small earthquake rocked Woo Jin-cheol's eyes. How can this be? He rechecked the numbers, but it remained the same. How could a person holding a hunter license possess the magic energy value of only 10? When considering the fact that the lowest average value for rank E, the bottom rank, was around 70 to 100, Sung Jin-Woo was no different from a regular person. Is it really a reawakening? If it is, what could be my new rank now? Jin-Woo's hands were soaked in the sweat of anticipation. Seeing the suspicious reactions of the two monitoring division agents, the result must have been somewhat beyond their expectations. Meanwhile, Woo Jin-cheol was comparing the existing data on Jin-Woo with the new measurement. His first measurement returned the value of 12. 4 years later, it's 10. It has decreased by 2, but it is within the margin of error. In other words, the magic energy measuring device was working fine. Instead, it was Sung Jin-Woo's magic energy that happened to be just illogically, nonsensically low. It was a miracle that he had survived until now. Woo Jin-cheol rapidly realized that being here was a waste of time, so he got up from his seat. Let's go. Yes, sir. Woo Jin-cheol and his lackey quickly packed up to leave. Excuse me. Can you tell me what is? Just as Jin-Woo was about to ask, Woo Jin-cheol bowed his head slightly. Thank you for your cooperation. If you remember anything else, please give us a call in a time. As if their rear ends were on fire, 2 men in black rapidly left the room as soon as they put away the device. The hospital room that felt rather small suddenly became quiet and lonely. Jin-Woo scratched the back of his neck. I guess that was a no then. Well, if he thought about it, besides him feeling refreshed, there didn't seem to be any change to him at all. Even if he did go through a reawakening, it'd still be difficult for him to kill all those statue B-stards anyways. Maybe you might have a chance against them if you were either the ultimate weapon Hunter Choi Jonghyun or the rank SS Hunter Go-Gun Hueys. Of course, him speculating like this was meaningless, since he had never seen them in action before. There was always a thick veil of secrecy draped over the hunters ranked S. They were more like clouds in the sky to him, actually. He thought up to here and inadvertently raised his head up, and that's when he saw it. Huh? He looked up without thinking, and then saw words floating in the air. You have several unread messages. He closed his eyes and opened them again. You have several unread messages. The words remained floating up there without a single change. He shook his head hard a few times, and even rubbed his eyes, but they were still there. Jin-Woo massaged his aching forehead and lowered his head. It hadn't been a long time since I started hearing weird things, but now, I'm even seeing them, too. Could something in his head really be broken? There was a condition called PSD after all. People who experienced a huge accident or a traumatic event usually suffered from this condition. It was only a few days ago since he witnessed the deaths of many of his comrades, not to mention he himself nearly died as well, so it would not be so strange to hear or see weird things as a possible side effect. However, there were a couple of things that prevented him from dismissing this out of hand. Jin-Woo's sight lowered to his leg. The leg that got cut in half by the shield of the stone statue was now all fine and dandy. The voice he heard out of the blue inside the underground temple hidden within the depths of the dual dungeon. His completely cured leg, and now, those words floating in front of his eyes. Too many weird things were happening all at once. What if there was a chance that all these things were not isolated events, but linked to one another? When his thoughts arrived here, his aching head felt just a bit clearer. Okay, fine. Jin-Woo slowly raised his head. Once the confusion in his heart died down, and he felt calmer, he became quite curious about the contents of those so-called unread messages. There might be answers to his questions found within those messages after all. In order to confirm the messages, he reached out towards the words, and his hand simply went past them. It's not touch-operated? It seemed that he got way too used to how a smartphone worked. He couldn't think of any other way to access the messages other than tapping on the icon though. While he was deliberating on the means to access the messages, he recalled the memories from the moments before he blacked out. Right, that happened. Back then, he could only get his intentions across to that unknown voice by talking to it. Just like back then, I should either form the words in my head or speak it out loud. Thinking that this must be the case, Jin-Woo then began to mutter the potential combination of words one by one. Confirm. Messages. Confirm messages. Check messages. Reading. I want to read. I want to look. Hey, show me already, will ya? It was then. Just what is it that you wish to see that bad? He felt a cold, probing stare coming from the side, so he turned his head to look, and spotted his little sister in her school uniform looking at him from the gap of the half-open door. Jin-Woo became speechless. Her appa, busy glaring at the ceiling while demanding someone to show something to him. He simply didn't know how to explain this one to her. Chapter 8 Fin. A web novel or Chapter 9 maybe. You hurt your head really bad? The younger sister stood at a distance away and asked Jin-Woo, prompting him to shake his head vigorously. No, that's not it. Even though he denied it, Jin-Woo's younger sibling, Sung Jin-Woo's eyes remained suspicious. Are you really okay? Yes, I'm telling you the truth. Jin-Woo blankly swept her gaze all over Jin-Woo before she came closer while her breathing became uneven angry. And then, as soon as Jin-Woo assumed a defensive posture, she began punching him in all the unguarded parts. I told you to stop getting hurt. You have any idea how worried I was? I'm sorry. Other people walk away fine, but how come it's only you who gets hurt all the time? Sorry. The strength behind Jin-Woo's punches gradually seeped away. She soon stopped, and as her head fell, began crying. Jin-Woo slowly patted the back of his sobbing sister. His own nostrils stung quite a bit then. I was thinking of leaving behind this kid alone and dying, wasn't I? What a relief that he made it out alive. When he looked back, there had been way too many brushes with death for comfort back then. It was as if he had experienced one hell of a terrifying nightmare. Jin-Woo's gaze shifted ever so slightly towards the words floating in the air. You have several unread messages. It still feels like I haven't completely woken up from that nightmare just yet, doesn't it? There were so many things he couldn't understand. But so what? The most important thing was that he came back alive, and he got to see his little sister again. Sniff. Thankfully, his strong-willed sister stopped crying after a short while. Unfortunately for him though, her nagging continued on for over 1 hour afterwards. Do you hear me? If you get hurt one more time, I'm going to give up on studying, find a job, and make sure you don't work as a hunter ever again. Jin-Woo's sharp glare didn't really suit her pretty face, but that was a biological trait she had shared with her older brother. Okay, I hear you. Jin-Woo nodded his head as if he'd given up. Only after she was able to extract his assurance several times more did she display a hint of satisfaction, and stood up from the seat. You going somewhere? Yeah, to school. I'd got permission to leave so I could check up on you. So I gotta go back. Jin-Woo nodded his head. Right, the university entrance exams are next year. She might never have received a private tutoring nor did she ever attend extra classes, but she always got ranked within the top 10 in her school until now. Jin-Woo dreamed of becoming a doctor. Only until a few years ago, she just loved to waste time on video games and stuff like that. But then after their mother fell ill, she swore to become a doctor and never stopped studying since. Jin-Woo dearly wished to make her dream come true, no matter what. Hang on a minute, playing video games? Suddenly, Jin-Woo's eyes gleamed a bit dangerously. Okay, I'm going now. Just as Jin-Woo was leaving his room, Jin-Woo urgently called out to her. Hey Jin-Woo? Yeah? When you are playing video games, Jin-Woo smirked softly. I don't play games anymore. The 3rd year of high school is only a few days away, you know. I know. There's something I want to ask you though. Oh really? Like? I didn't know Appa played video games though. Jin-Woo suddenly displayed an intense interest as a subject she was deeply intimate with once upon a time was brought up. Jin-Woo sneaked a glance at the still floating message in the air and asked her, when there are unread messages in a game, what should I do to access them? You gotta open the mailbox first. I gotta open the mailbox? The ring. As soon as Jin-Woo said the word open, a clear beep entered his head and the hidden messages revealed themselves. There are 2 unread messages. Congratulations on becoming a player unread. Daily quest. Preparations to become strong is now available. Unread. Jin-Woo smiled brightly. Finally, seeing her older brother's complexion suddenly brighten like that, Jin-Woo felt something was wrong and quickly asked him. What's up? What game is it? You need my help? Jin-Woo firmly shook his head. Nope, no need. I'll do it alone. How would his younger sibling react if he told her what had been happening to him right now? I really don't want to be labeled as a loon by her. Woo swallowed back the things he wanted to say for the time being. While pretending to see her out, Jin-Woo confirmed her getting on the elevator and quickly returned to his room. I can't repeat the same mistake again. Click. To prevent eyewitnesses intruding on him, he even locked the door. Finishing with his preparations, Jin-Woo sat on the bed and read the titles of the messages available to read. Congratulations on becoming a player. Unread. Daily quest. Preparations to become strong is now available. Unread. He thought that the first message sounded familiar, as if he heard it before from somewhere. Where have I heard it from? I know I have. So, the first message then. Congratulations on becoming a player. Unread. Confirm. Today ring. This system will support the growth of the player. Failing to comply with the system's instructions will result in potential penalties. Your rewards have been delivered. He belatedly remembered this. He heard those words just before he lost his consciousness. Back then, it was talking about a player this and that. No? Of course, back then or even now, he still couldn't really understand what on earth was going here. The system, growth, penalties, and finally, rewards. The words with unknown meanings fell on his lap one after the other. Just what will it help grow, and what will it reward me with? Seeing the words that could only be found in a video game appearing before his eyes without any prior explanations only served to confound him even further. He decided to worry about the confusing words later and calmly opened the next message. Daily quest. Preparations to become strong is now available. Unread. Gulp. Jin-Woo unconsciously swallowed his saliva after reading that rather suggestive title. His heart began to beat faster in anticipation. Confirm. Today ring. Daily quest. Preparations to become stronger. Press up 100 times. Incomplete 100 sit up 100 times. Incomplete 100 squat 100 times. Incomplete 100 running 10 km. Incomplete 10 warning. Incompletion of daily quests will result in appropriate levels of punishment. Jin-Woo reflexively spat out a dumbfounded chuckle after confirming the contents of the message. Ha seriously man. Should this be the feelings of disappointment? To think what the grand-sounding daily quest, the one titled Preparations to Become Strong, was nothing more than a list of physical exercises to train his body. Well, for sure, if he did as the quest said, then his body might get a bit tougher. Was this what that growth and reward thing the system was talking about? Now that I think about it, he recalled reading a quote of a person with an inner problem should pay attention to the inner voice from some book in the past. In other words, one would see what they wanted to see eventually. Just how desperately did he want to become stronger that he ended up seeing this stupid hallucination? Although it was funny, he also felt a bit lonely inside. If anyone could become stronger by doing these exercises, who would be willing to go through that much hardship? Then Jin-Woo shook his head. He suddenly thought that he was a fool for searching for answers to his many questions from a DMN hallucination. I don't care anymore. Jin-Woo lied down spread-eagled on the bed. He wordlessly stared at the ceiling. He wasn't doing anything important, yet the time continued to tick by. Just as he began to feel the weight of the stillness filling up his hospital room, Jin-Woo abruptly raised his torso off the bed. But what if something could change? As his thoughts were filled half with the uncertain expectation, and the other half by unconvinced curiosity, he began wondering whether he should at least give it a shot. Well, I've got nothing to lose anyways. There would be no reason not to try it out, if he treated it as a light workout to stretch his muscles or something. No? He made up his mind. Fine. Let's try it. Jin-Woo climbed off the bed and stretched himself for a bit, before leaning against the corner of the bed and slowly performed the press up. 1, 2, 3, the count started from 1 and quickly climbed upwards. 97, 98, 99, 100. Since he started this thing, he decided to do all 100, but quite different from his expectation, nothing happened when he was finished. Other than his arms aching just a little, that was. Just what the hell am I doing? Jin-Woo smirked helplessly and stood straight up. Congratulations on becoming a player. Read. Daily quest. Preparations to become strong is now available. Read. The messages were now marked as read. There were no more words of unread messages popping up in his view, and he also didn't feel like humoring this hallucination anymore either. He had enough of this, in other words. Jin-Woo closed the mailbox without regret. Yawn. Jin-Woo yawned out at length and climbed back up on the bed. He felt sleepy as if he had pushed himself too hard. The sky outside the window was already dyed in the colors of the sunset. It's already this late, huh? The monitoring division agent said earlier that his hospital fees would be taken care of by the association. He figured that it wouldn't be too late to leave after receiving a thorough examination of his body and get the all clear from the doctors first. Jin-Woo laid down comfortably while thinking as such. I'm sure these hallucinations and weird things I hear will eventually go away with time. His eyelids slowly closed shut, and Jin-Woo drifted away into a deep slumber. Tick-tock. Even when Jin-Woo was softly snoring to himself, the needles of the clock hanging by the wall continued to tick away. The needles spun and spun around until they indicated 11:59:57 p.m. Tick, tock, tick. 58, 59, 60. The needles stopped moving precisely as they touched 12:000. Hey ring. You failed to complete the daily quest. You'll be transferred to the penalty zone for a set period of time. Rumble. Jin-Woo's eyes shot right open from the violent tremor that shook his entire body. An earthquake. Jin-Woo sat right up and grabbed the edges of the bed. The shaking was so bad that he couldn't maintain his balance. Rumble. The shaking got progressively worse as the seconds ticked by. It happened then. SFX for things turning into powder and falling to the floor. One of the steel bars on the bed he held on for dear life suddenly broke. No, it didn't break per se, but simply disappeared. Jin-Woo hurriedly looked at his palm. No steel bar there, just grains of sand. Sand? SFX for things turning into powder and falling to the floor. The other steel bar also transformed into sand as well. Meanwhile, the earthquake became even more violent. Rumble. You fuck. In the end, Jin-Woo was thrown off from the bed. He bounced around all over the hospital room and screamed out. Even when that was happening, items within the room was turning into sand one at the time. You, what? Plop. Jin-Woo was flung away and got deposited rather unceremoniously. He felt something soft against his fingertips. They happened to be ultrafine grains of sand, and the accursed earthquake had stopped. Tuis. Jin-Woo spat out the sand in his mouth and hurriedly raised his head up. His eyes caught the sight on an endless plain of nothing but sand. Jin-Woo frowned heavily and got up. All the sand that found its way inside his clothes poured out. He dusted the sand caked on his chest while taking a look around him. Indeed, all he could see was sand. And more sand. A desert. This couldn't be real. Until a few moments ago, he was sleeping on a bed inside a hospital located in the middle of Seoul. But now, as soon as he opened his eyes, he was in the middle of a massive desert. Jin-Woo scooped up a handful of sand and let it slip through his fingers. The fine grains fell straight down to the ground. There is not a single breeze here. It wasn't just the breeze though. When he raised his head up to look, the sky didn't have a sun, a moon, or any stars for that matter. It was an empty sky, as if it was filled up with black ink and nothing else. However, for some reason, he had no trouble seeing it all. Just where is this place? Chapter 9 Fin. Up web novel K, our chapter 10 It happened then. Suddenly, the sandy ground next to him caved in, and a deep pit formed there. Jin-Woo desperately ran away so he could avoid getting sucked in down there. The sandy pit grew wider and wider, and eventually, Jin-Woo had to crawl on all fours just to pull himself out. Pant. He plopped down on his butt, panted heavily, and stared at the bottom of the pit. Quite bizarrely, he could see that the sand at the bottom was boiling. Realizing that just one misstep would have resulted in him falling in there sent shivers down his spine. Hang on a minute. Jin-Woo's eyes narrowed in suspicion. It's not actually boiling, is it? When he took a closer look, he spotted something pretty big wiggling down there. Jin-Woo instinctively forced himself up. He was getting a really bad premonition right about now. Sure enough, just as Jin-Woo took a step back, the sand within the pit suddenly exploded upwards. Fushu! The falling sand emitted the roar of a waterfall. Jin-Woo's eyes went extra round in the meantime. And an insect? The identity of the thing that exploded out from the sand was a giant centipede. Heek! When fully revealed, the diamond thing's head almost reached the height equaling that of a 5-story building. Jin-Woo anxiously swallowed his saliva. This is unreal, for sure. The B-star was unrealistically huge. He had never heard of a centipede this big existing in the world before. But the size of the centipede wasn't the only thing that shocked Jin-Woo. Why is there a name floating on top of that monster? Was he dreaming again? Jin-Woo closed and opened his eyes again, yet nothing had changed. Even now, there were 5 red words floating on top of the monster's head, just like a monster from a video game might have. The poison, fang giant desert centipede. Just like its horrendous and bizarre appearance, its name too was something he'd like to avoid at all cost. What drew his attention the most was the 2 letters poison and fanged. He spotted a pair of fangs as large as a child jutting out just below the B-star's jaw. It didn't take a genius to figure out what might happen if he got stabbed by those fangs simply from its name alone. Seeing those large fangs, and its jaw constantly opening and closing, it was as if it's busy licking its lips, right? It was then the sound went off in his head again. Today ring. Penalty quest. Survival goal. Please survive until the end of the time limit. Time limit, 4 hours remaining time. 4 hours 0 minutes 0 seconds, are you kidding me? However, as soon as the remaining time changed to 3 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds, the centipede parted sand and rushed towards him as if it couldn't wait any longer. SFX for sand parting ways. What the hell? Jin-Woo hurriedly spun around and ran for his life. There was no time to deliberate on things. If he wanted to live, then he had to run. That was the only thought racing in his head. However, even before he had taken several steps, another pillar of sand exploded upwards not too far from his position. Boom! Jin-Woo fell on his rear from the powerful shockwave. He rolled on the sandy ground before urgently getting back up. He swiped the sand off his face before his eyes shot open even wider. This time, it wasn't just one or two of them. Boom! Boom! Before he had even noticed it, there were 7 sand centipedes jutting out from the sand, and they were all glaring at him. Geek! As the centipedes issued shrill cries, Jin-Woo's complexion changed for the worse. A lot worse. God-damn it. Jin-Woo reappeared in the hospital room exactly 4 hours later. Plop! Jin-Woo keeled over on the floor and painfully wheezed out. Cough cough. Tuis. His mouth felt full with this coarse, grainy taste. His eyes stung badly too, seemingly like sand particles got in there. Jin-Woo whimpered and groaned for a long time, before powerlessly falling flat on his back. He didn't have any energy left to lift even a finger. Pant, what was that? Jin-Woo continued to pant heavily when a new message appeared before him. Ring, you've completed the penalty quest. Jin-Woo's expression crumpled into something unsightly. A penalty quest? Did he do something worthy of being punished? Jin-Woo carefully retreaded his memories, until he recalled the daily quest he abandoned midway yesterday. Could it be now that he thought about it? It definitely said that if the quest was not completed, he'd be hit with a corresponding penalty. Pant, that was not a hallucination? Indeed, it was not a hallucination, nor was it a dream. There was no need to pinch his cheeks to confirm whether this was a dream or reality. When he was running around, the shortness of breath felt so suffocatingly harsh, and the pain he felt when he got grazed by the centipede's leg still felt fresh in his mind. Everything happened for real. He nearly died back there. This is way too much. Pant. The so-called penalty turned out to be him being thrown into a demon execution ground. At the same time, another ominous premonition rushed into his mind. If this event was indeed caused by the daily quest thing, then without a doubt, this would not be the last time. Sure enough, he got to hear yet another mechanical beep going off in his head. Ring. He flinched in surprise, but thankfully, it was not about another quest or anything like that. Rewards for completing the penalty quest is now available. Would you like to confirm the rewards? Why then rewards? The word rewards jumped right out. Too bad. The problem was, he currently didn't have any energy left whatsoever to confirm this and that. His situation simply didn't allow that. Never mind giving me rewards or not, let me take a break first. His sights gradually blurred. Soon, Jin-Woo fell into a deep slumber akin to a blackout. Oh my gosh, what happened in here? Next morning, a nurse entered Jin-Woo's room, only for her eyes to open up wide in surprise. The patient was lying sprawled on the floor, while sand was everywhere as far as she could see. Not only that, the patient too was full of sand as well. She threw the medical chart on the bed and urgently pressed the emergency buzzer. Please, someone get over here right away. Soon, the doctor in charge rushed into the room. What happened? What's the matter with Mr. Sung Jin-Woo? I don't know. Everything was fine until last night. Yet this morning, for now, let's relocate him back on the bed. 2 people lifted Jin-Woo off the floor and placed him back on the bed. During the process, the back of Jin-Woo's hand got scratched by the edge of the medical chart left on the bed and his skin tore just a little, but no one noticed that. Let's take a look. The doctor then carefully examined Jin-Woo's condition. However, he couldn't find anything wrong with the youth. What the heck, isn't he just in a deep sleep? The doctor spat out a sigh of relief. The Hunters Association had requested the hospital to pay special attention to this particular patient. Understandably, the doctor was scared almost out of his wits while thinking that something bad had happened here. For now, let's let him be. Looks like he's in a really deep slumber at the moment. The doctor in charge spoke to the nurse and was about to leave, but then he took a look around the room and scratched the side of his head. By the way, this room might need a thorough cleaning. Monsieur Ra, please take care of tidying this place up. Yes, I shall, doctor. The doctor left the room, and the nurse, Choi Ra, patted her chest down. What a relief that it turned out to be nothing to worry about. Sure, they might not be the patient, or the relatives of one themselves, but you wouldn't find a doctor or a nurse who wished ill on those they were in charge of. The Hunters Hospital especially saw many heavily injured patients every day. At the bare minimum, she'd like to never see another one of patients she was looking after get worse under her care. She had calmed down a little now, and began worrying about where should she start tidying this room up. But then, her eyes spotted drops of blood on the floor. Oh my! The blood droplets were coming from the tip of patient's hand that fell outside the bed. She got stunned by this and hurriedly searched for the wound on Jin-Woo's hand, before flipping it around. What's going on here? There definitely was a trace of flowing blood, but she could not find a single wound. She wiped the blood clean, yet the expected wound was not there. Wait, could his injury heal in that short time? Yura's heart began beating faster as she cautiously studied Jin-Woo's complexion. He was still submerged in a deep, deep sleep even now. Part 7. Daily Quest J Ring. Daily Quest is now available. Jin-Woo's eyes shot right open. He quickly raised himself up, and the first thing he did was to check the time. The needles of the clock just went past 16:30, meaning there was the leeway of 7 hours and 30 minutes before midnight. Good. Jin-Woo opened the mailbox. J Ring. Daily Quest. Preparations to become strong. Press up 100 times. Incomplete 0-100. Sit up 100 times. Incomplete 0-100. Squat 100 times. Incomplete 0-100. Running 10 km. Incomplete 0-10. Warning. Incompletion of daily quests will result in appropriate levels of punishment. It's the same thing again? He groaned out almost reflexively. No, perhaps this was for the better. Rather than a quest with impossible or hard to understand goals, this was far more preferable instead. Well, as long as he had enough time, he'd be able to complete this quest after all, although his body might suffer for a bit. Jin-Woo got down to the floor this time and began the press up. 1. Obviously, he was not planning on being dragged to yet another suspicious place and get almost killed there. 2. He got lucky the previous night and survived, but there was no guarantee that would happen tonight as well. 3. He raised his head a little and confirmed the contents of the quest, and noticed that every time he performed a press up, it was being recorded in real time as well. J Ring. You've completed 1 press up. Press up 100 times. Incomplete 7-100. J Ring. You've completed 1 press up. Press up 100 times. Incomplete 8-100. He wanted to make sure, so he only went down halfway and got back up, but as expected, that didn't count. Now he finally realized why the so-called press-ups of yesterday didn't count. He had to perform the proper press-ups, or it wouldn't be counted at all. Gimme a break. Jin-Woo was dumbfounded, but didn't stop the exercise. He still had 50 more press-ups to go. After that, sit-ups, squats, and running were waiting for him. And 3 hours later, press up 100 times, complete 100 sit up 100 times, complete 100 squat 100 times, complete 100 running 10 km, incomplete 9-10 pant. Jin-Woo lapped the outer perimeter of the hospital once and arrived back in front of his room. He was currently bent over and panting out heavily. His heart felt like it might explode at any second, but he couldn't give up yet. I worked so crazy hard until now, so no way I would. He somehow managed to open the door and took a step forward. When he did that, J Ring. Total distance ran 10 km. You've completed running 10 km. It was finally over. Pant. Jin-Woo fell down to his knees. His breath reeked of something sweet and bitter. His face and back were soaked in sweat. Pant, as Jin-Woo tried to regulate his heavy, rough breathing while thick sweat drops continuously dripped down. A familiar message popped up in front of his eyes. J Ring. You've completed daily quest. Preparations to become strong. Completion rewards have arrived. Would you like to confirm? Why then Jin-Woo momentarily thought about forgetting about everything and simply laying down in defeat, but quickly changed his mind. At least for now, he wanted to confirm what these reward things could actually be with his own eyes first. Confirm. J Ring. The following rewards are available. Reward 1. Full recovery of the current physical condition. Reward 2. 3. Additional stat points. Reward 3. 1 random box. Would you like to collect them all? Why are there so many of them? That was the first thought to enter his dazed mind after he took a gander at the contents of his rewards. But when he thought about it a little deeper, one of those rewards seemed rather useful right now, and there was also one that made him curious about what it could actually mean. For now, he urgently needed the first reward available. He was on the brink of collapsing here. Since there really was a penalty for failure, the odds of completion rewards being real were pretty damn high as well. Well, trying wouldn't hurt anyways, right? Seriously, this thing wouldn't throw him back into the penalty zone again after it said it'd give him the rewards, now would it? Chapter 10 Fin. Up web novel KR Chapter 11. As soon as he muttered that out, a gentle blue aura enveloped him. Isn't this sensation that? Right away, he recalled Ji Ju-hui's face. When he was getting healed by her, he felt the sensation similar to what he was feeling right now. If he were to put this feeling into words, then it'd be like a refreshing blast of air entering his lungs before leaving again, something like that. Shoo! He felt the blue aura slowly dissipating. For some reason, he kind of felt a bit rueful. Jin-Woo got up from the floor and lightly jumped up and down on the spot and stretched his body this way and that. How can this be? His heart that felt like it might explode was beating calmly now, and his rough breathing had stabilized as well. He didn't even feel a speck of fatigue. His body that was on the brink of collapsing felt refreshed as if he just got up from a night of good rest. The effect, in other words, was top-notch. Isn't this really amazing? Jin-Woo's eyes now resembled circles. He wasn't sure whether this was some kind of magic or not, but this phenomenon could change him in the most astonishing way without a doubt. In that case, would those stat points be the same? When Jin-Woo shifted his gaze around, he spotted a small box resting on top of the bed as well as his own stat window floating in the air. I guess that thing over there is a random box. The important thing was his stat window though. This window displayed simple information about himself. Name, Sung Jin-Woo, level 1, class, none, title, none, HP, 100 MP, 10 tiredness, 0 stat strength, 10 stamina, 10 agility, 10 intelligence, 10 perception, 10 available points to distribute, 3 skills, passive skills, unknown LV, max, tenacity LV, 1 active skills, dash LV. 1 The stat he saw was quite similar to a starting character from an online game he used to play many moons ago. Is this my current stat value? His current level was 1. All of his stats were also at the bottom of the heap too. If he thought about the current reality of what he was like, the one where he was ranked as the weakest even among the ranky hunters, then there was nothing to be surprised about there. What he paid attention to was the skills column, a passive skill called tenacity, and an active one called dash. For some reason, he felt rather familiar with them. I remember now. Yesterday, or to be more precise, back in the early dawn of this morning, he remembered hearing those words while being chased around by the centipedes in the penalty zone. It happened probably after 3 hours of him constantly running for his dear life. He was suddenly greeted by a couple of new messages. Skill, dash LV. 1 has been learned. Skill, tenacity LV. 1 has been learned. Back then, he was far too busy running to think about what they could mean. But it was a different story now. Jin-Woo confirmed the explanations available for the skills. Skill, dash LV. 1 active skill. Mana required to activate. 5 The constant running fortified your legs. When this skill is activated, your movement speed will increase by 30%. During its activation, 1 mana will be spent every minute. Skill, tenacity LV. 1 passive skill. Mana required to activate, none. You possess untiring tenacity. When your stamina drops below 30%, this skill will automatically activate and reduce all damage received by 50%. Did I learn dash and tenacity because I stubbornly ran around like there's no tomorrow? That seemed to be about right. In other words, if he kept on repeating a certain action over and over again, and happened to meet the requirement conditions, he would be able to learn new skills. Holy cow! Wasn't this an incredible advantage? The thing was, the skills individual hunters used were acquired when they went through the awakening process, or learnt through the items called rune stones that dropped very rarely from monsters ranked E and above. Understandably, the prices of these rune stones would start from the lowest of several 100,000 won to dozens of billion ones at the top end. At the last auction, the most expensive rune stone was sold for around 170 billion YL, over $62 million. Apparently, this rune stone contained a skill that could revert many injured people back to their original conditions in one go, and it was snapped up by an anonymous overseas rank S healer who had reputedly emptied out his entire life savings. Jin-Woo's heart began beating faster. A skill that increased his movement speed, as well as another that decreased the amount of damage received. Sure, they weren't as good as those skills that sold for billions of won, but they were still amazing to him regardless. And he got to learn those for free too. His overall magic energy value was too low, so it'd be hard to use them properly, but still, it was better than not knowing them, wasn't it? Besides, the tenacity skill doesn't even need mana to activate too. It seemed that this mana thing was his magic energy. If that was the case, then even though he didn't have a lot of magic energy, he'd be able to freely use the tenacity skill. That alone was a huge gain. By the way, what could this unknown thing be? Skills, passive skills, unknown LV. Max the unknown that occupied 1 whole slot of the passive skills column. Since it was located in the passive column, that meant it activated automatically. But there was not one explanation, or any information on it. Not even a single clue, The amount of information he could learn was just too limited. Even if he burst his brain trying to figure it out, he knew there wouldn't be any answers. So, Jin-Woo shifted his gaze to elsewhere. Stat points, is it? 3 additional stat points he got as a reward remained there, still to be distributed. Stat strength, 10 stamina, 10 agility, 10 intelligence, 10 perception, 10 available points to distribute. 3 I'm sure this means I can increase any one of my stats by 3 points, right? There were 5 categories in the list of stats. Maybe because he was a mere level 1, the values of each stat were simple, to say the least. However, if he considered how reality operated, he couldn't take these stats lightly at all. If his abilities changed for real with a moment's decision, then who in this world would be able to casually make such choices? Jin-Woo's expression became serious. Strength is no doubt talking about my physical power. He could more or less figure out what strength, stamina, and agility could mean. After all, those were the kind of stats one would often encounter in video games. The question was with the last two stats, intelligence and perception then. And just like before, the unfriendly system didn't provide any answers whatsoever. If he increased intelligence, would he get actually smarter, for instance? And if he increased perception, then would he become more sensitive? Whatever the case may have been, he felt that those two stats didn't really seem all that useful to him right now. He was a melee-type hunter, to begin with. What he needed was power, speed, or even stamina. If you were to ask me to choose between the three, I'd inevitably go with strength. If he got physically stronger, many things would become that much easier for him. Also, he wanted to find out what kind of change would take place with his body once the stat values had been increased. Since he thought that this change would be much more prominent with the increase in the strength stat, he ended up investing all 3 points on it. All 3 points to the strength stat. Ring, stat strength, 13 stamina, 10 agility, 10 intelligence, 10 perception, 10 available points to distribute. 0, is that all? Indeed, it looked like it. The only change he could tell was the strength stat value floating in front of his eyes like hologram projection, changing from 10 to 13. Unlike how it was in cartoons or movies, his body didn't feel like it was overflowing with uncontrollable power or anything like that. Did anything actually change or not? He decided to use his muscles to find out. Jin-Woo stood next to the bed and lifted it. He felt a bit of weight, but he was able to pick it up easier than he thought. However, he found it impossible to tell whether this was because of the bed being light, or his strength having been improved. I should have lifted the bed first before spending the DMN points, since he had already spent all the points before confirming. It was hard to tell the difference between before and after. Only if I had some more points to spend. Jin-Woo licked his lips in regret, only for a certain memory to jump out at him. The rewards from the penalty quest. Today wasn't the only time he got to complete the daily quests. He might have nearly died, but he sure as hell did complete the penalty quest, and he remembered seeing the message about the rewards being available as well. Jin-Woo hurriedly opened the mailbox. Rewards for completing the penalty quest is now available. Would you like to confirm the rewards? Why, then I knew it. Jin-Woo clenched his fists tightly. Of course, it's a resounding yes. Following rewards are available. Reward 1. 3 additional stat points. Reward 2. 1 random box. Would you like to collect them all? Unlike the daily quest rewards, the option of the full status recovery was absent. But well, what he needed right now was the additional stat points anyways. He was momentarily worried about there being a huge difference in rewards since they were from a penalty quest and all, but he was relieved to find 3 points waiting for him. Jin-Woo hummed joyously to himself. Add all 3 points to the strength stat. Ring, stat strength, 16 stamina, 10 agility, 10 intelligence, 10 perception, 10 available points to distribute. 0. His strength jumped up from 13 to 16. Jin-Woo stood next to the bed again and put some strength in his arms, and he was able to lift up the bed a lot easier than before. He could definitely tell the difference now. It's for real, his physical strength had really improved. If he were to consider the change purely through the stats alone, then the starting value of 10 had increased by 60%, so how could he fail to notice the improvement? Now feeling completely elated, he went around the room and began picking up not just the bed, but everything he could lay his hands on, and generally made a mess of things inside. Only after the chief nurse passing by heard the commotion and scolded him did he stop his tomfoolery. I'm very sorry. As soon as the chief nurse left his room, Jin-Woo spat out a sigh of relief. Phew. However, he couldn't calm down at all. His heart was beating like crazy. Thud thud. Thud thud. As a matter of fact, his chest actually hurt. The daily quest that would continue to show up every day, and the stat points as the reward. As long as this unexplainable phenomenon didn't come to a sudden end, he'd be able to live a completely different life to the one he'd been leading until now. This was an unbelievable opportunity for him. Besides that, the stat window also showed his level. Does this mean I can also increase my level too? Eventually though, Jin-Woo shook his head. Hey, there's no way. Now that would be too good to be true. He wasn't hoping that far anyway. The rewards from the quests alone were plenty enough for him. He'd use the stat points to increase his abilities. Every day he'd grow to be stronger. Compared to yesterday, he'd be stronger today. Compared to today, he'd be stronger tomorrow. Me getting stronger? The ranky hunter, and also always mocked as the weakest weapon. He didn't even think about climbing up as far as the rank S or A. Even the notion of getting to rank C or D, like those hunters he'd been working with, would surely be seen as a laughable one. Indeed, they'd disparagingly point their fingers at him and guffle their heads off. Sung Jin-Woo was getting stronger. That Sung Jin-Woo, the one and only on this planet? However, he didn't care if they laughed at him. No, he was already used to being the butt of many jokes. He was just happy that an opportunity had fallen on his lap, that was all. Suddenly, a question mark floated over his head. Could this be the process of my reawakening? Although extremely rare, the cases of bottom-tier hunters climbing up to the top through reawakening had happened before, for sure. If so, then could those hunters who got stronger through reawakening experience a similar sort of situation as he was in? Let's find out. Feeling genuinely curious now, Jin-Woo settled down in front of a computer located at the corner of the hospital room. Since he was staying in a VIP room provided free of charge by the Hunters Association, this computer wasn't the only item of convenience found here. Tap 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 tap. Jin-Woo's fingers typed rapidly on the keyboard. Searching, and then more searching. He visited countless websites. He even entered those websites that one couldn't even get anywhere near without a hunter's license. He even resorted to paying for information, and continued to rummage through every document and article he found. However, rather than finding similar events as his, he couldn't even find a single mention of a precedence either. It's different. His reawakening was completely different from the normal ones, as it turned out. Most other hunters who underwent reawakening process gained their newfound strength through roughly the similar process as their first awakening as a hunter. Not one of them had experienced hearing weird voices at the brink of death, nor did they get to increase their strength through stat values and such. Chapter 11. Fin. Up web novel KR Chapter 12. Still, I can't be certain, so to be 100% sure, Sung Jin-Woo anonymously opened a thread on the internet forum exclusive to licensed hunters. Title: Something weird has happened to me. Description: I can suddenly see my stats and numbers like in a video game, and I can even increase their values too. Is there anyone who has experienced something similar to me? Below that OG post, comments figuratively exploded forth. Anon, lol, why don't you stop FC King around, dude? Anon, isn't he just a loon? Anon, lost his DMN mind. Anon, maybe you've played too many games. Anon, by any chance, are you a cartoonist? Anon, go visit the nearest hospital K. Anon, I'd like to hear the details first. Anon, stop accepting all sorts of trash just because they hold the hunter license. This forum needs to go through a cleansing. Seriously now, yell. I removed all the pure Korean internet slangs emojis from the raw. Learn my lesson from my previous novel. Dozens of comments, all with roughly the similar contents flooded in. A few. Jin-Woo spat out a groan. He had spent a long time looking around, but he had nothing to show for his troubles. He got called a loon in the forum and people disparaged him. He did all this, yet seeing that there was no information to gather. I guess that my case is really a unique one. He was the only one under the heavens. The most unique hunter in the whole world. Hill needed some time to figure out how much of a help the strange phenomenon would provide, and just how far he could actually grow through it. But at least, he got a good feeling about this whole thing. When he took a look outside, the night had deepened quite considerably. When did the time get so late? Jin-Woo frowned deeply. His eyes ached a bit after staring into a computer monitor for so long. Jin-Woo massaged his forehead, and stood up from the chair to loosen his body with a bout of light stretching. He moved his body this way and that for a while. He bent his body 90 degrees, and that's when he discovered two small boxes lying forgotten on the floor. Ah, the random boxes. Two boxes wrapped in the monotone gift wrappers and topped off with a ribbon, exactly like the ones in video games. They must have fallen off from the bed when I was making a mess of the room earlier. He had completely forgotten about them after receiving those as his rewards. Jin-Woo picked up the closest box and opened its lid. A band-aid? He dumbfoundedly stared at the thing that looked exactly like the regular band-aid for a while, only for the information about it to float up above in green letters. Item: Band-aid, a regular band-aid. Useful in patching up small wounds. Can be stored inside your inventory. It is a band-aid. He was hopeful that this thing might possess some kind of a special attribute like the treasures found within the dungeons, but he wasn't so lucky today. Of course, I haven't heard of someone finding band-aids inside a dungeon. To begin with his mind half in disappointment, and the other half in anticipation, he opened the remaining box. And he got himself a brand new ball-point pen. He studied it from all sorts of angles and even clicked on the tip so the ball-point would come out, but it was still your average pen. Item: ball-point pen. An average ball-point pen can be stored inside your inventory. It was quite likely that, as its name implied, all sorts of random junk would come out from the random boxes. Well, it wasn't as if he was left empty-handed anyway. Sure, he didn't really have any needs for either the band-aid or the pen right now, but thanks to them, he got to learn about the existence of the thing called the inventory. Also, seeing that the information on other objects found in the room did not show up, he figured that only the info on the items from the random box could be read. Inventory. As soon as he called out for his inventory, a graphical representation of a storage unit with dozens of slots appeared in the air. As fitting the storage unit of a level 1 user, it was not as empty as he thought. He thought there would be nothing in there, but inside the first slot, he found a rather familiar object. Isn't that? Jin-Woo took that out immediately. Ring. Item: Kim Sang, 6 steel longsword, attack +10. It was precisely Mr. Kim's sword that Jin-Woo picked up back in the underground temple. He assumed that it was left behind inside the gate though. Hey, nice to see you too. A smile formed on Jin-Woo's face. He felt happy seeing this thing again, what with both of them having survived the hellish death trap. Besides, it was too wasteful to just be abandoned in a different dimension, wasn't it? Didn't Mr. Kim Ajasi say he bought this for around 3 million? Yell, over $2,600. The weapons of hunters outwardly looked rather plain, but the truth was anything but. Monsters couldn't be damaged with weapons that did not carry the wielder's magic energy. So, weapons crafted especially for the purpose of dealing with those beastards would always be quite pricey. Looks like I'll have to rely on this guy for a while. He had been fighting with his bare hands until now because he couldn't afford to buy a proper weapon. Although it was a cheap sword, he was still rather grateful for it. You're mine now. If Mr. Kim saw the sword in his hands in the future, he might start foaming at the mouth and angrily demand its return. Well, he was a selfish man who readily discarded the savior of his life, so it was rather a good possibility. However, both this sword and this opportunity were given to him in return for sacrificing his life. So, he wasn't planning to give it back that easily. Jin-Woo's eyes sharpened considerably. He had learned 2 things about reality back in that temple. Firstly, he needed to become far stronger. He was weak and almost died several times as a result. That wasn't all. He knew what the results would be, yet he couldn't stop that choirboy hunter from stepping forward, and also, he knew Mr. Kim was in the wrong, but he could not help Mr. Song at all. Because he wanted to survive, he turned his gaze away even though he knew what was right. If he didn't want to be ashamed of himself again, then he simply had to become stronger. And finally, there is no room for unnecessary kindness. What he got after his acts of kindness was the betrayal of his comrades. 3 of them abandoned him, who couldn't even move properly, and ran away. He desperately called out to them, but none returned to help him. None of them could remember just who had saved their lives only a few moments ago. Give and take. He swore not to take on any unnecessary risk out of some unconditional act of kindness. The most important thing at the end of the day was his own life after all. Those were 2 important life lessons Jin-Woo got to engrave in his heart after experiencing a near-death event. To become stronger than before, and to become more selfish than before. I can do this. Jin-Woo was one of those types of people who would never forget what he had been taught. Inside a certain Pajin, Moksha, TL, the Korean-style covered street stall, the nurse Choi Yu-ra was busy chatting to a friend she hadn't seen in a long time as the night wore on. Ah, I almost forgot. Yu-ra belatedly recalled that her friend was an employee of the Hunters Association. The reason for her finding work in the Hunters Hospital was in no small part due to this friend. You know a lot about hunters, right? Well, more than most people, sure. What's up? Is there a hunter with an ability to heal their own wounds really quickly? Aren't those healer-type hunters? 1 healing spell later, every wound goes by tilde. No, not like magic and stuff. I mean like unconsciously. Like unconsciously? For example, when the person has lost consciousness or when he's in the middle of sleep. Ra's friend shook her head. Tilde. There's no way. That'd be something like regeneration, and that's an incredible ability, you know? That's a unique trait, only the rarest of all top-tier monsters, exceeding the ranks of a possess. There's no human who possesses it though. I've never heard of a hunter who has such an ability. Really? Could she have made a mistake then? Ra slowly nodded her head. It was at this point that her friend spoke again. But then again, I don't know. Maybe it's possible if you're talking about ranked hunters. Hearing her friend's words, Ra raised her head. S-ranks? There are plenty of freakish monsters within these ranked hunters, and also, not much is known about them, right? What were they saying? Right, the hunter Baekhyun, Ho from the White Tiger Guild can apparently morph into a real monster. However, Sung Jin-Woo was supposedly a hunter ranked E. The ranks of the hunters were publicly viewable on the association's website, so if anyone were interested, they could take a look. Ra became curious from the morning's incident, and she searched for Sung Jin-Woo's information. His rank is too low for him to possess such a unique ability. The reawakening of a hunter. She then remembered hearing hushed whispers of reawakening coming from Jin-Woo's room when she was walking past it yesterday. Could it be that he had gone through a reawakening? For most regular people, it was truly impossible to befriend an S-ranked hunter, never mind encountering one. Not only were there too few of them, but they also happened to be crazy busy most of the time as well. So, just what kind of a situation was this? Someone as amazing as that was a patient she was looking after. A guy who just entered the S rank having moved up from the lowly E. If there are only a few people who realize his true value, then, if she scored some points with him now, wouldn't it be more likely that she'd be awarded more opportunities later down the line? A chance to become acquaintances with a rank S hunter didn't happen every day, after all. They were an existence that people couldn't easily meet even if they were prepared to shell out lots of money. As her imagination took flight, A bright smile slowly bloomed on Yu-Ra's face. "Oh my gosh? You girl, did something nice happen? Why are you suddenly grinning like that out of the blue?" "Oh, it's nothing, you know. Nothing much." Yu-Ra continued to shake her head, but the smile on her lips didn't want to go away that easily. Part 8. Level Up. "Oh my goodness. Look at that guy's physique. Was that patient's body that good before?" Two young female nurses walking in the corridor whispered to each other as soon as they spotted Sung Jin-Woo. He pretended to have not heard them and quietly returned to his room. It had been a week since he started taking on the daily quests. Several changes took place during this time. One of them happened to be the transformation of his body. Jin-Woo stood before the mirror mounted on the hospital room's wall by the corner. He checked out his entire body in front of this full-length mirror. He got a bit embarrassed by doing something that a female university student would more likely end up doing, and only after clearing his throat twice was he able to stare straight at the mirror. The thing was, though, he had definitely changed. His body was in the middle of a transformation. "I've got muscles now." The most eye-catching change was the drastic increase of his muscles. The normal-looking flabby flesh was gradually disappearing, only to be replaced by hard muscles. Thanks to that, his shoulders had widened more and his overall frame had grown bigger as well. Even then doesn't seem heavy and slow. Only the necessary amount of muscles in the necessary places. If he were to describe the overall impression his body gave off, then would it be kinda like looking swift and athletic? He was a guy and even he found this rather appealing, so it wasn't such a strange thing for young nurses to whisper about him. And it's all due to this guy over here. Jin-Woo summoned his stat window. Tai ring. Name: Sung Jin-Woo. Level: 1 class. None title. None HP. 100 MP. 10 tiredness. 0 stat strength. 31 stamina. 10 agility. 10 intelligence. 10 perception. 10 available points to distribute. 0 skills. Passive skills. Unknown LV. Max tenacity LV. 1 active skills -LV. 1 his strength stat had gone past 30 already. Since he thought that it'd be hard to tell the kind of effects the increases in other stats would bring, he ended up investing all the points he earned on the strength stat, which seemed to be the easiest way to feel the change taking place within. Besides, strength played a key role when fighting monsters, so that was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. My body wouldn't have transformed by this much just because I exercised for a few days. In that case, there could be only one explanation. With his strength value continuously rising up, the muscles were changing their shapes in order to display the maximum amount of effect too. He couldn't think of any other reason besides that one. He was inwardly worried about investing too many points to the strength stat, but after seeing his transformed body, he became rather happy and all the worries in his mind were forgotten for now. However, it is way too eye-catching, isn't it? The number of times he was mentioned by the nurses was constantly on the rise. It was quite likely that, since their job involved looking after human bodies, their levels of discernment could have been higher than most. Jin-Woo possessed quite a keen sense of hearing, so whenever his name was mentioned in the vicinity, he took note of it. "I guess it's time for me to leave this hospital, no?" Chapter 12 Fin. Up Web Novel KR Chapter 13. It was not good to be the center of attention. Not only would he feel uncomfortable being placed under the spotlight, but he also didn't want to let others know of this strange phenomenon. Didn't the old saying go something like, scratching unnecessarily results in more flakes to clean up, or something like that? He wanted to increase his stat points as quietly as possible. And it shouldn't be a problem for me to leave the hospital now too. Thankfully, tests had shown that he was normal and healthy, meaning he could leave at any time he wanted. No, hang on a minute, it kinda felt like that both the hospital and the association wanted him to leave in the first place. Well, it'd be a waste to spend that much money as hospital fee on a measly rankie like him. One of the special privileges these ranked hunters enjoyed was the government paying for all of their health-related expenses. Of course, that was a story happening in another cosmos as far as Jin-Woo was concerned. So, he figured that it wouldn't be such a bad idea to leave this hospital right about now. And there was something he wanted to confirm as well. Now where did I put it? Jin-Woo rummaged around his pockets and brought something out. It was a key gleaming in a golden hue. It featured such a simple design that it could be passed off as an accessory at a casual glance. Jin-Woo observed the key for a long time before he secured it back inside his pocket. While he was in the middle of being discharged, a certain young female nurse hurriedly ran to where he was. Pant, Mr. Sung Jin-Woo, are you getting ready to be discharged today? Pardon? Yes I am. She was the nurse in charge of his care, Choi Yu-Ra. Yu-Ra formed a rueful expression when she heard his affirmation. Jin-Woo didn't know why, so he could only stand there looking rather confused. He wondered if he had made a mistake somewhere, but he couldn't think of anything. Yu-Ra hesitated slightly before pulling out a small memo pad. "Will be okay if you give me your contact numbers?" "My contact numbers?" "Yes, only if you're okay with it." Could there be some test results that needed to be sent at a later date or something? Jin-Woo didn't think too much about it, and took the memo pad. However, all he got from her was just that, a memo pad and nothing else. When Jin-Woo stared at her, her face reddened. What's the matter? Well, about a pen, huh? Please wait. She must have forgotten in her rush to get here. Yura became flustered and hurriedly turned around. Hang on a minute. A pen, is it? He didn't have to think for long. Before anyone noticed it, he was already holding a pen. The moment he thought about the pen nestled quietly within his inventory, it automatically appeared in his hand. Once an item was placed within the inventory, he could retrieve it freely with his thoughts alone. What a convenient feature of the inventory that was. Confirming the pen in his hand, Jin-Woo called out to Yura. Wait, I looked and luckily enough I had a pen on me. Oh really? Phew, what a relief. Yura placed a hand on her chest and sighed out in relief. Jin-Woo smiled at that, and he jotted down his phone number. This happened all the time now. The items that came out of the random box always saw some sort of usage pretty soon after he got them. When a raincoat came out, rain fell the next day. He got a cup the day before the hospital inexplicably ran out of paper cups. Of course, stuff like a band-aid with no clear uses sometimes popped out, but most of the time they did come in handy. Here it is. Yura received the memo pad back from Jin-Woo with an elated expression etched on her face. She then bowed her head as well. Please take care of me from now on. Sure thing. Me too. Yura spun around and hurriedly disappeared to somewhere. Jin-Woo looked at her departing back and tilted his head this way and that. By the way, how does she expect me to take care of her? She was such a cute nurse, to begin with, yet she was even courteous as well. Jin-Woo thought as such and left the hospital with a refreshed, airy mind. The first place he visited was the HQ of the Hunters Association, located in the district of Guro in Seoul. The smartphones used by the hunters were designed with special components, so, in order to get one, he had to apply for it at the association. The association employee spoke while looking at the computer monitor. Looks like your phone will become available only after 2 weeks, Hunter Nim. Pardon me? Why so long? Jin-Woo's eyes opened up wider. His old phone was smashed to bits when he was getting chased around by the god statue. However, he now had to wait for 2 weeks for a new phone to arrive. If you need a phone right away, we can loan you one on a temporary basis, but the fee for each usage is 50,000 KL, just over $44 50,000 won. He wasn't even buying one, just renting it for a little while, yet it cost that much? If he thought about his current financial status, that was way too big an expense. Well, it's not like someone will contact me anyway. If the association failed to get a hold of someone on his or her smartphone, they'd call the house instead. So, there was no real reason for him to spend money and get himself a temp phone right now. Jin-Woo shook his head. I'll just wait. I understand. As soon as your replacement phone arrives, we will send it straight to your residence. Thank you. Jin-Woo got up to leave. His business was done here. He had already completed the daily quest that never failed to show up every day, and the application for the new phone at the association also ended faster than he expected. Jin-Woo exited from the association building and pulled the golden key out again. Is it now time to check this little guy out then? The information on the key floated up in green letters. Item. Dungeon key rarity. ED. Also reflects the difficulty in acquiring the item type. Key. A key that transfers you to an instant dungeon. Can be used at the third exit of the Hapjeong subway station. He found this key inside one of the random boxes he got as the daily quest rewards. At first, he wondered why a key would come out from there, but once he saw the rarity category, he immediately realized that this was no ordinary item. This was one of the reasons prompting him to get discharged from the hospital as well. An entrance key to the instant dungeon. Whether it was called instant or not, a dungeon was a dungeon. If it was about dungeons, then he had plenty of painful memories regarding those. This one time, he participated in a raid ranked E and ended up getting wounded so badly that he had to stay in the hospital for over a week. Back then, he was able to survive because of the comrades that went with him. But if he used this key to enter a dungeon, then it meant that he had to enter it all alone. He deliberated for a long time before making up his mind. I'm sure there will be no problems as long as I just take a quick peek inside. If things looked bad, all he had to do was run away after all. He'd been running 10 kilometers every day for a while now, so he was pretty confident of running away actually. And it was his mistake for taking it too lightly. Slam, slam! Is there a wall blocking me? He pounded on the invisible wall and shouted at the outside, but no one replied back. People continued to carry on with their own lives, that was all. Sometimes, someone approached the Hapjeong station, but they simply vanished as soon as coming in contact with this invisible wall. It was quite likely that the place he was in and the outside world were two separate dimensions. Jin-Woo tried his hardest to force his way out of this place, which prompted a new alert message to pop up. Did I ring? You cannot exit the dungeon. Please defeat the boss first or find the return crystal. It was the same message as before. The key in his possession disappeared as soon as he set foot inside the third exit of the subway station, and by the time Jin-Woo realized things had gone rather awry and hurriedly turned around to leave, it was already too late. He was thinking of finding a hidden gate or some kind of a doorway within the third exit that would transport him to a dungeon, but his expectation was completely off the mark, and quite different from the regular dungeons. He couldn't even leave as he pleased too. It's different from other dungeons. Jin-Woo spat out a long groan and looked behind him. What he could see now was the interior of the subway station that had transformed into a jungle. Walls were thick with twisting vines, and rancid odor akin to rotting corpses assaulted his senses. Hell, he even heard the cries of what sounded like wild beasts from afar every now and then too. It wasn't that there was a hidden entrance somewhere near the entrance of the Hapjeon station, but the entire station had become a dungeon instead. Jin-Woo pulled the steel longsword out from his inventory. Ring. Item. Kim Sang 6 steel longsword attack plus 10. His back was blocked off, and he had no method of contacting outside, so the only option left was to go forward. Jin-Woo nervously swallowed his saliva and slowly descended the steps. He held his breath and surveyed his surroundings, but he couldn't sense anything particular. However, it was truly forbidden to underestimate the dangers in a dungeon. Among the low-ranked monsters, there were quite a few that knew how to mask and hide their presence very well. No, maybe because they were so low-ranked that they had no choice but to hide and wait to ambush their prey. Past the toilets, he entered deeper and encountered the underground shopping center. Shops were worn down and in complete disarray, looking more like a ruin than anything else. Seeing the human, less ruined shells of the shops dimly illuminated by the flickering overhead lamps, something felt rather ominously creepy and sinister. Flicker, flicker. A few of the lamps continued to flicker as if their life was nearing the end. Jin-Woo carefully stepped on the overgrown weeds jutting out from between the cracked floor tiles and continued on forward, but he picked up on a general aura of unease and scanned his surroundings. Everything seemed so quiet and still, but he did sense a gaze of something. And then, there was this smell too. A seriously rotten odor of an animal carcass with flies buzzing around was coming from somewhere. For Jin-Woo, who had frequently entered dungeons, this was a rather familiar smell. This smell an animal-type monster. However, he still couldn't find its whereabouts at all. Just like how a predator would stalk its prey. Oh, so you want to remain hidden and wait for your chance, is that it? In that case, he should give it one. Jin-Woo deliberately turned around and presented his back, and very slowly retread the path he had taken until now. An animal would try pounce on the prey as soon as its back was shown. An animal-type monster would be no different. And so, it happened when he took his third step. Smash! The shop window of a clothing store behind him shattered into pieces, and something jumped out. And this something, as soon as it landed on the ground, leapt towards Jin-Woo's exposed neck in one go. Roar! Jin-Woo had been getting ready for a sneak attack like this one, so almost immediately, he swung the sword in the direction of the sound. It was a perfectly executed instinctive counter. Swish! The sharp edge of the blade sliced open the creature's maw. The monster spat out a pained cry as it flew away from Jin-Woo and crashed on the ground, rolling around in a heap. SFX for a dog. Type whimpering repeated. It was a huge wolf with a reddish coat of fur. The wolf with its maw sliced away wiggled around, and threw a seizure-like fit as if it was under a great deal of pain. When he took a closer look, its name also appeared on top of its head, just like the centipedes from the penalty zone. Ire, fanged lichen. However, unlike before, its name was in white letters, not red. There is no time to waste here. This was the perfect opportunity while the monster could not move from its wound. Jin-Woo threw his body forward. He ran hard and fast, and chopped down with his sword, separating the creature's head from its body. Rower! Lichen spat out the final roar and stopped breathing afterwards. You've killed an ire. Fanged lichen. Good. However, the joy of victory was temporary. Two more lichens jumped out from their hiding place from behind the shop's darkness. Dim in it was in a pack. Jin-Woo's eyes grew wider. They bared their big fangs and closed the distance in an instant. Jin-Woo's expression crumpled dismally. He must have chopped down too hard from all the excitement, because the sword was lodged on the ground too deep, and it stubbornly refused to come out. It stuck somewhere. It was at this moment that one of the lichens aimed for his face and leapt up. "Damn minute!" Jin-Woo ducked low. The lichen flew over his head and landed face first on the ground after failing to stop in time. Stab! When its fangs stabbed into the stone floor, cracks instantly formed on the hard surface. I guess it's not called ire. Fanged for nothing, huh? Of course, he didn't have the leeway to stay there and admire the scene. One more monster was still running towards his front at the moment too. His sword showed no signs of coming free from its earthly prison for the time being. Screw this! Jin-Woo had no choice but to give up on the sword for now and threw a hard punch at the lichen closing in. Whoosh! Accompanied by a boom, chilling sound of wind parting ways, his fist flew straight forward. How? It took just one hit, and the head of the lichen simply exploded. The corpse of the now headless lichen slammed into the ceiling above, and then, powerlessly fell down to the ground. Thud. Jin-Woo's eyes opened up very wide, and he stared dumbfoundedly at his own fist. What an unexpected destructive power that was. Chapter 13 Fin. Up Web Novel Kai-R. Chapter 14 The sole surviving lichen, the one that flew over Jin-Woo's head just now, lowered its tail after seeing this scene, and began taking faltering steps backwards. Huh. Was this the result from him raising his strength stat? The utterly stunned Sung Jin-Woo couldn't close his slack jaw, as the headless liken's legs shook like a leaf, before its movement stopped for good. That was when he heard the familiar mechanical beep going off again. "Hey ring, you've killed an fanged lichen. Level up." My level rose up. To make sure that he didn't mishear that, Jin-Woo hurriedly accessed his status window. Name: Sung Jin-Woo. Level: 2. Class: None. Title: None. HP: 205 MP. 22 Tiredness. 0 Stat Strength. 32 Stamina. 11 Agility. 11 Intelligence. 11 Perception. 11 Available points to distribute. 0 Skills: Passive skills: Unknown LV. Max: Tenacity LV. 1 Active skills: -LV. 1 His level really did go up, and when a level went up, a single point was added to all of his stats. As it turned out, it wasn't only the quest rewards that could impact the values of his stats. It was also possible to improve his stats through leveling up too. To think I can actually level up. He only carried a vague expectation, but it actually became reality. His heart began to beat faster and faster. On top of that, I get more additional points from leveling up. The stat points he got from the quest rewards were 3. Meanwhile, he got 5 from leveling up once. Although he didn't like the fact that he couldn't freely distribute those points the way he liked to. But still, his growth through leveling up was much greater. Also, there was the thing about quests only being available once per day, but there was a good chance that leveling up wouldn't suffer from such restrictions. I only killed 2, but my level rose up. This was the same as in video games. When his level was low, he could raise it up by a lot during a short space of time. And currently Jin-Woo was only a level 2. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was right at the bottom of the pile. However, he was not what one would call a normal low-level player either. His strength stat already exceeded 30. If the strength stat rose up by 1 point every time one leveled up, then the stat value of Jin-Woo's strength was equivalent to level 20 or higher. What if a user possessing level 20 worth of strength stat hunted in the level 1 beginner's hunting area? In other words, explosive leveling up. As if to prove his guess, the destructive might behind that punch easily exceeded his own expectations. The strength stat might have been multiplied by just over 3 times, but the difference in actual, physical strength was well beyond that. Jin-Woo's original strength value was 10. There was the difference of 3 times the value between the strength stat of 10 and 30, but the difference between the actual forces produced was well beyond that. Could it be? What if, as the stat's value rose up, the weight was also added as well? If that was the case, then such a destructive power output could easily be explained away. Besides that, his movement speed had increased as well. If it was in the past, there was no way he'd be able to lightly evade the all-out attack of an animal, nor could his punch move fast enough to produce the sound of the air splitting apart. Right, the physical strength in my muscles has increased, so obviously my speed would have increased along the way too. Simply by raising his strength stat higher, both his power and speed had gone up. The battle against the lichens proved this. So, what would happen if he increased his agility instead? His curiosity was at its peak, but he didn't have any method to find out at the moment. If he wanted to satisfy his burning curiosity, then he simply had to increase his stats, ASAP. Even still, he couldn't help but think that investing points he got as quest rewards in the agility stat kinda felt a bit wasteful. If he shored up his strength stat, both his power and speed would go up anyway, so what was the point of investing in the agility stat? Since his thoughts were as such, there was only one way to go forward here. I gotta level up lots of times really fast. Indeed, he'd raise the agility stat through leveling up. Every little cent saved would eventually net him a buck later down the line. If he increased the values 1 point at a time, he'd feel the difference sooner or later. Jin-Woo pried loose the sword off the ground. In that case, shall I get started for real then? There was one more monster he needed to kill, after all. By the way, where did it disappear to? The lichen that was definitely somewhere nearby had gone with the wind before he had noticed it. Jin-Woo hurriedly scanned his surroundings, but he couldn't find a single trace of the creature. Quite likely, it had turned tail and ran away while he was immersed in the status windows. Well, he should have known something was up when it lowered its tail and cautiously studied his mood. Tusk. Jin-Woo smacked his lips, realizing that a bundle of experience points had just escaped from his grasp. Hang on, do these things give away things like magic crystals too? A sudden thought popping up in his head stopped him in his tracks. Monsters appearing within the gates all possessed one, or sometimes, several, magic crystals in them. If one got lucky, a rune stone might drop too. Magic crystals could be used for a variety of purposes, and they alone exchanged hands for princely sums. No need to even mention the rune stones, which could be used by hunters to learn brand new skills. It was not an exaggeration to say that the reasons why hunters participated in raids was not just because of the promised payment from the related organizations, but also these magic crystals as well. Jin-Woo was also a hunter. He was successful in killing these monsters, so not being rewarded for his work kind of felt a bit like he was wrong somehow. Feeling a little rueful, he sliced open the lycan's stomach, but it turned out to be a waste of time. He knew that these creatures were fundamentally different from the regular monsters. The thing was, he had entered quite a few different dungeons in his career so far, but he had never seen these wolf-like monsters before. Jin-Woo dusted his hands and was about to stand back up, but then, he spotted something glittering within the dead lycan's mouth. So, he opened the creature's maws. One of the lycan's fangs was emitting a beam of light. When Jin-Woo reached out, a new message popped up before him. You found the item, the canine of a lycan. Take it? Sure thing. Item, the canine of a lycan rarity, none type. Miscellaneous. A large and sharp canine of a lycan. Can be stored in the inventory or can be sold at the store. Jin-Woo got flustered a bit while staring at the canine tooth. There was a store too. Where would you find a system less friendly than the one he was saddled with? To think, it was designed in such a way that the end user had to personally experience it with his own body before learning about any of its functions. Hell, he wasn't given much of an explanation during the penalty quest, and he almost died as a result back then. Jin-Woo gnashed his teeth and tried to summon this store thing. Store. He couldn't help but feel his anticipation build up, wondering if a shop with a signboard declaring store and manned by an NPC merchant, kinda like from video games, might really appear before him. However, what appeared instead was a bunch of green letters floating in the air like hologram projections, just like when he accessed his mailbox. And there were only 2 words there too. Buy and sell. What a simple tastic store this was. Jin-Woo selected buy. He didn't have a single cent in his pockets, but he was still curious about the stuff available within the store. Unfortunately for him, the store turned out to be one cold customer. Your level is too low to access the buy function. He was already familiar with the cold shoulder treatment from the places that required him to pay up, so this was fine. Sure. Jin-Woo didn't think too much about it and shifted his gaze away to sell. Will you sell item? The canine of a lycan? Yup. With the clinging sounds of coins, his inventory appeared next. Right at the bottom of the display, in the column saying gold, he could see the number 20 appearing there. That space had been empty yesterday. 20 gold, he couldn't really use that money in real life, and he couldn't even use the store properly yet, so he had no idea just how much this 20 gold was actually worth. Oh well, a creature from the Ranky dungeon wouldn't have given me any decent loot, to begin with, even if there was a difference between the dungeons found beyond the gates and this so-called instant dungeon, it would be the same difference at the end of the day. Still, Jin-Woo wanted to make sure, so he was about to collect the canine from the other dead lycan, but he ended up doing a facepalm instead. I blew away its entire head, didn't I? Jin-Woo felt bitter as he turned around to go somewhere else. 20 gold and its unknown worth were calling back to him, but he couldn't waste time searching for a single canine that could have flown to pretty much anywhere under this dim lighting. However, as soon as he turned around, the feelings of bitterness dissipated in an instant. Growl. Grrr growl. Grrr. Well now, the lycan he thought had ran away actually came back, with a bunch of its friends. A wonderfully bright smile bloomed on Jin-Woo's face. Even at a casual glance, there must be over 20 of them here. Eureka! Hang on a minute, was that the right word to use in this sort of situation? Whatever. It was definitely a word to express one's joy anyway. Jin-Woo tightly grasped the sword and spoke up. With the exception of your canines, I'm gonna massacre all of you. When the chilling glare of a man who was obsessed about making money landed on the lycans, they became intimidated and shuddered slightly. It was at this point that Jin-Woo pounced on them without mercy. Level up, level up, level up. As he expected, his levels rose up quite quickly. Simply from searching every nook and cranny of the first floor and killing all the lycans he could find, Jin-Woo's level shot right up to 7. He had jumped up 5 flights of stairs, in other words. Whimper, when he caught up and killed the very last monster running desperately away from him, a strange message popped up into his view. Ring, you have acquired the title, Slaughter of Wolves. A title? Title, Slaughter of Wolves, a title given to a hunter skilled in hunting wolves. When facing animal-type monsters, all of your stats will increase by 40%. KL, the hunter is a lower case here, because that's what's in the raw. The hunters until now had been written in English actually. When he opened his status window to take a look, the title column indeed had been updated. Name, Sung Jin-Woo, level 7 class, none title, Slaughterer of Wolves, HP 766, MP 81 tiredness, 3 stat strength, 37 stamina, 16 agility, 16 intelligence, 16 perception, 16 available points to distribute, 0 skills, passive skills, unknown LV, max, tenacity LV, 1. Active skills, dash LV, 1. A bonus boost to his stats when fighting against animal-type monsters, although the effect was a bit restricted, still, having his stats increase by 40%, now that didn't sound too bad at all. There are plenty of animal-type monsters out there, so would this apply to them as well? Hell, the author had been using the Manhwa word for monsters to describe those found in the Gates dungeons until now, but the creatures found in the instant dungeon are written in the English word monster. That's why we get this line. If that was the case, then he'd be able to easily kill monsters when participating in the future raids. However, he still earned big time even when disregarding his new title. 34 wolf canines, 2 rusted daggers, a set of traveler's clothes, and 1 return crystal. While killing these wolves, he learned that he could sometimes find loot from their bellies. Of course, none of them was all that useful. The rusted daggers possessed lower attack power bonus compared to the sword he'd been using until now, and the traveler's clothes were not something he could actually wear, but just some random Japtum ED. Vendor trash, essentially, that he could hawk off to the store. When he sold them all off, he earned just over 1,000 gold. Current gold, 1,060, even then I can't really celebrate, can I? Well, no matter how much he hoarded this gold thing, he couldn't use them anyways. At least not for now. The only thing remaining besides the gold was the return crystal. When he was trying desperately to escape from the dungeon back then, the message said he'd need a return crystal if he wanted to leave. And now, if he wanted to, he could escape at any time. He found himself on a crossroads. In front, the stairs leading down to the second floor, and in his hand, a single return crystal grasped tightly. Do I continue on, or do I back out? If it was in the past, he'd not hesitate and choose the latter. That was how he managed to survive all those raids with his pathetic stats. Everyone said that him surviving until now was a miracle, but well, he was trying to be smart about his choices, actually. However, the story was different now. He didn't want to retreat here. He felt that, if he turned away to leave now, then he'd never be able to take another step forward in his life. I've retreated enough times already, right? Wouldn't it be okay for him to jump in headlong, at least once in his life? Jin-Woo pocketed the return crystal. His steps climbing down the steps to the second floor was light. Chapter 14 Fin. Up web novel Kai, our Chapter 15 Level Up. Level Up. Unlike the dungeons of the gates, there was a thing called respawn within the instant dungeon. While he was sweeping away every single monster found on the second floor, all the monsters on the first respawned. While he went back upstairs to deal with them, monsters on the second floor respawned, so on and so forth. Level up, level up. Jin-Woo hopped between the first and second floor and killed monsters until his level no longer rose up. Who knows when I'll ever run into another opportunity like this one. Along the way, he got so used to this place that he was able to predict from where and how the monsters would try to attack him. A monkey falling from the ceiling. He lightly evaded the claws of the monkey-type monster falling from the ceiling and stabbed it in the chest with his sword. And then, Kiek, 1 cat each from left and right. And then, he orderly sliced the necks of the Black Panther-like creatures, jumping at him from his sides. Hayok, Cock. You've killed a Blade, Claw Briga. You've killed a Black Shadow Razin. You've killed a Black Shadow Razin. And with these 3, he had arrived at the end of the second floor. He had cleared out the second floor once more. However, his level hadn't been moving from 15 for a long time now. It seemed that reaching that high was the limit for the first 2 floors. Stats. Stat strength, 45 stamina, 24 agility, 24 intelligence, 24 perception, 24 available points to distribute, 0 with him being level 15, his stats had risen, up by quite a lot. His agility was now almost at 25. He finally got to feel the difference between the agility and the strength stat when the former hit the value of 20. The agility did not increase his speed, but rather, it was as if the opponent's movement had become far slower in his perception instead. Exactly like watching a slow-motion video. Scenes of the monkey falling from the ceiling and panthers pouncing on him played out in slow motion. Should he describe it as him being able to manipulate the time flow as he wished? It became easier to evade enemies' attacks, and it also became easier to hit them as well. As the word implied, he had indeed become more agile. The so-called speed was wholly dependent on who was looking at it. The higher his agility stat, the bigger the difference between him and his enemies would become, From their perspective, he looked as if he was moving at an unbelievably quick speed. If both the strength and agility increased concurrently, their synergy should be pretty incredible. That was his final assessment of the agility stat. Besides all that, Jin-Woo shifted his gaze away. What should I do now? He was looking at the stairs leading down to the 3rd floor. There was a reason why he continued to hunt in the first 2 floors, even though there was a way to go even lower. It's giving me the creeps. With his perception stat so much higher, he could sense the aura of something ominous lurking down there far better than before. Without a doubt, something really strong was hiding somewhere down below. He didn't have to see it to know. Jin-Woo recalled the message he saw back by the entrance of this instant dungeon. You cannot exit the dungeon. Please defeat the boss first or find the return crystal. The existence of the boss. Jin-Woo had been roaming the first 2 floors in order to raise his levels until he couldn't anymore, all for the purpose of fighting this boss. He had prepared himself as much as he could, but when the time to actually go down there came, he was getting all sweaty and nervous. Jin-Woo lightly slapped both of his cheeks. I mean, I've entered a dungeon, so I can't just leave without taking a look at what this boss looks like now, can I? A certain amount of tension was a must in order to maintain the peak condition, and this amount was just about right for him. Jin-Woo gripped the sword tightly with both of his hands, slowly descended the steps. Could he have been mistaken when the steps felt unusually longer than before? He swallowed dried saliva down. The lighting was worse than the first 2 floors, but there was no problem with seeing where he was going. Is it because of my perception stat? He couldn't help but feel that his eyesight had improved greatly. He cautiously climbed lower until eventually spotting the railway tunnel used by the subway trains. No, he saw where the railway used to be. The tunnel that should have been used by trains was now filled with jet black liquid instead. What is this? Rather than a subway tunnel, it was more like a lake or a river now. Just as Jin-Woo took one more step forward to take a closer look, a long log-like object shot out from the surface of the black water. Swish! It's fast! The thing that arrived in front of his nose in the blink of an eye was not a log, but a snake with a thickness rivaling one, actually. Yup! Taken by surprise, Jin-Woo could only swing the sword and strike the head of the snake away from him. Clang! Jin-Woo's eyes opened wider. What the hell? He did succeed in deviating the direction of the lunging snake, but his trusty steel longsword ended up breaking apart from the impact. Jin-Woo looked back in surprise. The snake must have been surprised by his counterattack as well, because it didn't try to follow up right away, but instead chose to simply glare at him while coiling itself up a distance away. The ruler of the swamp, Poison, Fanged Blue Kasaka. Jin-Woo could clearly see the orange-colored name of the monster. It was a creature incomparably faster and hardier than those with their names written in white. Even then, for a sword reinforced with magic energy to break like that, Jin-Woo swallowed nervously and cautiously studied the boss monster called Kasaka. Blue scales covering its entire body gleamed in an oily manner. As if it had draped itself with thick armor, those scales had no gaps to speak of. Sword strikes wouldn't have worked in the first place. It'd be the same story for punches too. When Jin-Woo's thoughts arrived there, the Kasaka must have finished its own analysis on its prey, because it finally lunged at him once more. No matter how one looked at it, it was a frightening turn of speed, that's for sure. Whoosh! Jin-Woo narrowed his eyes. It's coming. When he concentrated hard, he could now clearly see the attack of the Kasaka, which was something he couldn't even properly decipher in the beginning. This was all due to the increased agility stat. Just before the Kasaka opened its maws wide and tried to swallow him, Jin-Woo swiftly sidestepped and let the attack brush past him. At the same time, he wrapped his arms around the creature and caught it in a headlock. He tightened his grip. SFX for bones breaking. Jin-Woo's strength stat was almost at 50. An unbelievably powerful pressure tightened around the snake's main artery. The snake could not escape from his grip and thrashed around as if it was in pain. Jin-Woo gritted his teeth and strengthened his arms even more. Slam! Boom! Jin-Woo's body slammed against the walls and on the floor, but he never released his arms. If I didn't raise my levels as high as I could before coming here, there was literally no end to wondering about what ifs and what could have beens. However, all kinds of thoughts still swirled in Jin-Woo's head. If he didn't raise his level to the limit, if his strength stat wasn't so illogically high, then he'd have gone through incredible hell in order to kill the Kasaka. No, he might even have died here. So, his decision not to come down right away proved to be the smart one. His choice was indeed the right one. Crack! Accompanied by a rather awful noise, the skull of Kasaka gave in and cracked apart. You have killed the ruler of the swamp, Poison, Fanged Blue Kasaka. Level up! Level up! As expected of a boss mob, his level rose up by 2 after killing the Kasaka. Jin-Woo tightly clenched his fists. The level that had been stagnating at 15 had jumped up to 17. In just a single day, he crazily raised his level from 1 all the way up to 17. However, no one hunted boss mobs for experience points. Indeed, if it was a boss mob, then it'd be all about the loot drops. When he started checking out the dead snake, 2 spots of light began gleaming from somewhere within its limp body. 2 items, because it was a boss? His expression one of elation. Jin-Woo reached out towards the spots of light. Ring. You have discovered item. Poison Fang of Kasaka. Take it. You have discovered item. Poison Sack of Kasaka. Take it. Take them all. As soon as he said those words, a dagger made out of a bone and a small pouch with liquid in it appeared on his palms. Item. Poison Fang of Kasaka. Rarity. C-type. Dagger attack plus 25. A dagger fashioned from the poison fang of the Kasaka. There are traces of the Kasaka's poison on it, so when attacking, it will cause paralysis and bleeding status effects. Can be stored in the inventory or can be sold at the store. Status effect paralysis. The target will be unable to move. Success rate is fixed. Status effect bleeding. The target's stamina will be reduced by 1% per second. Jin-Woo nodded his head. A dagger made not out of bone, but from the fang. It's not a bad item with those options, yeah? Next up was the pouch. Item. Poison Sack of Kasaka. Rarity. A type. Medicine. A pouch containing the refined poison of the Kasaka. Can be found very rarely when hunting Kasakas. Drinking this poison will give you strong skin, but the toxicity will permanently damage your muscles. Effect the iron scales of Kasaka. 20% reduction in physical damage. Side effect damaged muscles. Strength -35. Jin-Woo's expression alternated between joy and anguish. The poison fang of Kasaka was a good weapon to replace the broken longsword. Not only did it possess over twice the attack power, but he really liked the 2 status effects of paralysis and bleeding too. However, this poison sack is a bit initially, he was really pleased to find an item with the rarity rating. But when reading the description, he realized this was not something he could feel completely chuffed about. Of course, that effect of reducing all physical damage taken by 20% was a great option befitting an A-rank item. However, it also carried a fatal penalty of decreasing his strength stat by 35. It'd be a really painful loss for him, especially when he invested all of his points on increasing his strength stat. Was this the famed double-edged sword then? No, the expression of chicken ribs suited this item far better instead. TL, a Korean idiom. It means something like people not giving up on chicken ribs even though there isn't all that much meat around there. Maybe he might be able to use this thing only when his strength stat had risen so high that the loss of 35 points wouldn't affect him in the slightest, which should be in the distant future. It was impossible to drink it right now. For the time being, I should just hold on to it. With a rueful expression, he stored both inside his inventory. Maybe, if an A-rank dagger and a C-rank medicine came out, then he might have felt not as bad as he did now. Well, he'd have just gotten rid of the C-rank medicine if it was useless after all. It was then, a new message popped up. With the death of the boss, the interior of the dungeon will revert back to its original state. Suddenly, his sights blurred for a bit, and then, they were restored back to normal, along with a slight bit of dizziness assaulting his senses. When he took a look around, he found himself inside a normal subway station. The lights overhead shone brightly, and the black liquid filling up the tunnel was all gone too. But, where is everyone? Not just people, but even trains were strangely absent. He even checked the time, while thinking that the trains had stopped running for the day because it was so late already, but the clock was indicating 10 p.m. He entered the Hapjeong station around the lunch hour, so he had spent over 9 hours inside that dungeon. I was in there for a long time, wasn't I? If it weren't for his tiredness stat being refreshed every time he leveled up, he'd have keeled over from the accumulated fatigue several times by now. Anyway, isn't it still too early for the trains to stop running? Jin-Woo tilted his head as not one train showed up, no matter how long he stood there waiting. He decided to leave the station for the time being. While he was trudging towards the exit, he couldn't spot a single person. But as he climbed up the steps to get to the surface, someone shouted at Jin-Woo from above. Who goes there? Who knew that the voice of another person would sound this welcoming? Jin-Woo quickly raised his head. He saw a soldier wielding a rifle. Who are you? Why are you coming out from there? Haven't you heard the broadcasts? The expression of the soldier was so serious that even Jin-Woo's own expression hardened in an instant. Did something happen? What the? How can you even say that? The soldier approached closer, but then he spotted the broken sword in Jin-Woo's hand. After it broke, it could no longer be stored in the inventory, and Jin-Woo didn't feel like leaving it behind, so he just carried it outside like this. Seeing that, the light within the soldier's eyes changed rapidly. He then carefully studied Jin-Woo's current appearance. Now that this soldier had taken a closer look, Jin-Woo's clothes displayed various hints of the youth participating in many fierce battles recently. The humbled expression of the soldier lightened up in an instant. Are you a hunter by any chance? Chapter 15 Fin. Up web novel Care Chapter 16 Yes, I am one, but, please forgive me. This way please. Let me guide you there. Sure. Sensing that his troubles might get more complicated if he said there's been a misunderstanding here, Sung Jin-Woo decided to quietly follow the soldier's guidance for now. Jin-Woo then swept his gaze around his vicinity. Now that I see, the surrounding atmosphere felt rather suspicious. The streets were totally deserted. The only people he could see were the soldiers and the members of the police. Also, corpses belonging to monsters, destroyed cars, and buildings with cracks running up their walls. Jin-Woo realized what had happened here. A gate must have opened up nearby. Something like that almost never happened nowadays with the well-established hunter system in place. But sometimes, a gate would appear in a remote area, and it'd go unnoticed for a while. As a result, no one would come around to close it in time. When such an event unfolded, soldiers from the nearby bases were dispatched in order to buy some time until hunters could arrive on the scene. Of course, the weapons of soldiers didn't work against the monsters. However, in order to facilitate the evacuation of civilians, someone had to be offered up as sacrifices. In other words, they were to become cannon fodder. A role someone had no choice but to perform had been saddled on the shoulders of this nation's youths. Thank you. The soldier walking up ahead thanked Jin-Woo out of the blue. Pardon me? Well, because hunters such as yourself fight hard, we are able to go home at the end of the day, you see. Oh, he said thanks. That was something Jin-Woo wanted to say to the soldier. Instead, soldiers to the hunters and hunters to soldiers. As befitting those fighting to protect someone, or even something, they were expressing their gratitude against each other. Beep. The soldier's expression brightened after he received the radio transmission. I've received a word that the monsters in the vicinity have been dealt with, and only the biggest one remains. Jin-Woo nodded his head. He didn't need to hear the soldier's explanation to know. He could actually sense the presence of a powerful life form nearby, and he could even sense several auras of hunters surrounding it too. The enhanced perception stat was transmitting crucial information in the form of sensations and feelings. And that's how Jin-Woo got to figure it out almost immediately. That thing is the boss. Soon enough, the creature could be seen in the distance. In the empty, open space not too far from him, a dozen or so hunters were surrounding a giant made out of rock. It was as tall as a telephone pole. It was a golem-type monster. Hyok. The soldier spat out a gasp of fear as he took a step backwards. Perhaps it was his first time seeing one. Since the moment he saw it, his entire body had stiffened noticeably. Then again, most people would react in a similar fashion. The difference between seeing a monster for real and seeing it on a TV or a computer monitor was like heaven and earth, after all. Unlike him, Jin-Woo remained calm and observed the unfolding situation. Healers, concentrate your healing on the tanker. We're also doing our best. Why isn't it dying already? What are the damage dealers doing? It's not even remotely close enough to dying, is it? The monster's defenses are too strong, and we just don't have enough magic-type hunters in our group. Because they had been summoned out here in haste, none of them seemed to be high-ranked hunters. Both their defenses and attacks didn't look that effective at all. Because of that, hunters couldn't avoid being embroiled in the protracted battle of attrition. Boom! When the golem slammed its massive stone fist downward, the hunter acting as the tanker had no choice but to kneel down just for a brief second. Hyok! The tanker vomited out a mouthful of blood. No! The tanker might die at this rate. What do you want me to do? My magic energy reserve is completely empty, you know. Hasn't the support from high-ranked hunters arrived yet? These hunters looked like they had reached their limit. Jin-Woo's gaze, as he took all of these in, gleamed quite sharply. If it's only that much, I can do this. Jin-Woo slowly took several steps back. This golem-type boss might possess the high defense, but its rank was probably lower than its scary outer appearance might suggest. Just from the aura it emitted, it was definitely weaker than the boss of the instant dungeon, the poison, fang blue whatever. So, if I could just render its high defenses to nothing, what's needed right now was a powerful strike that could penetrate past that dumb rock giant's defenses. Jin-Woo got to enough distance away and took a position of throwing something. The muscles in the arm holding the broken sword began swelling up quite violently out of the blue. Thick, pulsing veins even popped up on the back of his hand too. All of his physical strength was concentrated in his right arm. A short while after that, the arm pulled back taut like the string of a bow was shot forward at the speed of sound. Go! The view of the rank D hunter, Lee Han-soo, was turning dark. He couldn't continue on anymore. His prize shield had begun developing cracks as well. As if their magic energy had been depleted, the amount of healing magic hitting him from the healers had decreased quite noticeably. At this rate, every single one of them would die for sure. Lee Han-soo had to make a decision now. The only feasible plan here was for him to buy enough time so the other hunters could safely escape from here. And at a later time, hunters with higher ranks show up to kill this golem. Or, we all die together here. Cold sweat drops formed on Lee Han-soo's forehead. He finally firmed up his resolve. Lee Han-soo shouted out while looking back. Leave this to me and you all gotta. It was at this moment that Lee Han-soo saw it. Something flew towards here as it gleamed coldly in the night air. Actually, he could only sense that he had seen something, but his eyes couldn't really pick up on anything tangible. It was that fast. Quang! That something slammed into the golem's head, and it grandly exploded. What the hell? Lee Han. Su's eyes opened up super wide. The headless golem began tottering dangerously. The hunters began roaring out in elation only then. They focused their attacks once more. It's working. Our attacks are working. It's falling. A little bit more. Just a bit more and we'll win. It seemed that none of them had noticed the object flying in from somewhere, because they were too focused on attacking the monster. With the sole exception of Lee Han, Su standing right in front of the golem that was. Ruoar. In the end, the golem toppled over. Thud. The heavy body fell down to the ground, and kicked up a mighty dust storm. Wah! Hunters all cried out in elation, and celebrated their victory. We did it. We killed it. Only Lee Han. Su had seen everything unfold, and he slowly shook his head. No, our attacks didn't even work on this guy. Lee Han. Su hurriedly searched around the vicinity of the fallen golem. Just what did destroy the head of this rock giant? Lee Han. Su thought out aloud and searched around. Eventually, he discovered the remnants of a broken sword. Although there were some traces of magic energy within it, it was basically a cheap, plain steel sword. What? Someone threw something this worthless and destroyed a boss-level golem capable of brushing off the combined attacks of 10+ hunters. Suddenly, he forgot what he wanted to say. Lee Han. Su silently alternated his gaze between the corpse of the golem and the broken sword, before he ran past the cheering hunters and in the direction the sword flew in from. Excuse me, found a dazed soldier standing there. Pardon, you talking to me? That's right, you. When a hunter with a hulking physique hurriedly rushed towards him, the soldier couldn't help but swallow nervously with a stiff face. That was how great the pressure a hunter gave off to regular people. Lee Han. Su displayed the broken sword and asked, "Did you throw this?" "Oh, that." Actually, the soldier looked behind him only for his eyes to go round in surprise. Huh? There was a hunter standing right behind me though. Of course, there was no one there now. While the flustered soldier was looking around the vicinity, Lee Han. Su scratched the back of his neck and stared at the broken sword. That power, that destructive power, could it have been a high-rank hunter? He'd never know, since the protagonist had disappeared already. Around the same time, Jin-Woo was on his way home. He turned around to leave as soon as the golem began teetering about. Indeed, he was the one who brought down the golem. He was well aware of this fact. Now, originally, the loot and the profit arising from a dead monster belonged solely to the hunter who managed to kill it. If he wanted to, he could contest for the rights to the golem. However, it had become problematic when trying to prove that I am capable of bringing down a golem like that. Who would believe the notion of a giant golem crashing down because of an attack from a measly little rankie? He didn't even have a proper evidence to back him up too. Jin-Woo figured that neither the broken sword or the soldier standing beside him would be of a great help in that endeavor, and that would not be all. More importantly, he'd have to reveal the reason how his abilities had increased by so much that he could fell a golem like that. The harder he thought about it, he had more to lose than to gain. The one and only ability in the entire world to level up. He couldn't afford to slip up and reveal the existence of this unprecedented ability just for the sake of claiming the remains of a single golem. It's a bit of a waste but can't be helped. Still, it wasn't as if he walked away completely empty-handed anyway. No, rather than that, he earned pretty big actually. The message he heard the moment that giant golem fell down: level up. His level rose up by 1 because he had killed the golem. Indeed, my levels will rise if I hunt the monsters from the normal dungeons. He had learned some valuable information. That alone was worth it. An old and decrepit apartment located on the outskirts of the city. Jin-Woo's home was on the 8th floor of this building. I use the Commonwealth way of counting floors, so for all those who don't, it'd be the 9th floor for you. He found the key and entered the premises. It was dark inside. Jina's still studying hard. It was quite likely that his little sister was still in the library studying. He found a bowl of rice and some soup on the dining table. Mom was in the hospital for a number of years now, and these dishes were from his little sister. The piece of paper, a memo from her, contained a bunch of cutely written words. Don't starve yourself. I might check later if you ate them all. She must have prepared them even though she was busy as a bee, after he told her of his plans to leave the hospital earlier today. Jin-Woo grinned softly and settled down to eat. However, there was something he wanted to confirm first before doing that. Status window. Name: Sung Jin-Woo. Level: 18 class. None. Title: Slaughter of Wolves. P. 2220 MP. 350 tiredness. 2 stat strength. 48 stamina. 27 agility. 27 intelligence. 27 perception. 27 available points to distribute. 0 skills. Passive skills. Unknown LV. Max tenacity LV. 1. Active skills -LV. He thought that today had been a long one, and thanks to this long day, he was now level 18. His strength was approaching 50, and other stats also had increased significantly as well. He even figured out what the agility and perception stats did too. On top of this, add to the fact that I found a very useful dagger with good options, and all that gold that I don't know how to use just yet then. Even if he disregarded the special medicine he got, his conquest of the instant dungeon was a resounding success. Part 9. Geckos. A person stepping outside the house in the early hours of dawn would inevitably be cautious in their movements. Well, they might end up accidentally waking up their family members after all. That was why Sung Jin-Woo was silently closing the front door to her home, so that her brother wouldn't wake up from his sleep as she was about to leave for school. But then you going to school now, eh? She was taken by surprise when a voice came from near her, and she quickly turned around to look. And she saw Jin-Woo jogging towards her. He was kitted out in tracksuit and sneakers. He had pulled the hood up high, and looked as if he'd been on an early morning jog. Jin-Woo's eyes opened up real wide in shock. What the heck? Appa, you were up already? Yup, been a while since I was up, you know. Hey, have fun today and be careful on the road. Sure. Jin-Woo watched her brother's back as he entered the apartment and tilted her head. Now, that is so strange. Appa actually woke up before I did. One would never call Jin-Woo a lazy type, but Jin-Woo was always the first one to start the day until now simply because she was unusually industrious, which was quite unfitting for her age group. Now that I think about it, her older brother's back seemed broader than before, for some reason. No way that's true. A human's body wasn't made out of some rubber band, so how could it make any sense for him to expand and contract in a space of a few days? I've probably made a mistake. Chapter 16. Fin. Up web novel KR Chapter 17. Chapter 17. Just as Jin-Woo shook her head, Jin-Woo suddenly pushed forward an umbrella to her. Why an umbrella? Jin-Woo received it and took a look at the sky. As it was still early dawn, the sky remained dark, but it seemed to be more or less clear and cloudless. But it doesn't look like it's going to rain though. Take it anyway. But it's heavy, you know. Here with you regardless. Besides, it's a folding type umbrella so it doesn't even weigh anything. Stop exaggerating, will ya? Slam. Jin-Woo then closed the door. She acting as he feels like. Jin-Woo lightly kicked the door a couple of times to express her disgruntlement, folded the umbrella and shoved it inside the empty space in her school bag, and turned around to leave. Hang on. Her steps came to an abrupt halt after she remembered the difference in the eye levels between her and her brother. Something was rather odd. His eye level had definitely risen up higher compared to before. Do guys continue to grow taller even in their 20s? There was no way that could be true. Jin-Woo shook her head again and hurriedly walked towards her school. Click. Jin-Woo locked the door and summoned his inventory. Storage, and then inventory. He discovered it through various experimentation and learned that the word used didn't matter as long they meant the same thing. It was the same story when accessing the mailbox. As long as the word spoken meant open, the desired effect took place without fail. TL. The author wrote open 3 times in Korean and in English in this sentence. Thus I had to change it somewhat. Jin-Woo then shoved the umbrella he just got from the random box inside the digital storage in front of his eyes. TL. This is the direct translation from the raw. I didn't make a mistake. This is what it really said. It's no good today again, huh? 4 days had passed by since he cleared that instant dungeon. He always remained hopeful whenever he got to open up a random box, praying for another dungeon key to pop out, but unfortunately, he hadn't been lucky so far. It must have been a pretty rare item if it was this hard to get. Well, that's that, but now, Jin-Woo entered his room and sat on the edge of his bed. There was a matter he had resolved right away. Stats. Stat strength, 48. Stamina, 27. Agility, 27. Intelligence, 27. Perception, 27. Available points to distribute, 12. He had been saving up the stat points earned from the quests of the past 4 days. He made sure to complete the daily quest every day. Of course, he also didn't forget to always check his rewards too. However, he hadn't distributed the points until now. The issue was this is tough. Indeed, he found it rather difficult to come to a decision. A strength stat. It was a wonderful stat, that's for sure. He hadn't regretted it once, investing all of his points into this one back when he started this thing. Agility. This was also a pretty darn good stat too. Against weak enemies, it only helped a little, but as the levels of his opponents rose up in the future, no doubt he'd be relying on the stat more and more. Well, the speed was a relative thing after all. And then, stamina and perception. It'd be great if his stamina was high, obviously. And this perception turned out to be very useful as well. Finally, intelligence. This was the problem child. He hadn't been able to figure out the stats uses yet. His level had increased by quite a lot, but he didn't feel any smarter than before. His memories didn't seem to have improved, nor did his ability to calculate quickly either. I think it has to be related to magic. This stat might be something he didn't really need for the time being. which left strength, stamina, agility, and perception. Even then, this is really tough. Although he now had one less stat to choose from, he was still in a dilemma here. He didn't feel too confident at all. At least he understood that the synergy between strength and agility was very good. Even if he could deal big damage, it would be meaningless if he couldn't hit his target. On the flip side, even if he could hit accurately all the time, as long he could not deal enough damage, it'd be a waste of time too. In that regard, one could say that strength and agility formed a set. Since my strength stat is so high, I should raise agility up to match it. If he decided to raise his agility stat, then he had to delay raising stamina instead. Well, the synergy between agility and stamina wasn't so good after all. The thing was, when agility was raised, the odds of getting struck by the enemy would decrease. But on the other hand, stamina was a stat that only displayed its true worth when the opponent actually damaged him. Of course, I do need at least the bare minimum of stamina, but raising both agility and stamina at the same time was a rather inefficient method, at least from his perspective. After a lengthy deliberation, he decided on the order of priority. The first one was agility, second perception, finally, stamina. His strength was plenty high enough so he'd defer it for now, and as he was planning to raise his agility, perception took priority over stamina. After deciding so, Jin-Woo spent 2 points on strength. Ring, stat strength, 50 stamina, 27 agility, 27 intelligence, 27 perception, 27 available points to distribute, 10. Well, he wanted to raise strength to the round and even 50 for the time being. That was how normal human beings behaved. No. Then, he spent 8 points on agility, stat strength, 50 stamina, 27 agility, 35 intelligence, 27 perception, 27 available points to distribute, 2. The reason for that was also not that special. He just wanted the last number to be a 5. It's far more preferable to see the numbers ending in increments of 5, strength 50, and agility 35. Seeing them end in the multiples of 5, he suddenly felt rather pleased with himself for no reason whatsoever. And as for the last 2 points, Jin-Woo invested them on perception next. With this, the points distribution had come to an end. Stat strength, 50 stamina, 27 agility, 35 intelligence, 27 perception, 29 available points to distribute, 0. The only sticking point would be the fact that he couldn't quite bring perception up to 30. Well, I don't have any more points left, so it can't be helped, I guess. Other than that, everything was okay. He figured that it'd be fine to raise stamina and agility through leveling up. So then, I guess that's it. No matter who you were, you would be hard-pressed to feel 100% satisfied with everything. Since he had thought about his choices for a long while, he was more or less happy with them like this. It was then he could hear the telephone ringing from the living room. Ring, is the association calling me? In the past, he didn't want to participate in the raids so he did his best to ignore the calls until the last possible moment. But right now, he was raring to go and test out his raised abilities against various monsters. Jin-Woo quickly snatched up the receiver. This is the hunter Sung Jin-Woo. Agu, you finally picked up the phone. Too bad it wasn't a call from the association. A rueful sigh leaked out of his mouth. Learner Jin-Woo, why is it so difficult to get in touch with you lately? The voice coming from the speaker was a familiar one. It had been 4 years already since he graduated from high school, and therefore stopped being a learner. But the owner of the building always attached the prefix in front of Jin-Woo's name ever since taking in both the Seong siblings when they were still young kids. I'm really sorry about that. I was admitted to the hospital because of an incident a few days ago. Tusk, so that's what happened. I should have known. Well, there's that, and learner Jin-Woo, the rent for this month hadn't come in yet, so what should I do? If it's a bit too tough for you, should I delay it for a month or 2? Oh no, it's fine. I'll send the money in a bit later. Okay, but don't force yourself, you hear? Trying to look after your mom and your younger sister. You're going through so much hardship there. I know money's important, but don't forget to take care of your body too. Thank you. I won't forget that. The call ended there. Jin-Woo pulled out the bank balance book from one of the drawers. The remaining amount in the account was only around 800,000 TL, just over $700. Fool, a groan leaked out from his mouth. After paying the rent of 500,000, he'd have 300,000 left for the month's living expenses. And the rent could be that low only because the apartment building was located on the remote outskirts of the city, as well as it being old and decrepit, plus the owner of the building taking into consideration Jin-Woo's troubles and not raising the amount for the last couple of years. There was no way anyone would be able to find an apartment to rent for 500 grand per month nowadays. And trying to survive on 300 grand for the whole month was even tougher. I gotta make some money first. Jin-Woo decided to take care of the urgent matters first. He was no longer the same guy from a few days ago who couldn't even kill a single E-ranked monster and shiver in fear. How did hunters make money? The best way was to kill monsters. Hunters ranked S or could get sponsorships, shoot commercials, make appearances in TV shows, and the like to hoover up a lot of money, as much as some Keebles made, but their number was exceedingly few. Keebles equals owners of big corporations basically. Indeed, there were too few of them. Excluding those too few ones at the top, the majority of the hunters had to go to a dungeon in order to make money. The higher the rank, the greater the experience. The earnings would be decided by each individual's own capabilities. For someone like Jin-Woo, who was ranked E, worked only for the association, and had no experience in dungeons rated higher than C, such a condition was an incredibly tough one to overcome. Jin-Woo's expression scrunched up into something unsightly. Disregarding the conditions, for now, if I could just enter an assault team, now that would be great. He took a look at the job postings on the hunter website's bulletin boards and called a few numbers, but all of them turned out to be a waste of time. No one wanted to work with a hunter ranked E. Those hunters seeking outside help via job postings were freelancers almost all of the time, which meant that they were responsible for preserving their own necks. So understandably, they paid close attention when forming a raid team or letting someone into theirs. These people didn't possess enough abilities to enter big guilds, but their ranks were too high to work for the association. They were all kind of stuck in between a rock and a hard place, but unable to go either way. Even then, these hunters still earn more than 10 million a month, as far as I know. Around $8,830. It was the case of high risk, high reward. Since they put their lives on the line, the profit they earned was just as big at the end of the day. It wasn't for nothing that hunters were the targets of envy from the general populace. From Jin-Woo's perspective, he could only get impatient though. Should I just take the rank reassignment test and increase my rank right away? Eventually, Jin-Woo shook his head. He knew that was a stupid thing to do, no matter how hard he thought about it. A hunter ranked E suddenly became a high-ranked one. Whether that was A or B, or maybe even C, it didn't matter. The reawakening would always become a hot topic of conversation. The masses loved nothing more than a good gossip, and hunters just so happened to be a good subject to chew on. The old saying went that, if there were 5 mouths, then there would be 10 eyes. Meaning, the more people talked about you, the more eyes would be focused on you. His stats would continue to rise up in the future, so it'd be only a matter of time before his special constitution was discovered by the others. A hunter who can raise his abilities up higher, he becomes stronger as time goes by? Who is this hunter? How can he do something like that? What should we do to become like him? Without a doubt, many people would express their interest. After all, there hadn't been a hunter like him before. And among those expressing interest, there would be those who try to use him, or reveal their hostile intentions towards him as well. If just one of those possesses incredible power, then, just imagining it gave him the chills. He was far too weak as he was now. Until he possessed enough power to protect himself, he didn't want the world to know of his existence. Meaning, taking the test to reassign his ranks was out of the question. But I still need to make money here. However, that didn't mean he could go out and get a part-time job either. He didn't know when the association would call him for a raid. By raiding a dungeon, he'd get to earn both money and experience. So how could he blow that important chance just to scrounge up a few bucks by working in a local store? While he was seriously deliberating on what he needed to do, he spotted something in the bulletin board that caught his attention. Emergency. Searching for a single hunter, regardless of the rank. Needs to come right away. Jin-Woo's eyes shot right open. This posting had popped up literally a second ago. When he hurriedly checked the contents of the posting, it wasn't too far from his home too. Jin-Woo quickly picked the phone up. The other side must have been in a hurry as well, because he answered the call even before the first ringtone. Hello? Jin-Woo stated his reasons for calling as precisely as possible, and calmly waited for the answer. Oh, you are an E rank? The response from the other side was better than expected. It's fine. We just need someone to show up and fill up the head count, that is all. However, it's a gate ranked C, so it'd be hard for you to hunt there. So, we'll just split the profits among ourselves, and we just give you 2 million in cash. How about it? Can you come right away? 2 million for a day's work. Around $1,765. It was a lot of money for simply being there to make up the numbers. A rather tempting offer this was. It was regrettable that he couldn't get to share the dungeon's loot, but he might end up losing out on making 2 million just by trying to be too greedy. For now, let's put out the urgent fires first. Such an opportunity wouldn't come around every day after all. 2 million was enough for him, and his sister's monthly living expenses. Jin-Woo said yes to the offer. I'll be there in less than 15 minutes. Chapter 17 Fin. Up web novel Kara Chapter 18 Jin-Woo only needed 1 minute to get ready, quickly grabbed himself a taxi, and headed off to the meeting point. 9 people were already there, waiting for his arrival. The man who looked like the leader of the group waved his hand at Jin-Woo. "Hey, over here." It was a bearded man with a fairly big physique. He smiled softly and walked closer while speaking to Jin-Woo. "Are you Mr. Sung Jin-Woo?" "That's correct. Egu, it's a relief that you found the right place so quickly. I guess this is fate, so how about we greet each other before we get started?" The bearded man briefly introduced the members of his team. The 8 of them, including himself, were regular teammates that worked together all the time, while the remaining guy was someone who also came here to make up the numbers, just like Jin-Woo. Jin-Woo greeted other team members and studied their countenance carefully. Thanks to his enhanced perception stat, he was able to more or less sense everyone's capabilities. 5 with a similar rank, 4 with a slightly lower rank than them, 5 rank CS, and around 4 with D or lower. There was a regulation when attempting to clear a gate rated C. The minimum number of a party had to be 10 hunters, and more than half had to be at least ranked C or higher. Only then did the association issue a permit. It seemed that them claiming to do all the hunting, and he only needed to be there to make up the numbers, didn't sound like an empty boasting after all. Now we're done with introductions. Let me briefly explain the important points to remember. The bearded man introduced himself as Hwang Dong-seok, a tanker rated C. He displayed a relaxed atmosphere, as if he possessed plenty of experience raiding dungeons. As he began describing the situations one had to keep an eye out for in the middle of a raid, someone came closer to Jin-Woo. "Excuse me, looks like we're both pieces of fluff in this party, huh?" He was none other than the other hunter Hwang Dong-seok had brought along in order to fill up the numbers. He was a young man with a bright expression. However, unlike Jin-Woo, he was actually going to participate in battles. He was ranked D, so he had the right to do so. His name was Yu Jin-ho, age 22. Jin-Woo lightly nodded his head as Yu Jin-ho greeted him, before shifting his gaze away. Yu Jin-ho seemingly wanted to carry on with the conversation, but ended up scratching the back of his head awkwardly. He soon returned to his spot. "Hyun, Nim, let's stop here and go in already." TL, Hyun, Nim equals big brother or a male addressing an older male. Used more as an honorific by gangsters to address someone higher up in the hierarchy. Most of the time anyways. We'll be the ones to kill them all, so what's the point of explaining it in detail like that? Right, my ears might get blocked up with wax at this rate. When the original team members all raised their voices, Hwang Dong-seok laughed jovially and clapped his hands. "All right then. Enough with the explanations, let's get going." Everyone got ready to enter the gate. Before we enter, you two take a look at these." Hwang Dong-seok pushed forward a page of a document to Jin-Woo and Yu Jin-ho each. It turned out to be a simple contract. "Write your names on the bottom and sign it, and we're good to go." Huntent said he'd not participate in any hunting, he'd not participate in sharing of the loot, and when the raid was over, he'd be paid 2 million won right away. The terms were the same as what he heard over the phone. However, they were not the ones to catch his attention. "I have to promise not to question them regardless of whatever incident happens inside the dungeon." Unlike the raids organized by the association, one would not be able to claim for compensation if something happened during a raid organized by the freelancers. One of the reasons why hunters couldn't get a life insurance either. One had to look after one's own neck, in other words. Only now did it feel real that Jin-Woo had entered an assault team. While confirming the clauses, Jin-Woo sneaked a glance at Yu Jin-ho's contract. As expected, his was different. Besides the promised 2 million, he was also going to share in the loot as well. Before signing the document, Jin-Woo asked Hwang Dong-seok, "What am I supposed to do when we're inside?" "Nothing too particular. Just follow us and help us carry the luggage, that's all." "Your luggage?" Hwang Dong-seok pointed at the huge backpack one of his Donsings pulled out from the minivan. DL, a Donsing is a gender-neutral term to denote a younger sibling. Can also be used as an honorific to denote a younger person. You'll be carrying around lunch boxes to eat when inside, several sets of clothing and equipment, first aid kits and some other stuff. Wait, first aid kits when entering a dungeon? Jin-Woo couldn't help but question this. "You're not entering with a healer? I'm sure you already know that it's not easy to hire a healer if you're running your own assault party." "Well, we've been doing things this way until now, so it'll be fine." Hwang Dong-seok smiled awkwardly. To think, this team just barely met the required minimum number of hunters. One of the additional members mistook a raid as a blind date or something, and the composition of the assault team only happened to feature a tanker and damage dealers, and not one healer. Even after hearing that there was no healer present, that oblivious additional member didn't seem too bothered by the revelation. It was the sure proof that he was a newbie. Jin-Woo smirked inwardly. They are a bunch of wannabes. However, he still signed on the contract. Not because he needed that 2 million, but because he knew very well that he could protect himself now. "Here it is. I'm done too." Hwang Dong-seok confirmed the signatures of both men and shouted out in a loud voice as if he was feeling really pleased today. "Okay, let's get going everyone." Party headed straight to the location of the gate. It was in the middle of the halted construction site for an apartment complex. The economy nowadays isn't so good, but still. Hwang Dong-seok clicked his tongue. Like large tombstones, unfinished apartment buildings stood still sporadically, imparting a certain sense of foreboding to all who looked at them. Could a cemetery of giants feel this way to observers? Did you know? Yu Jin-ho had walked closer to Jin-Woo and whispered softly that, while the employees and the investors are going through hell at the moment, the CEO of the project ran off to overseas 2 months ago along with 900 billion. Jin-Woo gave the other guy plenty of hints, but it seemed like Yu Jin-ho didn't want to leave his side at all. Well, with the exception of Jin-Woo here, all 8 of them originally belonged to one team, so it'd be hard to get along with them that easily. Hi-un, are you always this quiet? Hi-un here is slightly different from Hi-un, Nim from earlier on. Still means older brother, but without the tough guy connotation. Before anyone had noticed it, the honorific had become Hi-un. Jin-Woo couldn't ignore this kid anymore. Don't you know how to take the hint? Well, I've never lived while worrying about taking hints, so was this guy simply a good-natured, or just brainless? Jin-Woo wordlessly scratched the side of his head as he stared at Yu Jin-ho and that bright smile of his. However, it was indeed true that Jin-Woo would get unusually nervous when he got nearer a gate, but it was par for the course really. To other hunters, raids might come across as a legitimate source of income, but to Jin-Woo, each and every one he participated so far had been a desperate, bitter struggle to make ends meet. He'd get tense because of all the painful memories stuck forever in his head. It's over here. Hwang Dong-seok's steps came to an end. Oh, the hunters all let out a surprised gasp. Wang Hyun, is this really a gate rated C? But isn't it too big? You think the association was lying to us? They said that investigators came around here twice already. A hole in the air, floating like a black hole. People took to calling it a gate. Its rank was assigned, according to the waves of magical energy emission coming from inside. Folks from the association would stop by first to assign a rank to each one. After that, individuals or guilds wanting to clear the gate could follow the procedure and apply for a permit. Gates ranked E or B were, most of the time, left to the big guilds. Well, they were too difficult for freelancers to clear after all. So, assault parties formed by freelancers took care of the gates ranked lower than that, which meant that a gate ranked C was effectively the hardest one for hunters not affiliated with anyone to clear. Hwang Dong-seok stood in front of the gate and looked back at his team. I'll be entering first. Do your best to keep up, everyone. Tinker entered first, and the other hunters began entering one by one. You never know, so Jin-Woo lightly stretched himself just in case. Next to him, Yu Jin-ho began pulling out his own equipment from his bag. The sword and the shield coming out from his bag gleamed attractively under the light. Even a casual glance could tell that they were very expensive. They were definitely not something a newbie hunter could organize on his own. Hang on, he said that he never had to take hints before, so does that mean he's from a well-to-do family? Jin-Woo formed a surprised expression. Perhaps sensing Jin-Woo's gaze on him, Yu Jin-Woo confidently and bravely stood in front. Hyung, you said that you're ranked E, right? Don't worry, I'll protect you. Just stick close by me. Jin-Woo scratched the back of his head. Just who would protect who? Okay, thanks for the sentiment. Though as well, regardless of how Jin-Woo felt, they still followed in afterwards, and safely entered the gate. The interior of the dungeon was eerily quiet. Not only that, but it was also completely dark too. Hwang Dong-seok issued his first order. Hey Jae-won, I need a light. Alright. The magic-related hunter Jae-won created a ball of a light in midair. The surroundings became bright immediately. Hwang Dong-seok lowered his shield and tilted his head slightly. What the hell? Where are all the monsters? I wonder. There is no light in here either. Now, normally, there should have been luminous stones found here and there inside cave-like dungeons and emitted some light to illuminate the way forward. However, this dungeon didn't have those. Yu Jin-ho whispered to Jin-Woo from the side. Hyung, could there be a dungeon without monsters in it? Shush. Jin-Woo gestured the younger man to keep quiet. Because Jin-Woo's ears were twitching. He could hear lots of footsteps coming from the distance. Jin-Woo spoke up. It's not that there aren't any, they just haven't arrived yet. Yu Jin-ho swallowed nervously after hearing that. Rumble. Soon, the party could hear what Jin-Woo had heard earlier on. Only then did Hwang Dong-seok realize something was amiss here. A dungeon with no luminous stones could mean what moves around in groups, lives in darkness, and rushes towards a source of light. Oh crap. The complexions of Hwang Dong-seok and his Dong-sings became ashen, all at the same time. It's bugs. Bugs are coming. See, K-it man. Why the hell did it have to be goddamn bugs? Hwang Dong-seok cried out. Get into your positions. They are coming. In front, from the other side of this lone passage, some things were madly rushing towards them in a large group. Wait, could this be an anthill? Don't say something that might jinx us, okay? Out of all the monster types, insects were the most troublesome to deal with. Their shells were quite hardy. They always moved around in large groups, and each individual possessed pretty high combat potential as well. And the worst of that lot just so happened to be the ant types. Countless hunters made a mistake and entered the ant hills only to lose their lives very quickly. Rumble, rumble. The sounds of the insect legs rustling on the ground noisily reverberated throughout the cave. It meant that they had come pretty close now. Hwang Dong-seok raised his shield right up below his chin. However, they couldn't see any insects even then. His Donsings began raising a fuss from behind him. What's going on here? Why can't I see them? But they are close by though. Dong-seok Hyun, can you see anything out in front? It was at this time that Jin-Woo shouted out. Above you. What? Hwang Dong-seok reflexively looked up. Rumble, huge insects were running towards them on the ceiling. They were discovered late, even for a single second. Those things would have jumped down on top of their heads. When fighting against monsters such as these insect types that formed large groups, the breaking down of the team's formation would mean death for everyone involved. If those were discovered too late then, Hwang Dong-seok felt a chill run down his spine. The silver lining here was that he couldn't spot a single ant-like creature among the various insects. He raised his voice and shouted out, "Fire! Fire and bring them down! Once they're on the ground, I'll attract the aggro." Swish pow! Boom! Heek! Kia. When a few monsters fell down after getting struck by the attacks of the hunters, the rest of them followed suit and landed back on the ground. Without a doubt, they were planning to engage the hunters. From here onwards, the capability of the tanker would prove to be crucial. Hwang Dong-seok activated his provocation skill to attract the gazes of all the monsters to himself, and as if they had a prior agreement, monsters all turned their heads to glare at Hwang Dong-seok at the same time. "I'm over here, you demon bugs!" Ki! Dozens upon dozens of monsters rushed towards Hwang Dong-seok's position. Slam! Plang! Sealing! Gling! Plang! His shield managed to defend against the attacks of the bugs without fail. The strong jaws and claws couldn't tear the shield in half. Tanker Hwang Dong-seok defended commendably well from the front, all stable and unmoving. "Stand by, get in position and get ready." Hwang Dong-seok waited for the right timing. Chapter 18 Fin. Up Web Novel Care Chapter 19 Chapter 19 Even when the bugs chomped and bit at him with terrifying intensity, Hwang Dong-seok remained steadfast and waited for the chance to counterattack. To make sure that the aggro wouldn't deviate from him even if the damage dealers landed a crippling blow to the enemies. This should be enough. With that thought, the real hunt had finally begun. To hunt, the real reason why the hunters were called hunters in the first place, Hwang Dong-seok roared out. "Attack!" Along with that short but manly shout, all the accumulated firepower of the team poured out on the marauding insect horde. Hee. The pained screams of the monsters rose up from here, there, and everywhere. Jin-Woo stood at the back and observed this situation as it unfolded. That was the contractual obligation he had to adhere to for this raid. He inwardly simulated how he'd fight alone as his eyes continued to take in the battle happening in front. How frustrating. Jin-Woo had to suppress his urges to rush out there several times already. He could see so many open gaps within the ranks of the monsters, and he also spotted the hunters missing those gaps and continued to commit simple errors. So, how could he not feel frustrated when he was not allowed to do anything and simply had to stand around? Even then, the damage to Hwang Dong-seok's team proved to be surprisingly non-existent. It was all because their teamwork was rather excellent. It seemed that the relaxed demeanor of Hwang Dong-seok before the raid began was not just for a show after all. "Jin-seok, 11 o'clock. Hyun, they're coming from your right too." "Jun-seok, Min, Jayo, Wan. Take care of the right." "Okay. Jin, your wrist's swollen up. Retreat to the rear." "Hwang Hyun, this ain't much to fret about. You want to go back only after sweeping clean the entrance? We don't know how long this raid will take, so stop being hasty from the get-go. Control your pace, got that?" "Roger that." Perhaps because they've been working together for so long, they were able to communicate quite smoothly. Being able to communicate quickly like this would inevitably result in an excellent teamwork as well. It was a world apart from the ragtag bunch of hunters brought together by the association. What's more surprising is that this kid turns out to be pretty handy too. Jin-Woo's gaze shifted over to Jin-Ho next. When a monster bit into his shield, he kicked it away and swung his sword quickly at it. The expensive sword easily separated the monster's head from its body. For a newbie ranked D hunter, he was defending himself admirably well. His gears filling up the hole left behind by his lack of skills and experience. Indeed, it was not for nothing that pretty much all hunters struggled hard to get themselves good equipment. When their gazes briefly met, Jin-Ho quickly raised his thumb up. Because of his expressions that looked as if he was desperately pleading for a positive response, Jin-Woo was left with no choice but to reciprocate the same gesture as well. Looking rather satisfied now, Jin-Woo turned around. Whatever the case may have been, the end of the battle was drawing nearer. Once the coast was more or less clear, Hwang Dong-seok issued another order to his Donsings. "Don't forget the magic crystals. We split them exactly 9 ways." "Yep." This is my favorite part of the raid. Me too, Hwang Dong-seok confirmed as giggling Dong-sings collecting the loot, and walked closer to Jin-Woo. Agu, we survived all thanks to you. Excuse me. Well, you were the first one to alert us about the monsters coming up from above, weren't you? How did you know though? It was a gut feeling. Jin-Woo came up with a half-cooked story on the spot. Quite obviously, he couldn't come out and say that his perception stat was high, now could he? Oh really? A gut feeling, huh? Well, we got lucky today. I don't even want to imagine what might have happened if we didn't discover them in time. Phew. Woo. Hwang Dong-seok patted his chest while speaking up. It was then. One of the hunters rummaging through the carcass of the insect gestured at Hwang Dong-seok to come closer. Hwang Hyung, please come over here for a sec. The Dong-sings had all gathered in one spot, so Hwang Dong-seok went there to join them as well. Something's a bit off about these crawlies. The hunters parted ways when Hwang Dong-seok arrived, allowing the bearded man to squat down and take a look at the surroundings. He couldn't spot anything out of the ordinary though. No matter where he looked, all he could see was the dead insects. What's off about these? Hwang Dong-seok tilted his head. One of the Dong-sings pointed at the leg of the insect monster closest to him. I'm pretty sure that wound didn't come from us. Hwang Dong-seok's expression crumpled slightly. He took a closer look before raising his voice. Looks like something took a big bite out of it, doesn't it? Right? That's not the only one with wounds like that, you see. Looky here. This one, that one over there, and over there too. Looks like that one's missing a pair of wings as well. Could these creepy crawlies have been beaten down already before fighting us? Hwang Dong-seok's expression hardened even more. Now he realized why the battle went off so smoothly when compared to the number of the monsters they had to fight. Could it be that these things were fighting against something else? It was then. Although it had been for the briefest of all brief moments, Jin-Woo still sensed the gazes of the several members of this team landing on him. Their eyes shifted away as soon as Jin-Woo displayed a hint of sensing them. With this, he was certain now. As I thought, his initial suspicions proved to be correct. Seeing that their teamwork was so good, they must have been fighting together for a long, long time already. And without anyone dying too. However, would such a thing be possible without a healer backing them up? No matter how good hunters were, they were still humans at the end of the day. Inevitably, they would slip up sooner or later. Well, only a short while ago, didn't their formation nearly break apart from the attacks of the bugs? A bigger picture finally formed inside Jin-Woo's head and a subtle smile formed on his lips. Maybe I can use them to my advantage. As long as they acted within his calculations, that was. Hwang Dong-seok smiled and stood back up. Well now, why don't we go in a little bit deeper? We might be able to clear this dungeon rather quickly if this keeps up. Hwang Dong-seok deliberately spoke up with a loud voice. He didn't do that for the sake of his Dong-sings. Well, the original members of the team were already surrounding him to begin with. In the meantime, Jin-Ho smiled brightly and approached closer to Jin-Woo. Hyung, did you see it? You saw it right? With this, I kicked some serious monster as today, didn't I? Jin-Ho swung the sword around in the air. Seeing this, Jin-Woo quietly asked him. Hey, that sword and the shield, they are really expensive, right? Pardon? When I told my dad that I'd be participating in my first raid, he got them for me. Well, in that case, I think you should keep your wits about you too. Jin-Woo lightly patted Jin-Ho on his shoulder and followed, after the other hunters walking deeper inside the dungeon. What is he talking about now, out of the blue? Jin-Ho tilted his head in confusion before chasing after the departing group. The cave seemed to go on forever. However, bizarrely enough, they hadn't come across a single monster as of yet. Since the dungeon was shaped like a long cavern, there was no way that they'd miss each other too. Could it be that the crawlies at the entrance were everything? No way. Now that would be really strange. Still, there should be a boss at the end, right? Without one, why would a gate remain open then? The opinions of the hunters were shared among themselves as they roamed the expansive but empty interior of this big dungeon. Hold it! Hwang Dong-seok in the lit suddenly stopped walking. He stopped so abruptly that people behind him ran into his back. The hunter whose nose had slammed into the head of the guy in front asked with a sullen expression. Ouch, what the heck, Hwang Hyung, what is it? Why nah. I need a light over there. Ji-Wan controlled the ball of light floating up in the air and redirected it further up ahead, exactly where Hwang Dong-seok had been pointing at. Holy st! All the hunters spat out low groans. The torn wings, legs, torsos, and even heads of the bugs. Remains of the various dead bugs were strewn about everywhere as far as the light shone. The further into the cave the light got to, the greater the amount of the remains they could see. And also, a huge chamber located at the end of it all. That's the boss's room. Someone muttered out softly. Hwang Dong-seok nodded his head. Everyone, get your equipment ready. The hunters quickly armed themselves. Nervousness was evident on the expressions of everyone present. With Hwang Dong-seok leading them in, the rest of the hunters cautiously and silently entered the boss's room. However, their silence only lasted for a few seconds afterwards. Jackpot! The hunter with a red nose cried out. He was none other than the guy whose nose slammed into someone's back of the head. Originally, it was forbidden to shout out too loudly inside a dungeon, because there was a possibility that a monster they didn't have to fight might hear the noise and run towards where the hunters were. However, none of the others scolded the red nose for his mistake. Wowzers, how much could all of these be? Is a real jackpot in it? Everyone was way too busy gasping out in admiration and happiness. That was why. Wait a second. When Jo Ji-won fixed the beam of light high up in the middle of the air, the situation within the room became clear for all to see, as well as the jewel-like stones jutting out from one of the walls of the cave. They are mana stones. The entire wall is made up of them. These mana stones reflected the light attractively and caused the eyes of the hunters to sparkle brightly in greed as well. Mana stones. They were one of the treasures that could be found inside dungeons. Although each stone possessed a lower amount of magic energy compared to a magic crystal extracted from a monster, they almost always were found in large quantity, so if one were able to mine them, one could earn a substantial profit. Besides, the mana stone deposit they had discovered was incredibly large. The entire wall of the huge cave was actually filled up with these stones. Let's do a quick calculation. A hunter with a mathematical brain began moving his fingers in a hurry. If we can mine them all, we could be earning as much as 1 billion. Even if we split 9 ways, we're looking at a payout of over 100 million per head. Oh. Smiles formed on the faces of the hunters. Yu Jin-Ho had been staying at the back until then, and when he heard those words, he began poking Jin-Woo's side with his elbow. Hi, show me your copy of the contract. Why? Just trust me on this one. I'm pretty knowledgeable when it comes to law, you see. Jin-Woo shrugged his shoulders once and handed over the contract as requested. Yu Jin-Ho walked over to Hwang Dong-seok while carrying that. Excuse me, seniors? I want to ask you about something. The eyes of the celebrating hunters immediately focused on Yu Jin-Ho next. Yu Jin-Ho flapped open Jin-Woo's contract and showed it to them. Mr. Leader, this is Jin-Woo Hyun's contract. As you can see, there is no clause about splitting the treasure beside the magic crystals earned from the hunting itself. Everyone there caught on to what Yu Jin-Ho was trying to say. It's customary to share the treasures or other rare items found in a dungeon equally among all the participants of the raid. The splitting of the profit, in this case, is different from monopolizing the magic crystals of the monsters one hunted themselves. In other words, the mana stones had to be split 10 ways, not 9. The light within the hunter's eyes changed greatly, but Hwang Dong-seok simply smiled and took a step forward. Of course we'll be sharing them equally. I know the rules well. We still have some things to take care of before that though. Hwang Dong-seok raised his index finger and pointed to his front. Yu Jin-Ho grandly flinched from that. He thought that he was the one being pointed at, actually. He shuddered slightly and turned his head around to take a look, and finally spotted a spider as huge as a house quietly squatting way over there. Yu Jin-Ho began taking hurried steps backwards and covered his mouth after seeing the spider's appearance. As if it was fast asleep, the huge spider didn't even budge an inch from the spot. Around the creature, there were empty shells of the dead insects piled up as high as a mountain. A fair few of them were half-eaten, and there were bodily fluids mixed in among them as well, basically resembling a trash pit full of food waste. That's the boss, huh? Did that thing eat the bugs inside the dungeon? Well, it sure did eat a lot, didn't it? Hunters glared at the spider and passed their opinions one at a time. Hwang Dong-seok called the others to gather around. Jin-Woo and Yu Jin-Ho too stood in front of Hwang Dong-seok as well. As you all know very well, as soon as the boss is killed, the gate will start closing up. So before we kill the spider, let's mine the mana stones first. Everyone nodded their heads. Cheol Jin-ah, did you bring along the equipment for the job? The man named Lee Cheol Jin shook his head. No. Who knew we'd find mana stones inside a C-rank dungeon? All the mining equipment is back in the van. Oh, come on now, dude. Didn't this Hyung always tell you to keep it around just in case? My bad. I'm really sorry about this. Lee Cheol Jin grinned brightly and began apologizing to Hwang Dong-seok, the rest of his teammates, and even to Jin-Woo. Hwang Dong-seok spoke up while scratching the back of his head. Egu, what a bother this has become. In that case, why don't you two stay here and wait? We'll go outside and fetch the equipment in the meantime. Chapter 19 Fin. Up web novel Car Chapter 20. When the hunters tried to leave all at the same time, Yu Jin-Ho formed a confused expression and quickly asked them, Are you telling me and Jin-Woo Hyung to remain in the boss room? Hwang Dong-seok smiled with his eyes and replied, The B-start is yet to wake up even though we've been talking loudly for a while now. So I'm sure nothing's going to happen here. Well, there are some things I want to speak to my boys too, so we'll take a short smoke break as well. But don't worry, it won't take long. Jin-Woo listened to Hwang Dong-seok's rather detailed explanations and smirked inwardly. You finally revealed your true colors, huh? But all of you are leaving at the same time? Aren't you fools taking us way too lightly? They were looking down on him because of his low rank, of course. As Jin-Woo expected him to, Hwang Dong-seok finally began to move. It was slightly different from the youth's expectation, though. It had been 4 years since he became a hunter. During that time, he had met many hunters. One of them was an Ojasi named Mr. O. He had retired from the life of a freelancer, but still showed up now and then to help out with the association's work. Be careful of geckos. Mr. O used to say that rather often. When one participated in raids, one would inevitably encounter a dangerous situation. When such an event happened, some crooked, immoral hunters would try to sacrifice someone who had been fighting alongside them until then, with some flimsy pretext of them not being in the same team to begin with, or that the other party was simply weaker than they were. All just to buy themselves some time for their safe escape. It was exactly like a gecko cutting off its own tail and running away. Cutting its tail off, Mr. O took to calling those types of hunters geckos, and such actions as cutting off one's tail. The regulation stated that in order to enter a gate ranked C, the minimum number of participants had to be 10. Yet, Hwang Dong-seok's team only had 8 members. I'm sure you already know that it's not easy to hire a healer if you're running your own assault party. Well, we've been doing things this way until now, so it'll be fine. Indeed, he stuck to only 8 members, even though his team had entered countless gates ranked C, so much so that he could say this way until now. They obviously have no reason to fill the last 2 spots. They needed a tail that they could cut off at any given moment after all. There was a reason why they were willing to accept anyone, whether it was a hunter ranked E or a newbie. And now Hwang Dong-seok had decided to abandon both Sung Jin-Woo and Yoo Jin-Ho for a slightly different reason than usual. But it's a good thing for me. Jin-Woo had figured out Hwang Dong-seok's intentions pretty early on, but chose to say nothing. This was what he wanted actually. However, unlike Jin-Woo, who was full of confidence, Yoo Jin-Ho was quite different, as he only started his work as a hunter today. Yoo Jin-Ho spoke with a voice full of worries. No, wait a minute. That is just, why don't we leave together? It was then Jin-Woo spotted one of the hunters at the back raise his hand towards his hips. So, he placed his hand on Yoo Jin-Ho's shoulder and spoke. It'll be fine. We'll guard this place. The hunter's hand heading towards his waist stopped. Hi, Yoo Jin-Ho was quite surprised and confused, but Jin-Woo simply kept his mouth shut and lightly shook his head. Sure, the kid was noisy and got on his nerves just a tad, but Jin-Woo wasn't planning to let him die here. After all, didn't he try to get the fair share for Jin-Woo just now? Although that would have ultimately put him in a disadvantageous position? Hwang Dong-seok formed a smile as he looked at the 2 youths. Our van isn't parked too far, so it shouldn't take long. Well then, Hwang Dong-seok and his lackeys quickly escaped from the boss room, and their footsteps rapidly got further and further away. Yoo Jin-Ho turned around and demanded answers from Jin-Woo. How could you say those things, Hyun? What if that thing wakes up? Without a doubt, he was quite scared of that spider. Looks like this kid hasn't grasped the situation quite yet. Jin-Woo inwardly clicked his tongue. It was too much of a bother to explain everything to. Instead of an answer, he began loosening his body once more. Around the same time, Hwang Dong-seok turned around towards the boss room. The hunters following him also came to a stop. They had arrived at a far enough spot from the boss room now. At this sort of distance, there was no danger of being overheard. Hwang Dong-seok smiled deeply and signaled to Jae-hwan next to him with his chin. Hey Jae-hwan, nah. Lock up the entrance to the boss room. Should I blow it up? That's right. But don't block it up completely, okay? We gotta go in there a bit later too. Lee Cheoljin then asked him. Wang Hyung, is there a reason to beat around the bush like this? Why don't we just kill them now and get started right away? Hwang Dong-seok's expression crumpled and glared at the other guy. There was no need for him to maintain the fake smile now. At least that was one less thing to worry about. Am I bad? Lee Cheoljin averted his gaze in fear. Hwang Dong-seok tusked. What if we start fighting there and the spider wakes up? How will you mine those mana stones and carry them out then? I'm sorry. Jae-hwan butted in. Wang Hyung, since we're on that subject, wouldn't that thing wake up while we try to mine the mana stones? If so, we might end up losing big, you know. That creature was strong enough to prey on those already scary insect-type monsters. If the team got sneak attacked in the middle of the mining operation, the losses they incur would be enormous. That is why Hwang Dong-seok smirked deeply. We're trying to offer those 2 up as food, aren't we? Jae-hwan nodded his head, as if he had finally understood the plan. Right now, no one knew just when the spider would wake up. It could be 10 hours from now, maybe 1 hour, or it could be a minute later. That was why they had to wake the spider up now and feed it. No matter how dull that monster happened to be, it'd still wake up from the impact strong enough to cause the entrance to cave in. Hwang Dong-seok continued on. We mine the mana stones when the spider goes back to sleep with a full belly. The permit they got from the association would last for 5 days. They still had over 4.5 days of leeway, in other words. They would wait, and if the spider didn't go back to sleep, They would simply dispose of it and mine as much as they could before the gate closed shut. They wouldn't be able to mine everything within the hour, but with Sung Jin-Woo and Yoo Jin-ho no longer in the picture, they should be able to avoid losing out too much. Wouldn't that be far more preferable than working under the constant fear? Their safety was the #1 priority, after all. Of course, that's the worst possible scenario. If they were lucky, the profit would be divided 8 ways. They mine all the mana stones, and even monopolize the spider too. As an added bonus, those expensive-looking equipment on Yoo Jin-ho's body would become theirs too. That sword and the shield, they have to be worth at least a few hundred million won. They had nothing to lose from this transaction at all. The corners of Wang Dongxiok's lips arched up. Lock up the entrance, so we can go and take a smoke break. Quick! Yes, Hyung. Joji Wan replied as a blinding light began to gather on the tip of his fingers. Yoo Jin-ho's gaze was fixed on the sleeping spider. Even his breathing was cautious. He then asked, his expression rigid with fear. That spider be starred, it's not gonna suddenly wake up on us, right? Who knows? Jin-Woo remained economical with his words. He had more or less figured out what would happen next, but if he said out aloud his thoughts in full, then Yoo Jin-ho might faint from fear. Now that I think about it, those words were the first to come out from Yoo Jin-ho's mouth in the past 5 minutes or so. It seemed that he was really scared right now. And he used to be so talkative too. Then it happened. Kaboom! With a loud explosion, the entrance of the boss room suddenly caved in. Yoo Jin-ho hurriedly ran towards the entrance. Unfortunately for him, the entrance was completely blocked up by the fallen rocks. He pushed on with all his might, but not a single stone budged. Jin-Woo slowly walked over there in the meantime. Groaned Tilda. Hi, help me push this. Yoo Jin-ho was still giving his all to push the blockade of stones away. He said his name was Jo-Jae-Wan-Ha. Before the explosion, there was a flash of light. A sorcerer ranked C that controlled light. This was no doubt that B. Start's handiwork. Jin-Woo placed his hand on the fallen rocks. If I want to, I can get out of here at any time. He could sense the weight of the stones through his hands. They weren't as heavy as they looked. When he very slightly pushed, he felt the wall tremble gently. Of course, he wasn't thinking of leaving at all anyways. Yoo Jin-ho stopped pushing at the stones and cried out as if he had finally figured out the truth. His face now reddened in fury. Yoo Jin-ho shifted his gaze over to Jin-Woo. Those sons of b****s are trying to kill us. They don't want to share the mana stones, so they block the exit and let the spider devour us. Wow, you figured that out so quickly, Sherlock. Jin-Woo was rolling his eyes in his head, but still played along for the time being. Looks that way. This is troublesome. Yuck. Suddenly, Yoo Jin-ho's reddened complexion paled in an instant. Would that be the look of someone whose blood had gone cold? No need to ask him what happened there. The silhouette of the giant monster was so clearly reflected in Yoo Jin-ho's eyes. Jin-Woo turned around. Huruk. The spider's sleep had been interrupted by that loud explosion, and it was slowly raising its massive body up. The body the size of a house. Dozens upon dozens of eyes. That horrifying mouth. 8 long legs. Now that it had begun moving for real, it looked far more terrifying than when it was actually in a deep slumber. Yoo Jin-ho leaked out a fearful gasp. His body had frozen stiff like a statue. On the other hand, Jin-Woo kept his sight firmly locked on the spider as he calmly summoned the poison fang of Kasaka from his inventory. You're mine. This was the perfect opportunity to test out his enhanced stats. The poison fang of Kasaka appeared in his right hand swish, as if it had always been there. Jin-Woo gripped the dagger's hilt tightly. The reason why a hunter was called a hunter. From this moment on was when the true hunt would begin. Hang on a second, Hyung. However, Yoo Jin-ho swiftly snatched up Jin-Woo's sleeve just as the latter took a couple of steps towards the spider. Wow, what are you trying to do? Yoo Jin-ho's hands were shaking pretty bad. Jin-Woo used his left thumb to point over his shoulder. Obviously, I'm going to hunt that. Jin-Woo had been following around Wang Dongxiok's group until now for that purpose. In order to monopolize the remaining monsters in the dungeon as soon as Wang Dongxiok cut the tail and ran away. This was a splendid opportunity to swallow whole all the experience points and magic crystals. Well, only if the boss hadn't devoured every monster in this dungeon, that is. If that hadn't been the case, then he would have profited a lot more though. What a missed opportunity that was. However, Yoo Jin-ho's facial expression clearly displayed his disbelief, as he had no idea about Jin-Woo's special constitution. What is this Hyung rambling on about? There was something he'd heard from someone somewhere before. A person would stop thinking rationally the moment he or she received a mental shock beyond their capability to deal with. The hunter ranked E standing right in front said that he'd hunt the boss of a C-ranked dungeon. If this was not an act of irrationality, that what else could it be? Yoo Jin-ho asked again, this time looking rather dumbfounded. Hyung, you want to hunt that thing? For real? Jin-Woo scratched the top of his head, looking somewhat troubled, before replying back with a question of his own. What, you want to hunt it then? Part 10. Give and take. Jin-Woo turned around even before Yu Jin-Ho had the chance to respond. There was no need to listen to his reply anyway. Even now, Yu Jin-Ho was barely managing to stand up straight as his legs continued to shudder. From the get-go, he didn't expect anything from Yu Jin-Ho. Rather, he was relieved that the kid didn't follow after him while saying he'd lend his aid or some such. He'll just get in my way anyway. Jin-Woo slowly approached the spider. The spider must have discovered the human's presence as well, as it was changing its direction towards them while shuffling on its 8 legs. It was coming closer. As if it found the never-before-seen prey rather strange, the spider didn't immediately rush out. Using its thick and long legs to push down on the ground, it inched closer and closer. Woo! As that giant monster slowly filled up his entire view, Jin-Woo's breathing became heavy. His heart began thumping faster and faster too. Thump, 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 thump. Jin-Woo controlled his wayward breathing and did his absolute best to calm himself down. He had to remain focused and steady here. He recalled the exact feelings he felt when he stood at the end of the 2nd floor of the Hapjeong Station's instant dungeon. He then recalled seeing the poison-fanged blue Kasaka for the first time. However, this giant spider in front of him didn't emit as much pressure as that snake did, meaning he could definitely do this. From the get-go, if he thought that this boss was impossible to clear alone, he wouldn't even have stayed here. Kiraruk. They had gotten close enough that his face was now reflecting rather clearly on those smooth, jet black eyes of the spider. Jin-Woo's own eyes narrowed to a slit. Chapter 20 Fin. Up web novel Kair Chapter 21. Chapter 21. The exoskeleton looks pretty tough. Can my dagger even damage it? Quite obviously, a dagger would have a shorter reach than a steel longsword Jin-Woo used before. So, if he wanted to cause a deep wound, he needed to strengthen his attacks. Jin-Woo held the dagger in the reverse grip. He figured that it'd be easier to hurt the monster by holding the blade in this fashion. Kiruk. Finally, the spider stood before Jin-Woo. Then, it raised its 2 front legs up and bent them at an angle. What is it trying to do? His curiosity lasted only for a brief moment. Jin-Woo's eyes shot open wide next. Slam. If he didn't instinctively tilt his body out of the way, the spider's legs would have penetrated his chest just now. The spider's legs stabbed into the ground behind him before rising up in the air, its joints folding back up, and from the ends of its legs, pieces of the rocky ground fell. Jin-Woo sneaked a glance behind him. The stone floor now had a pretty substantial hole in it. If I got hit by that, it wouldn't have ended with me feeling a bit of ache in my chest, huh? Jin-Woo's glare sharpened even more. Now was the time he needed to concentrate even harder. It's coming. Swish. The spider's legs that initially resembled bullets being fired could now be captured in his eyes. Left. He ducked his head lower to evade the spider's left front leg. Right. He tilted his body back and let the spider's right leg brush past him before he took a step closer. Right. He evaded the spider's leg that took aim at his head once more and took 2 steps forward this time. Left, right, left, right, left. Slam. Boom. Hwang. Kaboom. Slam. Boom. Hwang. Kaboom. The spider's leg stabbed and destroyed the ground so loudly that his ears actually felt numb from the pain. Jin-Woo evaded the spider's attacks one by one and got closer and closer to the monster. Meanwhile, Yu Jin-Ho couldn't quite believe his own eyes. What the hell is up with this guy? Even though he was watching from afar, those attacks were so ferocious that all the hair on the back of his head was standing up. However, that man was evading them all while standing right in front of the monster, not to mention he was actually getting closer too. Seeing that efficient and calm movement, Yu Jin-Woo felt a chill run down his backside. And he's supposed to be an E rank. There was no freaking way. If it was him standing there and not Sung Jin-Woo, then he'd be torn into a rag by now. He didn't have any confidence whatsoever to dodge those attacks even once. However, Jin-Woo was evading them without making a single mistake. An E rank doing something that a D rank hunter such as himself couldn't even dream of doing? There could only be one explanation for this. He is a fake registrant. Yu Jin-Ho's expression hardened. Out of those highly talented hunters, there were a few who could freely control his or her magical energy. If they felt like it, they could easily fake the results and get a lower ranking. Hunters who got assigned lower ranks than what they should have got in the first place simply by hiding a portion of their magic energy. Such people were labeled as fake registrants. And perhaps more alarmingly, most of those fake registrants carried around rather sinister motives for doing so. Such as that serial killer whose hobby was to enter low-ranked dungeons and murder all the other lower-ranked hunters. As only those who were present knew what happened inside a dungeon, there was no better place to commit crimes than the world behind the gates. Yu Jin-Ho nervously swallowed his saliva. Suddenly, Jin-Woo seemed far scarier than the spider. And just why did I have to insist on coming to this place? Yu Jin-Ho felt like he'd break out in sobs at any moment now. Swish, swish, swish. In the meantime, the spider's attacks poured down without a break. Jin-Woo dodged all of those attacks and grew confident of his victory. Having decreased the distance between them little by little, the head of the spider was almost within his reach now. The attack pattern of the spider was rather simple, so he could get close to it pretty easily. For now, I'll aim for its eyes. It was the basics of all basic rules to attack the monster's weak points. So, he decided to attack the eyes of the spider, which looked to be the weakest point in its defenses. As soon as I stabbed my dagger in those eyes, just as Jin-Woo made up his mind, he suddenly sensed that the spider's attacks had slowed down for some reason. Swish, swish. Was it because his eyes had adjusted fully to the speed of its attacks? Boom. Slam. No, that wasn't it. His eyes might have been misled, but his hearing could not be fooled. The loud noises coming from the exploding ground came to him a beat slower than before, since a few seconds ago. Jin-Woo was already pretty confident of his rather excellent sense of hearing, so he could feel this subtle change. It was then, a certain ominous premonition flickered past in his brain. When he took a closer look, the muscles around the vicinity of the spider's mouth were trembling quite imperceptibly. Why is it trying to open its mouth now? Jin-Woo had been getting ready to jump up 3 meters and reach the head of the spider, but he sensed something ominous was about to happen. Jin-Woo hurriedly changed the direction of his jump from forward to his rear. And then splash! From the mouth of the spider, dirty and turbid liquid spewed out. Jin-Woo rolled on the floor for a second before regaining his balance. He quickly took a look behind him. The spot on the floor he had been standing only until a second ago was now emitting smoke as it got scorched black. Sizzle! Stones on the floor melted away powerlessly. Jin-Woo swallowed his saliva after seeing that. If I had jumped forward just now, it wouldn't have been only the floor that was melting right now. Perhaps sensing that Jin-Woo had been distracted, the spider rushed towards him in no time. Rustle! Jin-Woo raised his head. By then, the spider was already right in front of his eyes. Swish! Jin-Woo jumped up to evade the giant spider's legs. Slam! The beast's attacks had recommenced. D a minute. After that, Jin-Woo got near the monster's head several times more. Every time he did that, though, he had no choice but to retreat in order to evade that disgusting digestive juice. When the spider's attack pattern had become it became that much harder to deal with it. If he got closer after evading all those snapping legs, the digestive juice spewed out. Its legs attacked again once he had to retreat to a distance because of the juices. SHT. Feeling frustrated now, he decided to attack the legs with his dagger. Unfortunately, the legs were also covered in that thick exoskeleton, and no matter how many times he cut it, he couldn't even nick it once. Jin-Woo bit his lower lip. This isn't going to work. The spider only needed its 2 front legs to attack him, but on the other hand, he needed to use his entire body to evade them. It was obvious who would tire out first here. Tiredness. 57 as he thought. His tiredness stat was rapidly rising up. When this stat hit 70, his speed would decrease, and when it reaches 90, his breathing would become too heavy and it had become that much harder to freely move about. He was running out of time. If I wanted to get closer to it, then speed. His speed was the issue. Boom, 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 boom. Wait, speed is it? As Jin-Woo continued to barely evade each of the legs raining down, a thought entered his head. Yeah, I had that, didn't I? He indeed possessed a single active skill. He had forgotten all about it because there was no need for him to use it, until now. Dash. You've activated skill. Dash. Your movement speed has increased by 30%. 1 mana will be spent every minute during its activation. Along with those messages, Jin-Woo's body became even faster, as if a booster had been activated. Evading the spider's legs had become even easier as a result. Swish, 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 boom, boom, boom. He swiftly evaded the spider legs, slamming down like lightning bolts, and in the blink of an eye, arrived before the monster. Taken by surprise, the spider hurriedly spewed out its digestive juice. However, thanks to the increase in his speed, his movement had now this certain composure to it. Jin-Woo easily evaded the digestive juice and pounced towards the spider's head. Slash! His dagger slashed at the spider's eyes. Effect: paralysis has been activated. The effect has been cancelled due to the high resistance of the target. Effect: bleeding has been activated. Target stamina will decrease by 1% per second. Yes, one of the 2 special effects the Poison Fang of Kasaka possessed had activated successfully. Ruar! Spider roared out and staggered about. Jin-Woo didn't miss this opening. The moment his 2 feet landed back on the ground, he jumped up again and climbed on the spider's body to get to the top of its head. The spider went crazy and swung its legs all over the place, but Jin-Woo wasn't going to let those blind attacks land on him. Slam! Boom! Ha-boom! Holes continued to appear on the poor, blameless ground instead. Now standing on top of the spider's head, Jin-Woo began stabbing the eyes of the spider with his dagger. Stab! 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 Ruar! Stab! Stab! Ruar! The spider rampaged around this way and that, but Jin-Woo endured till the end and continued to shove his dagger into the head of the spider. Ru-ruck! The spider began tottering about dangerously. It was obviously getting damaged now. Seeing this, Jin-Woo's hands picked up speed, and eventually, the huge body of the spider finally tilted to the side. Thud! However, Jin-Woo didn't stay his hand. No, he kept going at it, until the spider was dead for sure. Stab! 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 Kiruk! Hiruru. Along with the final gasps from the spider, several messages popped up in his view. You've killed the owner of this dungeon. Level up! Level up! Level up! I did it! While covered from head to toe in the spider blood, Jin-Woo raised his hands up high. Maybe because it was a boss monster, his level jumped up by 3. Status window. Name: Sung Jin-Woo. Level: 21. Class: None. Title: None. HP: 2600 MP. 391 Tiredness: 0 Stat Strength: 53 Stamina: 30 Agility: 38 Intelligence: 30 Perception: 32 Available points to distribute: 0. Skills: Passive skills: Unknown LV. Max: Tenacity LV. 1 Active skills: Dash LV. 1 From level 18, he had jumped up to reach 21 in one go. And that wasn't even the end. Besides the level up messages, something else also popped up as well. Ring. Store. Buy function is now available with your level having reached 20. Oh, so I can finally spend those gold things now, eh? That was a nice message for sure. However, now wasn't the right time to relaxedly browse through the store. Rumble. The cave began to shake just a little. With the death of the dungeon's owner, the entrance of the dungeon will be destroyed in 1 hour. Remaining time: 59 minutes 58 seconds. Indeed, he had to get out of this place before the gate closed on him, after all. Browsing through the store could be done once he was somewhere safe. Just as Jin-Woo was about to climb down, he spotted something gleaming brightly in the middle of the spider's head. Is that an item? However, unlike the monsters from the Insta dungeon, there was no message about recovered items, nor could he automatically claim them. What could it be then? Jin-Woo pondered briefly before realizing what it was. These things have magic crystals, don't they? No matter how busy he was, how could he forget something so valuable like that? Jin-Woo extracted the magic crystal hidden deep inside the head of the dead spider. This was a C-rank magic crystal extracted from the boss monster, so it should at least go for around 10 million won easy. As the trophy for his glamorous victory, this would do very nicely. Jin-Woo lightly jumped down from the dead spider's head. Tap! He landed lightly on the ground and turned around, and well, he discovered more gleaming lights, this time coming from the spider's belly. Not only that, but several of them even. Jin-Woo was now feeling rather surprised. He heard stories of some monsters possessing 2, 3 magic crystals, but there were simply too many lights to say those could all be magic crystals. What could they be then? He used the dagger to slice open the belly and continued on to its stomach, which resulted in half-digested remains of the insect-type monsters to pour out to the ground. And the lights were coming from those. No way! Jin-Woo rummaged through the dead insects one at a time. And just as he suspected, they all possessed their magic crystals. Sure, a few of them had melted down and become smaller than before, but quite a lot of them had survived and remained as good as new. When he collected the intact ones, he counted over 10. I really hit the jackpot this time. He came to earn this month's rent, but at this rate, he'd be earning way more than that. Hi, Nem. When Jin-Woo looked back, he saw Jin-Ho there. Please put them in here? Jin-Ho then proceeded to carefully tuck in the magic crystals belonging to Jin-Woo inside his equipment bag. Next, he reached inside the corner of the same bag and pulled out a thermos, before pouring the flask's content on its lid. Hi, Nem. You must be feeling thirsty. Please drink this. It's water. Indeed, it was a cold, refreshing cup of water, filled right up to the edge. Why is this kid doing something no one asked him to? Chapter 21 Fin. Up web novel Kyr Chapter 22 Since Jin-Woo was feeling thirsty anyway, he took the thermos lid to drink the water. But his head never stopped tilting in the meantime. Gulp gulp. The water slid down his throat, and refreshed him quite nicely. Hi Nim, did you enjoy it? Before he had noticed it, the honorific had changed to Hi Nim too. Yeah, it's refreshing. Jin-Woo spoke his earnest opinion, and handed the lid over to Jin-Ho. And, the things you saw in here. Even before Jin-Woo could finish his sentence, Jin-Ho quickly cut in, as if to say that there's nothing to worry about. Of course, I won't say anything to anyone and take the secret with me to my grave. No, hang on. No need to take it to your grave, but of course I will. It'll be a promise between Hyun, Nim and I after all. Well, in that case okay. If you say so, you don't have to worry about a thing Hyun, Nim. It wasn't as if anyone would believe the claim that a rank E solid, the boss of a rank C gate anyway. Still, the kid was saying he'd voluntarily keep his mouth shut, and that would certainly make his life a bit easier. I thought he didn't know how to take a hint, but he's pretty quick on the uptake on things like this, eh? Is there anything else you'd like to tell me, Hyun-nim? No, not particularly. Well, that sounded a bit suspect there. Jin-Woo studied the overly polite mannerism of Jin-Ho and inwardly questioned his motives, before coming to a conclusion of his own. Well yeah, from Jin-Ho's perspective, I did save his life and all. Wasn't it the most obvious thing in the world that you become really courteous and humble towards a person who saved your life? When looked at that way, his attitude made more sense. The reality of the situation was slightly different from that though. Rumble. The dungeon shook around for a bit again before its tremor stopped. That tremor was the reminder that the gate would close in a little while. The tremors would progressively get worse as time went by, and just before the gate closed, it had morphed into a full-blown earthquake. Let's get out of here. Yes, Hyun-nim. Jin-Woo began walking towards the entrance. Before they reached it though, there was a sudden flash of light, and the rocks blocking up the entrance collapsed. Boom! Afterwards, Hwang Dong-seok and his goons rushed into the boss room. As soon as spotting the dead spider behind Jin-Woo, their expressions became dumbfounded. What the hell? It's really dead? Did those two hunt it? That spider must have been nothing much, even with that big body and all. Well, if a rank D and a rank E managed to kill it then. Wang Hyun, what should we do now? Hwang Dong-seok scratched his chin while gazing at Jin-Woo and Jin-Ho. With the spider dead, the gate would soon close. It'd be too late to start mining the monostones now. They hadn't even finished getting ready, yet the remaining time was now less than an hour. It was time for the plan B. So, he loudly called out to Jin-Ho. Jin-Ho! Jin-Ho flinched and took a step back. His face was full of nervous tension. An oily smile floated up on Hwang Dong-seok's face. I thought your gear looked real eye-catching, so we did a background check on you, and it turns out that you're a son of a real big shot. The son of the Yujin Construction's owner, Unhan, no less. So what? We'll give you a chance. I've got some stuff to discuss with your old man, you see. However, it'd get real troublesome for us if the matters of this place get out. So, if you wish to live, you better become our accomplice. An accomplice? Hwang Dong-seok pointed at Jin-Woo with his chin. Being on the receiving end of that disgusting stare, Jin-Woo's forehead creased for a second. Kill Jin-Woo. What? Jin-Ho freaked out, and Hwang Dong-seok chuckled as if he found that expression rather funny. The thing was, he used his phone to do an online search and found out that Jin-Ho's father was the owner of the top construction company in the country. Seeing that, a sinister scheme formed in his head. He'd filmed the scene of Jin-Ho killing Jin-Woo and then, under the pretext of keeping his mouth shut, blackmail Unhan. The known wealth of Unhan is supposedly around 10 trillion won, wasn't it? TL, almost $9 billion. He might be able to reel in several times more money than mining these monostones if he played his cards right. That's the only way you'll leave this place alive. As long as you kill Jin-Woo with your own hands, we'll let you live. If not, we kill both of you. Hwang Dong-seok's eyes became very hostile right away. What are you hesitating for? No one will know what happens inside a dungeon anyway. Wait, could it be that you're scared of a rank E, even though you're a rank D? Jin-Ho turned his head to his side. Jin-Woo shrugged his shoulders as his answer. He was implying that Jin-Ho should do whatever he felt like. With a determined expression, Jin-Ho unsheathed the sword on his hips. Finally, he made up his mind. A smile formed on Hwang Dong-seok's mouth. Unfortunately for him, his expectation was not met. Still holding that sword, Jin-Ho stood alongside Jin-Woo. Ho, so, you want to team up with that guy and fight us, is that right? Hwang Dong-seok muttered softly. A scion of a well-to-do family got lucky and killed a rank C boss, and it looked like his ego had become bloated somewhat as a result. Jo-Jae-won whispered from the side. What should we do now? Hwang Dong-seok lowered his voice so both Jin-Woo and Jin-Ho wouldn't be able to hear him. For now, take care of Jin-Woo first. We gotta hold on to that potential money bag. Our losses today are pretty substantial after all. Okay, will do. Jo-Jae-won's hands began emitting bright light next. Seeing this, Jin-Woo's eyes narrowed to a slit. In the end, they want to have a go, huh? This would be his very first time fighting against other hunters. However, he wasn't planning to go easy on these B-stards that have aimed for his life several times already. Then this happened. Ring. There was that mechanical beep again. An emergency quest has been generated. An emergency quest? Jin-Woo raised his head. He didn't even say anything about wanting to look at the contents, yet the quest window spread out before his eyes without his consent. Now that was a first. Emergency quest. Kill all the enemies. There are life forms holding murderous intentions towards the player. Kill them all in order to secure your own safety. If you do not follow this instruction, a corresponding penalty will be given. The number of enemies left to kill. 8. The number of killed enemies. 0 Jin-Woo's eyes opened wider. In order to complete the quest, Wang Dongxiak and his teammates must all die. It was then, a beam of light flashed right before his eyes. The light beams left Zhou Jie-Wen's hands and flew straight at Jin-Woo. Boom! Flung away by the explosion, Jin-Woo's figure flew at a frightening speed and slammed into the cave wall. Slam! A portion of the wall collapsed and fell on top of Jin-Woo. Tumble! Hi! Nim! You, Jin-Ho froze on the spot from surprise. Don't sweat over the dead guy, and why don't you come over here? Wang Dongxiak beckoned with his fingers. You Jin-Ho stared at the spot where Jin-Woo was. Just like what Wang Dongxiak had implied, Jin-Woo wasn't moving an inch as he remained buried under the debris. You murderers! Tears pooled around you Jin-Ho's eyes. Wang Dongxiak and his Dongsing simply giggled at the label of murderers thrown at their way. Well, that was the truth, to begin with anyway. Just how many died by their hands inside many other dungeons? While they were looking at you Jin-Ho and continued to smile, Jin-Woo was under the pile of rubble, doubting his own eyes at the moment. Contents of the quest were slowly changing, that was why. Emergency quest. Kill all the enemies. There are life forms holding murderous intentions towards the end at #. Kill them all in order to secure your own safety. If you do not follow this instruction $, %, it, and $, the number of enemies left to kill. 8 The number of killed enemies. 0 A few words suddenly became illegible, before changing their shapes. Emergency quest. Kill all the enemies. There are life forms holding murderous intentions towards you. Kill them all in order to secure your own safety. If you do not follow this instruction, your heart will cease functioning. The number of enemies left to kill. 8 The number of killed enemies. 0 What a clear cut threat that was. If he didn't finish the quest as intended, it would kill him instead. Kill if I don't want to be killed, is that it? The contents were pretty shocking, but Jin-Woo's fluster didn't remain for long. No, his flustered mind rapidly morphed into one of relief. Even he found it hard to believe, but that was the truth. There was this fear that always lingered in his mind, starting from the day these quests popped up in front of his eyes alongside stat values and such. What would happen to me if this mysterious phenomenon suddenly stopped? What if all these things only happened as a coincidence, and they could end at any given moment? Such fear always accompanied him. However, through this emergency quest, the truth became clear. Things happening to him were not a coincidence, nor were they some weird goodwill from someone. If the quest was generated by something holding some form of goodwill, then it should have just said overcome this danger, and not threaten him to kill him as a penalty. The system had a clear purpose. It was either make Sung Jin-Woo strong or need a strong Sung Jin-Woo, and, depending on the situation, me, who could kill other hunters at the drop of a hat even. He could glean such intentions from the system now. Jin-Woo felt reassured by that revelation. What a relief that it was not a coincidence. That it definitely had a goal. Whenever he found himself in danger, he yearned to be stronger. He so dearly wished to stop living the life where it was no different from dangling precariously on the edge of a cliff. But on that fateful day, during the most dangerous moments of his life, his opportunity came. The goal of this system and Jin-Woo's wishes lined up perfectly. The system is using me, and I'm using the system. That was all there was to it. As long as there was an end goal, a purpose, this phenomenon would never suddenly vanish from his eyes. Jin-Woo slowly got up from the rubble. 1360, 2600, as expected of a magic spell shot by a ranked hunter. It was only a single hit, yet his had almost halved. There was no more room left to take it easy now. Intense malice filled up Jin-Woo's eyes. He began walking towards Wang Dongxiak. What the heck? Wang Dongxiak and his goons had been surrounding the scared Yu Jin-Ho, so they ended up discovering Jin-Woo rather belatedly. What's going on here? He's still alive. But Wan Hai looks like a dead fish though. What an embarrassment this is. He's a measly rank E, you know. Wang Dongxiak scratched his chin. Hey why didn't you finish him properly the first time? Wan's face reddened somewhat. Yeah, I should have, but this wasn't right. He really did pour his all with that shot. He had spent over a third of his overall magical energy. Yet how could this kid stand back up? Could the attack not connect properly? Then there wouldn't have been such a loud explosion if that was the case. Lots of questions formed in his head, but there was no time to ask them. Because Jin-Woo opened his mouth first. Since you're playing around with people's lives, the eyes of Wang Dongxiak's group were now fixed to Jin-Woo. He came to a stop in front of them. Yu Jin-Ho flinched in surprise, but the reactions of other hunters were rather subdued. Some of them even began smirking in derision. Jin-Woo spoke with a dry voice. You've all sufficiently resolved yourselves, right? Wang Dongxiak let off a snort after hearing that. What the hell is this fool even saying? Hyun, Nim, let me handle this kid. A hunter with tiny little eyes approached Jin-Woo and placed his arms around the latter's neck. "It looks like you mister hasn't really figured the situation out yet. But the thing is, The expression of the tiny eyes became weirder and weirder as he strengthened his arms. "What the hell? Why can't I pull him down?" He tried to perform a headlock with his physical strength, but no matter how hard he pulled, Jin-Woo's upper body showed no sign of budging. Wasn't this Starred supposed to be only a ranky? Cold sweat formed on the forehead of the tiny eyes. How could he be this strong? It happened then. Slice. The head of the tiny eyes fell to the ground. Thud. Jajunti. Hwang Dong-seok's eyes trembled like an earthquake. What the hell? That knife just when did he? Where did he get that? Hwang Dong-seok and his goons quickly took several steps back and yanked their weapons out. Jin-Woo's hand was already holding the poison fang of Kasaka. Blood dripped from the tip of the blade. Ring. The number of enemies left to kill. 7. The number of killed enemies. 7 left. Chapter 22 Fin. Up web novel Kair, Chapter 23 Chapter 23. Jin-Woo swept his gaze at Hwang Dong-seok and his group like a predator eyeing his prey. Hwang Dong-seok swallowed his saliva. He was already pretty surprised by the dagger appearing in that man's hands, but more importantly, Park Jun-tae's death shook him to the core rather greatly. How did an E-rank hunter kill a D-rank in one hit? He had no idea what kind of a trick the other guy used, but from now on, underestimating his opponent was definitely forbidden. No, he had to be very meticulous here. Hwang Dong-seok gave a signal with his eyes to his side. One. Hit him one more time. One lightly nodded his head. This time, he wouldn't make the same mistake again. One told himself such as lights began gathering in his hands again. But, even before the arrows of light could leave his fingertips, Jin-Woo appeared right in front of One first. One's jaw hit the floor. The light in Jin-Woo's eyes gleamed coldly. You first, the magic-type hunter, who possesses strong firepower, but a weak body. Jin-Woo had finished his calculations already. The dagger stabbed straight through One's neck. Stab! Hyo-hyuk! One tried to cover the hole in his neck and collapsed to the floor. Plop! Kill him! With that as a signal, the hunters around him rushed towards Jin-Woo at once. Jin-Woo raised all his senses to the maximum and calmly focused on the movements of his enemies. All sounds disappeared and time slowed down. The agility stat and its 38 points had begun displaying its worth. He then blocked or evaded swords, spears and arrows being thrust at him from the very short distance. The eyes of the hunters became incredibly large. How can an E-rank move like this? Too fast. I can't hit him at all. The complexions of the hunters became ashen. Indeed, speed was a subjective thing. To their eyes, Jin-Woo's movement was absurdly fast. Meanwhile, Jin-Woo waited in among the hunters and calmly cut into their vital spots, one at a time. Effect: paralysis has been activated. Effect: bleeding has been activated. Effect: paralysis has been activated. The special effects of the poison fang of Kasaka continued to activate, and the hunters all fell into a quagmire of confusion. I can't move my body. Magic. Was that magic? You son of a bitch! Effect: bleeding has been activated. Effect: paralysis has been activated. Effect: paralysis has been activated. Yuck! What the hell is this guy's real identity? Screams resounded out without a break from here and there. 5 hunters surrounding Jin-Woo all crumpled down to the floor in no time at all. Plop, plop. Ring. The number of enemies left to kill. 1. The number of killed enemies. 7. Jin-Woo shifted his gaze over to the last remaining survivor, and that was none other, the big bearded man, Hwang Dong-seok. He discarded his shield, as an expression of determination formed on his face. He then loudly roared out, "Ooh-ha-ha!" Hwang Dong-seok kicked the ground and rushed forward. Thump, 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 thump. His mind raced as he ran forward. He was a tanker, and was considered one of the top, even within the C rank. His opponent most likely was a damage dealer. Although that man seemed to be very agile, judged from his quick movements, there was no way he possessed enough power to penetrate past Hwang Dong-seok's reinforcement skill. You can't fatally wound me with a measly little dagger. The one to be crushed when they collide would be Sung Jin-Woo. Instead, their distance closed up in the blink of an eye, and Hwang Dong-seok tackled with his shoulder. Reinforcement. But then his entire world seemed to spin around, and before he realized how, he was staring at the ceiling of the dungeon. Slam! His brain shook hard, and a strong impact force was transmitted into his entire body. He wanted to get up, but his body didn't listen to his commands. Hwang Dong-seok tried very hard, but eventually gave up and lay sprawled on the ground. Cough! He coughed out a mouthful of blood. Did he throw me down to the floor? Did Hwang Dong-seok really lose in the contest of strength? In a battle of physical strength? How can a measly ranky He was now so sure that something had gone terribly awry somewhere. 5 rank CS and 3 rank DS were knocked down in the blink of an eye. There was no way this B starred was a rank E. Jin-Woo stood next to Hwang Dong-seok. The bearded man couldn't even properly move his body. His fate was quite obvious now. If this was a sports match or a spar, then this battle would have ended right here. Too bad for the bearded man though. Jin-Woo wasn't planning to stop there. Wait a minute. Hwang Dong-seok raised his hand first. Well, let me go. If you want money, I'll give it to you. As long as you spare me. 3 times. Jin-Woo's voice remained cold. Aren't you a bit shameless, asking to be spared by someone you tried to kill 3 times already? First, by blocking the exit of the boss room. Second, ordering Yu Jin-Ho to kill him. And finally, Jo Jae one's magic. Hwang Dong-seok tried to kill Jin-Woo these 3 times, even after excluding the battle just now. Give and take. When he returned alive from the underground temple, Jin-Woo resolved himself to return as much as he had received. Whether it was kindness or hostility, he'd repay the acts of ill intent with an equal amount of malice. There would be no room for negotiation. Realizing that begging for his life wouldn't work, Hwang Dong-seok's eyes shot wide open and foam bubbled around his mouth. You think you'll be okay after you laid your hands on me like this? Do you have any idea who my younger brother is? Chatter. Hwang Dong-seok could no longer continue with his words after his neck was broken. Kyok. The whites of the bearded man's eyes were showing now. Ring. The number of enemies left to kill, 0. The number of killed enemies, 8. Finally, this quest had come to an end. Wu Jin-Woo spat out a long sigh containing a myriad of emotions, and lifted his hand away from Hwang Dong-seok's head. His gaze then stopped on his hands. He might have one-sidedly bulldozed past his opponents, but for someone who had fought to the death against 8 other people, his hands remained remarkably steady. Is it okay to be like this? Jin-Woo placed his hand on his chest and felt for his beating heart. Thump, thump, thump. His heart was beating as calmly as if he had been taking a stroll. What if, for the first time ever, he began to think that, seeing the system wasn't the only change taking place within him after he returned alive from the underground temple. However, his musings had to be kept brief. Soon, the familiar beep entered his head. Ring. You have completed emergency quest. Kill all the enemies. Completion rewards are now available. Would you like to confirm the rewards? Why then he was half expecting this to happen, and sure enough, he now had received rewards. Jin-Woo didn't even hesitate and chose yes. Confirm. Ring. Following rewards are available. Reward 1. Full recovery of the current physical condition. Reward 2. 10 additional stat points. Reward 3. Skill. Intimidation. Not only 10 points, but even a skill 2. Jin-Woo's eyes widened from the huge amount of available rewards. All those stat points were one thing, but this new skill stole away almost all of his attention. If I didn't possess the dash skill when fighting that spider, the only reason why he managed to hunt the boss down was because of dash. There was no need to mention how important a skill was during a battle. It was not for nothing that a rune stone, with which a person could learn a brand new skill, cost several hundreds of millions of won. Jin-Woo immediately checked this skill called Intimidation out. Show me the third reward. Ring. Skill. Intimidation LV. 1 active skill. Mana required to activate, 100. Can render a designated target in a state of fear for 1 minute by using your powerful aura. Multiple targets can be selected. Effect Fear. All stats minus 50%. Although it was only active for a short time, it was still a rare skill that could decrease the opponent's stats by a substantial amount. Of course, exactly like other effects, if the opponent's resistance was high enough, it would fail to activate. But if it did work, then Jin-Woo thought that taking care of his enemies, regardless of who it was, would become as easy as pie. And since it could be used against multiple opponents, the scope of the skill's usefulness seemed limitless too. It's really good, isn't it? The rewards were just as good as the potential penalty was as bad. Hang on a sec, now that I think about it, it's not like that, is it? After all, his life was at stake here. And was that all? Jin-Woo took a look around him. He frowned deeply after taking in the gruesome sight. He had witnessed enough deaths of other hunters, but even then, he'd never really get used to looking at the corpses of other people. This was what this quest asked of him though. But for a quest that asked for many lives as its completion requirement, the rewards handed out felt rather cheap and not quite enough. Well, even if it weren't for the quest, he'd still have to fight against Hwang Dong-seok and his crew in the end. But still. And they say, a man's greed knows no bounds. Jin-Woo shook his head wryly. It was then the cave shook around once more. Rumble. The tremor had become stronger than before. It was now the time to get out of the dungeon. But before he could do that, there was something else he needed to take care of first. And that happened to be Yu Jin-Ho. Jin-Woo's gaze drifted toward him. Yu Jin-Ho had been pitifully frozen solid in his spot until then, and flinched rather grandly before hurriedly lowering his gaze to the ground. Now what should I do with this kid? Of course, he wasn't thinking of harming Yu Jin-ho. There was no need to, nor was there a reason to do so either. However, if the events of this place got leaked out to the rest of the world, then there was a good chance that his life would become inconvenienced in a variety of ways. So I guess I should make sure he doesn't talk, huh? Just as he thought the course of action would be for the best, Yu Jin-ho rapidly ran towards him, knelt down and bowed his head. Hi, Nim, please spare me. Suddenly, Jin-Woo felt that the following conversation should unfold a lot more smoothly than his initial expectation. Yu Jin-ho was shaking like a wet dog. His complexion was pale as well. Well, 8 people died in the blink of an eye right in front of his face, so that was par for the course, really. One of the most important tools in dealing with people was this, the fear. So, Jin-Woo decided to use this situation to his advantage. Why should I? Heek. Jin-Woo thought that he heard the sound of Yu Jin-ho's heart falling to the floor just now. His guilty conscience that asked, was that too much? Only lasted for a second though. If you want money, I can speak to my father and, who do you think I am? Jin-Woo's expression crumpled unpleasantly. Sure, he did grow up impoverished, but that didn't mean he was corrupt enough to hold a person's life hostage and extort money that way. Wouldn't he be no different from Hwang Dong-seok if he did that? I'm truly sorry. If it weren't for Yu Jin-ho's current state being absolutely terrified, Jin-Woo would have smacked the back of the kid's head or something by now. He was holding back only because it looked like Yu Jin-ho might keel over from a heart attack if he really did that. Confirming how displeased Jin-Woo's expression was, Yu Jin-ho nervously swallowed some dried saliva. Now that I think about it, even back when Hwang Dong-seok offered him money, could he have abandoned all material desires and now only walks the path of bloodshed and murder? Jin-Woo's image inside Yu Jin-ho's head was being solidified in an even weirder direction. However, it was too early to draw a conclusion yet. If that was the case, then why did Nim extract those magic crystals? Not too long ago, Jin-Woo personally went and extracted all those magic stones, even going so far to dig through the spider's entrails. Sure, it was used in a variety of ways, such as a source of high-density energy, as a raw material, in manufacturing magic tools, etc. But to a hunter, a magic crystal was simply another word for money. Yu Jin-ho's mind spun at a quicker pace. So, that's how it was. Those crystals were the prize of blood. They were the deserved prize he earned through staining his hands with blood, and that was why he didn't mind digging through the stomach of a dead monster. He'd not show a hint of mercy to those enemies who tried to harm him, but he was also the practitioner of the way of the blood, meaning, he did not want anything to do with the monetary gain that he hadn't earned with his own hands. And I tried to buy his benevolence with money, so of course, he'd get peace set off at me. In that case, what Yu Jin-ho needed here wasn't father's money, but the deserved profit that could be earned if he managed to walk out of here alive. When he sneaked a glance, Jin-Woo's expression was still distorted somewhat. Yu Jin-ho quickly continued on with his words. Hi, Nim, if you spare me, then I'll hand over all the profit earned in this dungeon to you. As expected, Jin-Woo immediately displayed his interest. Please think about it, Nim. If you monopolize the profit meant for 10 people after 9 others are killed, others would definitely start questioning you. From Yu Jin-ho's perspective, Jin-Woo was, without a doubt, a fake registrant. Not only that, a highly skilled fake registrant who enjoyed murdering people. Obviously, he'd not want the attention of other folks landing on him. So what? On the flip side, if we both walk out of here alive, then according to the contract, all the magic crystals from this dungeon belongs to me. Even if all the other teammates had died, since you don't get a share in the first place, no one would suspect you. Of course, theirs was no way that Yu Jin-ho would be suspected of foul play here. Well, his father owned one of the country's top-ranked companies, after all. The potential profit he'd earn from selling off the magic crystals would be like a pocket change to him. This money is something Nim totally deserves. I mean, this is your deserved reward for saving me and getting rid of Hwang Dong-seok and his lackeys, wouldn't you agree? Chapter 23 Fin. Up web novel Care Chapter 24 Yu Jin-ho empathized the words deserved reward for some reason. Yeah, for sure, certainly, that method was the safest way to dispose of the magic crystals. These crystals no longer had any owners. No matter how avaricious Hwang Dong-seok was, he still couldn't take them to his grave. That left just one person, Yu Jin-ho, as the sole claimant to the rights of these crystals. However, such a guy was saying that he'd voluntarily offer them up. Jin-Woo didn't want anything to do with them if they were to be taken away forcibly, but there's no reason for me to refuse things that are willingly entering my pockets, no? Without his help, Yu Jin-ho would either have been killed by now or get dragged around as a hostage instead. When looked at that way, the claims of them being deserved reward made some sense. Seeing that Jin-Woo's expression lighten up, Yu Jin-ho was now sure of his guesses being on the money. As I thought, The magic crystals are the deserved reward of blood for hunting down Hwang Dong-seok and his gang, so he's not going to say no here. The meaning of the word deserved as imagined by these two men had what you'd call a significant difference, but they had no way of knowing that. Okay. As soon as Jin-Woo agreed, Yu Jin-ho's face brightened up in an instant. Hell, Yu Jin-ho was even feeling a bit awestruck by how steadfast Jin-Woo was with his personal beliefs. However, Jin-Woo's face became emotionless next. However, how do I trust you? Jin-Woo had recalled his initial goal once more. He wasn't trying to scare the kid so he could line his pockets in the first place. No, he started this intimidation antics so he could avoid being inconvenienced later down the line. How can I betray you, Nim, who saved my neck multiple times already? You could ignore our promise and just yap onto anyone you meet, no? Actually, it wouldn't be too big of a hassle if the kid did that. Killing Hwang Dong-seok and his goons were 100% acts of self-defense after all. There were 8 of them, not to mention they were fully armed as well. Heck, they even attacked first with a powerful magic spell too. Laws had changed ever since the emergence of the hunters, so Jin-Woo knew that he'd walk away scot-free only with that much justification. Jin-Woo wanted to let things die down quietly in this manner, and Yu Jin-ho's help would be needed to facilitate that. There might be a slight problem with how he went about asking for that help, but as far as the end result was concerned, this was the best method available. So, speak up. Jin-Woo stared at the other guy with eyes that demanded answers. Yu Jin-ho formed a determined, dignified expression. I will never do something so cowardly, Nim, especially for someone who has saved my life. Hang on a minute. Jin-Woo thought that he had seen those determined eyes from somewhere, before realizing that they were rather similar to back when Yu Jin-ho refused the suggestion of Hwang Dong-seok to become their accomplice not too long ago. This kid, he's being serious. The give and take. When his life was hanging in the balance, Yu Jin-ho chose to stand with Jin-Woo. He trusted Jin-Woo and tried to go up against 8 other hunters. That was why Jin-Woo decided to trust Yu Jin-ho, at least once. Of course not right away, and not quite like this, maybe, after planting the fear of God into the kid first. Jin-Woo reached down and picked up Hwang Dong-seok's discarded shield. Back of my head is still aching from Hwang Dong-seok's sneak hit, you know. Jin-Woo pretended to study the shield from this way, and that, before powerfully flinging it towards the wall of the cave. Kaboom! More than half of the shield got buried deep inside that wall. Cold sweat drops dripped down Yu Jin-ho's face as he nervously swallowed his saliva. I hope that my dongsing isn't going to disappoint me too. But of course Nim. It happened then. The dungeon began shaking much harder this time. Rumblily, their time was clearly running out. Jin-Woo never held any thoughts of harming Yu Jin-ho from the get-go, so he figured that this much would be enough. So, he ordered Yu Jin-ho, collect all the magic crystals. We're leaving. Thank you very much, Nim. Yu Jin-ho stood back up and bowed his waist 90 degrees. A smile found its way back onto his face too. While Yu Jin-ho went around to fill up the bag, Jin-Woo began rummaging through Hwang Dong-seok's pockets. I gotta get paid what's mine too. He was promised 2 million won for the day's work, and he couldn't afford to let a single cent slip by. Hwang Dong-seok's wallet was filled with lots of 50,000 won bills. When he counted, there were 45 of them, just over 2 million in other words. The bearded man promised to pay in cash as soon as the raid was over, so he must have had them ready just in case. Because, well, he wouldn't have been able to cut the tail all the time. Thanks for the pay. Jin-Woo said the words of thanks to no one in particular, and left the boss room first. Yu Jin-ho was almost finished packing up the magic crystals, but then belatedly noticed that Jin-Woo had disappeared, and hurriedly began searching for him. Nim. All he found were the rapidly cooling corpses of the hunters that lost their lives to Jin-Woo. Heek! Yu Jin-ho and his deathly pale complexion hurriedly chased after Jin-Woo as if he was scared of being alone. The agent from the association's investigation department swiftly arrived at the location of the gate. The procedure to follow when there were casualties during a raid was rather simple. The remaining survivors only had to report the matter to the association and let the investigators do their job. That was all. The investigator for today was a strict-looking auntie. And your names are? It's Sung Jin-Woo. My name is Yu Jin-ho, ma'am. Hunters dying inside dungeons happen pretty much every single day, so this procedure was more like a formality at this point. To be more precise, it was now more to do with record-keeping, actually. That was, if there were nothing to be suspicious about. So every rank C hunter in the raid team was killed. Yet how did one rank D and one rank E manage to escape unhurt? The investigator questioned the duo while adjusting her glasses. Her glaring eyes narrowed to a slit. Now normally, it'd be the weakest hunter in the team to die first most of the time. Yet, she intensely scrutinized the 2 men before discovering something particular, and raised her voice. Oh my gosh! Her eyes began sparkling as she approached closer. Isn't this the longsword Callion that's been launched recently by the Maya Company? Oh my gosh! Isn't this one of the Royal Series shields crafted by the one and only master craftsman Greedos? Yu Jin-Ho's face brightened immediately. You seem to be well versed in weapons, ma'am. It's nothing to feel proud about, really. No, it's only on the level of browsing through the catalogs every now and then. The price of the longsword was around 700 million, while the shield was around 500 million. $620,000 and $443,000, respectively. These powerful armaments were crafted with magic crystals costing well over hundreds of millions of won, as well as other expensive materials, and they were capable of boosting the abilities of a rank D hunter past that of a rank C. With this revelation, the agent began imagining the events that had taken place inside the dungeon. With these types of armaments, a lone rank D hunter managing to hunt down the boss monster seemed rather feasible now, even when considering that all the rank C hunters had been annihilated along the way, and that rank E probably hid in a corner somewhere and barely saved his life. Of course, the reality was opposite of that, but, in any case, she came to a conclusion. The odds of a man with enough financial wherewithal to purchase such armaments stabbing his comrades in the back for a handful of magic crystals were low at best. On top of that, it was also impossible for a rank E to do anything to several rank C hunters too, so the deaths of H. Wang Donsiak and 7 others could only be chalked up to an unfortunate accident. I understand what happened now. The investigator closed the case file with a satisfied face. The investigation will conclude with this, so you may go home now. I'm sure it had been a difficult day so far, so thank you for taking the time out to aid us with the investigation. Thank you for your hard work. Jin-Woo said goodbyes on behalf of both men. The investigator and her car left just as quickly as they had arrived. You also worked hard, Hyun-Nim. Yu Jin-Ho bent his waist 90 degrees once more. Even after they had exited the gate, Yu Jin-Ho's overly polite attitude didn't change. He must have been pretty darn scared, even now. Jin-Woo inwardly clicked his tongue. Yeah, you too. Well, I haven't done much anyway. You did most of the work, Hyun-Nim. Oh, here are your magic crystals. Yu Jin-Ho very courteously handed the bag over to Jin-Woo with 2 hands. And indeed, the bag was filled to the brim with magic crystals. The highest price a magic crystal from a rank C gate could fetch was around 10 million won. Even the smallest ones fetched several millions. Jin-Woo's eyes scanned the number of crystals, and he inwardly cried out in elation. Just how much will these? He tried so hard to suppress a grin from breaking out on his face. It was then, a drop of water suddenly fell inside the bag. Splash, splosh. Jin-Woo raised his head. They were raindrops falling from the sky that had been gradually getting darker as the afternoon rolled by. It was a good thing, sending her off with an umbrella. Jin-Woo formed a subtle smile while thinking about his little sister. Later in the evening, Jin-Woo summoned his status window as soon as he arrived back home. Stats. Stats: Strength, 53. Stamina, 30. Agility, 38. Intelligence, 30. Perception, 32. Available points to distribute, 10. The 10 points he got as a reward from the emergency quest still remained waiting. His entire body was itching from the desire to spend them. If he wanted to earn them through daily quests, then he'd have to spend the next 3 days and still had to find 1 more point from somewhere, and if he wanted to earn them through leveling up, then he had to raise it by 2. The priority is with agility, then perception next. He spent 7 points on agility, and the rest 3 on perception. Stats: Strength, 53. Stamina, 30. Agility, 45. Intelligence, 30. Perception, 35. Available points to distribute, 0. Okay. His stat values looked more even now. Agility had almost caught up with strength, and perception was already at 35. Once agility's values got closer to strength, he was planning to increase stamina next. Leaving alone the stat of intelligence and its unknown uses, for the time being, he wanted to raise all of his other stats as uniformly as possible. Should I check out today's results? Name: Sung Jin-Woo. Level: 21. Class: None. Title: Slaughterer of Wolves. HP: 2600 MP, 390. Tiredness: 0. Stat: Strength, 53. Stamina, 30. Agility, 45. Intelligence, 30. Perception, 35. Available points to distribute, 0. Skills: Passive skills: Unknown LV. Max: Tenacity LV. 1. Active skills: Dash LV. 1. Intimidation LV. 1. The level that had risen up by 3, and the new skill Intimidation caught his attention the most. And his stats also had received a healthy boost from the 10 extra points. These alone would qualify today's earning as quite spectacular, but there were more, weren't there? 2 million won I got for today's work, and all those magic crystals filling up the bag as well. Jin-Woo counted the number of the crystals once more. 11 from the Spider, and 38 from Huang Dongxiak and his lackeys. In total 49 of them. If he asked 5 million for each, he'd still earn well over 200 million won. 200 mil from a single day's hunt. Profit that should have been shared by 10 people. No, 9 had been swallowed up by him, so the amount had no choice but to balloon up. This was the same thing as the unexpected kiss of Lady Luck landing squarely on his cheeks. All I have to do now is to sell these things. Selling magic crystals wasn't difficult. Since the demand was so high, when he put them up for sale, they would all sell out pretty quickly. The question was, though, where he should sell these. There were several cases of a direct trading between individuals, and guilds and corporations also bought them in large quantities as well. For his case, since there were so many of them, he figured that it'd be for the better to seek out the help of professionals, rather than try his hands on dealing with individuals or sell them online. Can't I just sell them to a store or something? It'd be so much more convenient for him if the store bought his crystals at their retail value, as it would with the Japdom. While thinking this and that, Jin-Woo pushed the bag full of magic crystals to the corner of the room. And then, he abruptly recalled one last fruit of today's labor. Right, the system said that I can start buying stuff from the store. Jin-Woo immediately summoned the store. Although it wasn't much, all the gold he had saved up from the Hapjeong Station's instant dungeons still waited for their turn inside his inventory until now. Buy. The ring, accompanied by the familiar beep. The list of purchasable items popped up in his view, and they continued to do so quite literally without an end. Everything from cheap potions and trinkets, all the way up to absurdly expensive defensive items and eye-catching weapons could be found here. There were so many items that could be bought with gold. It was pretty obvious, but the more expensive an item was, the better its options got. One of the best items available even cost as much as 10 billion gold. Whoa, 10 billion is it? His current gold was just over 112,000. It was way too short to buy anything truly useful. But there was no need for him to fret here. Why? Because he had plenty of time on hand. I can buy any of these, as long as I have enough gold, right? Jin-Woo hummed to himself, and continued to browse through the list of really expensive items. There was one more reason to seek out instant dungeons now. Already he couldn't wait to receive the prize of the daily quest for tomorrow, the random box. Chapter 24 Fin. Up Web Novel Care Chapter 25, Chapter 25 Part 11. Arrangement 3 days passed by since the incident of this ranked gate. Jina came home early from school, as it was Saturday today. As soon as entering the apartment, she began sniffing the air and hurriedly removed her shoes. Appa, what's going on here? Did you order fried chicken? Yeah, I ordered some takeaway to make sure it'd get here just in time for you. Wow, really? Jin-Woo beckoned her while sitting by the dining table, causing Jina's eyes to open wider. She immediately ran towards him. Hi, Atilda, what's going on here? And you're a serial Scrooge too. Did something good happen lately? Hey now, put down your school bag first, will you? Why is a girl so hot-headed? It's fine. This bag ain't that heavy, you know. And she was complaining not too long ago about her bag being too heavy, and that she didn't want to carry an umbrella around. Jin-Woo tusked, but couldn't really hide the smile creeping up on his face. Asking me if there was anything good happening lately. Of course there was. Family's bank balance had swelled up from 800,000 won all the way to 180,300,000 earlier today. TL, just under $160,000. 180 million was from the sale of the magic crystals, and 500 grand was used for the month's rent. Still, 180 million. Just one raid and he was able to get his hands on an absurd amount of money, totaling 180 million. He had been one for a while now, but this was the first time he felt like a real hunter. Well, this was the era where a casual mention of hunters instantly brought up the images of wealth, so that couldn't be helped. Also, the face of the employee at the Magic Crystal Exchange when Jin-Woo went there with his stash was still so vivid in his memories too. Did you hunt all these monsters? Things happen, and so, it's something like that. Holy moly, how incredible. 49 C rank magic crystals. The initial estimated price for the whole lot was just over 300 million won. But who knew that taxation would be so heartless? I gotta pay 40% as tax? Yes, when an individual is selling the crystals, 40% is taken as tax. However, when a guild is selling them, it's only 10%. Is there a reason why there's a reduction in tax for the guilds? Well, unlike freelancers and their teams, guilds must cooperate without question when they are ordered to mobilize, you see. Indeed, when he searched through his memories, he remembered hearing about both the agents from the monitoring division of the association and the White Tiger Guild coming to the location of the dual dungeon incident. Because they were receiving special treatments, guilds had to cooperate with the government and the association when they asked for help. The high tax rates caused Jin-Woo to ponder his choices for a little bit. Should I just hold on to the crystals and sell them off after I enter a guild? But he made up his mind soon afterwards. By the time he entered a guild and started working for them, the main objects of conquest would be gates rated A and B. The magic crystals coming out from those gates would incomparably be more valuable than those from a gate ranked C. And right now, he needed every cent he could get his hands. Besides, I can't just sign on with any all guild out there just to decrease tax, now can I? Okay, fine. I will sell them. That's how he got his hands on 180 million. Just as Jin-Ah had implied with her question, the chicken and beer meal was to celebrate the big earnings sitting pretty in the family bank account right at this moment. Thank you for this meal. Jin-Ah sneakily reached towards the beer can, but then Jin-Woo's finger powerfully flicked her forehead. Ouch! For you this. He then placed a can in front of her. Hey, I was only joking, you know. Not minding Jin-Ah, and her hands busy rubbing her reddened forehead. Jin-Woo popped the lid open on the refreshingly cold can of beer and poured the contents down his throat. Then this happened. Ring. Jin-Woo couldn't help but react nervously when he heard the familiar beep. Why a system message all of a sudden? Harmful substances have been detected. Effects of buff detox will now commence. 3-2-1 detoxification has been completed. You detoxed harmful substances? Are you talking about alcohol? Jin-Woo drank up the remaining beer in the can and popped open another just to make sure. Gulp gulp. Harmful substances have been detected. Effects of buff detox will now commence. 3-2-1 detoxification has been completed. And the exact same messages appeared again. He had drank up 2 cans of beer in one go, but he couldn't feel one hint of drunkenness come over. Whatever this buff thing was, it was definitely working as intended. What's this? Jin-Woo tilted his head. He had yet to meet a single hunter capable of throwing buffs around. Most of the hunters possessing such specialized skill sets all worked for large guilds. As he was affiliated with the association, there hadn't been a single opportunity for him to meet one so far. Even if someone sneaked a buff on me, surely the system would have notified me of it. In that case, there could only be 2 possibilities. Either he received the buff while he was unconscious, or got it before the system was active. Personally, he was more inclined towards the latter. Appa? What's wrong? Is it indigestion? You should have been more careful, you know. When Jin-Woo's expression became serious, Jin-Ah asked him with a worried voice. Nah, it's just that I remembered something pretty urgent, that's all. Eat without me while I take care of this, okay? Jin-Woo headed back into his room. He then began rummaging through every nook and cranny of his memories, trying to figure out if he had missed anything, even if it was small. Suddenly, he recalled something. Every quest has rewards, even penalty quests. But there was one quest that I never got around to confirming the rewards. No. Jin-Woo hurriedly opened the mailbox. At the time, he had no clue what the system was nor what rewards could mean, so glossed over them. But he definitely remembered reading the message that said he had met the conditions to clear the quest. His heart began beating faster and faster. Jin-Woo eventually discovered the messages sitting right at the bottom of the mailbox. Congratulations on becoming a player. Read. Jin-Woo's voice trembled as he spoke softly. Confirm. Ring. The system will support the growth of the player. Failing to comply with the system's instructions will result in potential penalties. Your rewards have been delivered. As he thought, there was the mention of rewards. The voice he heard back inside the underground temple clearly said these words. Completion requirements for the secret quest. The courage of the powerless has been met. A secret quest or not, it was still a quest, wasn't it? However, he hadn't checked what kind of rewards he had received until now. Back then, he thought that it was all a hallucination, didn't he? Will result in potential penalties. Your rewards have been delivered. Would you like to confirm your rewards? Why then yes. Ring. Rewards for the secret quest. The courage of the powerless. The blessings from the Grand Sorcerer, Kandaru. The Grand Sorcerer, Kandaru, has been deeply moved by your courage, and has gifted you with a special spell. When accompanied by the blessings of Kandaru, you'll get to enjoy a healthy and fulfilling life every day. Let there be a bright future laying in wait for the challenger. 1. Heim effect. Will to recover. All your damaged body parts will be recovered to their original state. Continuous effect. Good health and long life. You'll be immune to all types of diseases, poisonous substances, as well as all forms of status debuffs. During sleep, your recovery rate will increase exponentially. Only now puzzle pieces fell to their places. That's why my leg was. It was all due to the quest reward that his slice-off leg had reverted back to how it was before. Same thing for why he couldn't get drunk from a couple of cans of beer. Hang on. I'm immune to all types of poison too? Jin-Woo's eyes abruptly shot open real wide. If that was the case, then could it be? Jin-Woo hurriedly extracted a certain item out from his inventory. Item: poison sac of Kasaka rarity. A type: medicine, a pouch containing the refined poison of the Kasaka. Can be found very rarely when hunting Kasakas. Drinking this poison will give you strong skin, but the toxicity will permanently damage your muscles. Effect: the iron scales of Kasaka. 20% reduction in physical damage. Side effect: damaged muscles. Strength -35. My muscles are supposed to get damaged because of the toxin, but wouldn't this detox buff resist that? There was only one way to find out. Jin-Woo squeezed his eyes shut and drank the liquid contained within the pouch. Gulp gulp. Sticky, yucky liquid slid down his throat. The taste was oily and terrible, but he endured it. And they say what's good for you usually tastes bitter. When he finished drinking all of the poison liquid, messages popped up in his view. Harmful substances have been detected. Effects of buff. Detox will now commence. 3, 2, 1. Detoxification has been completed. Side effect: damaged muscles has been nullified. Yes. Jin-Woo clenched his fists real tightly. Still, he couldn't celebrate just yet, so he quickly summoned his status window. Stats: Strength 53, Stamina 30, Agility 53, Intelligence 30, Perception 36. Available points to distribute: 0 reduction in physical damage, 20%. As he expected, there was no decrease in his strength stat. It still remained as 53 points, and then he saw the new stat called reduction in physical damage too. Sure, it might be limited in the category, but it still was a marvelous stat that reduced all physical damage by 20%. Nice. Just as Jin-Woo began celebrating the emergence of this new stat, Jin-Ah called out to him from the living room. Appa, you know a guy called Yu Jin-Ho? He's looking for you. No way, he can't be the same Yu Jin-Ho. Jin-Woo quickly went to the living room and snatched the phone's receiver off his little sister. Hello? Hi Aunt Nim, it's me. Yu Jin-Ho. Really now? The voice coming from the other side sounded way too familiar. How did you get this number? There was a person I know working for the association, you see. You didn't want to answer your smartphone, so I had no choice but to call you at home like this. Details only. Oops, my bad. Hi Aunt Nim. But it's not something we can discuss over the phone. May we meet up somewhere so I can tell you in person? Jin-Woo tilted his head slightly. He still wants to meet me after going through such an ordeal. Hi, Aunt Nim, I really gotta ask you for this favor. Please. What a weird kid this guy was. Jin-Woo eventually agreed to spare 1 hour after Yu Jin-Ho earnestly pleaded with him. The meeting place was a franchise cafe located not too far from Jin-Woo's home. Even though it was a weekday, there were quite a few people inside the cafe, perhaps because they chose to meet right after the lunch hour. Hi Nim, over here. Yu Jin-Ho greeted him rather enthusiastically. Before entering the cafe, Jin-Woo focused his perception to the max, but he couldn't sense any other hunters inside the shop. At the bare minimum, this meeting wasn't for the purpose of revenge, it seemed. Although Jin-Woo couldn't really remember doing anything that warranted such an ill will towards him and requiring a swift retribution. Jin-Woo sat down on the other side of the table. Didn't think we'd meet again. There was a half-eaten ice cream on top of the table belonging to Yu Jin-Ho. Yu Jin-Ho spoke as he stood up. What would you like to order? Should I go and get you some coffee? No, it's fine. Yu Jin-Ho looked a bit crestfallen for some reason as he sat back down. Jin-Woo opened his mouth first. So, what do you want? It was then. I'm telling you, this guy did it for real back then. It was so crazy, really. Jin-Woo shifted his gaze over to his side. The table next to his was occupied by 3 burly students with rather thuggish faces hailing from some local athletic club or the other, and they were busy chatting to 3 girls. Jin-Woo tried to get back to his own conversation. As I was saying, what do you, and when did I ever do that? Will you listen to this start busy inventing rubbish because we're in front of girls? Want from me, but you said it, didn't you? Wow. Should I show you the pics, man? Should I release the evidence to the rest of the world or something? The voices of the male students got louder and louder, and the laughter of the girls was just as loud as well. When the noise became too loud to carry on his own conversation, Jin-Woo was left with no choice but to stand up and silently walk over to the table next to his. The eyes of the male students all focused on Jin-Woo. Will you please keep it down? There are other people in here too. One of the male students scratched the back of his head and pretended to apologize a couple of times. Yes, we'll keep it down. Very sorry about this. Girls began giggling hoarsely from that sight. Jin-Woo quietly stared at them for a while before turning around. But when he did, something flew in and tapped him in the back of his head. A rolled-up paper serviette fell to the floor. Hoo ha ha ha. Kick. Hey, you shouldn't do that. Male students began guffawing real hard, while girls pretended to scold the boys, even though mocking grins formed on their faces. Witnessing this scene, Yu Jin-Ho's expression gradually froze up. Hey hi Nim. Jin-Woo picked up one of the unused spoons next to Yu Jin-Woo's ice cream and walked over to the counter. Oh look, he's going to tell on his mommy. Mommy, they are making noise. Stop them, please, till the ass. Phew, hut. In the meantime, those kids kept running their mouths off. Jin-Woo asked the nervous-looking female employee behind the counter with a deadpan face. How much for the spoon? And my apologies, dear customer. We don't sell spoons separately. You see, it's not more than 10,000 won, yes. Pardon. I guess so. Jin-Woo placed a 10,001 bill on the counter and turned around. Dear customer? Excuse me, customer? Jin-Woo ignored the calls of the female employee and headed straight to the table where the male students from some athletic club were. When they noticed that Jin-Woo was displaying a suspicious behavior, the 3 students slowly stood up from their seats. What do you want now? What? The attention of everyone inside the cafe was now focused on this table. Jin-Woo showed the students his spoon. Just as question marks floated on the expressions of these hapless kids, Jin-Woo began squashing the spoon in his hand, and the poor thing easily lost its shape right in front of their eyes. The complexions of the male students grew paler and paler. Jin-Woo then placed the spoon on their table, but what was left there could no longer be called a spoon anymore. No, it was just a piece of folded metal roughly shaped like a ball. Yuck! The male students nervously swallowed their saliva. That's not a human strength. This guy, he's a hunter. The male students signaled to each other before the kid, who threw the serviette at him, bowed and apologized for real. I'm really sorry. The rest of his friends then started apologizing as well. I'm sorry. It was our fault. Forgive us. The male students bowed several times with pale complexions, before making their hasty retreat from the cafe while dragging the girls out as well. Hooray! Customers surrounding that noisy table sent gazes filled with appreciation towards Jin-Woo. Meanwhile, Jin-Woo returned to his seat and settled back down. Jin-Ho's eyes sparkled as he spoke up. As expected of you, Hyun-Nim. Enough. Jin-Woo got back on topic at hand. Why did you ask me for a meeting? Well, Hyun-Nim. I gave this matter a lot of thought. I mean lots and lots of thought, you know. But I think I really seriously must ask you. Jin-Woo tilted his head. What are you talking about now? Hyun-Nim, actually. Jin-Ho's face reddened as if he was embarrassed about something, before he summoned up his courage and spoke up. Actually, I was thinking of forming my own. Jin-Woo didn't even hesitate 1 second and replied, I'm not interested. Chapter 25 Fin. Up Web Novel Care, Chapter 26. Part 1. Transaction. Jin-Ho's expression became dumbfounded. Already, Hyun-Nim. I don't need to hear the rest to figure it out. Jin-Woo was quite decisive in saying no. This wasn't because he didn't like Jin-Ho or something like that. Although he seemed a bit off in the head, his attitude remained courteous, and he came across as someone who'd always keep his word. He was quite different from other scions of Keebles often seen in mass media. Keebles, wealthy owners of families of corporations. However, Jin-Woo was not interested in becoming a playmate of the son of a wealthy family during the boys' hunter phase. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Hyun-Nim. Just as Jin-Woo got up to leave, Jin-Ho hurriedly reached out and held on to him. Hyun-Nim, only for 20. No, wait, please partner up with me for the next 19 times. For what? To clear dungeons. Yes. I'll definitely compensate you properly. Jin-Ho's voice sounded rather desperate. Jin-Woo tilted his head slightly. There were 2 reasons why people became hunters. Either it was for money, or for their sense of duty. The Jin-Ho didn't belong to either camp. Maybe it was possible that he thought of being a hunter was a slightly more dangerous form of extreme sports or some such. That was what Jin-Woo had been believing until now. True, he was taken aback slightly when the kid declared that he wanted to form his own private raid team, even after going through that ordeal the last time. There are all sorts of people in this world, that's for sure. It wouldn't be too strange to find a scion of a wealthy family who had become numb to the safe environment he had grown up in. However, Jin-Ho's expression seemed far too serious and determined at the moment for that kind of an explanation. Could there be a different reason? Rather than the promise of proper compensation, Jin-Woo's curiosity was being tugged by the idea of raiding dungeons 19 more times. Jin-Woo's brain quickly kicked into gear. Hang on, let's say that last time was his first raid, and when he completes 19 more raids, then could this kid be aiming for? It didn't take long for Jin-Woo to realize the truth. His expression became dumbfounded instead. Are you perhaps thinking of getting the Guildmaster license? That's correct, Hyun-Nim. What a smart decision it was not to order coffee. Otherwise, he might have sprayed the bitter liquid all over the table by now, while trying to drink it. You want to become a Guildmaster? Well, the story's a bit complicated there, Hyun-Nim. Jin-Ho's face reddened considerably compared to before as he spoke. Hyun-Nim, please listen to my story. Jin-Woo was in a slight dilemma, wondering what he should do now. But in the end, he was defeated by his curiosity, so he sat back down. Fine, I'll listen. Well, the promised hour had not ended yet, so there was that too. It wouldn't be a problem to listen to the kid's story anyways. Jin-Ho hurriedly parked his butt back down as well. As you've correctly guessed, I want to acquire the Guildmaster license. Acquiring that license was not that difficult, actually. You had to be a hunter who participated in at least 20 raids. As long as you met the space requirement, all you had to do was to pass a written test, and you'd get the license. Of course, nobody would join the guild created by a rubbish hunter, and if a guild failed to maintain the minimum number of members, it'd be disbanded as well. Yu Jin-ho continued on. It's not public knowledge yet, but actually, my father is trying to establish a guild of his own. A guild created by Yujin Construction? Yes, Yujin Construction was one of the biggest corporations in South Korea. It had expanded its business well beyond the fields of construction and into other sectors, and had been making a killing there. Jin-Woo had heard that recently, they reaped huge profit after jumping into the hunt-related businesses as well, and they want to form a guild of their own. When Jin-Woo displayed a hint of interest, Yu Jin-ho became excited and added more explanations. He'd scout strong hunters and build a massive guild, and place all our hunt-related business interests under it. That's his plan. If a corporation wished to partake in hunt-related businesses, then it was a necessity to work together with a guild. Well, you'd need the strength of a large guild if you ever wanted to get your hands on magic crystals and remains of the monsters, or treasures such as mana stones found in gates ranked E or B. And so, you wish to become a self-sustaining entity. Is that it? That is absolutely correct. Hi, Nim. With the financial wherewithal of Yujin Construction, creating a guild wouldn't even pose a problem. No, the real issue would be with just who gets to run it. My father is thinking of hiring an S-ranked hunter as the guild master and placing my older brother as the vice master and run the guild that way. But Jin-Woo immediately caught on to what Yu Jin-Woo was implying here. If things were done that way, then a source of worry would be created along the way. The power of authority the guild master wielded was simply far too great. Even if it was the vice master who had hired the master, in case of a conflict arising between the two, there was a very good chance that the latter would end up completely overtaking the entire guild. In order to prevent that, there was only one way. All you had to do was to hire a master who'd never ever betray the one who hired him or her. For instance, brothers, or even a son. And the chairman of Yujin Construction, Wan, had a son called Yu Jin-ho. However, my older brother's business experience is far too good for me to simply take over the position of the guild master. It was his idea to enter the field of hunt-related business, you see. We gained huge profit in that sector because of him. His older brother had become a successful entrepreneur by the age of 31. Compared to him, Yu Jin-ho was only a 22-year-old university student, even if he possessed a unique plus point of being a ranked D hunter. Naturally, the chairman was thinking of entrusting the guild over to the eldest son. The eldest couldn't become a master since he was not a hunter, but he still knew a lot about the hunt-related businesses, and also managed to achieve great success in the sector too. Meaning, even if there was an element of a risk, the chairman would still take the chance. And you wish to change your father's mind by acquiring the master license, yeah? That's right, Hyan Nim. And so Jin-Woo figured out why Yu Jin-ho was here, trying desperately to reel him in. Even if the kid hired a high-ranked hunter and acquired the license that way, it'd be no different from buying it with cash. However, what if the kid succeeded in 20 raids with low-ranked hunters, such as Jin-Woo, and acquired the license that way? Yu Jin-ho would be able to persuade his father. Simply him being able to lead a group of hunters would be enough to get his approval. That was what Yu Jin-ho was counting on. If Yu Jin-ho became the guild master, they would get an S rank as the vice master and scout all the talented hunters. Well, others would only feel secure and join them if one or both master and vice master spots were filled by someone with powerful abilities. If this plan were to come to fruition, then completing those 20 raids was an absolute must. Hi, Nim, please help me. I have no one but you. Hi, Nim. Yu Jin-ho bowed his head. If it weren't for Jin-Woo, the kid would have died during his very first raid, by the giant spider, or at the hands of Hwang Dong-seok. 2 times. Yu Jin-ho needed a trustworthy ally, I hear. I can definitely trust Hi, Nim. He might be a cold-hearted person who would not bat an eyelid when killing his enemies, but he also happened to be a righteous man who'd not treat lightly the lives of those weaker than him, and just as important, he didn't care about getting his hands on ill-gotten gains as well. Jin-Woo was the perfect candidate. However, Jin-Woo didn't need Yu Jin-ho. That was why he asked the kid, what would I get in return then? Yu Jin-ho raised his head, his expression one of joy, as he quickly produced an envelope he had prepared earlier on, and a blueprint of a building came out from there. Jin-Woo took a look at it. This is the guild office building we're constructing at the moment. The expected retail price of the building is around 130 billion, but it'll definitely rise up in the future. Although the association was doing their best to manage them, there would always be that fear of monsters escaping from the dungeons. That was why the land price near the association headquarters or around large guilds always rose up higher as time went by. Well, there would be no more precious wealth than one's own life after all. Even if it was a small guild, being near one almost guaranteed your safety. However, if it was a building occupied by a large guild, there was no need to mention it. If I become the master, then for exactly 1 year, I'll use it until the guild has been stabilized, and then hand over the deeds to you, Hyan Nim. Horse, I'll make sure all the paperwork are in order so there wouldn't be any unnecessary complications later down the line. A 30 billion building, for rating rank C gates 19 more times. Jin-Woo smirked slightly. As long as you become the master, it'll all be worth it, is that right? That's correct, Hyun-Nim. On that fateful day, Jin-Ho got to learn the valuable lesson of anything goes inside a dungeon. Hiring any all hunters could lead to him getting killed. On the flip side, hiring famous hunters would mean Jin-Ho would lose the ability to persuade his father. However, Jin-Woo was different. He was nominally a rank E hunter, yet he was strong enough to solo a C-ranked boss, as well as 8 C-ranked hunters without getting hurt. Hyun-Nim could be at least a B-ranked or someone far stronger than that. With Jin-Woo was around, rating 19 C-ranked gates would not pose any problems at all. So yes, if he could become a guild master, 30 billion sounded rather cheap in comparison. The only thing remaining was Jin-Woo agreeing to do so. He wouldn't say no with this sort of terms on offer, right? Jin-Ho nervously studied Jin-Woo's reactions. What should I do? In the meantime, Jin-Woo was in a serious dilemma. 30 billion won. That was a huge amount of money. If one considered the fact that the winning prize of the local lottery was 1.5 billion won, he'd have to get lucky 20 times in a row to earn that amount. Not only that, the value of the building would only continue to rise up. If it were any other normal hunter, they would jump in with both feet and sign up right away. That's how tempting this offer was. However, Jin-Woo was as far removed from being normal as anyone could ever hope to get. The one and only under the heavens. He was the only hunter who could grow stronger. If he continued on with quests and leveled up over and over again, he'd reach the S rank sooner or later, or even something surpassing that. If I can surpass the S rank, then 30 billion would be nothing. Contract fee for S rank hunters went for several dozen billions already. No matter how famous a celebrity or a sports star was, they would never even come close to the worth of an S-ranked hunter. This was the era where the number of high-ranked hunters signified the strength of a nation. As a result, the treatment S-ranks received exceeded one's imaginations. Considering that what Jin-Woo needed to prioritize here was not money, but his growth. And in order to grow, it'd be more convenient to be alone. Yay, it'd be better to minimize the risks of unexpected events. If he hunted along with other people, the experience points received could decrease too, and because of all those eyes watching him, making a move would become rather cumbersome as well. Not to forget, in order to avoid anything troublesome happening down the line, he had to threaten Jin-Ho back then, something he didn't want to do in the first place. And finally, he'd have to match his schedule to that of the assault team from now on. The efficiency of his growth would only decrease, one way or the other. I can always make money later on. Although it was unfortunate, he had to decline this offer. Just as he thought like this, hang on a sec. Suddenly, he came up with a pretty good way to catch two birds called money and growth with a single stone. If it's in this manner, when he finally raised his head, he spotted Jin-Ho in his nervous face. Jin-Woo slowly opened his mouth. I only have one condition. Jin-Ho's expression brightened up instantly. Whatever it is, please tell me. Hyun-Nim. I wonder, would you be able to smile, even after I told you what it is? Jin-Woo smiled inwardly and spoke up. You and I. Only two of us will enter the dungeons. Pardon? Jin-Ho gasped out in pure shock. Hyun-Nim. If I didn't make a mistake here, then are you saying that Hyun-Nim and I, just us two, will clear C-rank gates? Only us two? You didn't make a mistake then. Jin-Ho's face was drained of all color, just then. Chapter 26 Fin. Up web novel Care Chapter 27. Chapter 27. Sure, Jin-Woo was able to defeat the spider boss all by himself, so he'd be able to do something similar to other bosses as well. But when imagining only the two of them against the horde of monsters, just like back in that dungeon's entrance with those insects, Jin-Woo suddenly found himself unable to breathe. Jin-Ho became completely speechless while Jin-Woo formed an expression that said, I knew it. However, this is the best way. The best in order to catch both birds. It'd be very hard to enter any freelance run raid teams as a hunter ranked E. From the very first day he made up his mind to start making money in this profession. He was constantly reminded of this harsh reality. Either he had to give up entering dungeons with his qualifications, or he had to create his own raid team. However, this kid was volunteering to form one for him. Wasn't this a great opportunity, in other words? But Hyun-Nim. You need at least 10 people, if we want to enter a C-Ra. I'm pretty sure you'd find plenty of willing people when you say you'd pay them just for showing up to fill up the head count. Time to put to good use what he had learned from Hwang Dong-seok then. If there were hunters who didn't want to fight with their lives on the line, but were in urgent need of cash, they would surely jump in with both feet at this golden opportunity. Jin-Ho's expression became one of a scared cat though. Early, you are not suggesting that us two will kill every single monster inside a dungeon, all the way up to the boss, are you? In truth, it'd be only one person doing that though. You got it. With this arrangement, Jin-Woo would be able to prevent the potential worst-case scenario of someone stealing his experience points, and the only person next to him would be Jin-Ho, so he wouldn't even need to worry about other people watching him all the time as well. If it's like that, then I'll get to enjoy some serious power leveling, won't I? On top of that, after all the raids were done and dusted, he'd get a nice little bonus of a wonderful building rolling right onto his lap. The only thing remaining now was him persuading Jin-Ho, and as expected, Jin-Ho was very, very scared at the moment. Isn't that way too dangerous, Hyun-Nim? You're only looking at it from one way, and not the other. Jin-Woo beckoned the kid to come closer, so Jin-Ho leaned forward. If no one else participates in hunting besides us, doesn't that also mean no one will get hurt, as long as we're okay? Oh, of course. For the first raid, you were like a third wheel being dragged along, so you couldn't do anything about the incident that had happened. But think about for the moment the ramifications of your own raid team finishing up all 19 raids without a single casualty. Jin-Ho's eyes shot open right up. If that was the case, then persuading his father would become one level easier. Not only he'd be a rank hunter, but the record of being the leader of a team that successfully performed 19 raids without a single incident would be added on top as well. It'd be the definite proof of him being qualified to become the guild master. Nothing would be a better for himself than this, wouldn't it? Jin-Woo studied Jin-Ho's expression and smiled in satisfaction. This kid, he's convinced now. From the word go, the person in need was Jin-Ho. As for Jin-Woo, he didn't really need to go on a raid with Jin-Ho, but still could enter dungeons via the association giving him a call, or through the random boxes. Jin-Ho's was thinking now. Although it was a bit scary, if he succeeded in pulling this off, then just as Jin-Woo had implied, there would be so much he'd get in return. When recalling the sight of Jin-Woo displaying his absolutely overwhelming might in battles from last time, Jin-Woo realized that maybe there wasn't much to fret over at all. Jin-Ho finally made his mind up, albeit after some serious internal struggle. We'll do it your way, Hyun-Nim. In that case, I'll search for suitable teammates. Very good. Jin-Woo nodded his head. They had come to an understanding. Since he was still in front of Jin-Woo, Jin-Ho stopped feeling nervous and tight, tested, and displayed a bright smile. I've managed to finally get Hyun-Nim on my side. For some reason, he was not feeling too scared of the upcoming raids. A trustworthy comrade named Jin-Woo had joined him, and it'd be a bit easier to form a raid team now too. As Jin-Woo had said, with the terms on offer, many would queue up in line just for a chance to participate. With this, I'm one step closer to becoming the master. Jin-Woo also smiled brightly as well. Clean up as many C-rank dungeons by myself, and level up as quickly as possible. The two men exited the cafe with satisfied expressions. After going their separate ways, Jin-Woo ran back home. Well, he didn't know when the association would give him a call, after all. It had been over 10 days since he was discharged from the hospital, so it'd not be so strange to hear about a gate opening up in the vicinity. The association normally summoned hunters 2-3 times a month to clear dungeons that appeared within this area. One of the main reasons why he only gave 1 hour to Jin-Ho was that the call from the association could come at any time. For the time being, I can't afford to miss even a ranky dungeon. He wanted to kill lots of monsters and raise his levels quickly. How inconvenient it was not to have his smartphone around. What a relief that the new one should arrive in a few days' time. Jin-Woo pushed open the front door and entered. The apartment was quiet. It was in the middle of the week, so his little sister was still at school. After confirming that there was no one at home, Jin-Woo opened the window displaying the daily quest. I should get today's rewards. Before he went out to meet up with Jin-Ho, he had finished the day's daily quest already. There were too many eyes watching, so he had no choice but to delay receiving his rewards. Well, he couldn't really show off the sight of a blue light wrapping around his body, as well as a box suddenly popping out from nowhere in the middle of the street. Now could he? Today ring. Daily quest. Preparations to become strong. Press up 100 times. Complete 100 sit up 100 times. Complete 100 squat 100 times. Complete 100 running 10 km. Complete 11 of 10. You've completed daily quest. Preparations to become strong. Completion rewards have arrived. Would you like to confirm? Why then yeah. Hold up. Wait. Just like usual, Jin-Woo was about to receive his rewards, only to spot something strange and hurriedly stopped himself. His gaze stopped dead and remained fixed to the column of running. Running 10 km. Complete 11 of 10. At first, he thought that he ran 1 kilometer more than necessary. However, the longer he thought about it, the stranger it seemed to him. I filled up my quota, so why did it keep recording the extra distance? Jin-Woo's gaze became sharper. Was this really nothing more than coincidence? Jin-Woo got down to the floor and supported his weight on his arms. and then his body rose up and down without a break. However, his sight was fixed to the seemingly empty air in front. Ring, you've completed one press up. Press up 100 times. Complete 111 100 ring. You've completed one press up. Press up 100 times. Complete 112 100. As I thought, running wasn't the only category that reflected the extra number of exercises performed. The count for press up also kept climbing up. Suddenly, he became rather curious just how much higher the numbers would count to. Veins bulged on Jin-Woo's arms, thanks to his enhanced stats. Couldn't feel his weight. Actually, his body felt as light as fuzzy hair. Before long, the number hovering near the 100 mark climbed to 200. Ring, you've completed one press up. Press up 100 times. Complete 200 100 ring. You've completed one press up. Press up 100 times. Complete 200 100. The count stopped for sure at the 200 mark. He performed a few more press-ups just in case, but it didn't want to go up any higher. Both the sit-up and the squat also stopped counting at the 200 mark. Press up 100 times. Complete 200 100. Sit up 100 times. Complete 200 100. Squat 100 times. Complete 200 100. Running 10 him. Complete 11 10. 200. No more and no less. It wasn't just climbing up without an end, and no, it wasn't as if the 100 mark was the end. There definitely was something here. His gut feeling was declaring as such. What if there was another result waiting for him once he completed all the overcounting? Let's make sure. With much faster steps than usual, Jin-Woo exited the apartment. The next 9 kilometers for the running column were filled up really quickly. When Jin-Woo arrived before his home once more, a new message popped up in his view. Ring, you've completed Hidden Quest. Preparations to become strong. Completion rewards have arrived. Would you like to confirm? Why, man, the title of the quest hadn't changed, but the type of the quest had changed to Hidden Quest now. His suspicion was proved to be correct. Jin-Woo swallowed his saliva. Confirm. Ring, following rewards are available. Reward 1. Full recovery of the current physical condition. Reward 2. All stats plus 3. Reward 3. 1 blessed random box or 2 cursed random box. Would you like to collect them all? All stats raised by 3. His eyes shot open wide. The rewards from the Hidden Quest proved to be really exceptional. With all the stats getting a 3-point boost, it was the same thing as his level rising up by 3. No wait, his stats might have risen, but since his level stayed the same, he had gained even more. Because, with higher stats, raising his level would become that much easier. But at the same time, he felt a bit fearful as well. On one hand, he couldn't help but hold a vague hope that, from today onwards, all the daily quests coming his way could be converted to hidden quests instead. However, if the rewards are this big, then, the odds of the daily quests coming to an end were incredibly high as well. Also, if the hidden quest was something only available for just this once, then that meant he had to be extra careful when choosing the third reward. Reward 3. 1 blessed random box or 2 cursed random box. This would be his first time having to choose his reward. If he chose one, then he'd lose the other one. So, I wouldn't be able to see one of the two forever. Is that about right? Just taking a single look at their names, it was rather obvious which one he needed to select, but this also could be a trap as well. Collect the third reward. Ring, you must choose between one of the 2 available random boxes. Blessed random box presents the player with the item he wants. Cursed random box presents the player with the item he needs. Which one will you choose? Their explanations were exceedingly simple, and that made choosing even harder. If there were no explanations to begin with, he'd have chosen the blessed random box in a heartbeat. Now that he had read the dang explanations, it felt like he'd still end up missing out regardless of which one he chose. A thing that I want and a thing that I need. Just from those explanations, both of them sounded like a good deal. But there's definitely a trap here. The thing he wanted would be something he wanted because he recognized its usefulness to his current situation. However, the thing he needed might not necessarily be like that. Something that he may need but didn't want could come out instead. For instance, when needing a powerful weapon, he might end up getting a horrifying bomb that could completely blow himself and all his teammates into smithereens in one go. That's why it's called the cursed random box, right? So, he'd go with the lower risk selection. In situations where the end results of a choice weren't known, this would be the wisest way to minimize the amount of regret felt later on. Jin-Woo finally made his decision after a cool-headed weighing of pros and cons. Blessed random box. Small box slowly materialized in front of his feet. Jin-Woo picked it up. Good. Chapter 27 Fin. Up web novel Care Chapter 28. His heart began beating faster and faster. Because the size of the box was rather familiar to him, his hands ripping open the box became far more urgent. As I thought, Jin-Woo's eyes grew wider. There was a golden key inside the box. Indeed, it was the key to an instant dungeon, the one he'd been anxiously waiting for. The information on the key appeared soon afterwards. Tie ring. Item. Key of the Demon's Castle rarity. S category. Key, a key that will let you enter the dungeon. Demon's Castle. Can be used at the Dsum Tower located in Sampagu, Seoul. It's an S. Jin-Woo raised his voice in surprise. Of course, there was no guarantee that the rarity ranking had any bearings on the difficulty of the dungeon. But he couldn't think of it any other way. The rarity E key opened a dungeon that was on par with a gate ranked E, after all. What would he do if the difficulty of the instant dungeon turned out to be S then? Even with a raid team consisting solely of S-ranked hunters, there was no definite guarantee that such a dungeon would be cleared. The odds were around 50-50. The difficulty of a gate exploded upwards past the rank B, and even when looking through the entire world, there had been too few cases of S-rank gates opening up in the world. One of them appeared on Jeju Island though. Afterwards, the island of Jeju became an abandoned hellhole where no humans could exist. Jin-Woo stared at the key in his hand for a long while. This is what I really wanted. If there was one silver lining to be found here, then that would be the explanation saying he'd be able to enter the dungeon with this key, unlike the previous one which said he'd be transferred instead. The implication being that he could escape at any time if he felt like it. Even if the key suddenly vanished from him, he still had the return stone from the last dungeon waiting to be used inside his inventory as well. He was no longer worried about getting trapped behind an invisible wall like the last time. I've worked hard to earn this chance, so I can't throw it away like that now, can I? He simply had to confirm right away with his own two eyes whether this was what he really wanted or not. Part 2. Demon's Castle in front of the Dsum Tower. A super tall skyscraper over 100 floors tall was standing straight as if to pierce the heavens above. Indeed, this was what the modern skyscraper should look like. Just looking up at it made him feel extremely dizzy. There were only a few people walking around, as it was already late evening now. The streets with not one soul on it gave off an eerie vibe. Still, I can't be sure so. Jin-Woo took a good look around him, before pulling up the hood attached to his top to hide his face. If someone saw a person disappearing, and appearing again in thin air without a gate around, that might cause a bit of ruckus. Not only that, there were several CCTV cameras installed here and there in the near vicinity, so it wasn't such a bad idea to avoid being too conspicuous. Actually, there was someone busy eyeing Jin-Woo right at that moment. Who could that kid be? To think there would be a straggler wearing a hoodie busy loitering around the building at this time of the night. The security guard watching on from inside the building found Jin-Woo's behavior rather suspicious and stood up from his chair. However, as this guard walked towards the door, he couldn't help but come to an abrupt stop, and his eyes opened up real wider. What the heck? The security guard gasped out in a surprise and hurriedly ran outside. The man was definitely walking towards here, yet he had vanished from the view, just like that, utterly without a trace. The security guard searched around his vicinity, but he couldn't even spot an ant here. He tilted his head this way and that, before turning around. Well, I'll be, what a baffling thing that was. The security guard was about to go back inside the building, but then caught something in the corner of his eyes, and turned his head to see what it could be without thinking. Cried out in shock as he fell hard on his butt. What the heck is going on here? The security guard cried out with a pale face. A person's disembodied hand floating in the air, then vanished once more. Jin-Woo retracted his hand. It's connected to the outside world. Unlike the last time, there was no invisible wall blocking his exit. The key also didn't disappear and remained tucked inside his pocket. If he wanted to, he could get out of here at any time, in other words. Now that I'm finished with confirming the escape route, since he didn't know whether the rarity of the key equated to the difficulty of the dungeon, he was far more cautious than usual. Jin-Woo pulled the hood back and took a look behind him. It was a sight shocking enough to make him groan. Just now, when he was taking a few steps towards the Dsum Tower, the world in front of his eyes transformed in an instant. Could this place even be called a dungeon anymore? A completely different world was waiting for him. Instead of the vanished Dsum Tower, a massive tower-like structure stood there. Wait, is that really a tower, or should I call it a castle instead? A tower rising up high into the air without an end, wrapped in reddish-black flames. It was as if the tower wasn't burning, but it was spewing out billowing flames instead. A burning tower, huh? Rather than the name of Demon's Castle, maybe that nickname suited it better. Jin-Woo slowly walked towards this burning tower. Crackle! Pop! The closer he got, the louder the noises of flames rampaging around grew. Can I even enter this thing in the first place? However, even if he did, there was yet another problem to consider. Just like the last instant dungeon that was based off on the subway station, there was a good chance that, since this dungeon was based off on the Dsum Tower, he'd have to climb up 100 floors to clear it completely. He couldn't even begin to imagine just how long that would take. Jin-Woo's steps came to a halt. He sensed a strong aura near the entrance. He slowly surveyed the surroundings and spotted a black life, form the size of a bull huddled in slumber right in front of the doorway. Jin-Woo carefully summoned the Poison Fang of Kasaka. Today ring. Item. Poison Fang of Kasaka rarity. C-type. Dagger attack plus 25. A dagger fashioned from the Poison Fang of the Kasaka. There are traces of the Kasaka's poison on it, so when attacking, it will cause paralysis and bleeding status effects. Can be stored in the inventory, or can be sold at the store. Status effect paralysis. The target will be unable to move. Success rate is fixed. Status effect bleeding. The target's stamina will be reduced by 1% per second. Its attack power wasn't all that high, but the greatness of its added effects was proven in real battles time and time again. It'd be nice if the paralysis works and I get to kill it easily. Jin-Woo walked as quietly as possible while approaching that creature. However, it was impossible to fool the olfactory senses of a monster. Soon enough the creature sniffed the air and raised its body up. Chi! Jin-Woo clicked his tongue. The creature stood up completely, and all three of its heads turned in Jin-Woo's direction. Hell's Gatekeeper, Cerberus. It was a huge dog possessing 3 heads. The name written in red letters floating on top of its heads immediately drew his attention. It was proof that the monster's level was very high. Since it's red, does that mean it's around the same level as those centipedes from the penalty zone? Back then, he managed to barely run away from the centipedes. Well, he was only a level 1 back then, so it couldn't be helped. It's different this time. He had grown stronger quite quickly during this short space of time. Without a doubt, that black creature was strong, but still, it didn't come across as truly overwhelming. His enhanced, alert perception was telling him that he could do this. It wasn't for nothing that he raised his perception stat. He kept on investing points to the stat so he could easily tell whether he should fight or take flight in cases like this. Growl! The Cerberus sensed the enemy and bared its fangs to threaten him. Jin-Woo's gaze then wandered off to the creature's tail. It kind of resembled a whip, and its end was enveloped in flames as well. Jin-Woo's eyes sharpened in an instant. Fangs and a tail. At the bare minimum, 2 methods of attack, huh? Jin-Woo swallowed his dry saliva. The Cerberus slowly closed the distance before stopping right in front of him and began studying him for some reason. Is it looking for an opening? Just as he thought that the monster attacked him. Roar! Jin-Woo's eyes opened much wider. Too fast. Jin-Woo barely evaded the Cerberus's fangs by sliding underneath the leaping monster. The Cerberus landed back on the ground and spun around, before began biting at him with its 3 heads. Woof! Bark! Roar! The sharp fangs gleamed coldly in between the biting snouts. Ring. Title. Slaughter of Wolves buff effect has activated. Title. Slaughter of Wolves, a title given to a hunter skilled in hunting wolves. When facing animal-type monsters, all of your stats will increase by 40%. KL. Again, the hunter is a lowercase here, because it literally means someone who hunts, while the hunters up until now had been written in English and is a specific job title of those who hunt monsters from dungeons. He sensed his body getting lighter. Nice. Jin-Woo quickly retreated and wielded his dagger at the Cerberus as it continued to stick close to him. Swish, 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 clang, cling clang, clang. The dagger collided with the fangs and issued loud noises. The blade moved at a blinding pace, yet all he could do at the moment was to deflect the Cerberus's attacks and nothing else. Even after I buffed up, it's still this strong. The Cerberus's agility had easily exceeded his imaginations. In order to overturn this situation, Jin-Woo activated his intimidation skill. Intimidation has been activated. The effect has been cancelled due to the high resistance of the target. Jin-Woo's eyes widened. It didn't work. It was at that moment that the long tail of Cerberus flew in like a whip. Whoosh! Jin-Woo reflexively ducked his head lower and evaded the tail, but that caused his legs to stop moving for a second, and the monster didn't miss this opportunity. One of its heads powerfully bit into Jin-Woo's left shoulder. You walk! Jin-Woo summoned all of his strength and stabbed the dagger into the middle of the biting head. Stab! Effect. Paralysis has been activated. The effect has been cancelled due to the high resistance of the target. Effect. Bleeding has been activated. The effect has been cancelled due to the high resistance of the target. Whimper! The Cerberus cried out and let go of him. Thankfully, he was able to minimize the damage done before other heads had the chance to join in on the attack. But his left shoulder was now in tatters. What a scary biting power that was. He tried to move his left arm, but it didn't want to budge. Jin-Woo's expression crumpled unsightly. He managed to wound the Cerberus, but when comparing the severity of their injuries, then it was clear that he came off far worse in that exchange. If either of paralysis or bleeding worked, the situation would have been different by now. Jin-Woo glared at the Cerberus and clicked his tongue. Then something else happened. Huh? The eyes of the Cerberus were being dyed in a crimson color, all of a sudden. Roll. Inexplicably, Jin-Woo sensed something ominous was about to happen. What could it be? Hell's Gatekeeper Cerberus is using skill, Rage. The of Rage will persist for the next 3 minutes. All of Cerberus's stats will be increased by 100%. Cerberus will no longer feel pain. Jin-Woo cried out. What did you just say? A monster just used a skill. In that instant, the Cerberus leaped off the ground. CK. Even before he could react, the Cerberus appeared right before his eyes. He hurriedly swung his dagger, but it only managed to graze the side of one of its heads, and all 3 heads bit into Jin-Woo simultaneously. Kwajik. Yuk. Jin-Woo gritted his teeth. His neck, waist, and thigh all got bitten. The Cerberus ran at its top speed and slammed Jin-Woo against the castle's gate. Slam. Jin-Woo's P hit the rock bottom in an instant. Kyo-hyuk. 411 3006 today ring. Your P has decreased below 30% and skill. Tenacity has been activated. All damage received will be reduced by 50%. Thanks to the damage reduction and the tenacity passive, he was able to avoid getting killed in one hit. Jin-Woo's eyebrows shot up in anger. Chapter 28 Fin. Up Web Novel KR Chapter 29 Chapter 29 It'd be easy to go mad from pain and wildly thrash about, but he'd lose this great opportunity, which would most likely never happen again. Losing his consciousness now would mean his end. 178, 179, 180. Jin-Woo had been bitterly waiting for the end of the 3-minute duration and finally revealed his hidden trump card. The first reward, give it to me now. He immediately collected the first reward from the daily quest he had saved up until now. Reward 1. Full recovery of the current physical condition has been applied. Savuash. A blue light enveloped him, and all depleted health reverted back to full. P. 3006. 3006. Even his tattered left arm was healed as good as new in the blink of an eye. This is my chance. Jin-Woo's eyes gleamed coldly. In such close proximity, no matter how agile this monster was, it'd not be able to dodge his attacks. Jin-Woo rapidly caught one of Cerberus's necks with his left arm, and stabbed the poison fang of Kasaka in the middle of that neck. Stab! 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 The rage state had ended by now, and the Cerberus began to violently thrash about trying to escape from Jin-Woo's embrace. Whimpers! Whine! However, Jin-Woo did not let go and held on with his powerful arms. The harder the Cerberus struggled, the stronger he gripped the neck of the monster. In the meantime, his dagger continued to stab into the creature's neck. Stab! 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 Whimper! The Cerberus bit into Jin-Woo as it struggled to the bitter end, but the battle had already been decided by then. Stab! Stab! Whimper whine! The poison fang of Kasaka now traveled lower down from the neck and stabbed the Cerberus's chest. Stab! 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 Soon enough, the monster's resistance became noticeably weaker and weaker. Whimper in the end, the heads of the Cerberus fell to the side, lifeless. Ring! You have defeated Hell's Gatekeeper, Cerberus. Level up! Level up! Level up! Level up! In one breath, his level rose up by 4. That was how difficult this battle was. Jin-Woo only let go of the Cerberus's neck after confirming its body going limp with his own eyes. The heavy body sprawled to the floor without any resistance whatsoever. Plop! Jin-Woo rested his hands on his knees. Ha! Only now could he breathe a sigh of relief. A monster that could use a skill. If he didn't prepare a hidden trump card, then he'd have been killed for sure. A chill crawled down his spine just from thinking about it. Oh, I almost forgot items. Would there be as many rewards befitting his life, for Death struggled to bring down this monster? After calming himself down, Jin-Woo reached out towards the Cerberus. Ring, you have discovered item, Gatekeeper's necklace. Take it. You have discovered item, key to the castle's gate. Take it. You have discovered item, Cerberus's molar, X3. Take it. Take them all. A steel necklace originally found around one of the Cerberus's necks, a gray key, and 3 molars of a monster appeared in his hand. Item, Gatekeeper's necklace rarity. A type, necklace. Agility plus 20, perception plus 20 item. Key to the castle's gate rarity. A type. Key the key to unlock the gates of the demon's castle. Can only be acquired after killing the gatekeeper. Item, Cerberus's molar rarity. None type. Miscellaneous O. Jin-Woo's eyes went round. This necklace can boost both my agility and perception by 20 points. A necklace with eye-spinningly good options came out. Its rarity was also ranked A. Out of all the items he'd seen so far, this one featured the highest rarity ranking yet. Well, I had to go through so much to kill it, so, indeed, there was no way that its rarity would be low. However, when it came to actually putting the necklace on, he couldn't help but to hesitate big time. The thing was, it was shaped like a roundish metallic choker, with spikes spouting out in regular intervals, so no matter what it said on the cover, it was undoubtedly a dog collar. Jin-Woo closed his eyes and deliberated on his choices for a long time, before deciding to try it on at least once, and brought the necklace closer to his neck. Then, a message popped up. Today ring. Will you wear item, gatekeeper's necklace? Jin-Woo fell into yet another bout of dilemma for a second, before helplessly muttering out his answer. Sure thing. It was then the necklace slowly disappeared from his view. You're now wearing item, gatekeeper's necklace. Huh? Jin-Woo hurriedly summoned his status window. Stats: strength, 60 stamina, 39 agility, 80 intelligence, 37 perception, 67 available points to distribute, 0 reduction in physical damage, 20% lowliest. Both his agility and perception were increased by 20 for real. The option was now in effect. In other words, it seemed like that he didn't have to worry about walking around displaying the items he wore. The fact that he didn't have to be seen with a dog collar on his neck brought him a huge sense of relief. Next up are the molars. Jin-Woo summoned the store next. He sold the Japtum Cerberus's molar and got 150,000 gold for each. He sold all 3 off right away. Soon 450,000 gold entered his hands. Current gold, 562,362. What kind of Japtum is this expensive? It was a rather nice baseline to judge the overall difficulty of this dungeon. In other words, the difficulty of clearing the demon's castle would be incredibly high. However, it wasn't all necessarily bad news. He only hunted a single monster, yet he got to earn over 4 times the amount of gold compared to the whole day spent inside the Hapjeong Station's instant dungeon. If he saved up gold in this fashion, it wouldn't be too far from now when he'd get to purchase all those items that cost millions upon millions in the store. That is, as long as I get to clear this dungeon. Jin-Woo stared up at the burning tower. Crackle! Pop! The very top of the structure was completely shrouded in some kind of blurry fog. He had to actually enter the tower if he wanted to see what was going on inside. But Jin-Woo shook his head. Now's not the time. He only barely managed to hunt down a single sentry standing guard by the door, even with his title buffing him up, and resorting to using up the quest reward too. He couldn't even guess just what kind of danger would be waiting for him beyond that gate. So now was the time for him to back off. Still, he was certain of one thing. Just as the explanation said, this key to the demon's castle was indeed something he wanted. The name-blessed random box wasn't wrong. Leveling up quickly, valuable items, and plenty of gold too. This place had it all. And one day, he'd get to claim them all as his. Only that, today wasn't that day. Although he was slightly unwilling, he stored the gray key inside his inventory. I'll return. Definitely, very soon. Jin-Woo smiled as he turned around to leave. Part 3. Coincidence. A few days went by without any incident. Jin-Ho called Jin-Woo almost daily and reported on the progress. From the day after their meeting, he had called Jin-Woo precisely 3 times. Hi, Nem. It's me, Jin-Ho. Details only. Yes, hi, Nem. It seemed that the job of finding other teammates was going rather smoothly. Jin-Ho repeatedly emphasized that the formation of the raid team would end soon, and that Jin-Woo should wait just a little while longer. Looks like he's really scared of me dropping out, huh? However, Jin-Woo couldn't just wait and do nothing while waiting for the team to form. So, he accessed the website for hunters today as well. He asked around all the time for the past few days, but no freelancer-run raid teams wanted to work together with an E-rank hunter. He simply had gotten lucky on that day. Sure, Wang Dongxiak had been scheming some nefarious things, but in any case Jin-Woo still ended up being a part of a raid team, didn't he? Thanks to that, I made lots of money, my levels went up, and even got me a new skill too. Should he feel grateful to Wang Dongxiak in that case? Jin-Woo let off a smirk. Well, as he was now, he wouldn't mind meeting up with other selfish hunters acting like geckos at the moment. No raid teams wanted him, the association wasn't calling him, and keys to instant dungeons didn't want to show up too. Basically, he was doing nothing but suck on his fingers for the past couple of days. As effects for an empty stomach rumbling, is it time to eat already? Jin-Woo felt hungry as he spent hours roaming the online job postings, so he headed to the kitchen. But when he opened the fridge's door, it was completely empty inside. This was the inevitable result of not going shopping for the past few days. His excuse being that his mind had been preoccupied with several urgent matters until now. Should I go shopping then? Jin-Woo yawned out slightly and closed the fridge's door. One of the few advantages the apartment he was living in had was its close proximity to a large supermarket. Wearing simple, easy-to-move clothes, Jin-Woo left his home. A 10-minute walk later, he had arrived at his destination already. As soon as he stepped in through the door, the wide-open expanse of the supermarket's interior entered his view. Maybe because there wasn't some sort of promotion going on, it was quieter than usual in the aisles. Jin-Woo picked up a basket and slowly walked around. Ever since his mother was confined to the hospital, Jin-Woo had been acting as the head of the family, and now, he grew to be more or less familiar with chores of the household, such as shopping for groceries. There isn't anything catching my eyes today, though while he was deeply staring at the displayed produce, trying to think about what to prepare for dinner. Pardon me, young man. I see that you're feeling much better now. A rather friendly voice came from behind him, and Jin-Woo turned around to look who it was. Who is he? Because of his high perception stat, he knew that there was a hunter nearby. But this was a supermarket where lots of people came and went, and hunters also had to go shopping too, so he didn't dwell on the matter for long. However, he didn't expect that hunter to engage him in conversation. Not only that, a hunter he actually knew too. Mr. Song Ajasi? Jin-Woo's expression brightened in an instant. Mr. Song Kai-yeol looked at Sung Jin-Woo with an expression half in disbelief and the other half in delight. I did hear the news that you were fine, but I still can't believe it, even after running into you like this. Song Kai-yeol formed a deeply moved expression next. Jin-Woo felt kinda embarrassed by the emotional eyes of Song Kai-yeol and sheepishly scratched the side of his temple. Meanwhile, Song Kai-yeol continued on. I should have gone to visit you at the hospital, but for some reason, the folks at the association all tightly shut their mouths and I couldn't hear any concrete information on you until now. Did you know that Miss Ju-Hue is also anxiously waiting for your news? Miss Ju-Hue? Really? That's right. She said that she'd give up being a hunter, but still, she stopped by at last week's raid location, just to look for you. Last week. After listening to Mr. Song's story, it turned out that, rather coincidentally, there was a raid organized by the association on the very same day he entered Hwang Dong-seok's team. That was why there hadn't been any word from the association until now. It was not that there hadn't been any calls from the association, but more like he missed it when it did come. The whole mystery got resolved pretty easily, just like that. Song Kai-yeol studied Sung Jin-Woo's appearance here and there, still mystified by what he was seeing. By the way, was Mr. Sung this tall before? And with his bad leg and all too? Song Kai-yeol's gaze naturally headed lower, and then his eyes grew extra wide in shock. Your leg? Chapter 29 Fin. Up web novel KR Chapter 30. Chapter 30 Jin-Woo calmly made his reply. When I came to, my leg had been all healed up. Even I'm not sure what happened to me. Song Kai-yeol nodded his head. Ever since Gates appeared for the first time 10 years ago, many illogical things continued to transpire to this day. The people called hunters who had awakened their abilities were a prime example of this. A healer ranked S could reputedly heal a person who was ripped to shreds back to normal, as long as the victim was still alive. What if a high-ranking healer healed Jin-Woo's injuries while he was unconscious? If that was the case, then his severed leg being reattached didn't even qualify as a miracle. It'd do no good to see a young man such as yourself become disabled like that. What a relief this is. What a relief. Song Kai-yeol lightly patted his chest, as if a big weight of his had been lifted off his shoulders now. It was then, Jin-Woo's gaze drifted toward Song Kai-yeol's left arm. The older man's sleeve was empty. Song Kai-yeol chuckled and massaged his left shoulder. Don't you worry about it. A hunter getting injured during a raid is a normal occurrence after all. No, I've been lucky for not running into an accident until then. Song Kai-yeol spoke as if it wasn't much to fret over, but the gazes of other people walking by weren't like that. Oh my gosh, what a regrettable thing that, did a monster do that? And he's out shopping and students walking by whispered to each other after spotting Song Kai-yeol's empty sleeve. Hell, there was even this one guy who quite openly stared on as well while looking rather mystified and all. Jin-Woo quickly spoke up. Should we go somewhere else? There were far too many people walking by here, right by the butchery aisle. Song Kai-yeol had been feeling uncomfortable by all the stares, so he nodded his head quickly. He still had few more things to say to Jin-Woo too. That would be a good idea. The two of them hurriedly walked away, in order to find a quiet spot to chat. But as they walked, Song Kai-yeol sensed that something was rather odd here. The sounds of Mr. Seon's steps or Jin-Woo's steps were just too soft. The youth was walking right beside Song Kai-yeol, yet it was hard to detect his presence. Why was that? The older man even felt that, were they to start fighting here, he'd be unable to even touch a hair on Jin-Woo's body, even though he was rank C and Jin-Woo was rank D. Just what am I even thinking about? Song Kai-yeol shook his head. That wasn't the important thing right now. There was something he badly wanted to say to Mr. Seon. No, he simply had to say it. Song Kai-yeol came to a stop where it was quiet and isolated. Jin-Woo also stopped there. Song Kai-yeol turned to look at Jin-Woo and before the youth could stop him, bowed his head 90 degrees. Mr. Seon, thank you. When a man who was old enough to be his dad lowered his head like that, Jin-Woo couldn't help but feel solemn as well. Jin-Woo, of course, tried to dissuade Song Kai-yeol, but the older man didn't listen and instead carried on with what he wanted to say. If you say 11 people died because of me, then you are responsible for saving 6 lives that day. My share of the blame in that matter is the biggest, so on the behalf of all the hunters who were there, let me say thank you. Song Kai-yeol meant every word he spoke, and Jin-Woo could feel the older man's sincerity as well. The situation had become somewhat awkward, but it didn't feel so bad. How should he go about describing it? He was feeling proud? Of course that didn't mean he should let an elder remain in that bowing position. Odyssey, thanks, so please stand back up. Please. Just as Jin-Woo tried to persuade Song Kye-yeol to stand up straight, the latter's phone went off. Song Kye-yeol asked for Jin-Woo's understanding and pulled out the smartphone tucked inside his inner pocket. Hello? Song Kye-yeol's face gradually hardened as he answered the call. I understand. I'll be there soon. Song Kye-yeol ended the call and spoke to Jin-Woo next. Looks like I need to get going. He was implying that there was a private matter he had to attend to. However, Jin-Woo was able to listen in on the contents of the conversation. His hearing had been improved by a great deal after his perception stat rose up dramatically. That call just now was from the association, asking for a cooperation in clearing a gate nearby. Song Kye-yeol was actually hiding the truth, because he was worried that Jin-Woo would want to tag along, that Jin-Woo might want to participate in the raid even though it hadn't been long since his discharge from the hospital. Jin-Woo asked the older man. That was from the association, yes? Song Kye-yeol hesitated slightly before making his reply. Did you hear everything? When an association formed a raid team, it had summoned every hunter affiliated with the organization who lived in the vicinity. If Song Kye-yeol received the call, that meant Jin-Woo's house had been called as well. It was the order to mobilize, the one Jin-Woo had been waiting for. Jin-Woo cut to the chase. I'll go with you. But you, Mr. Seon. A look of uncertainty floated up on Song Kye-yeol's face as he stared at Jin-Woo. The two men arrived at the meeting place. The gate had formed in the middle of the road pretty close to residential areas, so the police officers called in to control the access to the location. However, there were almost no onlookers present here to begin with. The majority of gates the association took on were those dangerous ones that had been left alone for too long after their initial discovery. Besides, even if one were to stick around a gate, one would still not get to see how hunters fought anyway. It was only a couple of curious, naughty kids loitering around who got chased away by the officers every now and then. With a thud, the door to the taxi was closed shut. Jin-Woo and Song Kye-yeol had exited from the taxi and made their way towards the location where the other hunters had been gathered, only for the cops to stop them. Please show me your ID. Song Kye-yeol pulled out his wallet and displayed his license. I'm Song Kye-yeol, a rank C hunter. This is my colleague Sung Jin-Woo. The cops compared the photo on the license to Song Kye-yeol's face before returning it and parted ways. Sorry for the inconvenience, hunters. Keep up the good work. Song Kye-yeol performed a slight nod to the policeman and continued on. Jin-Woo followed right behind him. The employee from the association was waiting in front of the gate. It was a young woman wearing a round, trimmed pair of glasses. She approached the two men after spotting them from a distance. Song Kye-yeol hunter Nim. How did you get here, Sung Jin-Woo hunter Nim? You weren't answering your phone until now. Song Kye-yeol replied instead. We were in the same location, and came here together after you guys called me. Ah, is that so? I thought that Sung Jin-Woo hunter Nim was avoiding answering our calls again. The association employee chuckled and cracked a joke. Well, that indeed had been true in the past. A long time ago, Jin-Woo got injured badly during a raid, and he grew fearful of going to dungeons, which led to him switching off his phone for a while. In the end, he had to return to raiding dungeons, since not answering the call 3 times in a row meant he'd be chased out from the association. Recalling his past, Jin-Woo could only smile in bitterness. Oh right, other hunters are waiting for you. Why don't you two head over there and greet them? There were other hunters who had arrived earlier, where the association employee was pointing at. Well, there were only 2 other hunters there, however. The number of those willing to come had decreased sharply after that huge incident. Jin-Woo heard from Song Kye-yeol on their way here that, besides those who died, many other hunters decided to quit this life from the shock of that underground temple incident. One of them happens to be Miss Ju-Hue. Jin-Woo took a look around, but he couldn't see her. When Jin-Woo and Song Kye-yeol approached closer, the 2 hunters awkwardly averted their gazes. Jin-Woo narrowed his eyes. But of course, these 2 happened to be Kim Sang-sik, who ran off trying to save only himself, and the other male hunter who had discarded the injured Jin-Woo. Of course, they would find it rather awkward to face him. Excuse me, Mr. Seon. Kim Sang-sik was thinking of at least greeting the youth, but when he was subjected to Jin-Woo's cold glare, he eventually shifted his gaze away. Kim Sang-sik shut his mouth, studied the mood for a bit, before shuffling further away from there. He stopped at a bit of distance away and sneaked a glance at Jin-Woo, before he tilted his head in confusion. Is he really the Sung Jin-Woo that I know? I mean, his eyes are as fierce as a monster man. Like a real monster. Kim Sang-sik shuddered deeply. As he thought, his arm was covered in goosebumps. Jin-Woo withdrew his glare filled with hostilities. Thankfully, quite unlike you Jin-Ho. Kim Sang-sik was quick on the uptake. After locking eyes once, he didn't even try to come near Jin-Woo's vicinity. He sincerely hoped that this arrangement would remain for the rest of the raid. Mr. Seong, Song Kai-yeol, standing next to Jin-Woo, shifted his gaze in a direction and smiled gently. There she is. Jin-Woo also turned his head in the direction Song Kai-yeol was looking at. But before he had the chance to completely turn around to look, Mr. Jin-Woo, something rather soft suddenly hugged him tightly. Miss Ju-Hui? While Jin-Woo was getting flustered, Ju-Hui was too busy making sure he was fine with a tearful face. Are you all right? You are not hurt anywhere, right? Your leg? Mr. Jin-Woo, how come your leg is? Ju-Hui's eyes went extra round as she alternated her gaze between his face and his leg. There was a bit of difference in how extreme it was, but nevertheless, her reaction was more or less the same with Song Kai-yeol's. Oh that, just as Jin-Woo was about to reply, how steamy, eh? It's steamy, I say. Both the gazes of Jin-Woo and Ju-Hui shifted over in the direction of that voice. From afar, an unknown man was whistling loudly at them. More importantly, though, he was wearing a blue-colored prison overall. Is there a film shoot going on around nearby or something? While Jin-Woo was tilting his head in confusion, a man wearing a business suit climbed down from the front seat of a certain minivan. He then threw out a measured warning at the prison overall guy. Shut your mouth. The prison overall guy pretended to not know anything by staring at the distance. However, he quickly threw an oily wink at Ju-Hui's when the business suit looked back inside the van. Immediately, Jin-Woo's expression crumpled. Two more people climbed out of the van right away. Both of them were men. And particularly worthy of note was the fact that they all wore prison overalls and had been cuffed as well. The business suit led the three prison overalls towards the association's employee, and she welcomed him with a bright expression. You finally arrived. Please forgive us for our tardiness. There was traffic on the road. The business suit then proceeded to sign on each of the documents the association employee presented to him. In the meantime, the employee called for the hunters to gather around. These folks are the replacement convicts who will participate in the raid alongside you hunters. And so the expressions of the hunters hardened considerably. Kim Sang-sik was the first to step forward. What? Replacement convicts? Are you telling us to go on a raid along with a bunch of criminals? Hunters who had committed crimes had two choices. Either spend their allotted time behind the bars, or cooperate with the association and reduce their sentences. Most chose the latter option, and they were referred to as the replacement convicts. The association employee repeatedly lowered her head. I'm really sorry about this. It's only because the number of hunters active in our district has declined so much that the association has no choice but to do this. However, they will be accompanied by a hunter from the monitoring division, so you don't have to worry too much. Kim Sang-sik asked, still full of suspicion. A hunter from the monitoring division, you say? Chapter 30 Fin. Up web novel KR Chapter 31 Chapter 31 Yes. All the convicts are rank CS, but the hunter from the monitoring division is actually a rank B, so there is nothing for you to worry about. Kim Sang-sik nodded his head. The popular opinion stated that you'd need around 10 C rank hunters in order to contend against a single hunter rank B. Well, a B rank was personally coming to monitor the troublemakers, not to mention participating in the raid itself, so there was no reason to say no here. 1 rank B and 3 rank CS. Jin-Woo quietly studied the faces of the monitoring division's agent as well as the 3 replacement convicts, before tilting his head slightly. Something's off here. He could sense a minute trace of murderous intent flowing between those 4. Was this also one of the facets of the enhanced perception stat? Or was he simply being overly cautious? In any case, he was overcome with this unexplainable anxiety, all of a sudden. So, Jin-Woo whispered in Ju-Hui's ear. Miss Ju-Hui's, please, don't participate in this raid. Ju-Hui's looked up at Jin-Woo's eyes and asked back. What about you, Mr. Jin-Woo? Rather than answering her, he too asked back. If I say I'll be going? Well, in that case, I'm going too. She looked like she'd follow him no matter what. I'm sure she's only doing this because she's concerned about me. And he learned through prior experience that whenever Ju-Hui's face was forming that expression, she'd suddenly become a very stubborn young lady, and she'd never change her mind, no matter what. There shouldn't be a problem with me around, right? After all, he had experience dealing with Huang Dongxiak's gang, which contained 5 ranks yes in their midst. Jin-Woo nodded his head. In that case, okay. The agent from the monitoring division finished signing on all of the documents, and then came to speak to the gathered hunters. My name is Sang-sik from the monitoring division. I believe you've been informed of the situation. I'll keep a very close eye on those 3, so you can rest easy. Sang-sik then beckoned the 3 convicts to come closer. They all trudged towards him and presented their hands. With a practiced hand of his own, Sang-sik swiftly undid their cuffs. Wowzers. I thought I was gonna die from the stuffiness just now. We ain't even slaves, so isn't it against our rights for you to drag us around here and there like this? The convicts massaged their freed wrists and continued to pile on their complaints. Sik roundly ignored them and returned his gaze back to the hunters. Who will be taking the lead today? Song Yol, having led raids before, raised his hand about halfway up. Sik nodded his head. Understood. With Song Yol in the lead, hunters entered the gate one by one. He going as well. Jin-Woo and Ju-Hui also entered the gate, albeit at the same time. Perhaps the trauma from the last incident remained with her, because she ever so slightly held on to Jin-Woo's sleeve. Goblins were the main enemies for this dungeon. They were the weakest of all hype monsters out there, so clearing the dungeon itself wasn't hard at all. Heek. These strange-looking creatures were weak enough for Jin-Woo to fight evenly one-on-one even before he got his power boost. Still, Jin-Woo did his utmost best to carefully hunt goblins with his bare hands. Cock. When Jin-Woo displayed the combat prowess that easily exceeded their imaginations, both Ju-Hui and Song Yol's eyes became extra round in surprise. Wow, he was hiding most of his true power, yet the result of each fight was still remarkably different compared to the past. Ju-Hui approached him and carefully asked him, "Have you been working out lately?" "Well, I've been jogging every day." "Jogging?" Ju-Hui tilted her head, but well, he wasn't technically lying here, but besides all that, I'm not earning any experience points here. The enemy's level is too low, and your experience points did not rise. Gok. The enemy's level is too low, and your experience points did not rise. Jin-Woo formed a disappointed expression. The message of goblins being too weak and him not getting any experience points kept repeating itself. This isn't going to work. On top of this, the magic crystals from the goblins were also the worst grade there could be. Jin-Woo took a look around him. This ranked convicts must have been really excited by the taste of freedom, because they were wildly swinging their weapons and energetically ripped goblins to shreds. Cake. From that scene alone, it was difficult to tell apart just who were the monsters and who were the humans there. I guess there's no reason for me to break a sweat today. Well, he wasn't earning any experience points, nor was he making lots of money today either. A certain thought popped up in his head next. If it's going to be like this from now on, wouldn't it be better to quit the association? Pretty much the majority of jobs coming to the association's way were clearing the gates ranked E and E. However, if his level wasn't going to increase from entering those types of gates, then there was no need to participate in association's raids anymore. I can easily earn mom's hospital fees by myself now too. He could quit the association at any time he felt like it. This was why having money was always for the better. As soon as he had some, his selection had widened. While thinking of this and that, the raid team entered deeper into the dungeon. And soon, a forked road with 3 paths appeared before them. Sik made a suggestion to Song Yol. Since the difficulty of the dungeon is low, how about splitting up from here onwards? Yes, let's do that. Song Yol readily agreed to that idea. Jin-Woo closed his eyes and extended his perception to the max. Now, which path leads to the boss? He was hoping that maybe the boss would give him a few experience points, at the very least. Soon enough, he could pick up on the auras of all living creatures inside the dungeon. Jin-Woo opened his eyes and spoke to Song Yol. "Ajasi, let's go left." "Okay." Jin-Woo, Song Yol, and Ju-Hui chose the left pathway, Sik and the 3 convicts the right one, and the remaining 2 went down the middle one. Jin-Woo's heart began beating a little bit faster. The boss is at the end of this passage. Although it couldn't be described as strong, a unique and different aura from that of a goblin was leaking out from the end of this cavern-like passageway. He wanted to quickly kill the boss. However, groups of goblins kept jumping out at him every couple of steps he took, and this hindered their progress. Kiek. And this time, there were around 10 of them or so. One carried a wooden club, one held a wooden sword, one even held a long wooden shaft with a stone shard crudely tied around the tip. They had armed themselves to the best of their abilities, but none of them managed to threaten him. "Haven't you guys had enough yet?" Jin-Woo frowned really deeply. It proved to be such a bother. These starts that were worth nothing yet moved around in large groups like this. "There are 10 of them this time. What should we do, Ajasi? Should we come back after finding the others?" However, Jin-Woo's 2 companions were getting rather somber about the current predicament they were in. "Still, there are only goblins here, so maybe we should try fighting them first." "Okay." Flames formed on the tip of Song Yol's fingers, while Ju-Hui got ready to cast her healing magic as well. Meanwhile, Jin-Woo was scratching the back of his head. "Now that I think about it, I'm not feeling nervous at all even though I'm inside a dungeon." Was it because he had become incomparably stronger than before? Only now did he grow a little bit more conscious of the changes that had taken place inside him. Song Yol asked Jin-Woo. "Mr. Seung, are you ready?" "Oh, yes, I am." Jin-Woo matched the timing with the rest of his teammates and slowly hunted each goblin down. And so, as they steadily cleared the dungeon out of the blue, screams reverberated throughout the dungeon from somewhere, one after the other. "Awak! You wak!" Those weren't from the goblins. No, they definitely belonged to humans. Jin-Woo, Song-Kai-yeol and Yi-Ju-Hui's exchanged glances. They thought the things had calmed down, only for yet another desperate scream to enter their ears. "You-wah!" Song-Kai-yeol's expression hardened. "Yo, take a look." The three of them quickly ran to where the screams came from. Jin-Woo could have run faster than his two companions, but for the sake of their safety, matched their speeds. Just how long did they have to run? Ju-Huis cried out in alarm after finding a person. There's a person there, and it just so happened to be the hunter from the monitoring division, Kant-Sik. He was kneeling on the ground, covered completely in blood. Kant-Sik shouted out at them. Be careful. I don't know where they could be right now." Kant-Sik spat those words out with great difficulty before collapsing on the ground in pain. Ju-Huis couldn't watch on anymore and hurriedly ran towards Kant-Sik. "Hold on, I'll heal you right now." Ju-Huis was thinking like this. Regardless of where the enemies were hiding, she was still a healer rank B, meaning the speed of her healing magic was very fast. So, she thought that before enemies attacked them, it'd be more advantageous for her to quickly heal Kant-Sik. "Please hold on for a little while longer." Ju-Hui stood in front of Kant-Sik and reached out with both of her hands. Gentle rays of light gathered near the ends of her hands. It happened then. Kant-Sik rapidly raised his upper body up and took aim at the center of Ju-Hui's neck with his hand, full of magical energy. Swish! Just before his fingertip could touch Ju-Hui's Adam's apple, someone managed to grab Kant-Sik's wrist just in time. Snap! Oh, the stun! Ju-Hui stumbled backwards before falling on her rear. Flop! Kant-Sik's expression became one of shocked amazement. He upped my attack in that short space of time? It was not a hard job for a high-ranked hunter to deal with a handful of lower-ranked hunters. The only thorn in his side today happened to a female hunter ranked B, the same rank as he was. The silver lining about this thorn was that she was not a combat-related hunter. She didn't possess any abilities to protect herself, so as long as he succeeded in sneak attacking her, everything would end quite easily. However, to think his sneak attack would end up missing. With things like this, there was no reward for all that great acting he had put on. Kant-Sik's gaze followed the hand grabbing his wrist and to its owner, and Jin-Woo's face was at the end. Jin-Woo's eyes were emitting a very strong light of murderous intent. Kant-Sik frowned deeply. "How dare you, FC King Association bottom feeder!" Swish! Kant-Sik's other fist flew towards Jin-Woo's face. However, Jin-Woo simply tilted his head out of the way and let the fist fly by. "What?" Kant-Sik hurriedly yanked his arm loose from Jin-Woo's grasp. "Huh?" Jin-Woo displayed his shock next, as expected from a high-ranked hunter in his power. Now that both of his hands were freed, Kant-Sik began pouring out attacks without a rest. However, Jin-Woo also moved at the speed that didn't lose out to Kant-Sik and went on the offensive of his own too. Pow! Pow! Pub-a-bub-a-hat! Fists and arms belonging to men endlessly collided and traded countless blows. None of them showed any signs of backing off. Seizing this opportunity, Song-Kai-yeol quickly dragged Ju-Hui away from the area. Obviously, Ju-Hui couldn't finish what she wanted to say because of the sheer shock from seeing what was happening right now. However, there was one person here who was even more shocked than Ju-Hui, and that was none other than Song-Kai-yeol. Just how on earth is this possible? This fierce battle unfolding at a scarcely believable speed. He was having a hard time trying to follow with his eyes. Something like that was expected of a high-ranked hunter, so that was fine. But then, the Sung Jin-Woo fighting that man couldn't have been the same person from Song-Kai-yeol's memories. The youth was definitely not losing out against a rank B hunter at all. I'm a C rank, and even I can't follow his movements with my eyes. Indeed, his gut feeling proved to be right. The Jin-Woo in front of his eyes right now was not the same youth from his memories, an A rank who was weak, but possessing a good head on his shoulders. In the blink of an eye, the two traded hundreds of blows, and they quickly stepped back while trying to catch their breaths. Jin-Woo glared at Kant-Sik and frowned. "The blood on your clothes, I'm guessing it's not yours." Kant-Sik loosened his wrist and answered back. "That's right, it belongs to those B-stards. Besides all that, I never expected to run into a hunter of your caliber in this place." Honestly speaking, Kant-Sik was really impressed. He hadn't heard of any information regarding a high-ranking hunter slumming it out along with those bottom feeders working for the association. "This is going to cost me big time." He thought that today would be the best time to act, so he did his deeds, but quite unexpectedly, he ran into a pretty steep hurdle here. Kant-Sik couldn't control his curiosity and asked out aloud, "Who the hell are you? What rank are you?" Jin-Woo summoned the poison fang of Kasaka, and while grasping it tightly in his hand, replied rather curtly, "Sung Jin-Woo. I'm rank E. Chapter 31 Fin. Up web novel Kai are Chapter 32 Part 4. Rank B Kant. Sick felt like someone had hit him in the back of his head. A B star that displayed the movement equal to his own speed, which was unmatched within the rank B, introduced himself as a measly rank E just now. Is he trying to make fun of me? Kant. Sick gnashed his teeth. No, hang on. Indeed, there was something odd here. If he's really a high-rank hunter, there is no reason for him to be here, isn't it? The jobs these bottom feeder association hunters did were quite obvious. Their main role was to clear those gates that guilds and freelancers gave up on because of their low monetary values. Their earnings were pathetically small compared to other hunters, and they were not widely acknowledged by other hunters either. In other words, there was a very good chance that this B-Starred really was an E-rank. Only that his abilities were anything but. Still, a fake registrant wouldn't brazenly work under the association like this, so Sick eventually arrived at the only logical conclusion. He's a reawakened. When he thought about it, he remembered the upper echelons of the association getting a bit noisier with a rumor of someone going through a reawakening somewhere nearby this location. And that person was supposedly a hunter affiliated with the association. He should have memorized that name back then. As that matter happened only a couple of weeks ago, if this B-Starred had been delaying getting a reassignment test for some reason until now, it was very much possible for him to remain as an E-rank and assist the association with their work. Who could have guessed that such a guy would show up today? Sick had made sure to perform thorough background checks on the hunters participating in today's raid, but he had missed the existence of this one. I really have terrible luck, don't I? That's the only conclusion he could arrive at. I should have asked for more money, if things turned out this way. Sick recalled the events of a few days ago while licking his dried lips. A few days ago, a cafe near the headquarters of the association. Sick asked the moment he settled down in his seat. What business do you have with me? The middle-aged man sitting his opposite side seemed rather haggard for some reason. He said that he's an owner of some company, didn't he? Sick definitely did not know who this man was. However, he still decided to free up some time after this man continued to call him on the phone, sounding quite desperate and all. The middle-aged man muttered, as if he was speaking to himself. I've heard that no one knows what happens exactly inside dungeons. The man's voice was so soft that Sick had to ask again. What did you say? This is every cent I have in my name. The man suddenly presented his bank account book. Sick alternated his gaze between the book and the man's face, before confirming the bank balance printed on the book's pages. There was a substantial amount of 2 billion printed there. And why are you showing me this? When Sick formed a questioning expression, the middle-aged man's head dropped lower. Among the criminals you're in charge of, there is one who had hurt my little girl. Because of that, she took her own life, and my wife is still in the hospital from the shock. The middle-aged man's voice became tearful. Yet such a B-Starred will be able to roam the streets again in a few years' time. You think I'll be able to rest easy knowing that? The man raised his sorrow and rage-filled face. I'm sure you can already tell what I'm implying here. The man lowered his head again. I beg of you, Hunter Nim. A deafening silence descended between these two men. Sick leaned against the back of his chair and fell into a deep contemplation. Only after a long while passed by did he open his mouth again. Can you guess why I chose to work for the association's monitoring division? Pardon me? The middle-aged man raised his head. Sick explained himself. As a B-rank hunter, I'm considered as one of the higher-ranked hunters. Large guilds continue to send their scouting offers in my direction all the time. Yet, can you guess why I persist in doing this job while getting a pittance in return? I don't know. The corners of Sick's lips arched up. You see, I find it more enjoyable to fight against people rather than monsters. In that sense, the monitoring division was like the heaven-sent job for Sick. Well, he could beat up other hunters in the name of the law, after all. And he'd end up killing one or two due to unavoidable circumstances too. Due to unavoidable circumstances, eh? Sick inwardly smiled and spoke. Stepping on that insect you told me about isn't going to be difficult at all. However, there will be other hunters inside the dungeon besides the insect as well. I might view that B-Starred as an insect, but will other hunters think that way, I wonder? The middle-aged man formed a disappointed expression after hearing Sick's rather pessimistic-sounding words. And here he was, thinking that he'd finally get to avenge the death of his little girl. It felt like the heavens were crashing down on top of him. However, Sick formed a sinister smile as if to mock the other man. This money, plus 1 billion won on top of that, to deal with the other hunters as well. Can you do it? However, if a reawakened hunter was among those other hunters, then the amount of 3 billion won was not quite enough. Well, his own life was on the line, after all. The self-proclaimed rank E hunter was still emitting a sharp, observant air even now. He looked as if he'd seize any slight opening there was. Sik swallowed his saliva. I can't take him lightly. Sik was confident of winning here. He had never lost a single one fight even before he underwent the awakening process. However, even though he could win, it would not be an easy victory at all. Right now, he had to revise his plans ever so slightly. With a nice timing, the Ranky hunters asked a question. Those convicts, why did you kill them? The father of a girl who was raped by those bastards came to ask me for the favor. Those bastards were animals worthy of getting killed, and I simply took care of animals that hurt other people, that was all. The Ranky hunter was listening without saying anything. It seemed quite likely that talking might work here. Sik went straight to persuading the other man. Although the matter had come down to this, I don't wish to hurt you. How about ignoring today's matter altogether? As long as we make this deal here, I promise I won't try anything to you and your group. Of course, he couldn't let a potential source of trouble fester. That was why Sik was thinking. There was a chance that a head-on fight would result in him getting badly injured, so he'd get out of here first, wait for an opportune moment, and dispose of all the witnesses one at the time. However, the Ranky hunter snorted derisively. You should have said those things before you tried your little tricks. You want us to ignore everything just because you failed your sneak attack? That man didn't say anything wrong there. Sik smirked in dumbfoundedness. In the end, you want to have a go, is that it? Well, in that case, he'd have to go all out then. The light shimmering in Sik's eyes became colder. His sharp glare quickly swept across the Ranky hunter top to bottom, and his forehead creased up for a second. Where did he get his dagger from? Since before he had noticed it, the Rank hunter was holding a dagger. Well, it shouldn't be too important, is it? It didn't matter where that weapon came from indeed. What's important here, though, was the type of the weapon. Sik quickly concluded his assessment. The class that used daggers and utilized quick movements. His opponent was a super close type damage dealer. Most likely, his speciality was assassination. What a coincidence that their specialities happened to be the same. However, this guy only underwent his reawakening not too long ago. The difference in experience should be absolutely massive. He might not even be able to properly utilize the skills at his disposal. Let me teach you a thing or two as your senior. Sik extracted a knife from his hips and smirked derisively at the Ranky hunter. Can you do something like this? And then Sik activated his stealth skill, thereby disappearing from the spot. That caused the Ranky hunter to get flustered, and he hurriedly looked around his vicinity. Sik could see his naked panic and confusion quite clearly. But that's so obvious. Stealth skill didn't only make one's body go transparent. The body, the sound, and even the smell. The skill that cloaked everything about the person activating it. That was the stealth skill in a nutshell. There were only a handful of assassin-type hunters who could use the skill in the entire world. Utterly unrelated to one's ranks, you just had to be a lucky few who unlocked this skill when going through the awakening process. Let's end this in one hit. Sik swiftly moved to the rear of the rank hunter. His back was wide open, unguarded. This is the end. He was expecting to engage in a bitter battle, but it turned out to be a rather simple fight in the end. If the opponent was getting ready to counter the stealth skill, then it did not be this easy at all. As expected, the difference in experience decided the victor today. Sik's knife aimed at the spot just below the rank hunter's ribs and powerfully stabbed forward. However, plang! Two daggers collided in the air and sparks flew off. With his stealth skill deactivated, one could now see Sik's wide-open eyes. What? But how? The rank hunter's dagger had accurately blocked off his own dagger. Unable to hide his shock, Sik raised his eyes and looked up at the rank hunter's face. And that hunter opened his mouth with a totally unimpressed face. Oh, so now you decide to pop up. Why, what did you say? Unable to understand the words of this Ranky hunter, Sik suddenly felt this inexplicable fear in his heart. Ring, emergency quest, kill all the enemies. There are life forms holding murderous intentions towards the player. Kill them all in order to secure your own safety. If you do not follow this instruction, a corresponding penalty will be given. The number of enemies left to kill. 1. The number of killed enemies. Sung Jin-Woo confirmed the emergency quest message and breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't a waste of time. He was kinda worried that if Sik didn't take the initiative, Jin-Woo wouldn't receive the emergency quest notification. It was quite unlike how it was with Wang Dongxiak and his gang back then. That was why he tested the system out, and it was as he expected. The moment Sik revealed his murderous intent, the message popped up. He wasn't just mindlessly chatting with the guy, or revealing his panic, or showing off openings for nothing until now. I really didn't know he could use stealth, though actually, when Sik did disappear in front of his eyes, Jin-Woo was slightly taken aback. Well, stealth was a pretty rare skill after all, but when he concentrated a bit harder, he easily and accurately sensed Sik's every movement, so much so that he could close his eyes and still find his target with no problem. This was the effect of his enhanced perception stat. He continued to invest on this stat just so he could tell whether he should fight or flight, but today, he learned of a new use for it. I got lucky. Thanks to that, Sick was getting shocked out of his mind, as if he had seen the ghosts of his ancestors. But how? And now when Jin-Woo takes care of this murdering bee-starred, he'd be able to enjoy the quest's delicious rewards. If I'm going to fight anyway, then I might as well get everything I'm supposed to, no? It was his turn now. From now on, he'd start attacking for real. The two daggers locked in a deadly embrace continued to push against each other. It seemed that their strength was about the same. It was here when Jin-Woo's eyes gleamed dangerously. In that case, should I find an opening somewhere else? Jin-Woo's leg moved in an instant, and he stomped on 6 foot. Stump! You, walk! Chapter 32 Fin. Up web novel KR Chapter 33 Sick had been paying attention only to the daggers, so he got really stunned by the pain shooting up from his foot, causing him to hurriedly step back. Jin-Woo didn't miss this opportunity. Dash. Skill. Dash has been activated. Your movement speed has increased by 30%. 1 mana will be spent every minute during its activation. Jin-Woo rapidly got closer to his target. Sick's eyes grew wider still. He got faster. Jin-Woo had been displaying an already high level of agile movements, but now that he had gotten even faster, Sick found it quite disorientating. Jin-Woo closed the distance in the blink of an eye, and sank his poison fang of Kasaka down on Sick's thigh. Kuwak! He aimed there precisely because Sick was focused on defending his upper body only. Effect. Paralysis has been activated. The effect has been cancelled due to the high resistance of the target. Effect. Bleeding has been activated. Target's stamina will decrease by 1% per second. Nice. The added effects of the Kasaka dagger kicked in as well. It was a bit regretful that the paralysis didn't work, but still, this fight had become just a tad easier now. However, Sick was a high-ranked hunter himself, so his resistance was nothing to scoff about. His dagger aimed at Jin-Woo's vitals and continued to fly in. Swish swish. Jin-Woo evaded the blade with only a hair's breadth and also attacked Sick's vital spots. Even though his thigh was badly damaged, Sick calmly defended against Jin-Woo's attacks, as befitting an experienced hunter. Clang! Bling! Cold sweat drops formed on the foreheads of both men. Our speeds are about the same. We're moving at the same speed. Two men were inwardly admiring each other's agile movements and continued to clash in a dazzling display of super close proximity knife fighting. Several powerful attacks, each one capable of ending this fight if hit, were exchanged without rest. Swish, 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 swish. It was a truly scary and gripping battle that caused the onlookers' blood to go cold. I gotta break this stalemate somehow. Jin-Woo gathered strength in his eyes. Skill. Intimidation has been activated. The moment his eyes met Jin-Woo's, Sick flinched slightly for some reason. What was that? Effect. Fear has been activated. Target's all stats will decrease by 50% for 1 minute. It worked. Jin-Woo knew that he had won now. On the other hand, a small earthquake erupted in Sick's eyes. How come my body is... After he had met Jin-Woo's gaze, his body felt as heavy as if he was floundering in deep water or some such. His trusty speed began decreasing as well. Swish, swish. Wounds on Sick's body increased quickly one by one. This isn't possible. Sick's thoughts became confused and messy. This was, without a doubt, a debuffing effect. But he had never, ever heard of a case where an assassin class was able to use a debuff magic. Assassination was not his specialty then? If that was the case, then what was up with his crazy speed? However, Sick had stopped his train of thoughts there. His confusion had rapidly morphed into panic instead. Because he had spotted Jin-Woo abruptly rushing in closer. Sick hurriedly took aim at Jin-Woo's eyes. Swish! Jin-Woo quickly tilted his head out of the way, but the dagger still managed to graze his cheek. Of course he knew he'd get hurt at least by this much, or even worse. In order to get that decisive strike in, he decided to take the risk. Sick's expression crumpled. FCK. Jin-Woo succeeded in getting close to Sick's chest and stabbed down on the latter with the poison fang of Kasaka. Stab. Kyo-hyuk! Sick's eye shot open wider. Both men knew right away at that moment. The victor had been truly decided with that one move. Crimson red blood pooled in Sick's mouth. It was gushing up from his chest. As blood leaked out from the side of his lips, Sick formed a smirk. To actually run into a real Waken hunter inside a lowly rank D dungeon, me and my seriously rotten. The dagger in Sick's hand fell to the floor. He continued to pant heavily as he leaned his head closer and whispered something in Jin-Woo's ear. Jin-Woo silently listened to those last words before pulling the dagger out from Sick's chest. Just like a dress slipping off a clothes hanger, Conti, Sick crumpled to the floor, lifeless. Plop. Hey Ring, you have completed emergency quest. Kill all the enemies. The expected messages did pop up, but Jin-Woo's expression wasn't so good. Just like the last time, the aftertaste of killing someone remained bitter and nothing to feel too happy about. Even though the other guy attacked first and initiated this fight. Completion rewards are now available. Would you like to confirm the rewards? Why, and if there were no rewards, then this would be one hell of a loss-loss situation. That. Jin-Woo consoled himself with that line of thought and confirmed the rewards. Hey Ring, following rewards are available. Reward 1. 5 additional stat points, huh? Jin-Woo formed a confused expression. The reward on offer was far less than when compared to fighting Wang Dongxiak and his goons. But it was a far harder opponent this time though. Did this mean the number of enemies was more important than the skills of the opponent? Or was there something else he hadn't figured out yet? Jin-Woo tilted his head slightly. It was here that Jin-Woo lowered his gaze and ended up spotting something rather odd. There was a spot of flickering light about as big as a coin gleaming on the corpse of Conti Sick. Jin-Woo's eyes grew wider and wider. No way could it be, although he could hardly believe it, that light seemed far too similar to the one emitted by the loot found on the dead monsters from the instant dungeons. That light also indicated the position of the magic crystal inside a monster from the gates. But now, the dead Conti Sick was emitting this light. What does this mean? Jin-Woo calmed his trembling heart and quietly reached out towards the chest area of Conti Sick where that flickering light was coming from. Ring. Indeed, he wasn't seeing things just now. You've discovered runestone, stealth. Take it? A runestone? Are you talking about that runestone? His heart began pounding even harder than before. The skill Conti Sick used had now become a runestone and was waiting to be discovered on his body. Stealth was a rare skill that only a select few hunters could use. If this message was indeed talking about the runestones he knew, then acquire it. Suddenly, a small rock with mysterious runic letters carved on the surface appeared in his hand. Runestone. Stealth. You can absorb the skill by breaking this runestone. Absorbing skills by breaking the stone. As the description said, this rock was definitely a runestone. By breaking it, he'd be able to use stealth from now on. He had not heard of a runestone that taught one to use stealth being put up for sale until now. So, it was impossible to estimate just how much this little runestone would go for in the marketplace. It was then he heard the voices of 2 people coming from his rear. Mr. Seung, are you alright? Mr. Jin-Woo. Jin-Woo hid the runestone inside his pocket and turned around, and he found Song Yol and Yiju, Huey busy gawking at him with eyes filled with disbelief. The rank E hunter Jin-Woo, who used to struggle like there's no tomorrow in a rank D dungeon, just defeated a rank B hunter Conti Sick. As a non-combatant class, Huey didn't know this, but the rank C Song Yol knew very well how incredibly crazy that notion was. Jin-Woo checked out his own appearance. Well, yeah, I'm okay. From a casual glance, he was totally fine. He wasn't feeling any pain either, but when he turned his head a bit, the blood pooling around his chin dribbled down. He reflexively touched his cheek and found that the cut he got earlier was bleeding now. Oh, let me heal that for you. For a second or two, a blue light danced around Huey's fingertips, before that little cut disappeared from the view. That was the confirmation. A rank E had successfully defeated a rank B without a single injury. For the 2 people here that knew Jin-Woo, rather than the fact of a rank B hunter trying to kill them, it was the fact of the youth before them defeating said hunter that shocked them the most. How can you be able to? Song Yol couldn't finish his sentence. Jin-Woo, of course, knew what Song Yol and Huey wanted to say here. That was why he opened his mouth first. I'm really sorry. When the right time comes, I'll tell you both everything, so please, don't ask me anything for the time being. When Jin-Woo made a request in a gray voice, Huey nodded her head first. Eventually Song Yol nodded as well. If you're saying that, then you must have your reasons. I understand, young man. Jin-Woo then turned his head in the direction where the boss was. Although the situation had become complicated somewhat, his plan of killing the boss hadn't changed. He wanted to kill the boss by himself if possible. Also, there was another thing he had to, meaning these 2 couldn't be here. Jin-Woo looked back at Song Yol. With what has happened here, I think it's impossible to continue on with this raid anymore. For the time being, you 2 should leave the dungeon and contact the association. I'll remain here and search for other survivors. Song Yol instantly realized what Jin-Woo was trying to do. He's going to close the gate all by himself. Even from the older man's perspective, doing that would ensure the least amount of suspicion. That would be a good idea. Miss Huey's, let's go ahead first. Huey hesitated after hearing Song Yol's recommendation, but then, she quickly ran at Jin-Woo. You haven't forgotten about our dinner date, right? Jin-Woo smiled gently. I haven't. I still need to ask you for my change, remember? In that case, you honor that promise, okay? I'll be waiting on the outside. Jin-Woo nodded his head, and that must have relaxed her a lot since she took a step back without saying anything else. Even as she was escaping from the dungeon, she continued to look behind her several times. Jin-Woo only let out a sigh once the shadows of the two people were gone for good. Woo, and he really wanted to hide for as long as possible, but, in the end, he got discovered. There were 2 eyewitnesses, so it was impossible to talk his way out of this one now. It's not like I can threaten Ju Huey's or Mr. Song Ajasi either. Killing the rank B should be seen as self-defense. He had 2 eyewitnesses, so no worries there. The real issue would be with how a rank E managed to kill a rank B. I guess being a reawakened is the most plausible excuse there is, huh? He decided to go with that one then. He'd reveal himself to be a reawakened hunter and get himself a reassignment test. No one would believe him even if he told them about the system or leveling up and all the other stuff. There was also no reason for him to reveal that information voluntarily anyway. After he decided to go through with the reassignment test, he kinda felt relieved on one hand, and a bit wistful on the other. And here I was, hoping to do the test only after I got even stronger. But since when did the world move as one wished? There was nothing he could do about it now. I wonder, how high will my new rank be? Since he fought on equal footing with Conti, was he slightly stronger than a rank B hunter at this moment? He thought that he had gotten really strong now, but as it turned out, those high-ranking hunters, starting from B all the way up to S, were indeed all freakish existences far surpassing his imaginations. Oh well, let's think about the future once I get out of here. For the time being, he had to get rid of the boss first. The dungeon that emitted magical energy waves, equaling a rank D, only had a bunch of rank E goblins inside. In that case, there was a good chance that the magical energy wave was actually coming solely from the boss. A boss like that should give him enough experience points for a level up. But before I do that, there was something else he had better confirm first. Jin-Woo pushed his perception to the limit, and carefully combed over all auras present within the dungeon. Found you. Jin-Woo began waking to his new destination. On the way, he discovered the cold corpses of Kim Sang-sik and the other hunter. This was the power of a high-ranked hunter. If such a hunter really wanted to, then killing a few lower-ranked hunters could be done in the blink of an eye. Jin-Woo's expression hardened as he walked past them. Chapter 33 Fin. Up web novel KR Chapter 34 Chapter 34 A short while later. Youf. Jin-Woo discovered a lone convict struggling on the ground not too far from him. His arms and legs were all tied up with a rope, and there was a gag placed in his mouth. It was as Sik said, just before his final breath. I've tied up the rapist not too far from here. I was thinking of disposing of him last, after the victim's father asked me to make him suffer for a bit. Sik stopped breathing after those words. Convict began to struggle even harder after seeing Jin-Woo. It was as if he was asking to be freed as soon as possible. You've. Now that Jin-Woo took a closer look, it was none other than the same guy who threw a dirty wink at Ju Huey's earlier on. As soon as Jin-Woo pulled the gag off the convict's mouth, he breathed in and out heavily and widened his eyes. Pant. That crazy bee, starred Sik killed everyone. He killed everyone. What the FCK happened? Did he leave? There's blood on your clothes? Did you get done in by him too? Jin-Woo didn't reply and simply raised his head to stare straight ahead, towards where the boss was. The convict's words poured out in great urgency. Untie me first. Hurry. We gotta escape before Sik shows up. Goddamn it. There's some sort of magic energy flowing in the ropes and I can't tear them apart. You have some sort of a weapon with you, right? Why aren't you saying anything? Can't you hear me? When a bottom feeder hunter from the association continued to ignore him, the convict forgot about the position he was in and began frowning in dissatisfaction, remaining expressionless. Until then, Jin-Woo finally opened his mouth. The boss should be just up ahead. What? A confused, questioning expression floated up on the face of the convict. Feels like it's a bit stronger than a regular rank D dungeon boss too. I'm getting really curious about its attack patterns, you see. The convict listened to those words and lost his cool, roaring out at the top of his voice. What the FCK are you even talking about? Jin-Woo calmly continued on with what he wanted to say. Before all that though, I gotta ask you about something. You remember the girl you raped before? What? Which one are you talking about? You a family member of the victim? Jin-Woo's brows quivered. Just now, this man asked which one, rather than answering with yes or no. Meaning, he had hurt well more than 1 or 2 girls. Hunters possessed extraordinary strength, so if they wanted to, they could become a horrifying monster at any time. And this bastard used that strength to violate women until now. With that, Jin-Woo's mind was made up. He coldly stared down at the convict and spoke. Now I know, so there's that. What? You've. Before the convict uttered out more rubbish, Jin-Woo swiftly gagged the bastard again. Then, he began slowly dragging the convict by the ankles towards the boss room. You've. The convict struggled even more desperately as he got dragged along. Both of his wide-open eyes were now completely bloodshot. Not even slightly fazed by the criminal's desperate struggle, Jin-Woo successfully dragged him into the boss room. Youth, and inside the boss room, there was a large group of hobgoblins waiting for their arrival. These monsters reputedly enjoyed snacking on human entrails. Apparently, Youth. Convict finally realized what Jin-Woo was planning to do here. He cried out and shook his head around wildly after seeing the group of hobgoblins. The blue convict's pants began dyeing in a yellow color, as well. Woo! Jin-Woo took a deep breath, and he chucked the convict among the waiting hobgoblins. Yof! Kijik! Kiek! Picking up on the smell of a fresh, living prey, hobgoblins pounced on the convict all at once and began tearing into his stomach. Youth! As the convict desperately struggled on and thrashed about, the vessels in his eyes burst open one by one, dyeing his eyes utterly crimson red. You. Even though the convict gradually lost his consciousness, hobgoblins greedily and restlessly tore into him. Just what would it feel like to be devoured alive by the disgusting monsters? Jin-Woo frowned deeply as he quickly scanned the interior of the room, searching for the boss. There it is, a huge hobgoblin, definitely the boss of this dungeon, sat arrogantly over yonder on the other side of the boss room. With its subordinates all too preoccupied with the fresh prey, there was not one guard around the boss itself, which meant that this was the perfect opportunity. Dash! Jin-Woo immediately dashed past the hobgoblins in the blink of an eye and arrived before the boss. Kekiake? The surprised hobgoblin boss quickly stood up, but before it could complete the action, its head fell and rolled on the ground. Plop, tumble. Ring, you've killed the owner of this dungeon. Level up. Hang on a sec. Only after he had sliced the boss's head off did Jin-Woo remember the existence of the rune stone. There was no need to lure them out with a bait, was there? I could have just learned the stealth skill and sneaked closer, couldn't I? Jin-Woo shifted his gaze over to what little remained of the convict and clicked his tongue. Of course he wasn't feeling any sympathy for the bee-starred there. Well, whatever, in any case, his plan was a success. Part 5. Cogwheel. It wasn't difficult to deal with the group of confused and leaderless hobgoblins. Kiak. The hobgoblins ran around trying to escape from Jin-Woo, but were all hunted down soon afterwards. When he killed the very last one, another feel-good message popped into his view. Level up. It rose up again. His expression brightened up after this rather unexpected reward of the day's labor fell into his lap. Jin-Woo cleaned all the blood off the poison fang of Kazaka, and along with all the magic crystals extracted from the hobgoblins, stored them inside his inventory, before summoning his status window. Ring. Name: Sion, Jin-Woo. Level: 27. Class: None. Title: Slaughterer of Wolves. HP: 5114 MP. 548 Tiredness: 0 Stats: Strength: 72 Stamina: 43 Agility: 82 Intelligence: 39 Perception: 69 Available points to distribute: 5 Physical damage reduction: 20% Skills: Passive skills: Unknown LV. Max: Tenacity LV. 1 Active skills: Dash LV. 1 Intimidation LV. 1 Equipped items: Gatekeeper's Necklace. Before he knew it, his level was almost near the 30 mark. Jin-Woo wasn't expecting much from this dungeon at the time of hunting down the weak goblins by the entrance. But well, he got a level up by killing the hobgoblin boss, and then another one from hunting down every single one of the hobgoblin underlings as well. His level rose up by 2 in such a short time. What a lucky day it was for him, every single strong monster being in the boss room and all. No, hang on a bit here. It's a bit too much to call this good luck, huh? 3 diverging pathways, and the difficulty of the boss room. If the low-ranked hunters got too conceited after hunting down weak goblins and arrogantly stepped into the boss room, then they might have met with a serious accident from the appearance of all these hobgoblins. Unlike the goblins, hobgoblins were pretty tough monsters to contend with. There are some instances of hobgoblins appearing in dungeons full of goblins, but well, it was still very rare to see such a big group of hobgoblins in a single location as it was in the case of this dungeon. Really now, it was utterly impossible to predict what might happen inside a dungeon. Someone's lucky day might turn into someone else's worst nightmare. The only protection one had in this place was the one's own power. That was why Jin-Woo wanted to get stronger. Surviving inside a dungeon was one thing, but what if there was a dungeon break near the hospital where his mother was staying? What if he got snake attacked by a monster while out walking on the street? No, the monsters wouldn't be the only problems to worry about either. Hunters were also dangerous existences, just as much as the monsters themselves. Even if various organizations were trying to manage them, there would always be a limit. Indeed, he needed to possess the necessary strength to protect himself. There are limits to how powerful a hunter could become. However, there was no such thing for himself. Theoretically, he could grow stronger indefinitely as long as his stats increased, and he found the right type of equipment to wear. And today, one more method of getting stronger had been added to his arsenal. It was none other than the rune stones. Jin-Woo pulled out the rune stone from his pocket. Just like with other items, the information on the stone floated up like a hologram projection. Rune stone. Stealth. You can absorb the skill by breaking this rune stone. To those who didn't know, this thing would have come across as a small pebble with weird letters carved on the surface. But if you were a hunter, you'd be salivating like crazy regardless of what your rank was. High-ranked hunters would have used it for themselves, while the lower-ranked ones would have sold it to the higher-ranked hunters. And a rune stone containing rare skills, such as this one with the stealth skill, would have especially fetched a large amount of money. When placed in an auction, this particular stone should fetch at least a few billion won, and when sold through the black market, several times more than that. There was only one reason why it would be more expensive in the black market. Because there would be no official record of who bought what with how much money. That was why. Having a hidden skill was the same thing as possessing one more powerful weapon. Just like how Sik had been hiding his stealth skill. If it weren't for his high perception stat, Jin-Woo would have been killed for sure. Thinking about that sent chills down his spine. Let's forget about selling this. I can always make money later on. He'd not fall for the monetary temptation right now. His current priority was to become stronger than ever before after all. There was no need to even mention just how useful this rare stealth skill would prove to be in the future. And to think, this little stone is worth several houses, no, several buildings even. Still, Jin-Woo quickly did something he'd never have dreamed of doing in the past. When he squeezed his hand tightly, the rune stone shattered into pieces without much resistance. Crack! A reddish aura seeped out from the cracks of the rune stone and slowly wrapped around his body. It was almost the same as when receiving the effects of the healing magic. Only the color was wrong, being red and not blue. In any case, it wasn't a bad sensation. The reddish aura circling around him smoothly entered through his nose and was absorbed into his lungs. Right away, he could sense an unknown power well up inside of him. A familiar mechanical beep went off shortly afterwards too. Hey Ring, you've learned skill, stealth. You can now use skill, stealth. Nice. He managed to successfully absorb the skill. He was feeling rather nervous since this would be his first time using a rune stone to learn a skill. But the whole process turned out to be unexpectedly quick and simple. So, does this mean that I can use stealth now? His heart began pounding harder from the sense of accomplishment after learning a rare skill. Well, the wise elders, they said that seeing was believing, so Jin-Woo activated his new skill right away. Stealth. Just as he finished thinking about activating it, his body vanished from his own view. From the tips of his fingers right down to his toes, every part of him became transparent. What a strange feeling it was, unable to see his own hands right in front of his eyes. What would happen if I do this? Since he thought about it, Jin-Woo quickly summoned his dagger from the inventory to confirm. Then, he sensed gripping something in his hand. Rather mystifyingly though, he could sense it but couldn't see it. As expected, just like the knife that Sik had been carrying around, the stealth skill was also applied to his poison fang of Kasaka. As he thought, it wasn't that Sik's weapon was strange, it was simply the power of the skill instead. I wonder just how far does this skill cover? Chapter 34 Fin. Up web novel KR Chapter 35 Jin-Woo picked a pebble up from the ground, and it too disappeared from the sight. Can I do that with this too? He got even more curious, so he reached out and touched the shoulder of the dead hobgoblin, but nothing happened next. It seemed that there definitely was a limit to this skill. At least, he was now sure of the clothes he wore and the objects held in his hand being affected by the skill. It happened right then. You've exhausted all of your mana and skill. Stealth will be deactivated. Suddenly, stealth came undone. But it has been only a few seconds though. Jin-Woo had been moving his body this way and that, trying to familiarize himself with the state of being cloaked. But after the skill came undone all by itself, he hurriedly summoned the skill list and confirmed the details with a flustered look on his face. Skills. Passive skills. Unknown LV. Max Tenacity LV. 1 Active skills. -LV. 1 Intimidation LV. 1 Stealth LV. 1 What he sought was the information on the stealth skill. The relevant words quickly floated up before his eyes. Ring. Skill. Stealth LV. 1 Active skill. Mana required to activate. 200 simultaneously cloaks the body and hides all traces of the skill holder. During its activation, 10 mana will be spent every second. He needed 200 mana to activate, and further 10 would be spent every bloody second. No wonder his MP couldn't hold up. MP 7,548. His remaining mana of 7 looked rather pitiful to his eyes. It's really all spent up, huh? Currently, the maximum amount of mana he could store was around 500 150. If he were to activate the stealth skill once, he'd be able to maintain the cloak state for around 35 seconds. But if he were to use other skills, then he'd not even get the full 35 seconds either. Now that I think about it, even Sick cancelled his stealth pretty quickly, didn't he? He didn't do that accidentally, as it turned out. If a high-ranking hunter like Sick couldn't keep the skill going for long, then it meant that lower-ranked hunters wouldn't even be able to use it. My mana is the issue here, huh? Until now, he had invested all his stat points on every stat other than intelligence, and not even once did his MP value rise up from doing that. In other words, he now needed to raise the intelligence stat as well. I guess it's about time I did that. Still, it kinda felt like a waste investing his hard-earned stat points on a non-combat related stat just so he could use a skill for a few seconds longer. Compared to other stats, intelligence just has too low of an efficiency. Strength, stamina, agility, and perception. He had personally felt the effects of those 4 stats increasing. As they increased in value, he became physically stronger and stronger. The only stat that he couldn't sense any tangible change taking place inside him was this intelligence, although it had climbed up a bit now. I mean, it's now almost 4 times the value compared to when I was a level 1. If he were to really dig around and find the difference, then it'd be his increased MP value. That was all really. So, to invest his points on the stat based only on a single result like that, it's just too wasteful. Those points would become his flesh and blood if he were to invest them elsewhere. The only conclusion he could draw here was to continue on with his leveling up until he no longer had to worry about his MP. Meanwhile, he'd spend his precious stat points on other better stats, my stat points. He abruptly recalled that he still had 5 extra points he got as the reward from the emergency quest. He pondered for a second or two on whether he should invest that on intelligence, but in the end, he spent 3 points on strength, and the other 2 on stamina. Stats: strength, 75 stamina, 45 agility, 82 intelligence, 39 perception, 69 available points to distribute, 0 reduction in physical damage, 20% as I thought. Numbers ending in 5s are the best. As a satisfied smile formed on Jin-Woo's face, the earthquake inside the interior of the dungeon became too severe for him to ignore. Is it the 1 hour mark already? There was no more time to waste here. Jin-Woo closed his status window. He had been deliberately wasting time, waiting for the gate to nearly close, but if he stayed here for a second longer, he might get trapped inside, unable to leave forever. Before leaving, Jin-Woo turned around and swept his gaze around the boss room one more time. I extracted all the magic crystals, and, well, it looked like he hadn't missed a thing. After confirming this fact, he rapidly disappeared down the exit. As if to warn those still inside that the gate was about to close, the dungeon began shaking even harder than before. With excellent timing, agents from the association's investigation department arrived in front of the gate. Their eyes grew real round after spotting Jin-Woo leisurely exiting from the gate as it gradually closed behind him. Hunter Nem, are there any other survivors besides you? No. No one else. You! The expressions of the agents hardened in an instant. 9 people entered it, yet only 3 walked out alive. This undoubtedly qualified as a huge incident. What with several similarly bad incidents occurring within a single district, it was little wonder why these association agents felt like they had stepped on an almighty pile of dog poo at this very moment. They wanted to make sure there were no other survivors, but the gate closed on them so that was no longer possible too. This was precisely the reason why Jin-Woo waited around until the time limit was almost up, however. Well, I can't let them know that there indeed was a survivor now, can I? With this, the testimonies of the 3 survivors would have to suffice. One of the agents spoke with a complicated tone of voice. Just now, the investigation department has received a telephone call from the chairman of the Jumgang Industries, wishing to hand himself over. It was here that Song Kai-yeol entered into the conversation. The chairman of the Jumgang Industries, you say? He's the father of the victim, and he allegedly has paid off the hunter Sick from the monitoring division to murder the convicts. Oh, the chairman had confessed to everything after he heard that Sick was indeed successful in killing the rapist. Although it wasn't Sick but me, cops headed there, and the association came here, it seemed. Jin-Woo listened quietly before asking a question. That's the case, there is no problem on the side, isn't that right? At Jin-Woo's question, the agents formed troubled expressions. Yes, basically. There was a clear evidence of Sick's crimes, and these 3 people fought Sick in order to survive. Just as Jin-Woo asked, there was nothing here that could be seen as problematic, except for one thing. One of the agents asked the part that felt the most suspicious to him. Just who delivered the final killing blow to Mr. Sick, who was a rank B hunter? The agents had only arrived at the scene not too long ago, and they were not briefed on the minute details of the situation yet. Oh well, the distance from here to the association headquarters is really far, so it can't be helped, huh? It's already quite commendable that they had arrived here before the gate actually closed. They surely had to leave the HQ and drive super fast to get here in time as soon as receiving the call. Hints of fatigue were clearly visible on the faces of the agents. Just before Jin-Woo was about to speak the truth, he recalled the face of Yu Jin-ho. What a missed opportunity this is, but looks like I won't be helping that kid out with his raid quota after all. By making an excuse of him being a reawakened hunter, and going ahead with the reassignment test, he'd not be able to humor Yu Jin-ho's plan anymore. What Yu Jin-ho looked for was a low-ranked hunter that possessed incredible skills. As soon as Jin-Woo's ranking was reassigned and it dramatically rose up, everything would have been for nothing. However, what was up here? When Jin-Woo imagined the dejected, depressed face of Yu Jin-ho, he found that sight rather humorous, instead of feeling apologetic. Sure, Jin-Woo was kind of bummed out about the promise building, but oh well. Well, naught I can do here now. Jin-Woo thought as such and was about to open his mouth, but then it was me. His head naturally swiveled towards the source of that voice, and he saw Yi-Ju-Hui's, her open eyes full of surprise, staring at Song Ki-yeol. But obviously, before Jin-Woo could ask what his intentions were, Song Ki-yeol took the initiative and walked closer to the agents. I'm the one who killed Sik. Questioning agent still didn't look convinced, however. Song Ki-yeol, Hunter Nim, are you saying that you brought down Sik, Hunter Nim? His suspicions had merit. Not only was Song Ki-yeol a rank C hunter, but he also had lost his left arm as well. On the other hand, wasn't Sik often referred to as a high-ranked hunter, someone who was rank B? The power of high-ranked hunters easily exceeded one's imaginations. The accepted norm was that the difference in strength between a rank B and a rank C was far wider than that between a rank C and a rank D. It was here that Song Ki-yeol began chuckling amiably. Have you all forgotten just who is behind me? Just as the gazes of everyone focused on her, Yi-Ju-Hui's face reddened, and she quickly lowered her head. Yi-Ju-Hui was a B-ranked hunter. She hadn't been mentioned until now because her class was not combat-related, but when looking only at her rank, then she was a high-ranked hunter, just like Sik had been. Why wouldn't a rank C hunter be able to defeat a rank B hunter when a rank B healer was lending her aid from the side? The agents finally formed expressions of understanding. Taking the opportunity born from the momentary confusion, Jin-Woo stood real close to Song Ki-yeol and whispered to the older man. Why are you lying to them, Majesty? Song Ki-yeol replied back in a whisper as well. I thought that there must be a good reason why you were trying to conceal your abilities. Did I overstep my boundaries? Of course, he didn't. Thanks to him, Jin-Woo would get to avoid dealing with many inconvenient matters. This was the reason why one could never discount wisdom formed from years of experience. No, you didn't. I've received a lot of your help until now, so I'm glad to hear that I was able to help out you now, even if it's just a small thing. Meanwhile, one of the agents walked closer to the two men. Mr. Song Ki-yeol, why don't you come with us? Help us for a minute or two with writing up the report. All right, let's get going then. Song Ki-yeol left for the association along with the agents, and before anyone knew it, only Jin-Woo and Yi-Ju-Hui remained on the scene. The sun had set a long time ago. Ju-Hui must have found Jin-Woo and the somewhat altered aura he emitted a bit foreign, because she hesitated greatly before cautiously approaching him. Would you like to walk with me for a little while? Is she talking about that dinner date? He was starving after moving around for a bit today, so he found her suggestion to his liking. Jin-Woo agreed with a welcoming expression. Okay, let's. As if they had made a promise earlier, the two young people began quietly walking side by side under the soft lights of the street lamps. Ju-Hui's eyes remained fixed to her toes, because, if she tried to raise her head, her gaze automatically drifted towards to her side. She tried very hard not to think about it, but it was of no use. In the past, she found him comfortable to talk to, but now, the current Jin-Woo was overflowing with this certain sense of power. She found it much harder to talk to him now as a result. Just what happened? He was strong enough to subdue a rank B hunter without too much trouble. He had changed so drastically. Since he requested her to keep it a secret, she wasn't planning to pry, but his amazing transformation kept tugging at the corner of her mind. Chapter 35, Fin. Up Web Novel Care Chapter 36. Chapter 36. I wish he'd at least talk to me. Ju-Hui kind of felt that Jin-Woo was being rather cold-hearted here, not saying a single word until now. In the end, Ju-Hui stopped walking first, and with some difficulty, broke the ice. Actually, I think it'll be impossible for me to eat anything today. Let me return this to you in the meantime. Ju-Hui handed over a magic crystal to Jin-Woo. It was none other than the same crystal he entrusted to her back in the underground temple. The tips of Ju-Hui's fingers were trembling as she handed over the crystal. That incident had been only a few days ago, and she had to go through another one today. Ju Hui's was the type of person to get scared quite easily. He could easily figure out what she meant by being unable to eat anything. But today isn't the only day, you know. There's no need to return this to me now. Ju Hui shook her head slowly. I'm going back home next week. He heard that she was quitting the life of a hunter, but now, it seemed that she was leaving the city altogether. Jin-Woo formed a rueful expression. Is it because of that incident back then? Well, it's not simply because of that, but perhaps she ended up recalling the events of that day. Ju Hui's complexion darkened. Jin-Woo quickly changed the topic of their conversation. Where's your family home exactly? It's in Busan. Actually, Mr. Jin-Woo? Suddenly, Ju Hui's expression became quite serious. Why, yes. Sensing that the mood had become somber, Jin-Woo quickly wiped the smile off his face and formed a serious expression as well. Ju Hui slowly, carefully combed over Jin-Woo's face. Back then, when everyone else was trembling from despair, only Jin-Woo's eyes burned fiercely with a strong resolve. Ju Hui's was nearest to him, so she got to see those eyes. It was like they were shouting out to the rest of the world so they can hear his will to survive, and the faint traces of hope those eyes captured managed to save not only her, but many others as well, from that place multiple times. No one could imitate what he pulled off back there. Thump, thump. When she recalled the events of that day, her heart began beating faster and faster. No, I can't. She had no regrets over quitting the life of a hunter, since it didn't even suit her personality, to begin with. However, she couldn't help but feel really bad after realizing that it'd be tough to meet Jin-Woo ever again. Will he think of me as a weird person? If I ask him about meeting each other again, it was rather unfortunate, but there were some things in this world that she couldn't really do anything about. Having any regrets over such matters would only end up tormenting her. In the end, Ju Hui simply formed a disarming smile and lightly shook her head. Nah, it's nothing really. If you come down to Busan one day, please give me a call. I'll buy you really good sushi. Sounds good. When Jin-Woo formed a smile, Ju Hui smiled back at him. And so, Ju Hui didn't get to say the words she truly wanted to say. She simply performed a short goodbye and turned around to leave. The way back home never felt this long to her before. After sending Ju Hui's home, Jin-Woo also returned to his place. An old, decrepit apartment building, visible even from a distance. His place was on the 8th floor. TL, 9th floor for all of you North American readers. As he walked past the parked cars to enter the building itself, the voice of an old man stopped him in his tracks. Young man from 902. It was coming from the old security guard Ajasi. He'd been around this place for a very long time. Jin-Woo was familiar with the older man, so he greeted without hesitation. You haven't gone home yet, Ajasi? I'm on the night watch duty today. Aha! Jin-Woo lightly nodded his head. The old security guard immediately brought out a parcel from the guard post. Jin-Woo, this came for you today. Thank you so much. The sender written on the slip was the association. Oh, so it was today, eh? The day that his replacement phone from the association was supposed to arrive, that was. Jin-Woo took out his brand new phone from the box. It glittered softly under the light. He remembered hearing not too long ago that, due to the continued extreme level of interest towards everything related to hunters, the number of non-awakened people trying to get their hands on one of these phones was on the explosive rise. Never mind those who wish to buy one. Just what are those idiot hunters thinking, trying to pilfer a few and selling them off? The old saying went that it's not the country that lacked money, but that there were way too many crooks instead. Whether it was inside the association, or in the military, or any place where people gathered in some numbers, corruption would always cause problems. Because of corruption, money would leak out, and the promised financial support would decrease as much as the amount of leaked money, which would make the overall situation even worse. This would eventually mean that those who were supposed to benefit from the system in a rightful manner got screwed royally in the ass. That was why I got worried, but, fortunately enough, there were seemingly no problems with his new phone. While waiting for the elevator to arrive, he had nothing else to do, so he switched the phone on. And well, there was a mountain of unanswered messages and missed calls. Will I even be able to check all these out? Funnily enough, two numbers kept popping up as he took a look at the screen. Both of them seemed unfamiliar to him. One called him a lot, while the other sent a ton of text messages. But I don't know anybody who might call me this many times though. Jin-Woo tilted his head slightly, before deciding to check the text messages out first. Hello, I'm from that hospital. If you have free time this week, was I bothering you? I just thought we could chat for. He belatedly remembered a certain person's face. Indeed, it was the face of that pretty nurse from the hospital, the one asking for his number back then. Was her name Choi Yu-ra? He couldn't say that she was bothering him, but he got this feeling that the moment he replied back to her, his life might get really and unnecessarily complicated in a heartbeat. Okay, so, I'll pass. Next up, the number that called him repeatedly. Jin-Woo pressed the call button. A fairly new and catchy pop song noisily greeted him as the ringtone. Hearing that, Jin-Woo could more or less guess who this number belonged to. The call was connected pretty quickly. Hello? Yup, indeed it was him. Jin-Woo leaked a wry chuckle after his guess was proven correct. It's me. From today onwards, call me only on this number. You finally got your phone. Hi, I'm Nim. Of course, it was none other than Yu Jin-Ho. Jin-Woo did write down the boy's contact number somewhere, but he had never called it before, so it was a little wonder why he failed to recognize it. Yu Jin-Ho spoke with a rather excited tone of voice. I was actually thinking of giving you a call just now. Hi, I'm Nim. I've finished recruiting the team members, so I'll be coming around tomorrow morning to fetch you. Just from hearing that voice, Jin-Woo could picture Yu Jin-Ho's happy face. Jin-Woo also chuckled lightly. Alright. See you tomorrow then. Click. As Jin-Woo ended the call, the elevator arrived on the ground floor and its doors slid open. Ding. Finally, the raid would start for real from tomorrow onwards. His heart beat faster just from thinking about it. Let's level up as quickly as I can. He'd raise his levels, enhance all his stats, and become stronger than everyone out there. Once he became a truly powerful hunter, he'd be able to get his hands on money, fame, and influence. And tomorrow would be his first step towards that goal. The east of the United States. Late at night, Hwang-Dong-Soo was the main hunter of the guild, Scavenger, one of the top guilds in the entire USA. Not only that, but he was also on his rank as well. And just before he went to sleep, he received a phone call informing him of a shocking matter. My older brother is dead. I want you to speak slowly, and tell me everything in detail. Got that? The name of his older brother was Hwang-Dong-Seok. Apparently, he entered a C-ranked gate and lost his life. My older brother and his 8 teammates all died, and only 2 others escaped unhurt. And the 2 who survived were only a rank D and a bloody E. Something smelled fishy here. The older brother, Hwang-Dong-Soo, knew would never sacrifice his own life for a far weaker teammate. Also, what if that said teammate happened to be a temp? There was no need to even mention it. However, only the ranks D and E walked away alive, while his older brother and other C-ranked hunters all perished in that dungeon. There's something going here. Hwang-Dong-Soo's eyes became incredibly sharp. Right now, he was in a far-off foreign nation after being scouted away by one of America's top guilds, but back when he was still in Korea, his brother did everything possible to look after him and be a good brother. He might not have been a good human being, but he was a great, precious brother. I was planning to invite him here once I've secured my foothold, but now, to think he'd meet an accident before that happened. Hwang-Dong-Soo bit his lower lip. Fax me all the information on the 2 surviving members. My number is TL. Yep, it said fax in the raw. So, no emails in this world then? Hwang-Dong-Soo ended the phone call, and then called his manager next. The call got through pretty quickly. Mr. Hwang, you're calling me quite late. What's going on? Laura, what would happen if I were to kill some people in Korea? Do you really mean that? Yes. There was a bout of silence before the woman's voice continued on. The states have yet to sign an agreement to exchange hunter criminals with South Korea. Mr. Hwang, you are now an American citizen, so you'll get a hearing in a U.S. court instead. If we have a chat with the relevant government officials, then your overall sentence should be pretty light. Good to hear that. Looks like I'll have to make a trip to Korea for a while. Something happened there. Can you clear up my schedule for a bit? However, Mr. Hwang, if you leave so suddenly like this, the operations in the guild will grind to a halt. Can you inform me of the nature of this something? It's a personal matter. Of course, I'm not going to harm the guild in any shape or form. Tell me just how far my schedule's been booked for. You're fully booked out for the next 2 months. 2 months, is it fine? After that I will need some free time, so don't schedule anything. I don't need a long time either. Just 2 weeks. I'll only need 2 weeks to pop in and out of Korea. Understood. What should I tell the upper management? Tell them I'm going to my brother's funeral. Also going on a trip to cheer myself up as well. Okay, will do. By the way, Mr. Hwang, if there is anything I can assist you with, click. Hwang-Dong-Soo abruptly ended the call. Didn't matter whether it was some cheering up or an advice. He was not in the mood to hear either of those at the moment. It was then the fax had arrived. Hwang-Dong-Soo took a look at the documents arriving one by one. On the white pages, photos of 2 hunters, their names, and their brief bio could be seen. The rank D hunter, Yu Jin-Ho, and a rank E, Sung Jin-Woo. Hwang-Dong-Soo alternated his gaze on the 2 men's photos and gritted his teeth in determination. I'm sure I'll get some answers from either one if I ask them personally. And if he found anything even remotely suspicious, then you will regret coming out of that place alive. I'll make sure of it. The edges of Hwang-Dong-Soo's eyes reddened slightly. Part 6. Strange raids. Next morning, Jin-Woo went downstairs after receiving the phone call, only to find a huge van parked outside. Even before he could say, "Who the hell do you think you are to block someone else's exit?" the driver's window rolled down automatically, and the brightly smiling face peeking out from behind belonged to Yu Jin-Ho. "Hi, Nem, get in." Yu Jin-Ho stuck his hand out the open window and slapped the side of the van. Since the kid was excitedly declaring his intentions to come and fetch him last night, Jin-Woo half expected to see a Benz or something, but no matter how much he looked, it was a normal-looking passenger van. Sure, it was on the biggish side, but still. Didn't you say you're the second born of a keyball? I thought it'd be too eye-catching if we used my car. I bought this guy not too long ago to use during our raids. Only now did Jin-Woo understand the reason for all this shininess coming from the van itself. Brand spanking new, that's why. From his sincerity, as seen from the boy arriving at Jin-Woo's place the first thing in the morning, to his cautiousness as seen from the kid purchasing a new van just to avoid being too conspicuous, Jin-Ho was doing his best to make sure that everything was going smoothly. It also demonstrated that his hopes and expectations riding on these upcoming raids were absolutely huge. Jin-Ho misunderstood the reason why Jin-Woo was taking his time to check out the new van, and worriedly asked, "By any chance, don't you like this type of vehicle, Hyun-nim?" "Not at all," Jin-Woo declared as so, and climbed into the front passenger seat. "Okay, we're setting off now, Hyun-nim." Jin-Ho must have been feeling really excited because he kept humming to himself while twirling the steering wheel this way and that. They drove for a while, before coming to a stop in an empty lot. Screech. "Hyun-Nim, we've arrived." There were 8 people waiting for the duo in this meeting place. Chapter 36 Fin. Up web novel KR Chapter 37 Chapter 37 The gate scene behind the waiting group seemed a bit too small for a C rank. After Jin-Woo and Jin-Ho exited from the van, the waiting hunters quickly gathered around them. For some reason, there was almost no normal person in this group. Most of them seemed to have some difficulty with their mobility. There was one person who looked to be suffering from an illness, while another was clearly an alcoholic. Not only that, there was an underage girl too, someone that neither the association nor the guild would admit to their ranks. From a casual glance, she looked to be a high schooler. "Is it okay to bring a child here?" I asked for a professional advice, and apparently, there is no problem according to the law, Hyun-Nim. Actually, the only reason why people don't hire underage hunters is that there would be hell to pay if something went sideways. Jin-Woo nodded his head. In that case, it should be fine. Really now, only Jin-Woo and Jin-Ho were going to enter the gates anyway, so the odds of something going wrong were as good as 0%. Indeed, these people were only here to make up the numbers. In order to get the permit to clear a C-rank gate, one needed at least 10 hunters, after all. That was why 8 extra people had to be recruited. And sure enough, these 8 understood very well why they were here too. These people all possessed the hunter license, but couldn't act as one due to their circumstances. Most who answered the call to gather were suffering from the hardships of life in various ways. Jin-Ho took a step forward. "My name is Jin-Ho, and I'll be taking the lead in this operation. And this gentleman beside me is Sung Jin-Woo Hunter-Nim, who will accompany me to the dungeons. Everyone, your role is to wait outside the gates until we return." One of the hunters cautiously raised his hand. "Excuse me, if we really do that we can get 3 million won. No need to participate in any huntings. No actual need to even enter the dungeon itself. 3 million won per raid, for a payment of simply lending one's name, so they would be permitted to enter the gates." It sounded just too good to be true. This man named Jin-Ho didn't even look like that Seondal character who sold the Tidong River. But the terms on offer were so good that the gathered hunters couldn't help but be anxious. TL Kim Seondal is a main character of an ancient Korean novel. He is a pro swindler and manages to sell a river to the wealthiest man in Korea. I guarantee you that the terms offered are for real. Jin-Ho stood stiffly, looking rather serious now. Even his expression had become grave. "However, you are not to discuss any facet of the events that'll take place here with anyone. Do not forget that the moment you break the vow of secrecy, you'll be forced to pay back 10 times the money you were paid as per the contract you all signed." Chatter, hunters murmured to each other in hushed whispers. Just what were these 2 young hunters planning to do inside the gate that they offered up such enticing terms? They were curious, but no one came out and asked. That was also the part of the vow of secrecy clause within the contract. Absolutely no questioning what happens inside dungeons. Jin-Woo didn't want anyone to know of his special constitution, and Jin-Ho wanted to become the master of a guild, so there was a serious need to make sure that none of their teammates blabbered their mouth to someone else. Instead of asking questions, the hunters began whispering to each other now. "Still, can those 2 survive a rank C dungeon all by themselves? They don't look that strong, don't they? If these 2 are capable enough to clear a rank C dungeon, wouldn't it be better to enter a large guild and get access to higher ranked dungeons?" "You're so right about that." They all spoke in a suspicious tone of voice, but not one person said they were quitting. That was par for the course really. The terms were too good to give up from their perspective. Even Jin-Woo got hooked by the promise of the 2 million won, after all. The reason for the extra 1 million won, compared to what Hwang Dong-seok had offered, was because of the clause on the participants maintaining their secrecy. While the explanations carried on, the time was being wasted somewhat. Jin-Woo confirmed with his watch and spoke to Jin-Ho. We should get started. Understood, Hyeon-nim. Jin-Ho answered right away and clapped his hands in order to draw the attention to himself. Well, that will be all for the explanations. I won't force you to participate. So, is there anyone among you who'd like to quit now? Of course, no one raised their hands. Just before the duo tried to enter the Hyeon-nim, hold on for a moment. Recalling something he had completely forgotten about until now, Jin-Ho hurriedly ran back to the van. He then put several things on the entirety of his body and walked back to the gate in an unsteady and difficult fashion. What is that? It's a full set of reinforced armor, crafted by a famous guild of master craftsmen in Italy. Hyeon-nim, don't you think we need at least this type of equipment if we were to clear a dungeon by ourselves? Jin-Woo slowly facepalmed, simply staring at that hunk of steel covering the kid from the tip of his toes all the way up to the crown of his head. Jin-Woo felt like his own breathing was getting all choked up and the like. What's the matter, Hyeon-nim? Unable to watch on any longer, Jin-Woo reached out, yanked loose the long sword attached to Jin-Ho's waist, and dropped it on the ground. Jin-Ho tried to bend down in order to pick up the sword only to lose his balance, and he toppled over ungainly. Plop. Jin-Woo did his best to suppress the rising tides of anger and spoke with great difficulty. While I'm still being civil, take them off. Yes. However, after struggling for a bit to stand back up, Jin-Ho called out to Jin-Woo. Hi, Nim, what now? Please, help me. I can't stand up. Jin-Woo spat out a long sigh while looking at Jin-Ho reaching out to him. Will this be fine, Hyeon-nim? Yeah. In the end, they agreed on the kid wearing a helmet and nothing else. With a satisfied face, Jin-Ho jumped inside the gate. Jin-Woo followed in right after without saying anything else. As soon as the two men walked into the dungeon one by one, the remaining hunters all slowly shuffled towards the gate. One of them piped up with a worried voice. Judging from the way they acted, they looked like a couple of amateurs. Another agreed, while staring at the gate's surface. You're right. The two people's conversation opened the floodgate of words from the remaining hunters. Everyone began speaking their minds now. What will happen if those two get killed inside the dungeon? Well, we all got paid the contract signing fee already, so, yeah, well, that's true too. Wait, what were the names of those two again? Hold on. So, it was. A man whose leg was in a plaster quickly pulled his phone out and searched the two's names online. Jin-Ho, Sung Jin-Woo. Another hunter helped the man in crutches to stand straight while peeking into the phone as well. Whether he felt the crutches needed help, or was just too impatient to find out the result of the online search, no one could tell. What the hell? The raid leader is only a rank D? Hearing that, everyone else stiffened up from the shock. However, what shocked them even more was the following search result. The dude next to the rank D is only a measly E? Isn't it way too dangerous for a rank E to enter a rank C gate? One D and an E wants to clear a rank C dungeon? How can that even be possible? Also, the raid team leader has no record of leading a team before. What the heck? Why would these two young men? Wasn't this no different than committing suicide? It was not for nothing that the association had set a strict rule of one needing 10 people, with 5 rank C hunters, as the bare minimum, if one wanted to enter a rank C gate. Tess, a male hunter sporting a smattering of white hair pulled a cigarette out and lit it up. The arrogance of youth tends to catch many young people unawares. The cigarette smoke slowly rose up. The hunters all fell silent. They couldn't help but feel awkward and bad, thinking that they were now a part of someone else's suicide attempt. Even if they were total strangers, no one liked seeing another person getting killed right in front of their eyes, or in this case, inside the gate right in front of them. Was that all? What about the rest of the money? They may have received the contract fee up front, but they would have made a lot more by following the two young men around for the next 18 raids. Regrettably though, the odds of two young people coming back alive were simply too low. Shouldn't we report this to the association, even if it's now? I wonder. Yeah, what if we get blamed for this? Then this happened. Buzz, Jin-Woo and Jin-Ho hurriedly emerged from the gate. Pant. Jin-Ho was panting laboriously. Steam slowly rose up from the bodies of two young men carrying tired expressions. Oh, they managed to escape unhurt. What a relief. Hunters welcomed the two with happy expressions. They were all thinking that these two only roamed around the entrance of the dungeon like a pair of lost kids, because the time between them entering and leaving was fairly short. However, what was going on here? The expressions of the hunters gradually changed. Because they all heard someone crying out in alarm. That was why. The gate is closing. What? Everyone hurriedly shifted their gaze over to the gate. Oh my gosh! Look! They killed the boss? The gate is turning blurry and illusory, just as it would when the boss of the dungeon was killed. While the hunters couldn't hide their shocked disbelief, Jin-Woo utterly disregarded their gazes and quietly asked Jin-Ho. Where is the next one? It's about an hour's drive from here, Hyeon-nim. Okay, let's go. Jin-Woo and Ho headed straight to the van. Meanwhile, the 8 hunters stared at the duo's backs with completely dumbfounded faces. Realizing that they weren't following him, Ho turned his head and called out to them. "Let's hurry up, everyone. We barely have enough time to go to 2 more gates today." The jaws of the hunters all dropped to the floor from that declaration. Drop. The middle-aged hunter with a smattering of white hair, Yun-Gwai-1, was so stunned that he failed to realize his cigarette slipping out from his lips and falling to the ground. Those 2 managed to clear a rank C dungeon, and they are going for another raid too? It wasn't only Yun-Gwai-1 though. Everyone present was thinking the exact same thing. Just who are these people? The first day. Jar-roar. A group of zombies rushed at the duo. "Hi, Nim, they are coming." "Okay." Jin-Woo smoothly glided among the rushing zombies. Whenever he brushed past one, the head of an undead creature fell and rolled on the ground. The number of zombies decreased quite rapidly. Soon, only one remained. "Stab!" Kroor. When Jin-Woo stabbed his dagger deep into the last monster's chest, a familiar mechanical beep rang inside his head. "Ring! Level up!" Ho, who had been standing at the far back, gasped in admiration and clapped his hands enthusiastically. "Hi, Nim, you're so cool. Magic crystals." Okay." Ho quickly pulled the bag out and began collecting the magic crystals. It was around at this point. The mechanical beeps didn't end with the level up message and continued on. "Ring, you've acquired skill. High-grade dagger technique LV. When Ring, you've acquired skill. Vital points targeting LV. 1. Ring, skill, dash has leveled up." Jin-Woo's expression brightened in an instant. "I've got new skills? In a long time too, hasn't it?" Feeling rather chuffed with himself, Jin-Woo quickly summoned his skill window. Skills, passive skills, unknown LV. Max tenacity LV. 1. High-grade dagger technique LV. 1. Active skills, dash LV. 2. Intimidation LV. 1. Stealth LV. 1. Vital points targeting LV. 1. The dash skill had leveled up after he constantly used it. Also, in the passive and the active columns, high-grade dagger technique and vital points targeting had been added as well. Chapter 37 Fin. Up web novel car Chapter 38 skill, dash LV. 2. Active skill, mana required to activate. 5. When this skill is activated, your movement speed will increase by 40%. During its activation, 1 mana will be spent every minute. My movement speed has increased. The rate had climbed up from 30 to 40%. The difference in 10% was huge. Well, the leveling up of the skill seemed appropriate, since he used the dash skill quite often. Skill, high-grade dagger technique LV. 1. Passive skill, mana required to activate. None, exclusive to daggers. You used daggers for a long time, and now you are able to wield daggers more proficiently. 33% additional damage will be applied when using daggers. Additional damage effect when using daggers. A dagger-specific skill had been created as the result of him continuously sticking to daggers, it seemed. I guess wielding other types of weapons will be inefficient for me now, huh? Of course, it also meant that the effect when using only the daggers would be even greater. Besides, he was already well used to using daggers. He also had grown fond of the poison fang of Kasaka and wasn't planning to switch to another weapon anytime soon, so this was a huge boon for him. And finally, Jin-Woo's eyes gleamed in great anticipation as he checked out the details of the last new skill that appeared. Skill, vital points targeting LV. 1. Active skill, mana required to activate, 70. Exclusive to daggers. You've learned the most optimum way to attack with your daggers. This skill will search for the enemy's vital points and inflict fatal damage. This skill was also exclusive to daggers. The most optimum way to attack. Now that he thought about it, the attack he used to land the final blow to Conti, sick, and on that last zombie felt roughly the similar to him. Should he say he definitely felt it in his bones? The moment the dagger pierced through, he knew instinctively that the battle was over. Ah, so that was me aiming at the vital points, huh? To think something he did as an accident would become an actual skill, and he'd get to use it whenever he felt like it. His heart was now beating like crazy. To Jin-Woo, who had no other method to attack other than to swing his dagger around this way and that, this attack skill vital points targeting was like the sweet, sweet rain falling at the end of a long drought. Very nice. He leveled up and got new skills. It had only been the first day, yet things were going really smoothly already. The second day. Level up. Level up. With the addition of an attack skill, the speed of hunting had increased rather noticeably. Level up. Jin-Ho's eyes could only grow wider and wider as he watched countless monsters fall one after the other when Jin-Woo accurately attacked their weak points. Nim has been hiding such a mad skill until now. Just how far did the set of Nim's mysterious skills extend to? He couldn't help but admire Jin-Woo even more. Seeing that he was able to easily defeat several rank C hunters, he's definitely a rank B or higher. He could only spectate from the sidelines, his jaw slack, since he couldn't guarantee his own fate if he unwisely tried to probe Jin-Woo for answers. However, there was a distinct disadvantage associated with the increase in the hunting speed, as it turned out. You can't use your skills because of a lack of mana. You can't use your skills because of a lack of mana. Jin-Woo frowned quite deeply. Again? In order to fill up his depleted MP, Jin-Woo summoned the vial of potion he bought from the store right away. What is that, Hyeon-nim? Jin-Ho expressed a great interest. Being next to Jin-Woo meant that Jin-Ho would get to experience many unbelievable things, of course. And now he became way too curious about the identity of the blue liquid. Jin-Woo kept drinking every now and then. What this? Jin-Woo delayed answering and read the information on the potion first. Item: MP potion rarity, E-type, consumable liquid medicine that will restore your mana. Once consumed, it will restore 500 points of MP. Can be stored in your inventory, but it can't be handed over to someone else. The explanation said that the potion couldn't be handed over to another person. What will happen if I try to give it to someone else? It was now Jin-Woo's turn to become curious. So, he handed the vial of the MP potion over to Jin-Ho. But the potion bottle quietly disappeared from the view when placed in Jin-Ho's hand, just like when it appeared the first time. Is this magic, Hyeon-nim? So, this is why it can't be handed over, huh? He learned something new today. An item that could not be handed over would disappear when touched by someone else. If so, what would happen when no hands were involved? Jin-Woo accessed the store and purchased a new potion. However, it was not the same MP potion that he bought all the time, but a vial of MP potion containing reddish liquid. As soon as he completed the transaction, the potion automatically appeared in Jin-Woo's hand. Hyeon-nim. That's amazing. The liquid's color changed to red. Jin-Ho was thinking that the MP potion disappearing and being replaced by an MP potion was some kind of a fancy magic trick. Actually, there was a good reason why Jin-Woo changed the type of potion. Let's find out if these potions have an effect on other people. Jin-Woo told Jin-Ho's to lower his posture. Open your mouth and look up. Like this, Hyeon-nim. Alright, stay in that position and don't move. Jin-Woo tilted the vial of MP potion. The reddish liquid slid down Jin-Ho's mouth. Gulp. Suddenly, Jin-Ho opened his eyes wider. What's going on, Hyeon-nim? Why do I feel reinvigorated again? After playing the role of the luggage carrier for a long time, Jin-Ho had been looking rather fatigued, but now his complexion improved in the blink of an eye. Jin-Woo smiled in satisfaction. So giving it away in this manner works. He got to learn something else just as good again. He should be able to heal a nearby injured person, even if there were no healers present. This would certainly help him out a good deal in the future, no doubt. Just tell me if you're feeling tired, okay? I can spare a ton of this drink, you see. Of course, Jin-Woo wasn't doing this out of charity. If the porter got too tired and his movement speed decreased, then that would mean the overall hunting speed would decrease as well. So basically, he'd be the one losing out in the end. His actions were born out of such a chain of thoughts, but Jin-Ho didn't know that. Nim, let's go. Jin-Ho became very moved after being subjected to Jin-Woo caring about him. Not to mention, he was awed by Jin-Woo's amazing abilities too. Wiping away his tears, Jin-Ho hurriedly chased after the departing back of Jin-Woo. The third day. Oh right, take this, Hyeon-nim. Jin-Ho rummaged through the equipment bag and then presented a bank balance book with a stamp sealed in together. What's this? It's the money from selling the magic crystals we got during the last 2 days, Hyeon-nim. Jin-Woo got slightly irritated by the fact that Jin-Ho had forgotten this and only decided to give it to him inside a dungeon full of dangerous monsters. But that irritation disappeared almost right away. 600 million? Around $535,500. When he took a look at the amount written on the book, Jin-Woo found quite a substantial amount staring back at him. Are you giving me every cent from the sales of the magic crystals? Jin-Ho nodded his head. Yes, Hyeon-nim. I'm not doing these raids because I need the money. And besides, you've killed all of the monsters anyways. So, how can I ask you for a share like a shameless fool here? Jin-Ho's eyes were sparkling like a little kid waiting to be praised. Oh really? Would you look at this kid now? Jin-Woo sensed the change in Jin-Ho's attitude after they spent the last couple of days together. Not too long ago, the feeling of the kid forcing himself to come even though he was scared was pretty strong. But now, he was acting more like a little brother who couldn't stop worshipping a cool older brother or something. He's got a pretty adorable side to him, no? Jin-Woo smirked. Can I really have it then? Do I, the one and only Jin-Ho, look like someone who'd go back on his word, Hyeon-nim? Jin-Woo smiled brightly and patted the bank balance book. Okay, thanks. I'm really grateful for this. No thank you instead, Hyeon-nim. Jin-Ho bent his back 90 degrees right away. This was one confusing sight where it was pretty difficult to tell just who was giving who money here. At the same time, outside the dungeon, the waiting teammates also had developed a routine of sorts to while away the time. As soon as the raid leader Jin-Ho and his assistant, Sung Jin-Woo entered the gate, the remaining hunters gathered around, placed a couple of picnic clothes on the ground, and proceeded to do their own things. The most popular activity, of course, was gambling. 5 people were sitting around in one group, gambling and chatting away. How many raids did we participate in so far? Let's say, the day before it was 3, yesterday it was 2, and this is the second dungeon today, so it's 7 in total so far. Will it be fine for those 2 to keep clearing dungeons at this breakneck pace? I mean, it's normal to take a week off after clearing one dungeon, no? Egu, don't you worry about those 2 now. Can't you see that they literally haven't even broken a sweat every time they come out of a gate? Besides, we get 3 mil every raid, so it's simply an excellent bit of news for us. Oh, it's your turn, my man. Hurry up and deal. Ah, sure. Indeed, both Jin-Woo and Jin-Ho displayed not one hint of getting fatigued from keeping up with this seemingly exhausting schedule. Of course, these people had no idea, but such a feat was only possible thanks to the miraculous effects of the potions. The duo got to clear over 1/3 of the planned 19 raids in such a short amount of time precisely because of the potions. A short while later, the gate's blackish surface wavered unsteadily and 2 people emerged from there. Oh, the raid leader is out. Okay, let's pack this up. Hunters began getting ready to leave without being ordered to. Hey there, take care of that luggage over there. Wake that person up. Please make sure we aren't forgetting anything here. Hunters moved in perfect sync. Even the sleeping hunter woke up and quickly finished getting ready to move to the new location. Okay, let's get going. Everyone was getting more or less used to this rather insane manner of clearing dungeons. Inside the offices of the White Tiger Guild, located in the same district, the chief of the 2nd Division, Min, found himself shouting at the top of his voice early in the morning. Mr. Hyan, what are you trying to do here? Tomorrow's the day for the new recruits to start training, yet how could you have failed to book a single gate until now? Answer me, Mr. Vice Chief. The Vice Chief Hyan Kaichial lowered his head in embarrassment. And my apologies, Chief. The thing is, there is a raid team that quickly bids for every gate ranked C opening up in our jurisdiction. What? Well then, why don't you just get them back with higher bids? Does our guild lack funds or personnel? Just what's the problem here? I tried to do as you said, but... Aha! How dare you answer back as if you did something nice? From the thunderous roar of Min, the entirety of the 2nd Division had fallen into silence. It sure had been a long time since Min blew his top to this extent. Just what kind of a place was the White Tiger Guild? It was called one of the top 5 guilds in South Korea. For that reason alone, every single employee working within its halls was, without exception, excellent individuals. The Vice Chief Hai and Kaichial too was a talented, sharp individual who performed his role well and admirably, having never committed a single error ever since he was hired by the guild. But to think he failed to book a single gate when the new recruits were supposed to begin their training soon. This no doubt qualified as a big error. The 2nd Division that Min was in charge of did the roles of recruiting new hunters and training them, while the 1st Division took care of managing the schedules of the guild's main hunters. Please, take a look at this first, Chief. The near tearful Hai and Kaichial pushed forward a notebook PC to his superior officer. What the hell? Min was about to explode once more, only for his jaw to drop to the floor after checking out a certain number appearing on the notebook screen. 250 million won? There is a crazy bastard who spent 250 million won on a single rank C gate? Chapter 38 Fin. Up web novel Kyar. Chapter 39. Chapter 39. Min became utterly speechless. The best anyone could hope for, in terms of financial return from a gate ranked C, was only around 200 million won. Paying 250 million won was, simply put, being a hopeless moron who paid way too much. Originally, the bidding price of this gate was only around 70 million. But when I raised the bid to 100 million, these bastards suddenly upped it all the way to 250 million, Chief. The upper limit for a single C rank gate set by the White Tiger Guild was 100 million won. One could now clearly see why Hai and Kaichial was feeling rather aggrieved at the moment. Who are these bastards? Tap, 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 tap on Min's hands typed on the keyboard quite rapidly, and soon, the search results filled up the computer screen. Just as Hai and Kaichial had said, one raid team was snapping up all the rank C gates appearing in this district with nonsensical speed, while paying an equally gobsmacking amount of money. What the hell? Who are these crazy bastards? This area was the White Tiger's backyard, their jurisdiction. At first, Min thought of the possibility that other guilds were possibly interfering with their work. No, hang on. That's not possible, is it? There was no large guild stupid enough to start something with White Tiger openly in this fashion. Even if it was one of the 5 top guilds in South Korea, it would have to risk getting destroyed in return by clashing against the White Tiger. So it's not a guild, then in that case, who and why? On-san, Min swallowed his saliva and accessed the information on the strange raid team and its members. The leader's name was apparently Yu Jin-ho. First time I hear that name. It was On-san, Min's job to scout new recruits for the guild. That was why he had remembered the names of freelancer hunters who had at least displayed a modicum of excellence in the past. However, this Yu Jin-ho really was someone he didn't know. Okay, I'll come back to you later. He then proceeded to slowly scroll down the list of the team's members, hoping to spot any familiar names on it. And then, there was one. One name kind of stood out. Sung Jin-Woo? Sung Jin-Woo, where have I heard this name before? On-san, Min did his best to dig through his memory, until he finally recalled the incident of the dual dungeon from 2 months ago that had been the topic of a rather lively discussion among those who went there. Indeed, it was none other than the White Tiger Guild that went to assist the association during that event. Hey Kaichiel, do you remember that dual dungeon incident 2 months ago? The one where our hunters had to go and take a look? Yes, Chief, I remember. When we got there, we couldn't find any monsters, and there was only one survivor. What was the name of that survivor? You remember it? Hyun Kaichiel possessed a pretty solid brain. No, it wasn't to the extent of other people praising him as a genius, but as far as his ability to remember things was concerned, he was really rather exceptional. There wasn't even any real need to go through a search process here, because Hyun Kaichiel replied right away. It's Sung Jin-Woo, a ranky hunter. I knew it. He wasn't sure of it, but well, he was proven right once more. On-san, Min instinctively realized it. There was something fishy going on here. Not once did his instincts that activated only in these sorts of situations let him down. Never. On-san, Min shouted out an order to the rest of the employees in the 2nd Division. Everyone, stop what you're doing, and get me every single data and information on the hunters Yu Jin-ho rank D and Sung Jin-Woo rank D. Right now. The responses from these excellent employees, when facing a dangerous situation regarding their own survival, simply exceeded one's imaginations. It wasn't for nothing that they were called the elites of all elites. Reports came in one after the other fast. As it turned out, Yu Jin-ho didn't possess any particularly noteworthy background that required an immediate attention. Disregarding the fact that he was the 2nd son of Yujin Construction's owner, he could be described as ordinary even. However, Sung Jin-Woo was quite a different story altogether. Since that dual dungeon incident, he's been involved in 3 more incidents, and he walked away from all of them unscathed. When On-san, Min spoke in a questioning tone of voice, Hyun Kaichiel quickly followed up. Not only that, he's a ranky hunter too, Chief. The first time Sung Jin-Woo and Yu Jin-ho met was when the latter went for his very first raid. Only the 2 of them walked away alive. And now these 2 had formed a raid team, and were going around like a pair of madmen, clearing 2, 3 dungeons in a single day. This definitely stinks. What could they possibly be doing in the dungeons? I wonder. Hold on. I remember now. There was a rumor about a really influential owner of a big company busy wooing ranked hunters in private doing the rounds, wasn't there? Yes, there was a rumor like that. And that Yu Jin-ho is the son of a really influential owner of a company. Indeed, Yu Myung-hwan, Yu Jin-ho's father, showed some movements of wanting to create a guild of his own. It was one of the most tightly guarded secrets only a few in the world of hunters were privileged enough to know. If that was the case, then what Yu Jin-ho was doing right now wouldn't be completely unrelated to that. Could it be? A single puzzle piece fell to its place inside On-san Min's head. If his guess was right, then it made sense. Seeing that rapid change in his superior officer's expression, Hyun Kaichiel nervously swallowed his saliva. On-san, Min spoke with more than enough confidence in his voice. This guy, he's definitely a reawakened hunter. A reawakened hunter, you say? Hyun Kaichiel's eyes became round dots resembling a rabbit's eyes. But On-san, Min was sure of it. That's right, a ranky hunter was no different from a regular person. If there was an incident, then such hunters were as good as dead. However, this Sung Jin-Woo kept surviving, totally unhurt to boot, from several large-scale incidents that killed most of the participating hunters. Of course he could be lucky. Sure. However, the 3rd and last incident. The situation with this particular incident caused by the agent of the monitoring division, Kang Tae-sik, was rather different from the rest. The record said that a rank C mage combined strength with a rank B healer to defeat Kang Tae-sik. I've changed sorcerer to mage. Bullshit. Hunters in the monitoring division all specialize in combat. If Kang Tae-sik wasn't a moron, he'd try to dispose of the highest ranked hunter with the low combat potential, the rank B healer first. You telling me that a rank C mage type hunter managed to stop him by himself? The thing was, the mage-type hunters were weak against combat-type hunters, even more so against the assassin types. Unless Kang Ti-sik underestimated his opponents and ignored the presence of the rank B healer, it might be possible, but the hunter with 3 years of experience in the monitoring division wouldn't make such a blunder, thought On Song-min. The one who stopped Kang Ti-sik wasn't this rank C Song K-yol, but someone else accompanying them. There was no physical evidence, but he was getting more and more sure of his guesses being right. Sung Jin-Woo now possessed abilities matching that of a high-ranking hunter after going through a reawakening process. Yu Jin-ho coincidentally took part in the raid and saw the abilities of Sung Jin-Woo. And now, Yu Jin-ho was testing out this and that in preparation to scout Sung Jin-Woo to his father's new guild. When he thought like that, everything seemed to click. This is a huge piece of news. If Sung Jin-Woo was indeed a reawakened hunter, then there would only be a few people, including Yu Jin-ho, who knew his true worth. Just who was Yumai, Wan? He wouldn't want to accept any wannabes and idiots. Definitely not. Not only that, as one of the founding members of the guild too, this could be an excellent chance to snatch away a wonderful individual marked by none other than Yumai and Wan. If he fought and defeated rank B Kang Ti-sik, then his abilities should be at least B. No. The priority now was to snatch this talent before other guilds. No. Yumai Wan managed to scout him. Well, after the inevitable reassignment test, the competition would become really hectic after all. Besides all that, even if Sung Jin-Woo wasn't as strong as he suspected, it didn't really matter. There were only a few reawakened hunters in the entire world, so the media's attention would no doubt be directed to this guy, and that would precisely be the kind of public exposure that no amount of money could buy. Whatever the case may be, On Song-min couldn't afford to let this guy slip through his fingers. I wouldn't be able to do anything if he already signed a contract with Yumai Wan though. However, the odds of that was low. The proof was all those tests taking place in the C-rank dungeons. There is a good chance that they haven't decided on anything yet. Which meant, the White Tiger Guild had a real shot here as well. I shouldn't be wasting time here. On Song-min picked up his coat hanging on the back of his chair and quickly put it on. Kaichiola, let's go. He also didn't forget to mobilize his right-hand man, of course. On Song-min was strict with Hai and Kaichiol all the time simply because the former believed that no one was more suitable to take over from him than his current deputy. Meanwhile, Hai and Kaichiol's eyes opened wider. Pardon me? Where are we going, Chief? What do you mean where? We're going to scout a new talent, that's what. And you have to personally go to scout this new guy? Why not? Is there a law against doing that? On Song-min retorted and hurriedly left the office, causing Hai and Kaichiol to tilt his head this way and that, but still, he chased after the senior officer. Now this is so strange. It had been over 2 years since he became the vice chief, yet it was his first time seeing On Song-min personally go out on a job. Part 7. Premonition of a huge jackpot. The dungeons Yu Jin-ho's team booked for the day were 2, and the distance between the 2 gates was fairly substantial. In order to confirm their suspicions with their own eyes, On Song-min and Hai and Kaichiol separated and went to different gates each. They constantly called each other and waited for Yu Jin-ho's team to show up. It's still pretty chilly out, isn't it? On Song-min bought a cup of instant coffee from a vending machine near the gate's location. It had already been 1 solid hour of waiting for Yu Jin-ho's team to show up. For some reason though, he was feeling more expectant than bored right now. Been a long time, but his heart was beating fast in pure anticipation. If my guesses are right, then that man will be a huge scoop that has appeared in a really long time. Not only that, a very special scoop too. On Song-min became a division chief at a really young age. All thanks to his instincts, actually. His instincts played a crucial role in the White Tiger becoming the large guild of today. And that instinct was telling him this right now, that there was a real chance that this Sung Jin-Woo would lift the White Tiger Guild up even higher than ever before. Other people would say that I've lost my mind. Well, Sung Jin-Woo was still officially a rank E after all. However, things visible to one's eyes didn't tell the whole story. If that was the case, then he wouldn't even be here right now. And so as he glared at the gate with hawk-like eyes from afar when ring, Hai and Kaichiol gave him a call. Yes, Kaichiol. Any news? Chief Yu Jin-ho and his team have arrived on site. Alright, don't get too excited and keep your eyes on them. And report back to me every single little thing that happens there. Yes, Chief. The voice coming out of the phone's receiver sounded rather weird all of a sudden. Did this idiot get discovered or something? On Song-min became urgent too and hurriedly called out. What happened? Speak up, will ya? Chief, you were right. What? On Song-min's heart began beating faster and faster. I can see that only Yu Jin-ho and Sung Jin-Woo are entering the gate, no one else. Of course. Sung Jin-Woo is being tested after all. As he thought, his guesses were correct. Not once did his gut feeling let him down in situations like this. Good. On-song, Min clenched his fist real tightly. While you people remain unconvinced and unsure, we will make the move first. The White Tiger Guild will definitely take Sung Jin-Woo away from you. Why? Because the White Tiger had On-song, Min, chief of the 2nd Division, that's why. As On-song, Min bathed in the ecstasy of victory, Hai and Kaichiol's voice continued to travel through the airwaves and came out from the phone once more. What should I do now? Should I go over to you, Chief? No. Remain there and observe for a while longer. Pardon? Isn't Chief's suspicions more or less confirmed with this? I'm kind of curious just how long they will take to clear the dungeon, that's all. How many hours will they need to clear a rank C dungeon? A rank A hunter would need at least 2 hours to solo a rank C dungeon, Chief. So what? You can't wait that long? How can that be, Chief? No. I'm just worried about you being all alone and lonely over there. That's why I'm asking you. What a faster than light change in his attitude that was. This was why On-song, Min could never dislike Hai and Kaichiol. Stop worrying about me, and make sure to keep your eyes wide open to see when they are coming out, okay? Chapter 39 Fin. Up Web Novel KR Chapter 40 Chapter 40. I'm sure nothing weird will happen here. I'll be right next to my phone, so if something does happen, give me a call right away. Got it, Chief. On-song, Min ended the call, only after making sure his right-hand man fully heard his request. It was at this point that he felt his starvation kick in. Rumble, I've been paying way too much attention on this matter. The lunch hour had flown by some time ago, but well, he'd been waiting with bated breaths for Sung Jin-Woo's arrival and completely forgot to fill up in the meantime. The thing was, he didn't know when Ho's team would show up here and so couldn't leave his position to buy something to eat. Now that he found himself some leeway, On-song, Min looked around his vicinity to find a place to eat, before eventually settling on the local convenience store. I'm not trying to skimp on food expenses, though no one was around here to make fun out of him, yet he couldn't help but think that it was a bit uncool to enter a restaurant or a diner all alone. So after a lengthy deliberation he chose the cup ramen from the convenience store instead. He poured the boiling water provided from the store in the cup and waited for 3 minutes before getting his wooden chopsticks ready, but then ring. I'm trying to eat here, so who dares to call me now? When he took a look at the phone's screen, a familiar name showed up. Right arm Hai and Kaichiol. You On-song. Min answered the call, full of irritation. Why are you calling me already? Chief, that's not it. What do you mean that's not it? If you're calling me over nothing, you will be eating nothing but cup ramen as your lunch for the whole of next week. That's not it, Chief. Those two came out of the gate already. Just like a paused frame of a movie, On-song, Min's hand froze in the midair, just before it could deliver chopsticks full of noodles to his mouth. What did you say? Just now Ho and Sung Jin-Woo came out from the gate, Chief, and they are getting ready to leave along with the rest of the team. Indeed, he didn't hear that wrong. On-song, Min hurriedly checked his watch. But it hasn't even been 30 minutes yet. Did they give up on the raid midway? No, Chief. The gate is shaking right now. What nonsense was this? Even if the difficulty between different C-rank dungeons varied somewhat, there was simply no way that someone could solo one of those in less than 30 minutes. Check again. Is the gate closing for real? Yes, Chief. Should I record some footage and send it to you? No need. On-song, Min ended the call and dazedly stared the empty air. Clearing a C-rank dungeon in 30 minutes when normally a rank A hunter would need 2 hours to do so? What a funny notion that was, that man being only a rank B, using only the objective information available to make his educated guess, then at the bare minimum, he's above rank A. Now, this was an unimaginably huge jackpot. Outside the gate, Hai and Nem, is there some other business you need to attend to later? No, not really. Why do you ask? I haven't seen you hurrying up this much with hunting before. Ho was feeling truly astonished today. He already knew very well that Jin-Woo was strong, but today, he seemed to be on another dimension altogether. But that was par for the course really. Jin-Woo inwardly laughed out. Well, monsters in this dungeon were werewolves after all. Title: Slaughter of Wolves, a title given to a hunter skilled in hunting wolves. When facing animal-type monsters, all of your stats will increase by 40%. The buff given by the title Slaughter of Wolves of course came into effect against the werewolves as well. How could the monsters from a rank C dungeon contend with him, when his level was already so high to begin with? Never mind the effect of that buff helping him out too. Thanks to that, Ho had been kept real busy while trying to extract all those magic crystals from the dead monsters. He even had to drink 5 vials of the TP potion too. He shook his head several times, complaining that he wouldn't be able to eat lunch now, after the potions filled him up completely. That's that, but Jin-Woo slowly raised his head. He had been sensing someone's gaze coming from somewhere. I don't sense any magical energy, so he can't be a hunter. He took a look around, but couldn't spot anyone suspicious. If he got serious about discovering who it was, then he should be able to find the person. But then, as the target didn't emit any killing intent or hostile intentions, it'd take a really long time to track the culprit down. It might be nothing too. Perhaps, inevitably, the gaze disappeared before long. Hyun, Nim, is everything alright? It's nothing. Let's get going. There was no time to waste here. Jin-Woo took one last look around and climbed into the van. He couldn't sense anyone looking at him by the second gate's location, both the times when he entered and also when exiting the gate. Was I being overly cautious? What a relief it was, knowing that it wasn't something serious. Meanwhile, Yoo Jin-ho walked over and apologetically lowered his head. Hyun, Nim, I'm really sorry about this. This is the last gate for the day. Other ones were just too far from here. Don't worry about it. That's not something you should apologize for anyway. The sun was still pretty high up in the sky, but thanks to the duo's antics, just about every gate that appeared in the district had been taken care of, so their day had to come to an end here. Thank you all for working hard, everyone. What do you mean working hard? It's you, the raid leader, who worked hardest. See you tomorrow. Take it easy now. After sending everyone away, the remaining two men climbed aboard the driver's and the passenger seats of the van. Let me take you home, Hyun Nim. Before anyone had noticed it, Yoo Jin-ho had become a trusty chauffeur. Him sitting behind the wheel looked perfectly normal now. Jin-Woo looked at Yoo Jin-ho with pitying eyes. Just because he wants a shot at the position of the guild master, a scion of a wealthy family now has to work as a chauffeur. Yoo Jin-ho had been smiling brightly while pressing on the accelerator, before realizing that Jin-Woo was staring at him and asked with an equally bright voice. Is there something on my face, Hyun Nim? Nope, never mind. Jin-Woo pretended to know nothing, before suddenly recalling something else rather important, and he pulled out his phone to check the time. Right now, it's 16:46. Indeed, it was still too early to go home. How fortunate that he still had one thing he could do. I'm sure it was around here, right? According to his memories, at least. Jin-Woo spoke up quickly. Hey Jin-ho. Yes, hi, I'm Nim. Yoo Jin-ho replied while professionally turning the steering wheel. The van the two of them were riding on smoothly went around the curve on the road. Head to the Miri department store. Miri department store? Yoo Jin-ho formed a confused expression. Yeah, let's go there. Well, yes. It's just around the corner from here, but I did notice it back during the hunting, so is there really nothing going on, Hyun Nim? For some reason, you've been talking a lot more than necessary lately. That prompted Yoo Jin-ho's head to rigidly stare forward and nowhere else. I shall get us there at the speed of light, Hyun Nim. Please hold on tight. Yoo Jin-ho quickly changed his attitude and drove the van like a stuntman, never once touching his brake pedal. The distance to cover wasn't a lot, so they arrived at the destination pretty quickly. The van came to a screeching halt in front of the building. The overall vibe given off by the Murray department store located smack dab in the city of Seoul's CBD was quite something to behold. When Jin-Woo climbed off the van, Yoo Jin-ho followed suit. Hyun Nim, our guild's gotta use this kind of a building as our headquarters in the future. What do you think? Yoo Jin-ho stared up at the department store building and threw half a joke. However, there was no reply. Sensing that something was weird here, Yoo Jin-ho hurriedly took a look next to him. Jin-Woo was no longer standing there. Hyun Nim. No matter how hard he looked around, Jin-Woo was gone without a trace. Hyun Nim. With the death of the boss, the interior of the dungeon will revert back to its original state. I leveled up again twice in the department store insta dungeon. The steps taking Jin-Woo home were light and cheery. It had been a while, but the key to the instant dungeon had finally come out of the random box recently, and that key was supposed to be used at the Miri department store. He was wondering when to go, but decided to visit the place today since he found himself with enough free time. Hyun Nim. Jin-Woo recalled the dazed face of Yoo Jin-ho as the kid searched for him and couldn't help but chuckle. His phone suddenly went off then. Before answering it, he checked the number on the phone's screen, but he couldn't recognize it. Who could it be? Back when he was still in high school, he was too busy trying to be a mother to his little sister, and after graduation, he started right away as a hunter, so one could say that Jin-Woo's circle of acquaintances was fairly small. I shouldn't be getting calls from unknown numbers. He tilted his head only for a second or two. For the time being, he decided to answer it. Hello. Is this Mr. Seong Jin-Woo speaking? It was an open and friendly sounding voice of a man. Jin-Woo hung up the moment he heard that. Click. Well, from my experience, this kinda call is 99% someone trying to sell me stuff, or trying to entice me to get a loan anyway. Just as he was about to put his phone back in the pocket, it rang again. Buzz, and it was the exact same number. What the? It wasn't someone selling stuff? Normally, these salespeople would call whoever just so they could meet their sales target, which meant that they would almost never call him back this quickly as soon as the connection was dropped. Why? They were quick-witted enough to realize that this would be a waste of time, that's why. which means the guy on the other side really has some kind of business with me. So, he answered the call properly this time. Hello, this is Sung Jin-Woo. Ah, so it was the right number. I thought I called the wrong one because the call got cut off so quickly. Aha. Jin-Woo deliberated for the whole of 2 seconds on whether to apologize or not, with an excuse of him thinking that the call was about selling insurance or some such, because the man's voice sounded a bit, but in the end he decided not to. It feels like me apologizing now would only make it worse. A short bout of silence later, the salesman, no, the man with the salesman's voice, made his belated introduction. Ah, where are my manners? My bad for the late introduction. My name is An Min, and I work for the White Tiger Guild. Jin-Woo's steps came to an abrupt halt. Why is the White Tiger calling me? He couldn't think of a reason why such a big guild as the White Tiger would call him out of the blue. The only thing he could think of, though, was that this guild assisted him back in that dual dungeon incident, but I'm sure they aren't calling me to investigate that day's matters after so much time has passed by already. Well, he couldn't stand not knowing, so before An Min had the chance to continue, Jin-Woo asked first. Why is the White Tiger Guild giving me a call? The matter is a bit sensitive to discuss over the phone, so may I come to you and have a chat face to face? The man was saying that he'd come to see him, not asking Jin-Woo to show up, so there was no real reason to refuse here. Besides, he had nothing much to do the day after tomorrow anyway. Didn't you Jin-Ho say he had some kind of an event back home? Jin-Ho begged for his understanding while saying that there was a big family event happening on that day and everyone simply had to show up, meaning he couldn't go on any raids. A big family event? Just from thinking about a Keeble's family event, Jin-Woo could only imagine luxurious, elaborate parties being held in a 5-star hotel's reception hall. Should he blame TV-dramas for that now? In any case, it'd be easy to set a date for that day. I have some free time on Thursday. Well, the thing is, will it be fine if we meet right now? Right now? Jin-Woo checked the time. The time on the phone's screen indicated 8 in the evening. But it's already 8. Don't worry. I'm waiting for you nearby. I just wish to speak to you for a little while only. Nearby, as in? I'm in a cafe near you. An Min spoke the name of the cafe. Jin-Woo was quite familiar with the place. It was near his home, so he went past it often, and not only that, but he also used it as the meeting place with Jin-Ho as well. Jin-Woo's eyes narrowed to a slit. This guy knows where I live. Chapter 40 Fin. Up web novel Kyar Chapter 41. One couldn't find the addresses of hunters on the association's website. The only things appearing there were the names of hunters and their ranks. A hunter could provide the relevant information themselves, but Jin-Woo didn't even leave behind his contact number there. But not only had this guy known his phone number, he was waiting near Jin-Woo's home, so without a doubt, he must have gathered enough information before showing up here. Ah, now that I think about it, he abruptly remembered something. I sensed a gaze on me earlier today, so I'm guessing that belonged to one of your people. Jin-Woo's voice became a level colder. The guy on the phone apologized with a polite tone of voice. Please accept my apologies, if you were inconvenienced by that. We just wanted to confirm the situation for ourselves. We wouldn't have called you like this if we were thinking of harming you in some shape or form. If you take some time out and listen to what I have to say, I guarantee that you won't be disappointed. Jin-Woo pondered for a while before speaking up. I'll be there shortly. The hunters, the reapers, the Night Order, the Shining Star, and then us, the White Tiger. I'm sure you've heard of these names before. An Min read off the names of the top 5 guilds in South Korea, one by one. The number 1 guild was the Hunters. However, the Hunters didn't start its life as the number 1 from the get-go. No, it was the Reapers who used to be the top dog. However, after White Tiger separated itself from the Reapers, the number 1 spot changed hands. Was this the case of the student becoming the master? After going independent, the White Tiger leapfrogged the Reapers a long time ago, and they were aiming for the number 1 spot that originally belonged to the Reapers. An Min was completely sure of it now. He was sure of the fact that the man sitting across him, Sung Jin-Woo, would become an important piece of the puzzle and help the White Tiger reclaim the glory of the past once more. An Min presented his business card. An Min, Section Chief, 2nd Division, White Tiger Guild. My name is An Min, and I'm in charge of the 2nd Division of the White Tiger Guild, one of the top 5 in the country. Our role is to scout talented hunters and manage them. If Sung Jin-Woo was any other hunter, he'd have lowered his head 90 degrees before a business card was even brought out, and only then get to the main topic. Unless one was in S rank or an A, pretty much all hunters dreamed of entering the White Tiger. Honestly, An Min was hoping for that kind of reaction as well. Unfortunately, Jin-Woo was different. Not showing much reaction at all, he calmly asked what he wanted to ask first. Why does an officer of the White Tiger Guild perform background checks on someone like me? An Min inwardly flinched. He's not pressured even after hearing the name of the White Tiger? They haven't spoken for long, but for some reason, An-san, Min sensed that it'd be rather challenging to scout Sung Jin-Woo. On the other hand, that only made him even more desperate to bring Sung Jin-Woo into his guild now. Well, it wouldn't be a bad thing for a newbie to be rather confident about himself now, would it? Right, you gotta have at least balls as big as this, so we can start throwing you into whatever assignment that comes our way. An-san, Min firmed his resolve once more. Let me get straight to the point. We wish to scout you, Mr. Sung Jin-Woo. We promise to offer you double the amount of terms as offered by the Yujin Construction, no strings attached. An-san, Min smiled deeply. Yujin Construction was still in the middle of testing Sung Jin-Woo out. They are being stupid. The speed at which he could clear a rank C dungeon, the publicity value of a reawakened hunter, and the calmness he was displaying in the current situation, etc. No matter which side it was, there was no need to test this man out at all. There's no way that they have offered anything good, since they wouldn't have figured out what his true worth is. That was why An-san, Min was confident of doubling whatever terms Yujin offered this man. No, he was confident of offering something even better. However, Jin-Woo's stare became even colder. How did you know? He pardoned me? Being on the receiving end of a reaction utterly contrary to his expectations, An-san, Min ended up stuttering slightly, which was quite unbecoming of an experienced headhunter working for a large guild. How did you find out about me? If Sung Jin-Woo's voice actually had any physical weight, then that sentence would have crushed him to death, thought An-san, Min. What is this? This incredible pressure. It was almost as if the other party was considering him as an enemy. Well, it was true that he had Jin-Woo followed, and one-sidedly demanded to meet like this. From Jin-Woo's perspective, it would be perfectly reasonable to consider An-san, Min as his enemy. An-san, Min hurriedly explained himself. It wasn't our original intention to pry into your private affairs. We received information that someone was clearing rank C dungeons in our district at an alarming rate, so we were investigating that. And that led us to find out about you, Sung Jin-Woo hunter Nim. Jin-Woo retracted his gaze. So, that's what happened. Contrary to his thoughts, the other side didn't seem to have begun their investigation while knowing that something didn't add up about him. Simply by clearing dungeons far too quickly, he ended up being noticed instead. And he doesn't seem to be carrying any hostile intentions either. Jin-Woo's expression softened slightly, and as a result, the taut tension between the two men eased a little. Phew, Woo. An-san, Min patted his chest down. Their conversations still hadn't advanced forward though. From here onwards, he had to get on Sung Jin-Woo's good books. And nothing's better than the sharing of privileged information to get on someone's good books. An-san, Min was the specialist when it came to scouting after all. He quickly wiped the flustered expression off his face and formed a smile instead. Although it is a top secret, we know that the chairman Yumai Unichwan is planning to establish a guild of his own. Jin-Woo neither denied it or confirmed it. So, An-san, Min continued on. And that's how we were able to figure it out when that person's son, Mr. Yujin-Ho, made contact with you, Sung Jin-Woo hunter Nim. And that is, they wish to bring you, a reawakened hunter, into their new guild. Indeed, An-san, Min thought that Jin-Woo was a reawakened. Well, I'm relieved that you think that way. Jin-Woo wouldn't need to cook up another story here, in other words. An-san, Min quickly carried on. I thought that we need to talk to you before you signed up with Yujin, and that's the only reason for my one-sided attempt to get in touch with you. Allow me to apologize once more if you've been greatly inconvenienced. It's fine. Unless the other party approached him with evil intentions, there was no reason for Jin-Woo to get angry, especially when An-san, Min was apologizing this earnestly. Besides, what's more important here is that, indeed, how should he go about dealing with this now? While Jin-Woo pondered on what he should do here, An-san, Min took the initiative and asked him a question. Have you finished negotiating with Yujin Construction already? He must have thought like this, because Jin-Woo was hesitating slightly with his replies. Jin-Woo shook his head. An-san, Min's expression immediately reverted from one that displayed a hint of anxiety to a blooming smile. Yes, that means he's still a free agent. This was the perfect chance to catch the talented hunter who could solo a rank C dungeon in 30 minutes. To be more specific, a rank D hunter also accompanied him, but to someone who possessed abilities exceeding a rank B, such a person would no longer provide any help but would only serve as a luggage carrier instead. If Sung Jin-Woo enters the White Tiger and is rank D after his reassignment test, then an even bigger smile threatened to break out of his face, so An-san, Min was having a hard time trying to regulate his expressions. Meanwhile, Jin-Woo was slowly scratching his chin. This guy, why does it feel like he's counting his chickens way before they hatch? Well, truthfully speaking, a guild like White Tiger was not a bad choice. Not only was it one of the top 5, but it also possessed enough potential to aim for the #1 spot. However, Jin-Woo wasn't planning to enter a guild anytime soon, because the higher my level is, the better the treatment I'd get. Also, even though it might be a story in the distant future, or maybe even something completely improbable, but just like how I've been clearing the rank C dungeons, what if I can clear rank B in a dungeon solo? Profit earned from high-ranked dungeons exceeded one's imaginations. They were the sole reason why large guilds could grow powerful enough to rival many large corporations now. Expensive magic crystals, corpses of the monsters, rare materials from the dungeons themselves, and even things like rune stones and other artifacts, too. An astronomical amount of money changed hands every day. He could potentially hog them all for himself, so was there a reason for him to share them with a guild? As long as this level up thing doesn't stop, it's not an impossible dream. So at this point in time, entering a guild was way too premature. The corners of Jin-Woo's lips slowly arched up. On-san, Min thought that was a sign of an incoming positive answer, and smiled along as well. Have you made up your mind? You promised to double the amount offered, yes? Yes, that's correct. If you find my offer not to your liking, then I'm prepared to offer you more. In that case, how much is the building the White Tiger calls home? On-san, Min's face froze for a second there. Is he questioning the financial muscle of the White Tiger? But there was no need to get worked up here. Indeed, this was a great opportunity to advertise his guild. There was nothing to hide, and absolutely no reason why he couldn't talk either. This was for the better, he thought. The estimated price is around 50 billion won. Also, although there are different businesses using the building aside from us, it still belongs to the White Tiger Guild. Around $45 million. On-san, Min proudly spoke. In the beginning, the guild was renting some space in that building. But once they stabilized and found their footing, they simply bought it outright. It took only 1 year to do so too. It was one of the easiest ways to learn just how much large guilds made in a year. If the other side wanted, On-san, Min was willing to disclose the annual profit and the overall revenue too. But then after hearing a single sentence uttered by Jin-Woo, he became completely speechless. Can you hand over that building to me then? I beg your pardon? On-san, Min's eyes opened up real wide. He doubted his own hearing, so he asked back. Seek, and you explain what you mean by that? Jin-Woo calmly explained himself. You see, Yujin has promised to hand over a building worth around 30 billion won. If the White Tiger's building is indeed around 50 billion, well, it's not exactly the double the price, but I can overlook such things. 30 billion? On-san, Min couldn't close his slack jaw. Sung Jin-Woo's career spanned 4 years. However, most of those were spent as a rank E, and it hadn't been long since he got noticed by someone. In other words, he must have gone through his reawakening process not too long ago. Yet, just how incredible was his ability that someone like Yumai, Nh1, famous for his wily business smarts, promised the huge amount of 30 billion won. Not only that, even before Sung Jin-Woo had gone through with the reassignment test too? Wait. Could he be lying here? Because I won't be able to confirm if this is true or not. On-san, Min narrowed his eyes, feeling suspicious. As if he had read On-san, Min's thoughts, Jin-Woo pulled out his phone and quickly dialed a number. Ring, click. Yes, Hyun-nim. It was in the evenings, and the interior of the cafe was quiet. Still, Jin-Woo put the phone on speaker and raised the volume to the maximum. Hey Jin-Ho, I wanted to ask you about something. Please ask anything, Hyun-nim. Jin-Ho? Was this you, Jin-Ho? On-san, Min nervously swallowed his saliva. Could he be thinking of telling you, Jin-Ho, what we've been discussing just now? Too bad, On-san. Min's expectation was a bit off the mark. Jin-Woo spoke about something else. That building you wanted to give to me, how much did you say it was? Chapter 41, Fin. Up web novel Kyar Chapter 42. Well, the appraised value is around 30 billion won. But once it's finished and our guild starts occupying it, the value should rise up even higher, Hyun-nim. Right. If you need those signed documents, should I fax them to you? Hold on. Jin-Woo covered the mouthpiece of the phone with his hand, and asked On-san Min. If you still can't believe it, why don't you speak to him personally? On-san, Min wiped the cold sweat forming on his forehead, and shook his head. Hey Jin-Ho. It's fine. Thanks. I'm hanging up now. Okay, Hyun-nim. See you later. After ending the call, Jin-Woo noticed that the look on On-san Min's face had changed completely now. Indeed, On-san Min's eyes were trembling non-stop. Even before their guild is established, Yujin has promised 30 billion as the contract signing fee, and then the second son of Chairman Yumai Nh1 continues to use honorifics too? On-san Min was now deeply mired in uncertainty and confusion. That is I should say that such a big amount is, well beyond my ability to. If you just give me some time, I can speak to the higher-ups in the guild and then. Jin-Woo abruptly cut him off. In that case, our discussion ends here. On-san, Min became speechless. His head drooped slightly, as his head was quickly filled with the reason for this failure. In the end, we simply didn't have enough information. Being too hasty brought about this failure. After he picked up on the scent of this huge jackpot, he got too excited and forgot to move in a more cautious and prepared manner. If he had learned of what Eugen's offer was like, get the full backing of his guild, and go about his business step by step, then, for now, I need to report this to the guild master. If he was a hunter that Chairman Yumai, one was willing to put forward 30 billion, then perhaps his value could be over 50 billion, no, 100 billion instead. It was not too late. If I get the promise of the guild's full backing, dig out all the information on Sung Jin-Woo and come out swinging even harder, then it was at this point that Jin-Woo's voice could be heard. I want to ask you about something. Min raised his head. Jin-Woo was no longer smiling. The weather had warmed up nicely with the hint of spring nowadays, yet for some reason, the surrounding air felt chillier than usual. Gulp. Just as Min swallowed some dry saliva, Jin-Woo asked him a question with a low, heavy voice. How many people know about me? It's only me for the time being. I was too anxious to scout you, so I didn't even stop to report to my superiors yet. Actually, there was one more person. Hyun Kaichial, his subordinate, but also his right-hand man. Min concealed the presence of Hyun Kaichial for the time being. He was worried that Jin-Woo might get real unhappy if he learned that there were two people instead of one. However, Jin-Woo's voice became even colder and threatening than before. For the sake of trust, let's not lie to each other, shall we? Min began panicking visibly now. What is this? Did he obtain some information on us before coming here? If that were the case, then things might get worse if he continued to argue that he was the only one. He didn't even want to imagine what would happen next. I gotta be honest here. The relationship between a hunter and a guild was pretty similar to that of an entertainer and a talent agency. They might not be able to sign a contract right now, but by maintaining a good relationship, anything could happen in the future. At the bare minimum, he should not cause friction with another hunter. That was one of the ironclad rules of the second division. Min quickly opened his mouth. Actually, one of my subordinates also knows about this matter. I'm telling you the honest truth. Jin-Woo nodded his head. Indeed, it was as he suspected. All these things, there were too many for one person to handle, investigating him, observing him, and calling him too. Most importantly, what made Jin-Woo sure of this fact was the timing of the phone call. As soon as he was near his place, Min called him with such excellent timing, meaning someone was waiting near my home and called him as soon as I showed up. This man wanted to meet Jin-Woo as soon as possible, but it'd be bad if Jin-Ho found out in the process, after all. Still, it's not the whole White Tiger Guild. He could tell from that earlier reaction, back when he was talking about 50 billion won. Min was so openly flustered when an amount of money he couldn't handle was brought up. If he was being ordered around by the upper management, then he'd at least try giving them a call after hearing that amount. Didn't matter whether that amount was even feasible or not. That was why Jin-Woo suspected that a small team consisting of 2, maybe 3 people were involved here, and lo and behold, the person in charge confessed to it being only 2. What a relief. Jin-Woo definitely didn't want to complicate the matter any further than necessary. 2 people were within his ability to control. If he left them alone like this, no doubt they would continue to harass him down the line. That was why there was a definite need to warn the other party, back off him for good. Jin-Woo opened his mouth. Actually, I also refused Eugen's offers. Jin-Woo's explosive, unexpected revelation. Min was even more shocked than before. Pardon me? It was right at this moment, Jin-Woo suddenly vanished from the spot. What? Min hurriedly stood up from his chair. He quickly scanned the interior of the cafe, but couldn't spot Jin-Woo anywhere. What was that? Could he have moved faster than the eye can see? Min was too flustered and realized that someone had grabbed his shoulder from the side quite belatedly. Yuck. All the hair on his back stood up at once. Don't turn around. A cold voice came from his side. Jin-Woo, who had been sitting across him until then, had vanished without making a sound, and was now standing right next to him, still not visible to the naked eye. Stealth? Cold sweat drops formed on Min's forehead. Could he be angry at me? Hunters were in general monsters. He knew this well, because he got to observe them from a close vantage point every single day. That was why he was always super respectful towards them. Did me spying on him and following him around cause an issue here? Should I have requested protection from the guild before coming here? No, hang on. No one knows what his ranking is, so how can I request protection then? His thoughts became messy and his heart pounded relentlessly. Even the sound of him swallowing his saliva echoed around, too loudly in his ears. Jin-Woo spoke, almost in a hushed whisper. Sit down slowly. I don't want to scare you. Min slowly nodded his head. But you're plenty scary enough already. He then slowly sat back down on his chair. Jin-Woo revealed himself and settled down right next to him. Right, Jin-Woo's words of not wanting to scare Min sounded about right. His eyes when he said he wanted to ask something were cold enough to chill the surrounding air. If Min had to stare into those eyes while listening to Jin-Woo's words, then he might have experienced what his heart falling to the pit of his stomach felt like. "You're being considerate towards me, is that it?" Of course he couldn't get the thoughts of Jin-Woo being a very scary guy out of his head. In the meantime, Jin-Woo opened his mouth. "The reason why I refused Eugen's offers is simple. I'm not planning to join any guilds at the moment." Two men conversed while staring forward, never locking their eyes once. So that's how it was. Also Jin-Woo took a second before continuing on. "I don't want to see the number of people who know about me increase." What he wanted here was rather simple. He didn't want to join a guild and he didn't want anyone talking about him. Min quickly understood those points. However, there was one thing he was still curious about. Why are you still being accompanied by Mr. Eugen-ho? He's helping me out on some personal matters. He's the only one who knows about my reawakening. Also, I believe he's a friend that I can trust. That's why I asked him for a favor." And so, Jin-Woo's voice became heavier still. "So if I start hearing things about me, can I assume that it came from you, Chief Min, or your subordinate?" It had been a while since Jin-Woo stopped grabbing his shoulder, yet Min felt like he was being crushed by the younger man's words. He's not putting on airs either. Why did he feel this way? Min was so sure of the fact that Jin-Woo was fully capable of harming him. My gut instinct when evaluating people is almost always right. Jin-Woo survived several devastating, horrifying incidents. Wasn't there a saying about burying the matters of the dungeon inside a dungeon? No one knew just what kind of things Jin-Woo did inside those dungeons. On top of that, this man possesses the stealth skill, too. Dealing with the stealth skill was incredibly tough. If the skill holder decided to commit a crime, he'd be able to off anyone without so much as leaving behind a single clue. Things like CCTV, security guards, and alarm system would all become utterly useless against such a person. A thick strand of cold sweat rolled down the side of Min's forehead. Who knew he could use stealth, excellent abilities, and even a rare skill too? It was not for nothing that Eugen came up with an offer of 30 billion. They aren't ones to start a losing business deal, indeed. Thump thump. Min's heart continued to beat in excitement even though he was trembling in fear. His lips parted with great difficulty. I'll never talk about this matter ever again. I'll make sure that my subordinate will keep his mouth shut as well." Keeping everything hush was something Min also wanted too. Heck, he probably would have requested it himself first. An excellent hunter not affiliated with anyone. There was no reason to increase the competition by spreading the rumor around, nor did Min want to share the glory and recognition by telling other people either. Honestly though, the biggest reason being I'm too scared of him and don't want him as my enemy. "I'll trust you, Chief On." With those words, the presence beside Min disappeared completely. He quickly took a look around. It was as if Min fell out of a different dimension, since the atmosphere inside the cafe was rather serene. Min remained speechless. He could only pat his pounding chest down. It was here that Hai and Kaichi ran into the cafe. He'd been staring at the two men through the window from the outside, and as soon as Jin-Woo completely disappeared from the view, hurriedly entered the cafe to check up on his superior officer. "Chief, Min's complexion was poor. Hai and Kaichi asked, his voice full of worry. "What happened? Did it not work out with Sung Jin-Woo?" Min's trembling hands managed to pull out a cigarette. While sliding it between his lips, he made his reply. "Hey Kaichi, I think we just ran into a far bigger jackpot than our initial estimates. He definitely had to scout that man." That was the only line of thought in his head. Thankfully, there was still a chance. It was then Hai and Kaichi lightly grasped Min's wrist. Pardon me, Chief." Min raised his head just before he could light the cigarette up. "Yeah." Hai and Kaichi took a look around, then cautiously whispered. "This is a no-smoking zone." Min slowly crushed the cigarette. "You dumb buzz." As soon as he got home, Jin-Woo summoned his status window. Ring. Name, Sung Jin-Woo, level 39. Class, None. Title, Slaughterer of Wolves. HP, 7220 MP. 683 Tiredness. 0 Stats. Strength, 97 Stamina, 59 Agility, 97 Intelligence, 51 Perception, 81 Available points to distribute. 0 Reduction in physical damage, 20%. Skills. Passive skills, Unknown LV. Max Tenacity LV. 1 High-grade Dagger Technique LV. 1 Active Skills, Dash LV. 2 Intimidation LV. 1 Vital Points Targeting LV. 1 Stealth LV. 1 Equipped Items Gatekeeper's Necklace. Well, no wonder people are beginning to notice me. Chapter 42 Finn. Up web novel KR chapter 43 from 27 to 39. His level had jumped up by 12. This would be the first time that his level saw such an explosive rise since he entered the Hapjoin instant dungeon back when he was still a level 1. He came out of there as level 17. Back then, his level was low, so the leveling speed was high. But now, that wasn't strictly true. This just went to show how many dungeons he cleared in a short space of time. It's been 4 days since I started clearing dungeons with Sung Jin-Woo, and we conquered 9 of them in only 4 days. Not only that, they were 9 C rank dungeons too. Rank C dungeons were the highest difficulty a freelancer team could clear on their own. What a crazy clearing speed this was. This was the worst possible situation, a catastrophe, for other hunters found in this area that needed rank C dungeons to make a living. Sung Jin-Woo, the only witness to the proceedings, was getting more and more astonished by how fast Sung Jin-Woo was clearing each dungeon. Well, the higher his level was, the easier it got to clear a dungeon after all. 9 dungeons cleared in 12 level ups. Clearing 1 dungeon was almost as good as leveling up more than once, and he still had 10 more raids to go. By the time he finished all 19 raids, as he had agreed with Sung Jin-Woo, his level should shoot past 45. He went against a rank B hunter back when his level was in the mid-20s. He couldn't even begin to fathom just how strong he was now. My heart, it's beating really fast. Jin-Woo placed his hand on his chest near his heart. He sensed it pounding real fast in excitement. Thump thump. The sensation of getting stronger every day was one heck of an enjoyable ride. He would have never imagined such a thing happening to him in the past. Things like entering the gates and clearing the dungeons would be this much fun. Well, I can sense myself getting stronger all the time after all. As his level went up, as his stat values rose up, he could directly feel how much he had changed through hunting monsters. Hunting monsters, is it? He felt like a real hunter now. The word hunting no longer sounded like a foreign concept to him. Wasn't there a certain saying that went something like finding the next place to hunt is just as important to a hunter as the moment he hunts? Kiel, again hunter with a lowercase h. It's the literal hunter, not monster hunting hunters. His next goal was already set. The demonic castle dungeon. He was a level 21 back then, wasn't he? He had grown by nearly 20 levels since the day he first set foot in that mysterious tower-like dungeon. He thought that perhaps now, he was ready to tackle that place once more. However, just from recalling the gatekeeper monster, Cerberus, he grew very cautious about taking another step in that place. What if some crazy monsters that I can't handle jump out in droves as soon as I enter? Goosebumps broke out all over his skin. If he could get away from there using the stealth skill, that would be great, but still, he had to consider the possibility of failing to do so. Even if he got lucky 10 times, just a single mistake could cost him his life. That was the life of a hunter. So, he needed to be sure. He needed to be sure of being strong enough to handle a group of monsters as strong as Cerberus. Cerberus's name was in red letters, right? He now knew that the difficulty of killing a monster was reflected in the color of its name. With the exception of the demonic castle, he had yet to run into a monster with a red name. The instant dungeons he'd been to with the random box keys were all populated with low-ranked monsters most of the time. It was the same story with the Miri department store too. But what was going on here? What is this? When he thought that he hadn't encountered a single monster with a red name besides the one in the demonic castle, he kind of felt like he overlooked something just now. It was as if he had forgotten something crucial. Does this mean I have run into other red-name monsters besides the Cerberus? But how could that be? He fought the Cerberus when he was level 21 and nearly died. So, if he fought another one before that, then he should have been pushed to the brink of death too. A loud gasp leaked out from his mouth. Indeed, there was one event where he did run into red-name monsters and almost died. The penalty quest. The centipedes he saw back in that nameless desert all had red names. Poison, fanged giant desert centipede. It had been a while ago, and he ran into them rather unexpectedly. So his mind was not really thinking of them as monsters at this point. That was why it took some time for him to remember. If I can kill those centipedes with ease then he'd be sure of conquering the demon's castle as well. Since there was more than one centipede there, he should be able to find out whether it was okay for him to fight against many at the same time too. The obvious issue was how to go back to that place. Is there no other way besides not doing the daily quest? The amount of stat points he got as rewards was the same regardless of it being a penalty quest or a daily quest, which meant that he wouldn't lose out too much at the end of the day. Let's go to the penalty zone tomorrow. To think, he'd deliberately not do the daily quest just so he could enter the penalty zone. It was a rather funny thing when he thought about how close to death he was the first time he ran into those centipedes. I wonder, will they give me experience points and loot when I kill them? A smile automatically spread on his lips. It was then. Jin-Woo's senses picked up on the presence of a person climbing out from the elevator, stopping at the end of the hallway, followed by the light footsteps of a female. He was well familiar with them. It's Jin-Ah. Currently it was 11 p.m. About the time his little sister came home. Jin-Woo got up from his seat and headed to the door before Jin-Ah could rummage through her pockets to find her keys. Click. Oh tilde. Jin-Ah playfully exclaimed out in admiration. She used to get so surprised every time he opened the door without a warning, but now, she didn't even pretend to get shocked anymore. Well, a human was supposed to be a very adaptable creature, and here was the irrefutable proof. I'm home tilde. Welcome back. Jin-Ah greeted him with a bright smile and trotted to her room. Jin-Woo closed the door and locked it, before turning around to hear. Oppa. Jin-Ah peeked her head out from the doorway to her room. Do you have free time this week? What's up? My homeroom teacher is doing one of those parent-teacher meeting things. If you can't make it, well, it's fine too. Jin-Ah looked kind of anxious, as if her homeroom teacher had asked her nicely or some such. The parent-teacher meeting. Jin-Ah was already a high school senior, meaning that school life should be getting pretty hectic right now. Jin-Woo had half a mind to come up with an excuse and say he didn't have time to go. But what an unfortunate timing this was. There was this one day where he had nothing scheduled. Menu Yu Jin-Ho. Utterly useless. Jin-Woo deliberated for a while, before answering her. Thursday. Really? Thanks Appa. Jin-Ah's expression brightened up in an instant. She looked as if she'd run to him for a bear hug, so Jin-Woo hurriedly waved his hands around. Gee. Jin-Ah glared cutely at him and closed the door behind her. Soon a soft groan escaped from Jin-Woo's mouth. Flew from going on raids without a break to visiting the penalty zone, and now, a parent-teacher meeting the day after tomorrow too. It seemed that the rest of his week would remain quite busy. Part 8. Class change quest. Jin-Woo left home early in the morning. His schedule for the day was packed, to say the least. Yu Jin-Ho had booked 4 gates for the day, thinking that they should do tomorrow's quota today instead. Well, if we consider the speed of clearing a dungeon, it did not be too hard to clear 4 or 5 dungeons in a single day. Of course, it was pretty rare to see that many rank C gates opening up at the same time in the same district. So, they were rather fortunate today. With light, airy steps, he arrived at the entrance of the apartment building. However, he couldn't spot Yu Jin-Ho's van waiting for him in the usual spot, the front of the entrance. Also, Jin-Woo sensed a suspicious presence as well. Tusk. He might have dismissed it offhand, were it not for the events of the night before. So, he wasn't going to overlook this. And I clearly warned him, too. Jin-Woo immediately discovered a man in a business suit hiding around the corner of the building. The man was busy looking into his watch and didn't seem to have sensed Jin-Woo's approach. Jin-Woo addressed the man right in front of his nose. Excuse me. The man flinched grandly and jumped up really high. Seo Seong, Jin-Woo Hunter Nim. He looked like he'd seen a ghost or something. Well, I hid my presence for that purpose anyway. Jin-Woo tutted inwardly and spoke up. You're from the White Tiger Guild, yes? Pardon me? Ah yes I am. My name is Hai and Kaichial from the 2nd Division of the White Tiger Guild. The chief, calling himself Ansong Min or some such, said last night that he was working with a subordinate, and this guy must have been him. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Hunter Nim. Hai Kaichial studied Jin-Woo's mood while cautiously extending his right hand. It seemed like that he wanted a handshake, but obviously, Jin-Woo wasn't interested. When Jin-Woo simply glared at the man without saying anything, Hai Kaichial withdrew his hand with a slightly reddened face. Didn't I clearly say last night that I'm not planning to join any guild for the time being? Hai Kaichial hurriedly waved his hand around. Oh no, I'm not here because of that. He then presented a tumbler held in his other hand. What's this? Jin-Woo asked while studying the colorful liquid contained within the semi-transparent tumbler. Hai Kaichial pushed his chest forward and proudly spoke. It's vegetable juice. I prepared it personally, so you don't have to worry about its quality. Hai Kaichial's hand continued to push the tumbler forward. Jin-Woo had no choice but to accept the tumbler and asked again. So have you been waiting since the early dawn just to give me this juice? Yes. Well, even if you're a hunter, you should still look after your health, you know. Jin-Woo's puzzlement over why would the White Tiger Guild be worried about his health lasted only for a couple of seconds. Because, Hai Kaichial bowed his head deeply, and with a bright smile, quickly walked away. See you again another time, Hunter Nim. Jin-Woo slowly shook the tumbler at Hai Kaichial, as the latter waved his hand. What a funny guy. After Hai Kaichial had disappeared from the view, Jin-Woo looked at the tumbler. He once heard stories about a certain insurance king who gave out bottles of yogurt to his customers, and bought their goodwill that way. But well, that man Hai Kaichial should be the very first guild employee ever to personally make veggie juice and deliver it. Well, I did accept it, so I can't even throw it away now, can I? That man wouldn't have been stupid enough to try it. But if he did pour some kind of poison in the juice, Jin-Woo's detox buff should take care of that, so no worries there. Should he at least give it a go and have a taste then? Slurp. He used a straw stuck in the tumbler and took a long sip, before his eyes opened wider. Hey, it's tasty. It was here that he heard a familiar voice calling out to him. Hi, Nem. He turned around to see Yu Jin-ho walking towards him. Yu Jin-ho still had that bright face as usual, but he was also pointing in the direction where Hai and Kaichiel disappeared to with his chin. Hi, Nem, who was that just now? He'd been standing here for a while, you know? Jin-Woo's reply was pretty simple. An insurance salesman. Aha. Being a positive-minded guy, Yu Jin-ho accepted that explanation right away. Jin-Woo looked around the vicinity and asked, "Where's your van?" If he saw Hai and Kaichiel standing here, that meant Yu Jin-ho had arrived quite a while ago too. But strangely enough, the kid's favorite van was nowhere to be seen. I parked it way over there, Hai Nem. But why? Well, you know there's been a series of unsolved homicides taking place around these parts, yes? I'm not from around here and people were beginning to suspect me and stuff, so. Jin-Woo nodded his head. Those murders were brought up frequently on the local news lately. The victims were mostly young women. There had been 2 murders this month already. And then, there was an unknown black van parked right out in front of the apartment building. Of course the residents would become fearful and anxious. Slurp, slurp. It was here that the veggie juice was finally finished. Jin-Woo lightly shook around the empty tumbler before walking towards where the van was supposedly parked. Let's go. Okay, Hai, Nem. Lizardmen came out in this dungeon. As their name indicated, they were literally bipedal lizards. They walked on 2 legs, wielded weapons, and even resorted to flinging around magic attacks too. The number of lizardmen mages was low though. However, they were rather cumbersome to deal with in return. For instance, 2 balls of flames erupted near the tips of the lizardman mage's hands. Magic? When Jin-Woo tried to get closer, the 2 lizardmen protecting the mage stabbed their spears at him. Indeed, what quick reflexes befitting reptiles. Jin-Woo jumped rearward and barely missed the spear tips. Right away, the balls of flame flew at him. Swish, swoosh. Hi, Nem, watch out. Yu Jin-ho cried out from his position, a lot of distance away. Quaboom! Along with a huge explosion, the narrow cavern-like dungeon shook around noticeably. Chapter 43 Fin. Up web novel KR Chapter 44 The choking smoke filled up the interior of the dungeon. Cough cough. Yu Jin-ho covered his nose with the back of his wrist and loudly coughed out. However, he was far more worried about Jin-Woo at the moment. The firepower of the lizardman mage was that strong. Fortunately, Jin-Woo rapidly emerged from the smoke completely unscathed, meaning there was no need to worry in the first place. Yu Jin-ho inwardly exclaimed out in admiration. As expected of Hyun, Nem. Jin-Woo was able to evade the attacks of the lizardmen, reputedly the hardest monsters to deal with in dungeons ranked C, without getting a single hair disturbed. Not only that, from a mage too. From Yu Jin-ho's perspective, it was as if Jin-Woo was getting faster every day. I must be imagining things right? Meanwhile, Jin-Woo spat out pieces of rubble that somehow found their way inside his mouth. The color of his saliva landing on the ground was black. These stars. He became really set off by the fact that he had to breathe an unhealthy smoke because of a lone lizard and its cheap tricks, and his dissatisfaction could be seen clearly in his expression. Jin-Woo was frowning deeply now. You've used skill, intimidation. His angrily glaring eyes shot out powerful murderous intent. Effect. Fear has been activated. All stats of the targets will be reduced by 50% for 1 minute. The lizardman began panicking grandly after being exposed to his powerful murderous intent. Hiruruka? Jin-Woo didn't miss this chance, and threw the poison fang of Kasaka with everything he had. The dagger flew in a dead, straight line, and splendidly pierced the forehead of one of the lizard spearmen. Stab! The speed of Jin-Woo's flying dagger was too fast for a weakened monster to evade. Tsururuka! The remaining spearman roared out in anger, after witnessing the death of its comrade. However, Jin-Woo was no longer standing where the creature's spear was pointing at. Tsurukanaka! The lizardman mage cried out nervously. Tsurukanaka! When the mage repeated the same words as before, the spearman turned around to face the mage and roared out. Tsuruka! The spearman bared its fangs and approached the mage in a threatening manner. However, the mage didn't back down either. Tsuruik! It happened then. Cack! Suddenly, the spearman's chest burst open. The mage's face was now covered in blood. It cried out in alarm and hurriedly took several steps back. Tsuruak! The stealth slowly came undone, and the spear stabbing through the chest of the lizard spearman revealed itself. The man holding that spear was, of course, Jin-Woo. When he let go of the shaft, both the spear and the lizardman that got skewered by it crashed to the ground simultaneously. Thud! In the meantime, Jin-Woo rapidly recovered his poison fang of Kasaka from the head of the other lizard spearman. Tsuruik! Red beams of light appeared again in the hands of the lizardman mage. However, Jin-Woo didn't give it time to complete its actions. Dash! The distance between Jin-Woo and the mage disappeared in an instant. The mage's repulsive-looking reptilian eyes grew really wide. Pushu he Jin-Woo Wu ducked and avoided the flames erupting out from the mage, slid to the monster's rear, and stabbed his dagger near the target's spinal area. Vital points targeting. Stab! The mage cried out in pain. Killhawk! But when Jin-Woo stabbed again, the following scream wasn't as lengthy as the previous one. Stab! Kek! The lizardman mage spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed forward. Plop! Jin-Woo inwardly punched the air. No matter who judged it, that was an excellent victory for sure. Very nice. And, as if to congratulate him on his victory, he could hear the system's crisp mechanical beep ring inside his head. Ting! Level up. Player has reached the required level. A strange message followed right after the familiar one. Required level? Having only heard this simple message, he couldn't figure out what was going on here. But by the time the following mechanical beep rang, Jin-Woo ended up expending a huge amount of willpower just to calm his heart that beat so hard to the point of causing him pain. Today ring. Class change quest is now available. Will you take on the class change quest now? Why unseek class change quest? He was so focused on raising his levels and his stats that he had been forgetting all about a certain column in his status window. Name, Sung Jin-Woo level, 40 class. None indeed, that would the third column in his status window, the class. And now, he was given an opportunity to replace that none with another word. He'd be given a class. In most video games, a character would receive many benefits after getting a class. It'd be no different with the system, since it operated almost the same as a game. Thump thump. His heart was beating harder and faster now. When he realized that he'd be one step closer to the goal of being strong after going through with this quest, he simply could not calm himself down anymore. Will you take on the class change quest now? Why, and yes and no continued to flicker in front of his eyes. Of course I would. What kind of an idiot would refuse such an opportunity? Jin-Woo was about to choose yes and take on the quest to change his class. However, he stopped almost instinctively. No. Hang on a sec. Who knew just what kind of a quest might show up here? Following right after the notice from his instincts, the warning bells from his brain rang true and clear inside his head. I'm inside a dungeon. A dungeon was one of the most dangerous places in the world. Even though he was fully accustomed to the rank C dungeons by now, a dungeon was still a dungeon after all. There was no reason for him to increase the risk even more. Besides, Jin-Woo was standing next to him as well. It wasn't as if he didn't trust the kid, no. Still, he didn't have any particular reason to let the kid in on the existence of the system, or explain the weird phenomenon that might occur when he changed his class. Things would get too complicated in this way. And also, the content of the quest might end up hurting Jin-Woo too. What if strong monsters suddenly appeared out of thin air? Well, that would be more preferable actually, because he'd only have to kill those monsters, and that would be the end. But a quest asking for something more than that could show up. For instance, something similar to those 2 emergency quests he had to complete in the past. Yeah, the goal of the quest could be to eliminate the nearest hunters. It was a distinct possibility. Sure, it was nothing but speculation at this point in time, but still possessing an excellent sense of timing, Jin-Woo walked over and called out to him. Hi Nim. The magic the lizardman mage flung about must have landed pretty close to him, because he was covered from top to bottom in dust. Just how did you do that? Disappearing and reappearing again? Did you have a skill like that before? Jin-Woo's eyes sparkled brightly as he spoke. He looked really pumped up too. He must have found the rare skill stealth really mystifying or some such. Well, I find your appearance far more mystifying, kid. Instead of a reply, Jin-Woo pulled out a handkerchief from his inventory. He got this as a reward from the daily quest. Hi, Nim. Jin-Woo used that cloth to mercilessly rub Jin-Woo's face. Woo youth. Foo. Youth. The previously white handkerchief was now dyed jet black. Jin-Woo took a look at the fabric, and only then realized what the state of his face was like. He embarrassedly retreated to a corner, and carefully wiped his face clean. Hey Jin-Woo? Yes, hi Nim. Something urgent just came up. Jin-Woo quickly raised his head. Are you planning to leave now? After we finish up here. Okay, understood. Then, I'll cancel our bookings for the remaining gates. Jin-Woo couldn't show it in front of Jin-Woo, but he was feeling rather pained about the 3 gates that had been booked by him. My funds are running out quickly too. Jin-Woo didn't have any method to earn money, so the allowances he got were basically everything he had. He was doing this without his father's knowledge, so the amount of cash he could shift around was limited. If he had to cancel the bookings, then he wouldn't get refunds on the booking fees he paid in advance. It was the same as him throwing money away. So how could he not feel pained about this? Also, because of this unusual method of clearing gates, he ended up spending more than usual for today's raids. But now he had to throw away his investment, just like that. Jin-Woo's shoulders couldn't help but droop real low, almost instinctively. However, Jin-Woo replied with an unmoved expression. Why are you canceling our bookings and wasting money like that? Jin-Woo tilted his head. Pardon? If we don't enter a gate within 2 days of booking it, our permit will be automatically rescinded. Hyan Nim. Horse Jin-Woo already knew something like that. Leave them to me. I'll sort them out. Did Jin-Woo think of a good way to resolve this? Jin-Ho was curious, but at the same time, he felt relieved as well. Inside the headquarters of the White Tiger Guild. Chief On! Just what on earth were you thinking? A loud roar reverberated within the offices of the 2nd Division. The owner of that roar was Baekhyun-ho. He was none other than the master of the White Tiger Guild, and its CEO as well. It could never be a good thing if a CEO-level character made his way down to the lower floors to make his ire known to his staff members. What the hell can any of this make sense? How can there be no gates to train our new recruits? Don't you realize that you've delayed the training schedule by 4 days already? All the employees within the 2nd Division lowered their heads. They all looked anxious, wondering if they would also end up in the crosshair. Chief On-san, Min too lowered his head, as Baekhyun-ho continued to point and shout at him. On-san, Min wasn't dumb or inexperienced enough to piss off his superior officer even further by replying to every little thing being said, in the way Kaichial would have done. In cases like this, keeping his mouth shut was for the best. Whether the boss man knew On-san, Min's thoughts or not, Baekhyun-ho angrily shook around the report from the 2nd Division that showed up on his desk this morning. You're using this as an excuse. The other team paid far higher bids, so we can't book a single gate. Are you saying our guild lacks enough funds? Or is the other party being supported by a bloody billionaire or something? On-san, Min's lips twitched real hard just then, but he endured like a champ and didn't say anything. He made a promise to Jin-Woo after all. If I open my mouth now, I'd end up blabbering about Jin-Ho and Sung Jin-Woo. Not knowing the pained inner thoughts of On-san, Baekhyun-ho continued to roar at the top of his lungs, loud enough to shake the entire office. I don't care whether it's 100 million, 200, just book the demon gates. Do you understand me? It happened then. Suddenly, On-san, Min's phone began ringing loudly. I'm sorry I couldn't answer you earlier. I was meeting a friend Shy Tilda when he sneaked a glance at his phone to confirm who the caller was. On-san, Min's eyes grew real wide. Sir, I need to answer this call. The 2nd Division's main role was to recruit new talents, and nothing was more important to them than good timing. And On-san, Min was the chief of that 2nd Division. Even if On-san, Min had made a big blunder, no matter how angry Baekhyun-ho got, stopping him from answering that call was not a smart thing to do. What are you doing, Chief On? Answer it quickly. Baekhyun-ho consented to it with an unhappy voice. On-san, Min bowed his head slightly, asking Baekhyun-ho for his understanding, and he quickly answered the call. Hello On-san, Min from the White Tiger Guild speaking. While On-san, Min was answering the call, Baekhyun-ho crossed his arms and waited for it to end. Yes, I understand. If you're waiting for us by the ground floor cafe, I shall go there right away. Yes, see you then. On-san, Min ended the call and quickly spoke up. Sir, looks like I'll have to go downstairs for a moment. On-san, Min was the ace of the 2nd Division. If such a man was getting ready to rush downstairs with only one phone call, even when he was facing his boss's fury, by any chance, was that call related to scouting someone? Yes, sir. Seeing that confident, assured face of On-san, Min, Baekhyun-ho realized that something major was going on here. Chief On is personally trying to scout this person? Which could only mean that the other guy was someone extraordinary, right? Baekhyun-ho's angrily crumpled visage reverted back to a smiling one in an instant. How can I stand in the way of our scouting specialist trying to do his job? Don't worry about the matters up here, and do your best downstairs. Chapter 44 Fin. Up Web Novel Car Chapter 45 On-san, Min lowered his head again, and then he hurriedly issued an order to Kaichial. Vice Chief Hyan, get the contract documents ready. Yes, Chief. Their preparation was done in the blink of an eye. After the duo hurriedly left the offices, Baekhyun-ho sneaked in a question to a male employee next to him. What's going on here? Just what kind of an assignment could make Chief On roll his sleeves up and jump in personally like this? The male employee sent a pleading look to a female colleague next to him, asking silently for any form of assistance. Unfortunately, even she shook her head. I also don't know, said her eyes. Dang it. The male employee hesitated for a bit before he finally gave in and answered with great difficulty while scratching the back of his head. Well, sir, the thing is, none of us, he expected the boss to throw an almighty hissy fit, but then, quite unexpectedly, the boss didn't say anything else. So, he's involved in something so secretive that he can't even tell his own people, is that it? Baekhyun-ho slowly rubbed his chin. The person who had contributed a great deal in building up the White Tiger Guild to its current size and power was none other than Chief On-san, Min. If someone like that was throwing all his focus on this matter, then, will our Chief On once more reel in a huge fish? A huge smile slowly bloomed on Baekhyun-ho's face. Why the hell is this coffee so bitter? Jin-Woo frowned deeply. He was thinking of the vending machine coffee's taste when ordering a cup of espresso at the cafe. But hell, rather than calling this coffee, it was much more fitting to label it as a really bitter traditional medicine instead. And it cost way too much for what it was. Man, 6,000 can buy me several canned coffee. You know, he began wondering just how many sticks of sugar he needed to pour into this bitter start in order to make it taste about the same as the canned coffee. But then, bling, the door to the cafe opened, and the duo of An-san, Min and Hai and Kaichi all rushed inside. Over here. Jin-Woo raised his hand. An-san, Min and Hai and Kaichi all quickly took a sweeping look around the cafe, and when they discovered Jin-Woo, their complexions brightened in an instant. Their expressions resembled that of Hyunboo sawing the gourd brought by the swallow. Hyunboo is the main character of an old Korean novel Hyunboo and Nolboo. There is a dedicated page in Wikipedia for this folk tale if you're interested. We honestly didn't expect to see you again so soon. An-san, Min greeted like so, and sat opposite to Jin-Woo, while Hai and Kaichi all made a quick greeting with a nod, and settled down next to his superior officer. Jin-Woo also nodded his head lightly as his greeting. The old saying went make hay while the sun still shines. So, An-san, Min pulled out the contract as soon as settling down. For the terms we can offer you, we can negotiate. His ardent desire to get the contract signed quickly was quite easy to see. Unfortunately for him, Jin-Woo cut him off rather decisively. I didn't come here today to talk about signing with you folks. An-san, Min's hands froze in mid-action of pulling out the contract. Hai and Kaichi also looked quite confused as well. An-san, Min asked in the frozen position as if someone had pressed the pause button. Well then, what brings you to our White Tiger Guild? His expectation had been great, and so was the ensuing disappointment. The biggest find of the year walked into the guild with his own 2 feet, but he refused to sign the contract the moment he clapped his eyes on it. Could he have changed his mind in the meantime? As the duo's confusion grew, Jin-Woo calmly spoke to them. I came here to help you too. Pardon me? Excuse me. The reactions of An-san, Min and Hai and Kaichi were roughly the same. 2 men exchanged glances before shifting their gaze over to Jin-Woo. In a complete contrast to their flustered state, Jin-Woo remained utterly calm. I remember you mentioning your troubles regarding the training of your new recruits, because my raid team swept away all the available rank C dungeons in the area. That's correct. Well, we can't really take the newbies to a high-rank dungeon just because we couldn't book a rank C gate after all. That's why I'm here today. An-san, Min tilted his head slightly. Forgive me, but I can't seem to. Jin-Woo thought this was enough of him being around the bush, so he got to the main topic. I want to sell the raid permits for 3 of the rank C gates my raid team acquired. Hai and Kaichi let off a short gasp. The 2 men from the White Tiger Guild finally figured out what Jin-Woo really wanted from them. If he really wanted to help us out, then wouldn't it be simpler just to not book gates anymore? Jin-Woo shook his head. Unfortunately, I have some matters that require the continued clearing of rank C gates for the time being. Well then, why today? Jin-Woo smiled refreshingly. I'm here because I wanted to help you out of your troubles. Should the duo believe those words at their face value? Just before the calculator inside An-san, Min's head could start crunching some numbers, Jin-Woo continued on with his explanations. Horse, I'm being considerate only for today. We also can't delay our operations as well, you see. If you miss this chance, I'm pretty sure that it'll only get harder to book rank C gates for the foreseeable future. For some reason, he came across as a host of a home shopping channel alerting his viewers to the looming end of the discount period. An-san, Min fell into a dilemma. Gates didn't just appear in and around the capital city only. If they couldn't book one around here, there was an option of going to the countryside and training the rookies there. However, there was a good chance of earning the ire of the local guilds and the raid teams by doing that. But that wasn't all either. Doing that would be like giving ammunition to large guilds located in the countryside, like the Shining Star located in Hanam, or the Night Order in Yeongnam, to ridicule the White Tiger. In other words, his guild could be saddled with the ignoble reputation of a poorly run organization that couldn't even train their rookies in their own backyard. Can we claim that it's an undeserved reputation even? Because it was clearly true after all. Whatever the case may be, which rookie would want to join a guild that was being roundly ridiculed by other famous guilds? This was one of the reasons why the guild's public image was really important. Okay. After a lengthy deliberation, An-san, Min came to a conclusion. Please sell us the permits. 3 rank C gates should be enough for our needs. How much are you thinking of for all 3 of them? The White Tiger Guild had a really deep pocket. However, nothing good would come out of trying to compare their financial muscle with Eugen Construction's, and just as importantly, he feared souring the relationship with Jin-Woo the most, so he'd not even try to compete at the end of the day. But now Jin-Woo was actually volunteering to hand over the gates, so shouldn't this be something to be grateful about? Unfortunately, he couldn't be grateful for the proposed prices though. 3 100 million one per gate, so 900 million for all three. Yuck. Both On San, Min and Hai Unkaichi all spat out pained, shocked gasps at the same time. That's too much. Hai Unkaichi all tried to interject, but On San, Min quickly stopped him. Something like this also happened the last time they met. Jin-Woo ended the talks without an ounce of hesitation once his price couldn't be met. In a way, this was a great opportunity that rolled onto their laps. If they failed to grasp this chance, then either they only get to book a rank C gate a really long time from now or, in the worst case scenario, go to the countryside to train their rookies. Well, at least I should try negotiating properly today. Ending the talks this quickly would only leave the bitter taste in his mouth. Still, a gate price 300 million each was just too expensive. Jin-Ho's bid for the raid permits averaged around 100 million won lately. Asking 3 times that amount was just being too unreasonable. Surely Jin-Woo would know this too. I'm sure he's thinking of starting at a high enough number and gradually come down. Now that he thought about it, he recalled the words Baekhyun-ho had said before they left the office. I don't care whether it's 100 million, 200, just book the Dimen gates. Do you understand me? This was the same thing as the CEO giving his consent. Plus, every employee working in the second division heard those words, so Baekhyun-ho wouldn't be able to pretend his way out of this one either. On San, Min swallowed his saliva and put up his counteroffer. 300 million is too large an amount even for us, so how about 200 million ins, I accept. Even before On San, Min could finish his sentence, Jin-Woo reached out with his right hand. With a slightly dazed face, On San, Min reached out as well and shook the offered hand. Are you okay with this? Yes. 200 million won for each rank C gate. Please deposit the money into this bank account. It kind of felt like the situation got resolved way too fast. But well, from On San, Min's perspective, this should count as a fortunate thing indeed. On San, Min lightly shook Jin-Woo's hand and bowed his head as well. I'm grateful for this. Thank you. You're being too kind. Jin-Woo also formed a bright smile. On San, Min inwardly thought that he'd be able to breathe a little bit easier now. For the time being, he was able to resolve the situation with training the new recruits, and his relationship with Jin-Woo had improved, ever so slightly as well. Trust is the foundation of all negotiations and dealings, after all. Indeed, just like this, their relationship would evolve for the better bit by bit. Sooner or later he'd be able to reel in his catch. No one would spit at a smiling face, and no one would pretend to not notice when someone gave you a present. On San, Min inwardly clenched his fist. Meanwhile, Jin-Woo stood up from his seat first. Now that's been sorted, I should get going. I'll see you around. Oh, and here. Jin-Woo handed over a shopping bag containing an empty tumbler to its original owner. Thanks for the drink. I really enjoyed it. I'm happy to hear that you liked it, Mr. Seong. With a slightly reddened face, Hai Unkaichi accepted the shopping bag. With that, Jin-Woo exited from the cafe. After he got to a far enough distance away from On San, Min and Hai Unkaichi, Jin-Woo gave Jin-Ho a call. A short bout of poppy music ringtone later, Jin-Ho's clearly excited voice came out from the speaker. Hyun, Nim, the money came through. It's really 600 million won. Jin-Woo quietly smiled in satisfaction. This transaction was a resounding success. He managed to sell off raid permits at double the price of what they paid for before they became useless junk. This was a huge profit for them. Jin-Ho asked him in a mystified voice. Hyun, Nim, just what did you do? Where did you manage to sell the rank C gate permits? That's my trade secret. Enjoy your break and see you in 2 days' time. While Jin-Ho was getting flustered on the other side, Jin-Woo simply ended the call. Click. Later on the same day, the second division's office. Hai Unkaichi was urgently seeking out On San, Min. Chief, what's wrong? On San, Min tore his eyes away from his computer monitor. Hai Unkaichi pointed to his phone's screen with an urgent expression on his face. You gotta take a look at this, Chief. What's going on now? On San, Min looked at the screen and his eyes narrowed to a slit. Isn't this? The screen showed the section of the Hunter Association's website that only the hunters had access to. To be more precise, the screen showed the page which notified everyone of where the reported gates were located at, as well as allowing anyone to buy the raid permits for those gates. What's this? Why are there so many rank C dungeons in our district? Not only that, each one is going for less than 10 million won at the moment as well. No way. On San, Min realized that something was terribly awry here. Jin-Ho's team hasn't booked a single gate for tomorrow. Hearing Hai Unkaichi's words, On San, Min immediately recalled what Sung Jin-Woo told him over the phone. I have some free time on Thursday. And tomorrow was Thursday. Jin-Ho's team had no plans to go on a raid tomorrow. He didn't even know that and bought those permits at a huge premium. An amused chuckle leaked out from On San, Min's mouth. There were enough hints but it was too late by the time he had pieced them together. This was his mistake. Well, he did succeed in cooling the anger of the CEO in the end, so it wasn't all bad. "Looks like we've been had, Chief." It was then a text message arrived in An Min's phone. Ding. Dong. It was from Sung Jin-Woo. "With this, we're even now. I will consider your people spying on me as something that never happened. I can't take this fellow lightly, can I?" An Min inwardly chuckled. The sole sticking point between Jin-Woo and the White Tiger could be resolved in this manner, as implied by the youth. Then this wouldn't necessarily be a bad trade for the guild at the end of the day. Their final aim was to scout Jin-Woo after all. Besides, the amount they spent today wasn't all that much anyway. Let's think of it as us investing in Sung Jin-Woo. It'd be nice if they were able to earn back as much as they have invested though. An Min stopped looking at his phone, and with a smile on his face, closed the mailbox. After sending the text, Jin-Woo took one more look around his vicinity. There was absolutely no one here. Only the dense forest greeted his searching eyes. In order to make sure he'd get to enjoy a relatively safe quest, he searched for a mountainside with almost no human presence and found the most suitable candidate. The current time was 1744. There shouldn't be any hikers in this in-between hour, plus his current location was an empty spot of land far removed from any hiking trails. Time to get started. Jin-Woo accessed his mailbox. "Will you take on the class change quest now?" Why, man, the message popped up in his view as if it had been patiently waiting for him. Chapter 45, Fin. Up web novel KR Chapter 46 Gulp. Jin-Woo's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Indeed, it was rather scary not knowing what kind of quest would pop up. However, his anticipation was even greater than his fears. While he was looking for a suitable location to start the quest, he used his phone to search for topics related to changing one's class online. New skills, benefits to one's growth, exclusive weapons reserved for a particular class, connected quests, etc., etc. They were all from video games, sure, but the accepted norm was that changing one's class would result in many benefits, and level 40 was when I could get my class. Of course, it wasn't all good news either. He often spotted ominous-sounding thread titles as he browsed through online forums. "I chose the wrong class, and now I'm bummed out. Only if I knew, I'd have gone with a different class of Sea King Hell. A moment of bad decisions later, I'm quitting my dearest game and returning to the normal society. Should I erase this character and start all over again?" Well, these were also related to video games anyways. He certainly had far less to worry about here since he only used daggers as his main weapon until now. All the skills he had acquired leaned towards the profession of assassin. Right, I've got dagger techniques and stealth as my skills. Not only that, he invested mainly in raising the stats of strength and agility, so it was kind of hard to imagine getting another class other than assassin. As his thoughts arrived here, Jin-Woo summoned the poison fang of Kazaka from his inventory. Shush, this feeling of the hilt falling so perfectly in his hand. Yeah, this for me is the most comfortable. He nodded his head, like a wise old sage. While gripping the dagger tightly, Jin-Woo shifted his gaze towards the message floating in the air. Well, then, now that he was all done with getting ready for any unexpected events, he firmed his resolve and answered the message. "Will you take on the class change quest now?" Why, and yes, I'm taking it on. The moment he thought of taking on the quest, another message popped into his view. "Hey Ring, you're now partaking in the class change quest. A new dungeon will be generated for this quest." Generating a new dungeon? Before he had the chance to interpret what that message was saying, a change took place before him really fast. Wuang, a black hole formed right in front of his eyes. That was merely the beginning too. Wuang, the black hole the size of a bean expanded to the size of a coin, then to that of a volleyball, and eventually, it grew large enough for a person to walk through. Isn't this? Jin-Woo's eyes grew wider. He was expecting to see a new message with the contents of the quest pop up in front of his eyes, but this, what appeared before him was, without a doubt, a gate. To think a gate would show up here. This one didn't seem any different from the others he was familiar with. Only that, it was a bit smaller than usual. The system sent him a new message, as if to urge him on. "Please enter the dungeon through the gate." I need to calm down. Jin-Woo quickly collected himself. Right. If he thought about it, there wasn't much of a difference whether he used a key or a gate to enter a dungeon. Indeed, he was simply taken aback just now by the sight of a gate forming artificially like this. Also, this would be his first time seeing a gate form. He always just walked into one that was already there, so when the chain of his thoughts stopped there, a new question popped into his mind. Hang on, can other hunters enter this gate as well? Too bad, he had no method to experiment on this one today. Well, there were no hunters nearby that he could call for assistance, nor did he have anyone who would rush over here because he gave them a call. He momentarily recalled Jin-Woo's face, but slowly shook his head. How will I take care of the aftermath if I called him and something bad happens? It was then, as if to urge him on again, the message blinked. "Hey Ring, please enter the dungeon through the gate." The mechanical beat brought him back to his senses. He slapped his cheeks a couple of times to wake himself up. This is no time to daydream. If he succeeded, then a new class and all the rewards that followed would be his. And if he failed, then he couldn't even tell what might happen to him. So, he needed to focus here. Fu Wu, after taking a deep breath, Jin-Woo held the poison fang of Kasaka in reverse grip and entered the gate. You have entered the dungeon. Eh? He entered in a state of taut tension, but to his surprise, there was nothing here. He was greeted by the sight of an ordinary cave-like dungeon. Isn't this exactly the same as the others? He heard that high-ranking dungeons were often linked to other worlds, so he was kind of worried about such a thing happening to him, but thankfully, he was spared from that. Instead, a strange message popped up into his view. Ring. The current location forbids the usage of potions as well as the functions of the store, and your physical state will not recover even if you level up. Jin-Woo confirmed that there was no presence of monsters nearby and put away his dagger. Then his head began tilting this way and that. This isn't going to be easy, is it? Maybe because his class change was up for grabs, there were quite a few restrictions here to contend with. The most important one was that he couldn't replenish his spent energy or stamina, and couldn't heal himself using potions or level ups. The damage will stack, in other words. If he got injured, then that would spell his doom. Since he couldn't heal himself, he had no choice but to be thorough and cautious with every action he took. Meaning, I gotta keep my wits about me. Jin-Woo closed the message, and as he'd do every time when entering a dungeon, he confirmed the presence of the exit. You can't leave until the class change process has been concluded. A message popped up as soon as he touched the surface of the gate. He put some strength behind his hand, but it didn't even budge. Jin-Woo retracted his hand. The exit is blocked off. An unknown grade, impossible to heal himself, and no exit. This dungeon was a pretty risky proposition. Even a hunter with balls of steel wouldn't want to tread in a place like this one. However, high risk doesn't always equate to bad things, does it? Indeed, the higher the risk, the higher the reward. He learned that through experience. If clearing this place was difficult because of all the restrictions, then didn't that also mean there was an amazing opportunity waiting for him at the end? There was only one way to find out. I'll know once I get there. Jin-Woo took his first step forward. His eyes gazed far forward, and all he could see was the cavern-like passageway with seemingly no end. And there were no monsters nearby. Wait, since this is still within the system's influence, should I call them monsters and not monsters? Well, sorry about this line. The author had been using the Hanja word for monsters to describe those found in the regular gates of dungeons, while using the romanized English word monster to describe those found in instant dungeons. They mean the same thing, obviously, but well, wordplay and all that. Even though they both meant the same thing. In any case, that wasn't the only difference to consider. There were lit torches lining up at a fixed interval along the cavern walls as well. Instead of luminous stones, I got torches, Unfortunately, the light from the torches was not an effective source of illumination. No matter how many there were, they were still not enough to light up the entire passageway. So, there were plenty of hidden shadows. With the deafening silence being accompanied by the gloomy shadows, this place came off far more eerie and ominous than a regular dungeon. I can see no problem, but still. Should he say it's down to the atmosphere of this place? Jin-Woo pulled out the nearest torch and held it. His front brightened ever so slightly with the torch in his hand. Yeah, this is better. Jin-Woo formed a satisfied smile. He took one last glance behind him and slowly made his way forward, the torch lighting the way. Just how long did he walk? When he walked for a long time, he finally got to a bend in the passageway, and just beyond it, he sensed multiple presences. Are they finally here? Jin-Woo carefully placed the torch on the ground and stood back up. Chururu, his right hand was now holding his favorite dagger instead. He briefly entertained the idea of using stealth to quickly deal with his enemies, but gave up on that after remembering the crazy expenditure of his mana. Well, he wouldn't be able to use potions to replenish the spent mana in this place after all. If he carelessly spent mana here, then he might be unable to use the necessary skills when he really needed to. Coming this way, Jin-Woo pressed tightly against the wall, and waited for the enemy to show up around the bend. Clank, clank. Whenever this thing took a step, the metallic clang reverberated loudly in the passageway. The noises were getting closer. Clank, clank. Hearing that strange noise, Jin-Woo tilted his head. Could it be carrying some kind of chained weapons? He was curious, but there was no need to get anxious. He'd get his answers soon enough. 5, 4, 3. Jin-Woo tightly held the dagger in the reverse grip and stopped breathing. It was to prevent the opponent from hearing the sound of his breaths. 2, 1. Clank, clank. Finally, the enemy's shadow could be seen. 0. When his countdown hit 0, the enemy revealed itself. Jin-Woo aimed for the side of its neck. Clang! But he got to hear metal hitting metal instead. The blade didn't go in. Metal armor? Jin-Woo's eyes widened. Finally confirming the identity of his opponent, Jin-Woo quickly took several steps back. It's a human. He was now facing a knight decked out fully in a suit of armor. His face was hidden behind the helmet, and he couldn't see what they looked like. Jin-Woo called out to it while thinking to himself, could it be Oi? However, the knight didn't even utter a word, and simply lunged in Jin-Woo's direction. Thud, thud, thud. The knight rushed forward like a raging bull and tried to shoulder tackle him, but Jin-Woo lightly tilted out of the way and evaded the attack. The knight couldn't win against the momentum and continued to run forward for a bit longer, before somehow bringing itself to a stop. Maybe it's not a human? He was able to take a quick peek at a close distance, and he could tell something was off. He couldn't sense the beating heart that a normal person should possess. So most likely, it was not a human. He was now facing off against a type of monster he'd never even heard of before. A monster that armed itself from head to toe, no less. Wasn't this like he was actually fighting against another person? Swearum. The knight turned around and unsheathed the sword mounted on its hips. Just as Jin-Woo had done, this knight probably didn't plan on letting him go alive. After sensing its intense hostility, Jin-Woo's glare became a level sharper. Dash. Your movement speed has increased by 40%. The first one to strike wins. Before the enemy made its move, Jin-Woo dashed in first. Swish. Jin-Woo evaded the hurried swing of the knight's longsword and stabbed his dagger at various points in its more. Clang! Clang! Unfortunately, he couldn't damage it. The armor's too thick. Not only was it thick, the surface was smooth as well, so when he landed a straight blow, the blade didn't go in, but simply slid off to the side. It was at this point that the knight swung its sword in a huge arc. Swish! Jin-Woo ducked lower and evaded it. The blade swung past Jin-Woo's head by a hair's breadth. A big move like this would inevitably expose a big opening. Another chance had come by. Jin-Woo lunged in closer to the knight and gathered his strength in his dagger-holding arm. Vital points targeting. Crack! The tip of the dagger penetrated past the armor. Did it work? However, it must have not suffered any damage, since it swung its sword down vertically with great force, not caring at all about the dagger stuck to its side. Swish! Jin-Woo rapidly threw himself back. Clang! The blade slammed into the ground, and sparks flew everywhere. Jin-Woo took several steps back and corrected his posture. His dagger remained stuck to the knight's side. Tusk. Jin-Woo clicked his tongue. It's not really that strong, is it? That was his earnest assessment. Probably because of all that heavy armor, its movement was dull, and its attack pattern was also rather simple too. Only that, its defense against bladed weapons was truly exceptional. Jin-Woo rolled up his sleeves. Well, I've already fought against an enemy with thick armor that blades can't penetrate. His relaxed demeanor came from previous experience. The boss monster, Poison, Fang Blue Kasaka that broke a steel sword infused with magical energy in one hit. He had experienced killing such a snake before. Compared to the Kasaka, that thing is nothing. A thin smile slowly formed on Jin-Woo's lips, since that was a pretty good memory to recall. Thud, thud, thud. The knight stupidly charged in again, perhaps trusting the protection provided by its armor. I knew it. It's a really simple creature. Jin-Woo easily evaded the knight's attack aimed at his shoulder, slid to its back, and caught it in a headlock. Crack. Since its neck area was also protected by armor, it did not choke to death, but crack, crumple. Jin-Woo's arm muscles expanded and veins bulged. Jin-Woo wasn't planning to choke the knight to begin with. He gritted his teeth, his eyes shooting up wide open. And when that happened, crack! Along with a pretty sickening noise, the helmet was ripped off. This was the moment when his strength stat exceeding 100 points had begun shining ever so brightly. I did it! The knight lifelessly knelt down on the ground once its head was separated from the body. Thud! You defeated the knight. A simple but concise message announcing the end of the battle popped up. A flickering light indicating the presence of loot came from somewhere on the armor, but Jin-Woo's attention was elsewhere. What the heck? There's nothing inside? The helmet he held in his hands was totally empty. He quickly checked inside the armor to make sure, but it was the same story, empty. Does that mean I was fighting against a suit of armor that was moving by itself? Just as he arrived at his conclusion, two more knights rushed into view from around the bend. It seemed that they had belatedly sensed the unfolding battle. Clank, clank. The knights discovered Jin-Woo, and as if they had made a prior arrangement, they unsheathed their long swords in unison. Jin-Woo tossed the empty helmet away and loosened the muscles on his neck and shoulders. He now knew how to fight these things. So, this is the real beginning, huh? Thud, 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 thud. Jin-Woo's lips formed a slight grin as he stared at the knights rushing towards him. His first step in clearing this dungeon proved to be on the right track. Chapter 46 Fin. Up web novel Kaiar Chapter 47. Was it because of all the restrictions? The loot drop rate turned out to be rather excellent. Jin-Woo only defeated 3 knights, yet 2 of them dropped an item each. As far as percentages go, that was 66.6%. It was an unimaginably high drop rate compared to other instant dungeons, especially considering the fact that, when all he got after clearing a floor of an instant dungeon several times in a row would be a few japdom and stuff he had no use for other than to sell them off at the store. Item: Superior Knight's breastplate has been found. Take it? Of course I'm taking it. Just a thought, and the breastplate of the now headless knight kneeling and unmoving on the ground disappeared and reappeared right before his feet, and its information popped up in his view. Item: Superior Knight's breastplate rarity. B-type. Armor reduction in physical damage. Plus 7% your movement will slow down if your strength is below 80. 7% increase in physical damage reduction. When added to what he had already, the physical damage reduction would be 27%. If this number reaches 100%, does that mean I become completely impervious to all physical damage? He briefly wondered about that, before realizing that a defensive item ranked B in rarity only added 7% to the overall value, and his thoughts rapidly changed. Even if he found himself an item with a rarity of A, the reduction may not go above 30-40%. So, maybe it was impossible to add up to 100%? Still, every little bit helps, so he was sure of benefiting greatly if he continued to increase that stat bit by bit. He already had witnessed the power of good items through Sung Jin-Woo, after all. So, I do it like this, right? Jin-Woo picked up the breastplate. As expected, a message regarding equipping the armor popped up in his view. Will you equip item: Superior Knight's breastplate? No matter who looked at it, this breastplate's design was rather clunky and embarrassing, and he'd never wear it in public. If he didn't have prior experience with the gatekeeper's necklace, he might have hesitated a great deal before reluctantly agreeing to put it on, but now, it was a different story now. Yes. Ring. Item: Superior Knight's breastplate has been equipped. The breastplate disappeared from the view. Jin-Woo summoned the status window and confirmed his stats. Reduction in physical damage. 27%, so it really went up. Jin-Woo felt around his chest area. He couldn't feel anything weird. He moved his body around this way and that, but didn't feel anything strange or out of place. It was exactly the same as when he equipped the gatekeeper's necklace for the first time. Nice. Next, Jin-Woo shifted his gaze over to the unmoving knight stuck in the distant corner. It was bent and crumpled so badly that nothing looked salvageable. But still, the flickering light indicating the loot's presence could be seen on it quite clearly. Item: Leather pouch has been found. Take it? Of course, he was the one responsible for that, but even he had to concede that he had gone a bit overboard there. He fought barehanded and well. It was really hard to control his strength, that was why. With a solemn expression on his face, Jin-Woo walked closer and reached out to take the loot away. Acquire it. Item: Leather pouch has been opened. 30,000 gold is inside. 30,000 gold has been acquired. Huh? Nothing entered his hands yet. He got a message declaring that he acquired some gold instead. Was it a bit different from regular items? Jin-Woo remained somewhat mystified as he accessed his inventory, and sure enough, his gold amount had really increased by 30,000. Current gold: 863,400. I got 30,000 gold in one go. Was it because knights were supposed to be wealthy or some such? He abruptly remembered that most humanoid-type monsters usually gave out more loot than any other types in video games. Now that he thought about it some more, not finding a greater number of useful items on a human being, when compared to an animal or an insect, didn't make a whole lot of sense, now did it? He couldn't be sure if this dungeon followed that principle or not though. In any case, it could only be good news to him. He was planning to save up more gold and buy a few items from the store, and if gold kept showing up as loot in this fashion, then his planned shopping day would arrive much sooner than his initial estimation. Is there anything else that I can take with me? Well, human greed supposedly knew no limits, so Jin-Woo momentarily forgot about his true goal of wandering in this dungeon and greedily searched around his vicinity. The armor worn by the knights were all pretty much mangled beyond recover from the fight just now, so it was a no eventually. Jin-Woo's eyes found the knight swords. They kinda look useful, don't they? Those long swords must have been brand new, looking all shiny and slick like that. Although he couldn't use them properly since they weren't daggers, he could either sell them in the store, or if he couldn't, he could try hawking them off to other hunters at a later date. Jin-Woo picked up a sword. However, as soon as he did, the sword rapidly rusted up and dissolved into a pile of dust before scattering away. What the hell? This process happened in only a couple of seconds. Is it because I'm not supposed to touch them? What a regrettable thing this was, but naught he could do about it now. Jin-Woo dusted his hands off and picked up the torch he left on the ground. When he walked around the bend where the knights showed up from, yet another passage with no end in sight greeted him. It looked like there was still a long way to go. These battles felt like he was revisiting schoolwork. The notion sounded funny, but that's what Jin-Woo ended up thinking, totally out of the blue. During the past 2 hours of hunting inside the dungeon, he met 4 different types of monsters: knights, mages, assassins, and archers. Is it stealth this time? An assassin type suddenly vanished from his senses. Jin-Woo didn't panic and extended his perception to its fullest, and soon enough picked up on the presence sneaking up on him from behind. Swish! Jin-Woo powerfully smacked away the assassin's dagger with his trusty poison fang of Kasaka, and seizing the opening created as the monster was pushed back, stabbed forward in a deadly and accurate attack of his own. Poison fang accurately landed in the middle of the target's chest. Stab! You defeated the assassin. Level up! The assassin received a fatal wound and turned into a wisp of black smoke before disappearing from his view with nary a scream. Plop! And where it once stood, only the leather clothes it used to wear remained. Why are they all humanoid, type monsters anyway? Every time he killed them, he felt as if. Jin-Woo slowly shook his head. One nice thing here was that he couldn't see the monsters' faces. Knights wore helmets, assassins and archers used deep hoods, and mages used hats attached to their robes to hide most of their faces. Jin-Woo turned around to continue on his journey. Then, a flash of blinding light exploded right in front of his eyes. A mage had hidden itself and quietly completed a light magic spell. Kaboom! An ear-splitting explosion occurred next. However, Jin-Woo was already well behind the mage by the time that happened. The mage sensed his presence behind it and flinched grandly as he hurriedly recited another chant. Too bad, Jin-Woo didn't miss this opening and swung his dagger diagonally. The mage too turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared. Plop! Jin-Woo glared down at the ownerless robe on the ground and stored the dagger back in the inventory. I got hit by one of those way back when I got too careless. The thing was, he was already ready to react as soon as he began sensing mana gathering around in a single point. Joji, one's light magic. Jin-Woo wasn't dumb enough to get hit by a similar magic to that dead guy's. This was one of the reasons why he thought that all these battles were like him studying and revisiting his past fights. That's not all, is it? In order to defeat different types of monsters, he needed different stats. For knights it was strength. For assassins, perception. Archers, agility. And finally for mages, it was stamina. The whole thing was set up in a way that if any of the corresponding stats weren't high enough, he'd have a real hard time trying to deal with the individual monsters. If his strength was lacking, then he wouldn't have been able to cause enough damage to the knights, and if his perception was too low, he'd have gone through hell in order to locate the assassins. Me raising stats evenly has really paid off dividends here. His intelligence stat was still on the low side, but all he had to do there was to economize his MP usage. That was all. Item, leather pouch has been opened. 20,000 gold, and canteen containing lukewarm water are inside. 20,000 gold, and canteen containing lukewarm water have been acquired. Jin-Woo summoned that canteen as soon as it showed up in his inventory, and took several gulps. Phew, his fatigue was piling up noticeably now. Just how far am I supposed to go here? Could there be no end to this place? Jin-Woo put the empty canteen down on the ground and placed his hands on his hips. It had been over 3 hours already since he entered this dungeon. Both his body and mind were getting fatigued now. Should I take a short break? Jin-Woo sat down and leaned against the cave wall. Status window. TI ring. Tiredness. 66. The tiredness stat had sneaked up to a dangerous level. Above 70, his body and mind would start to get negatively affected. He needed to take a short nap and decrease that stat right away. Jin-Woo leaned his head against the wall. Sleepiness came over him almost instantly. He was so tired that, even when in an environment as dangerous as this place, he didn't need a lot of effort to fall asleep. However, swish. He heard the sharp whistle of air parting ways. Time slowed down, and Jin-Woo accurately snatched the flying arrow with his hand. Grab. Jin-Woo's eyes opened up. He saw an archer knocking another arrow from some distance away. So, it's still too early to fall asleep, is it? Jin-Woo summoned the poison fang of Kasaka once more and stood back up. Crunch! One single punch caused the knight's breastplate to crack and cave in. The lifeless monster slowly slid to the ground in between Jin-Woo's stretched fist and the wall. It didn't move again as it lay sprawled on the ground. TI ring. You defeated the knight. Level up. Although it was quite unfortunate that his condition didn't recover, his levels continued to rise up steadily as he fought more and more battles. Jin-Woo looked down on his slightly skinned fist and clicked his tongue. Only a short break would have taken care of such a small wound by now. However, these abominable monsters didn't give him a moment to rest. Still, he earned quite a lot in the meantime. Equipped items: gatekeeper's necklace, a superior knight's breastplate B, intermediate assassin's shoes B, inferior archer's gloves C, superior mage's ring B. Other useful things he found along the way were now all safely tucked away in his inventory. It had been nicer if I found a weapon, though what an unfortunate thing it was. The daggers used by the assassins featured similar levels of attack damage bonus as the poison fang of Kasaka, but none of them possessed additional effects, so they were deemed not as good compared to his current weapon. What would this guy give me now? Jin-Woo reached out towards the fallen knight, and the flickering light coming off from it. TI ring. Item. Superior knight's gauntlet rarity. B-type. Armor. Reduction in physical damage. Plus 3% additional effects. Prevents injuries to wearer's hands. Your movement will slow down if your strength is below 80. Oh, with a bright smile, Jin-Woo quickly acquired the superior knight's gauntlet and equipped it immediately. Just like with all the other items, these metallic gloves didn't affect him in the slightest, and he could freely move his fingers. Nice. Jin-Woo moved his fingers around for a bit, before raising his head to look at the far side of the passageway. Finally, the torchlight revealed the end of the road, and that end was blocked off by a huge castle gate. It was quite rare to see the boss room with a door like that. Naturally, he recalled the duel dungeon. No one was adequately prepared back then, and because of that, the losses incurred were great. However, it was different now. Jin-Woo took a look behind him, at the passage he had been walking on to get here. It took me 6 hours to get here too. His level was now 45, and he was kitted out in some good armor as well. He was ready. He wouldn't have minded taking a small break and recover some of his spent stamina. But whenever he tried to do that, monsters always managed to appear with the perfect sense of timing to disrupt his sleep. He couldn't afford to summon more monsters and waste his energy that way. 4,500, 8,330 MP, 660, 790 tiredness, 43. I gotta win with this. Finishing up with confirming his condition for the last time, Jin-Woo reached out and grasped the handles of the doors. Creak creak, the heavy-looking doors slid open rather smoothly, as if there was some sort of an unseen mechanism. Chapter 47 Fin. Up web novel Kai R Chapter 48. Chapter 48 Rumble. Boom! The door to the boss room finally opened. The interior was completely shrouded in darkness. Even with Jin-Woo's eyesight, greatly enhanced by his perception stat, he found it hard to see 1 inch in front of him. All he could see clearly was the ground beneath his feet. The floor was covered in stone tiles. The ash-colored tiles, laid with no visible gaps in between, gave off this feeling of heaviness and barren chill. As soon as he set foot on this floor, whoosh! Countless torches lining up the walls lit up all at once and illuminated the interior. As I thought, it's almost the same as back in that underground temple. Jin-Woo maintained his vigilance. He scanned his vicinity and cautiously stepped forward. Several giant stone pillars stood erect to his left and right. At the far end of this room, he could see a tall throne. It's as if this place reminded him of the king's audience chamber from a fantasy movie. Of course, the scale was noticeably larger though. A few steps later, the door issued a loud bang and closed shut behind him. Slam! Jin-Woo glanced back, but he didn't panic. He already expected something like that to happen. Jin-Woo resumed his careful march forward. I can sense a powerful presence. He kind of got this really strong gut feeling that, in order to conclude his class quest, he had to arrive before that throne. Just as important, his gut feelings on matters such as this one were on the money most of the time. It was then, from the gap between stone pillars, which couldn't have been more than 10 steps, a doll walked out from its hiding spot and stood before him, blocking his path forward. The thing stopped its walk and turned around to face him. Gulp! Jin-Woo swallowed his dry saliva. He only had to take one look at the creature's red name floating just above its head to know that the boss had finally made its entrance. The captain of the knights, Ygritte the Crimson. It was a knight wearing his suit of blood-red armor. The way it was kitted out from head to toe in metal armor was similar to other knights he fought so far, but quite unlike those that looked dull and slow. This thing looked incredibly agile. What caught his eyes next was its helm. The red-colored mane extending rearwards from the top of the helm reminded him of a stallion's tail, and it left a rather deep impression. While he studied its helm, Jin-Woo discovered one more difference between it and the other knights. This guy has eyes. But, were they eyes or irises? Whatever the case may be, the pair of silvery lights oozed out from where one's eyes should be. They felt so cold and uncaring, utterly mechanical and lifeless. Those cold eyes were now fixed on him. The hair on the back of his neck stood up. So the aura of the really powerful enemy was coming from this guy, huh? The goal of the class quest could be to defeat this knight, for all he knew. If that was the case, he needed to be doubly cautious. Jin-Woo observed the movements of the Ygritte while slowly raising his clenched fists. My dagger will work on it anyway. What was needed in defeating a knight was blunt force. He needed strength to overwhelm him. Ygritte quietly observed Jin-Woo for a while, before it abruptly took off its red cape. Plop! The cape fell to the floor. What's it doing? The B-star's strange actions didn't end there. It proceeded to take off the longsword on its hips, and the 2 daggers hidden behind its back, and dropped them all to the ground. Not only that, it showed them to him before dropping them one at a time. Clang clang. The interior of the boss room had been quiet until then. The loud clangs of the metal hitting the stone tiles reverberated noisily throughout this vast chamber. Ygritte finished discarding all of its weapons, and as if to imitate Jin-Woo, clenched its fists and got into a fighting stance. Jin-Woo's eyes grew wider. Could this be Star'd be thinking of. Was this thing going to fight him bare-handed because he was also bare-handed? Jin-Woo bit his lower lip. It's looking down on me. The monster's provocation that really wasn't one only served to rapidly cool his head. The hotter his emotions boiled, the colder his head got. On the contrary to his heart beating faster and faster, Jin-Woo's eyes became sharper and calculating. Perhaps reading his mind, Ygritte made a beeline towards him. Tap, 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 tap. The speed it produced was so fast that he found it hard to believe it was wearing a suit of armor. The speed penalty of the armors only comes into effect when the strength stat is lower than 80, right? Meaning this thing's strength was at least 80. Judging from its nimble movement, its agility would also rival some of the highest ranked hunters out there. Ygritte closed the distance in the blink of an eye, and leapt up into the air. Once flying, the thing stuck its knee out and aimed at Jin-Woo's face. It's fast. However, Jin-Woo had been ready as well, his own movement speed pushed to the extreme. He bent his back almost 90 degrees and let Ygritte's attack brush past him. Jin-Woo then rapidly stood back up. Quite unlike other knights that needed some distance to stop after their tackle had failed, Ygritte simply landed on the ground without much fanfare. There was no time to admire that perfect landing though. Jin-Woo rushed in, and before Ygritte could turn around all the way, he diagonally kicked its head. Shockingly enough, the thing still could move its arm accurately even when its posture was unstable. Slam! Jin-Woo's right leg was easily blocked by Ygritte's left hand. How can this be? Jin-Woo's eyes opened wider. While one of his legs was blocked, Ygritte's other fist flew in at his face. Swish! He raised both of his arms instinctively to guard himself, but the impact force still got transmitted to the rest of his body. Boom! His guard broke and his entire body became airborne. What? A shocked gasp escaped from his mouth, but soon it turned into a groan, because Ygritte had already appeared right in front of his eyes. Even before he had the chance to do something about it, Ygritte's left fist powerfully slammed into Jin-Woo's left cheek. Slam! He slammed into the floor and bounced up from the impact, before continuing to roll away. He only managed to force himself back up after a while. Buzz! The inside of his ears rang noisily. Jin-Woo shook his head around a couple of times. Only then did the loud ringing die down somewhat. However, the much bigger problem than that was coming closer to him. His blurry sight captured Ygritte as it walked towards him. Step, step. Jin-Woo opened his eyes wider and got ready. Eventually, Ygritte arrived right before Jin-Woo's nose. And so, a bloody dogfight erupted between the two. Ygritte didn't even try to dodge Jin-Woo's punches. No, it simply took on the hits and counter-attacked right away. Pow! Ygritte's head was forced slightly to the side. But even before Jin-Woo could correct his posture, a sharp and accurate counter-punch flew at him. Pow! Jin-Woo tottered about like a drunken man. Pow! This time, Ygritte took a step back. Pow! After his stomach was kicked in, Jin-Woo's body bent forward 90 degrees. Kyak! Blood welled up in his mouth. What is this nonsensical bullshit? Currently, Jin-Woo's physical damage reduction stat had exceeded 30%. However, each of Ygritte's attacks hurt like crazy, as if he was being pounded on by a hammer. On the other hand, his attacks almost didn't inflict any damage to the enemy. Their exchange didn't last for long afterwards. Pow! Jin-Woo teetered about unsteadily, before falling to his knees. Plop! He tried to stand back up, but his legs didn't want to listen. Plop! You Ygritte stood before Jin-Woo, but stopped attacking him. It wordlessly stared down at him for a while. Then, while ignoring Jin-Woo's question-filled gaze directed at it, Ygritte extended its hand out towards the sword discarded to the ground some distance away. Then, the sword was automatically reeled in. Ygritte grasped the sword in both of its hands, and walked to the side of Jin-Woo. Soon, the tip of the blade was pointing to the sky. You want to execute me, is that it? This bastard certainly lived up to its title as the captain of the knights. When it looked like Jin-Woo wasn't going to resist his final moments, Ygritte went ahead with the execution. Horse Jin-Woo wasn't going to let that happen without a fight. The sword fell down in a straight line. Swish! However, Jin-Woo reached up with his left hand and blocked the descending blade. Clang! The noise of metal hitting metal. The gauntlet he found just before entering here protected his hand. Lynch! He sensed Ygritte being taken back just now. Jin-Woo didn't miss this chance and threw a punch with his right hand. As expected, Ygritte didn't try to dodge. You're thinking of countering me again, right? It had probably calculated that getting hit once while countering that was far more productive. Too bad it failed to take something important into its calculation. The Poison Fang of Kasaka. Sure, the Poison Fang of Kasaka was summoned instantly into his hand, and Jin-Woo stabbed the dagger in the creature's eye. Stab! Who are? A scream that couldn't have come from a human being exploded out. At the same time, a fierce light poured out from the eye, with the dagger sticking out. Jin-Woo hurriedly stood back up. Now what? Just damaging one eye wouldn't be able to determine the winner of this battle. He needed an attack even more powerful than that if he wanted to win. It was then a thought entered his mind. The horrifying attack that almost pushed him to the brink of death the other day. He wanted to let Ygritte taste that attack too. Before he could finish thinking that, his body moved first. Jin-Woo bent down and hugged Ygritte's midriff. And then, he began running. You arc! Ygritte thrashed about in pain and managed to land several solid blows on Jin-Woo's back. However, he gritted his teeth and didn't let Ygritte go. No, he increased his speed instead. Dash! Your movement speed has increased by 40%. Jin-Woo's legs were now moving so much faster. He felt the electrifying speed sending chills down his entire body. Yes, this is it. And now, he'd slam this starred. While gripping the midriff of Ygritte even harder, he dashed towards the nearest wall with every ounce of energy he had. Of course, if they collided against the wall at this speed, the impact his own body received would be substantial as well. However, Jin-Woo had a hidden trump card in the form of a certain passive skill. The distance closed in the blink of an eye. The wall was right behind them. Kaboom! Along with the huge explosion, Ygritte crashed into the wall. At the same time, a message from the system popped up. Ring, your P has dropped below 30% and skill tenacity has been activated. All damage received will be reduced by 50%. The impact force was great enough for the entire boss room to tremble momentarily. Jin-Woo took a step back. Ygritte was buried halfway into the wall, yet it was still alive. The flame of life burning under the helm was still flickering visibly. I need to finish this. Jin-Woo yanked the poison fang of Kasaka, still buried in its eye, loose. That caused Ygritte's body to quiver once. Jin-Woo held the dagger in a reverse grip and stabbed hard at the starred's neck. Vital points targeting. Clang! The attack failed to work. One more time. Vital points targeting. Clang! Sparks flew off from the tip of the dagger. Small nick formed on the metal covering the monster's neck. One more time. Vital points targeting. Clang! One more. Clang! One more. Clang! And finally, vital points targeting. Crack! The poison fang of Kasaka broke past the protective metal and dug deep into its neck. You defeated the captain of the knights, Ygritte the Crimson. Level up! Level up! Jin-Woo raised both of his hands up high into the sky. He took several steps back, before losing all strength in his legs and faltered to the floor. Pant! Jin-Woo spat out the heavy breaths he'd been holding in until now. He won somehow. It was an incredibly close fight. However, wasn't this the end of the quest? Jin-Woo collected his breaths for a long time, before painfully raising his body up. He expected the class quest to end once he killed this guy, but not one message popped up in his view. He looked around, but he failed to spot anything different in the boss room. No, there was one thing that was different from before. Several strands of light began flickering on Ygritte's body, meaning his loot was now ready. For the time being, let's grab those. After all, he couldn't tell what else might happen here. Grabbing things that he could grab when there was a chance was the smartest move one could make, wasn't it? Jin-Woo reached out towards those lights. Item: Red Knight's helm has been found. Take it. Runestone. Ruler's reach has been found. Take it. Item: Leather pouch has been found. Take it. Item: Immediate return stone has been found. Take it. Why were there so many? Jin-Woo felt rather puzzled, but still, he couldn't hide his elation either. Acquire them all. First thing to enter his inventory was the leather pouch. Item: Leather pouch has been opened. 1,500,000 gold is inside. 1,500,000 gold has been acquired. Jin-Woo's eyes went extra round. The level of reward is on another scale altogether. It definitely was worth it, defeating it after going through so much crap. He wasn't expecting all that much to begin with, yet the leather pouch spat out an unbelievable amount of 1,500,000 gold. With this amount, he'd be able to buy something useful from the store now. However, Jin-Woo's attention was directed elsewhere at the moment. If the leather pouch he didn't even hold high hopes for managed to produce such wealth, then just how high was the value of the helm or the rune stone? Jin-Woo tried very hard to calm his heart and brought up the information on the helm. Ring. Item: Red Knight's helm rarity. S-type. Armor reduction in physical damage. Plus 15%. Stamina plus 20. Strength plus 20. It's an S. Jin-Woo cried out in elation. Chapter 48 Fin. Up web novel KR Chapter 49. For the first time ever, an item with a rarity ranking of S showed up. Just the effect of 15% reduction in physical damage alone would have made it a top-tier item, yet it even possessed two more remarkable additional attributes of raising the stamina and strength stats by 20 points each. Just seeing those options alone made his heart palpitate so much faster. The rarity items can't even compare to it. He had acquired 2 A-ranked items up until now. The first was the poison sack of Kasaka, the one he got after he defeated the snake blue Kasaka. The second one being the gatekeeper's necklace after he defeated the Cerberus. Those 2 items were already quite excellent. The poison sac had the terrible penalty of stealing 35 points from his strength stat, but its effect also decreased the physical damage taken by 20%. What about the gatekeeper's necklace then? It was one of the best items out there that increased both agility and perception stats by 20 each. Two stats he now knew the importance of. But the Red Knight's helm possessed the kind of buffing effect that combined both of those items. And without any penalty to boot. No need to mention it. It's the best. He was fully aware of the fact that he was standing in the middle of the dungeon's boss room, yet the smile on his face didn't want to go away. And if he were to add in one more unnecessary point here, he even liked the helm's design. It's a bit of a pity to hide this thing though. The crimson helm that immediately reminded all onlookers of the flowing blood, and the mane connected to the helm itself, made him feel like he was holding an artistic masterpiece. It was only for a brief moment, but he even felt compelled to put on the full set of this armor if it existed somewhere. However, what a waste. Tigrit's other armor pieces weren't considered to be loot, as there were no lights coming off from them. Only the helm could be taken away. Jin-Woo forced back a rueful smile and cautiously put on the helm. Poof! Just as always, the helm disappeared from the view immediately. Although he couldn't show off his new look, his stats had gained a huge boost thanks to his new headwear. Stats: Strength 128 plus 20 Stamina, 87 plus 20 Agility, 107 Intelligence, 66 Perception, 89 Reduction in Physical Damage, 46% plus 15%. The numbers appearing in brackets were the increases in his stats from the helm itself. Not only the strength and stamina stats, but the hard to increase damage reduction stat all enjoyed massive boosts. He was completely and utterly satisfied now. Having confirmed the increase with his own two eyes, his heart began beating even faster. No. Jin-Woo quickly shook his head. The quest isn't over yet, so let's calm down. Besides, he still had other items to sort out too. With a trace of excitement still lingering in his mind, Jin-Woo shifted his gaze to the other two items. Rune Stone, Ruler's Reach item. Immediate Return Stone, 2 pieces of stones. Out of the 2 walnut-sized stones, the first one to grab his curious gaze was the Immediate Return Stone. I know what is a rune stone, but just what could this Immediate Return Stone do? His curiosity got resolved pretty quickly, however. The information on the Immediate Return Stone floated up right away. TI Ring. Item. Immediate Return Stone Rarity. Type. Consumable and item exclusive to this class change quest. When destroyed, you'll be transported outside the dungeon immediately. However, once the class change quest has been concluded, it will automatically be destroyed. Can't be stored in the inventory. The way to use it was similar to a rune stone. However, to think that its effect wasn't about absorbing a new skill, but to escape from this dungeon. Hang on a sec. The class change quest isn't over yet? If that were the case, then this particular item should have been destroyed already. Since it hadn't, that could only mean, for some reason, he felt a creeping chill slowly caress his spine. What an odd sensation that was. He had received one of the best items out there that could help him make his escape from this dungeon, yet why was he getting this incredibly bad premonition right now? If this stone could be used in regular dungeons, and not only inside the system, generated ones, then just about everyone alive would try to buy this thing. Seriously, this stone would be the same as having a sure-fire way to save their lives, so no one should be foolish enough to pinch pennies when trying to get their hands on one. It was the same with Jin-Woo too. Just this item alone should decrease the burden of this quest by a great deal. If I so choose, he'd be able to escape at any time. However, the ominous feeling taking root in the corner of his mind didn't want to go away, no matter what. And sure enough, the warning beep from the system went off in his head, as if it was waiting for this moment. TI Ring. Player has acquired the Immediate Return Stone. The class change quest will now commence. Son of a bitch. So, this was the item to start the quest for real. He nearly fainted on the spot. He felt like he had stepped on something he shouldn't have in the first place. If I knew this might happen, I'd have taken a short break first. What would regret do for him now? No matter how much one relied on one's experience and knowledge to predict the future, one would never be able to correctly guess the tricks of fate. A strand of cold sweat dripped down from Jin-Woo's forehead. Jin-Woo summoned the status window inwardly and confirmed the remaining P in his fatigue level. 4,001, 161, 10,002, 170 P, 398, 150 tiredness, 61. The tiredness stat is a bit on the high side, but I can still do this. The helm's added effects enhanced his stamina stat by a lot, which meant that his overall endurance had increased greatly as well, and his remaining P had risen up as an added bonus too. What a relief that was. As if to encourage himself, Jin-Woo continued to tell himself that, I can still do this. It's not impossible. Of course, his life should not be in any imminent danger, because he held the Immediate Return Stone after all. However, no matter how hard he thought about it, this immediate return stone sounded awfully like an item that signified him giving up on the quest. If that was not the case, then it shouldn't have been the quest starting item to begin with. If I give up on this quest, wouldn't it be the same as him giving up on this chance to get his class? The cold sweat on his forehead rolled past his temple and down to his chin, before dripping down. Gulp. Just as he swallowed a bit of dry spit and his Adam's apple bobbed up and down, the system's new message popped up in his view. They ring. In 10 seconds, dimensional doorways will be randomly generated. Dimensional doorways? Even before his question could be cleared up, huge numbers appeared up in the middle of the air. 0010. He could easily tell what that was. It most likely was signifying the countdown. Meanwhile, the messages continued on. Player has a choice. You can escape from the dungeon by using the immediate return stone or 876. Timer continued to tick down to 0. Or, endure as long as you can and earn as many advancement points as possible in order to access the higher rank classes. Endure? Endure what exactly? He ended up shouting out loudly as his frustration mounted. However, Jin-Woo was already holding the poison fang of Kasaka summoned from his inventory. He stored the rune stone inside the inventory, while the immediate return stone was placed inside the back of his pocket since it couldn't be stored there. Even though his heart beat fast and hard enough to nearly explode, he didn't forget to get ready for the battle that was about to come. That was how Sung Jin-Woo operated. The class change quest will soon commence. 4, 3, 2. Jin-Woo anxiously glared at the time and quickly scanned his surroundings. His head and eyes darted around quickly, over here and over there. Something ominous was clearly getting ready to begin. The space around him was separating and twisting visibly to his eyes. 0001. I wish you the best of luck. What? For the first time ever, the system expressed emotion. Too bad, he had no time to stew inside his shock. The moment the timer hit 0, several gates began forming all around him. Buzz, Wuong. Not just 1 or 2 either. He first spotted 6 around him. The number continued to climb up even higher, however. And at the same time, the timer began ticking upwards. 0002. The countdown began again. The time would become his so-called advancement points. He hadn't understood everything the system said, but still, he did figure out some parts of it. The longer I endure, the stronger I will get. No, more specifically, he'd instead get a powerful class. There was no way he'd throw away a golden opportunity like this. He also had some wiggle room left with his PNMP. Let's endure as long as I can. 0003. When the timer hit exactly 3 seconds, weapon-less knights poured out from the nearest gate. Thud, 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 thud. When the knights decked out in full armor formed silver-colored waves, the ground couldn't help but tremor from the weight. The momentum these things displayed would have been enough to overwhelm most people. But there was a smile floating up onto Jin-Woo's lips instead. If it's these guys, I can definitely fight them. In a way, he was so glad to see them as his opponents. The monsters coming out from the gates happened to be as strong as Ygritte. Then he wouldn't even be able to last a couple of seconds. Stealth. Jin-Woo used some part of the remaining MP and activated the skill Stealth. For the time being, I should observe what's happening here first. Jin-Woo's form blurred and slowly disappeared. As expected, the knights rushing towards him all came to an abrupt halt. However, the mage has used skill, Eyes of Detection. The crystal ring of the warning beep resounded in his head. Jin-Woo's head snapped in the direction of the beep. What was that? He spotted a mage that had just emerged from the gate chanting a spell. That's also when Jin-Woo discovered an eye-like symbol floating above the head of the mage. The moment that eye flashed in that moment, Jin-Woo's stealth was cancelled. CK. From the get-go, his calculation proved to be way off the mark. Snap, snap. The knights that stood around like telephone poles snapped their heads all at once towards Jin-Woo's direction. It was a scene straight out of a horror movie. And soon enough, the silver waves pounced on him. Jin-Woo's eyes opened wider, and he gritted his teeth. Boom! His punch blew away the head of the incoming knight. That guy died where it stood. You defeated the knight. Crazed lights shone in Jin-Woo's eyes. Intimidation. Skill. Intimidation has been activated. Effect. Fear has been activated. Target's all stats will decrease by 50% for 1 minute. The movements of the monsters became much duller through the effects of fear, but his mana fell down to 90 points. The intimidation required 100 MP in order to activate. He wouldn't be able to use it the second time. However, I just bought myself a minute, intending to use this precious minute to the best of his abilities. As the monsters were noticeably weakened, Jin-Woo began wailing on them with everything he had. Boom! Crack! Kaboom! Slam! With a terrifying momentum, he proceeded to utterly dismantle the knights. Boom! Slam! Crack! Too bad, the speed of him defeating knights was far inferior to the rate of the replacement knights popping out from the gates. Rumble. Even in the midst of the maddened battle, Jin-Woo sneaked a glance at the timer. 0319. It had only been 3 minutes and 19 seconds. If that was converted into points, how much would he get? Wouldn't it be fine for him to leave this place now? However, he didn't have any leeway to dwell on that matter. Even while he was thinking to himself, knights were continuously pouring out from the gates like unstoppable waves. He managed to destroy countless knights, yet he simply couldn't deal with so many of them. In the end, Jin-Woo was buried in the sea of knights. Passive skill, tenacity has been activated. Passive skill, tenacity has been activated. His P was in a free fall now, and eventually, it hit rock bottom. P 1036, 10,270. The time is 05085 minutes and 8 seconds. He had endured enough, hadn't he? Let's get out of here. Now completely entrapped among the knights, Jin-Woo flailed about helplessly in this silver prison and dug through his back pocket. However, the immediate return stone slipped out from his grasp and fell to the floor, and the roundish stone hit the soul of one of the knights and rolled away far from him. Nuo! Jin-Woo hurriedly reached out towards the stone, but the knights blocked him. Soon knights piled up on top of him too. It became almost impossible to breathe in an instant. Passive skill, tenacity has been activated. Passive skill, tenacity has been activated. His consciousness began to blur. Pow! He continuously got struck by the knights, while trapped below them, and as his mind began to grow dimmer, he thought he heard a snarky cackle coming from somewhere. You have brought this upon yourself, remember that. Why did you risk it all when there was a safe path for you to follow? Isn't it already a huge break for a ranky hunter to become a C, or even a B? Well, in the end, this was as far as you could go. Shut up. Remember, you killed yourself today. Shut the hell up. Waboom. The knights, surrounding and pressing down on Jin-Woo, were suddenly all blown away. Even though he somehow managed to crawl out from death, his eyes were burning with life. As a matter of fact, his eyes were burning with a stubborn will and sheer malice. I won't let it end like this. He earned this opportunity after going through so much. So how could he let it end like this? Never. Because he was stuck at the very bottom for so long, he yearned to be on top more than anyone else. He knew the sorrow of the weak better than anyone. He tried everything to survive, and when he did survive, others kept pointing fingers at him. How will a rankie be of any help here? The association is being way too much. They should have dispatched someone who could actually lend a bit of help. But that guy is a few that be starred. Maybe he keeps surviving by hiding behind his colleagues every time. So, how could he simply watch and do nothing, when a ladder that could take him to the very top was put in front of his eyes? What a rubbish notion that was. I remember now. That voice ringing around his head just now. That voice belonged to those stards. The voice that always yapped on and on from behind his back. Fine, laugh all you want. I'll struggle on until the bitter end. It's fine if my HP drops to 10 no one. I'll struggle and struggle on like crazy, right until the end. I'll fight until I won't be able to move anymore. Jin-Woo threw his body forward. Crack! He thrust forward another punch. A knight's breastplate caved in, and the monster flew away. Other knights collided with it, and they all fell on their butts. And more knights rushed in again. Jin-Woo's movements became a step more violent in response. Crack! Boom! Slam! Without an exception, knights colliding with Jin-Woo's body parts, be that his fist, elbow, knee, feet, were all destroyed like a bunch of paper dolls. Tiredness has exceeded 70 points. Your movement is being restricted. Just as the warning message said, his movements became duller. However, the malice and anger in Jin-Woo's eyes didn't weaken in the slightest. One by one, the knights he couldn't defeat in one hit slammed into him. Jin-Woo resorted to hitting them 3, 4 times and made sure to destroy them. 8, 7, 6, 5. In the meantime, a strange countdown was silently ticking down. He was too focused on the battle, so he failed to notice it before the timer had reached the single digit. What's this? Is the quest coming to an end? A small ray of hope blossomed in his head for a brief moment, but it turned out to be nothing but a useless dream. 06:27. The quest timer was still ticking up as it's supposed to. No, something separate from this timer was counting down 1 second at a time. 4, 3, 2. Is it to show me the time of my death? Indeed, the system did tell him this way back then. It told him that, if he didn't accept becoming a player, he'd die 0.02 seconds later. Fine. Jin-Woo glared fiercely. I'll gladly use up every moment, right down to the final second. Slam. Crack. 2 more knights were destroyed in the meantime. Unlike Jin-Woo's unyielding stubbornness, though, his entire body was now riddled with all sorts of wounds. It progressively much harder to lift his arms. His weakened fist wasn't enough to stop the knight's tackles and charges anymore. From the front one, from the back another one. Slam. Jin-Woo was sandwiched powerfully by the 2 knights, slamming into him from the front and back, and he spat out a pained groan. Yuck. Other knights pounced on him, as if they didn't want to miss this chance. In the blink of an eye, Jin-Woo was buried under the masses of knights and couldn't even lift a finger. Rumble. Even during that, more knights continued to pile on top of Jin-Woo. The silver waves had transformed into a silver mountain instead. Jin-Woo's breathing became incredibly harsh. Pant, pant. At this rate, he'd be asphyxiated to death first. Jin-Woo's hand somehow broke out from the gaps of the nights and helplessly pointed towards the sky. 93, 10,270. He was in a truly desperate situation. Even then Jin-Woo did not give up though. No, not yet. I can still go on. Just as Jin-Woo managed to clench the hand pointing at the sky, the mysterious countdown ticking down finally announced its conclusion. 1-0. You failed to complete the daily quest. You'll be transferred to the penalty zone. Chapter 49 Fin. Up web novel Care Chapter 50. Chapter 50. Jin-Woo doubted his own hearing just then. Penalty zone? He then remembered it. He didn't do the daily quest for today. He was planning on confirming the results of his constant leveling up, and to help him decide whether he was ready to tackle the demon's castle or not. Who could have guessed that things might unfold in this manner? Ru-Uemul. Just like back in the hospital, everything began to violently shake. Plop, plop. The nights piling on top of Jin-Woo turned into figures of sand one by one. The world surrounding him was changing. Ha 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 ha. Jin-Woo soundlessly laughed to himself. For some reason, the words the system spoke to him before the beginning of the quest circled around inside his head. I wish you the best of luck. Was it trying to imply that the quest itself was unimaginably hard, to the point that he needed luck to complete it? Or was it implying that it'd cheer him on, as he resorted to borrowing the power of luck and earn a ton of advancement points that way? Luck, coincidence, whatever it was called, he didn't care. No matter what it was, his chance had come. The important thing was how he'd go about utilizing that. Rumble. Tremor was getting worse. Rather than wasting time trying to stabilize himself, Jin-Woo entrusted his body to the tremor and closed his eyes. Let's not get agitated here. When he did that, he felt airborne and weightless, and all sound vanished from his hearing. When he reopened his eyes, he found himself in the middle of the endless sea of sand. Jin-Woo plopped down face first. Ker-Hyoyak, pant, pant, pant. His fingers dug into the desert sand as the held-up breaths exploded out of his mouth. Fresh air entered and flowed into every corner of his body via his lungs. Finally, I feel alive. The sense of relief wrapped Jin-Woo up tightly as he rolled onto his back. He could see the black sky above with nothing in it. The endless expanse of the pitch-black ceiling was the only thing his eyes could capture. This place looked exactly the same as the penalty zone from his memories. Wait, I shouldn't be wasting time like this. He had forgotten that this place was not a safe zone either, since he just made a miraculous escape from a comparably far worse area. But Jin-Woo couldn't be art into standing up anytime soon, so while lying on his back, he summoned the status window. 104, 10,270 p. 202, 850 tiredness. 91. He was wondering why it was so difficult to move his body, but as it turned out, the demon tiredness stat was over 90. This is probably my first time that stat has gone past 90, right? He really didn't want to even lift a finger here. His health was one thing, but he figured that lowering his fatigue took priority. Store. Today ring. 2 words, buy and sell, popped up in the air. Although the layout of this store imparted not one hint of sincerity, no matter how kind he looked at it, he found it such a welcoming sight right now. He picked out the most expensive healing potion on sale. As soon as he confirmed the purchase, a glass bottle containing red liquid appeared on his open palm. Jin-Woo laboriously popped the cork open and poured the potion down his mouth. Gulp gulp. The red liquid traveled down his throat and entered deep into his body. Your fatigue is recovering. Your fatigue is recovering. Your fatigue is recovering. Maybe because it was the most expensive potion, just one bottle was enough to lower the tiredness value at a visible rate. However, for some reason, his p-value didn't change at all. 106, 10,270 204, 850 tiredness. 0. Even after he finished the whole bottle, his didn't recover. It was such a noticeable contrast to his tiredness stat hitting 0. Why is it doing this? Only after he completely drained the bottle did he finally get to understand the reason for this anomaly. Ring. When your remaining HP is less than 10%, it is impossible to heal yourself with healing potions. For the simple reason that his remaining HP was too low. Of course, even healing magic had its limitations. It was not a foreign concept to him. Just as a healer's ranking determined the scope of their healing capabilities, potions too couldn't heal past a certain limit, and that limit is 10%. He learned something important today. He might have landed in really hot water during a critical moment by believing potions could solve everything. This was why experiencing it firsthand was important. Well, there was an old saying, wasn't there? Things that couldn't kill him would make him stronger? That perfectly illustrated the usefulness of personal experience. And thankfully, Jin-Woo possessed experience regarding the penalty zone. I'm sure they should pop up right about now, and just as he expected, he sensed the presence of life forms beneath the surface. Jin-Woo Wu tightly shrunk his body for a second, before springing up to his feet. His entire body felt as light as feather. His strength had returned in full, thanks to the potion. Standing straight on his feet, Jin-Woo turned around and took a look. Just as he expected, the spot he was lying on a second ago began caving in, and a crater formed there. Back then, I thought I'd die if I slipped and fell in there. But now, he had so much leeway that he was actually spectating on the whole process with some leisure. At the very bottom of the sandy crater, the ground began to boil and tremble about before. Pushui! The sand exploded up like a pillar, and the huge centipede revealed itself. Geek! Everything matched up to his memories so far, and I found this thing so terrifying to look at back then too. But now, he couldn't help feeling like he was looking at some video footage being played in slow motion. Jin-Woo raised his eyes a bit higher, and he got to clearly confirm those red letters floating above the centipede's head. Poison, Fang Giant Desert Centipede. Its name was in red letters, the same color as the Cerberus from the demon's castle. It was then the quest message appeared before his eyes. Ring. Penalty quest. Survival goal. Please survive until the end of the time limit. Time limit, 4 hours remaining time. 4 hours 0 minutes 0 seconds. Confirming the details of the message, Jin-Woo clenched his fist tightly. I can buy myself time with this. Since he hadn't used the immediate return stone to escape from the dungeon, he still had a shot here. I'm pretty sure that, as soon as the penalty quest is over, I will be sent back to that place. What if time spent inside the penalty zone was acknowledged as the time he endured during the quest? His advancement points tally would be enormous. He couldn't even imagine just what kind of an impact that would have. However, when he thought back to how the system affected him every day, he was sure of this becoming something absolutely huge. 4 hours. He couldn't even endure 10 minutes and tried to use the immediate return stone, yet simply by transferring into the penalty zone, he now got himself 4 hours for free. There was one issue he still had to resolve first, however, and that would be whether he could get out of this place unscathed with only 100 or so HP remaining. As it was impossible to heal himself using potions, he had to do his best to cautiously kill these centipedes until he leveled up. It was kind of like a new mission for him. Let's do this. Jin-Woo summoned the poison fang of Kasaka, and then remaining time, 3:59:59. Then, as soon as the penalty quest began, he dashed forward, even before the centipede had the chance to move. Jin-Woo closed the distance in the blink of an eye, and lightly leapt upright in front of the centipede. Pot! He landed on one of the legs near the midpoint of the centipede, and, as he made his way up, Jin-Woo proceeded to inflict several injuries on the body of the monster. Stab! 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 On all the spots the reverse ripped poison fang of Kasaka brushed past, flesh split open and bodily fluid poured out. Geek! The centipede roared out and thrashed about, as if each wound inflicted was too painful to bear. Dash! Jin-Woo's sprinting legs became even faster. Step, 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 step. Jin-Woo deftly treaded on the centipede's body, and arrived at the top of its head only a second later. He gripped the dagger with both of his hands and raised it up high. And then, vital points targeting. He used his skill and stabbed down on the centipede's head with every ounce of his power. The downward pointing blade dug deep into the flesh of the centipede's head. Crack. Skill. Vital points targeting has leveled up. Nis. What a wonderful piece of news to show up in such a long time. The damage from the leveled up vital points targeting must have been pretty substantial, because the centipede shook its head around quite violently and thrashed about in great pain. Kayak. Kietek. Jin-Woo didn't stop there. He stepped away from its head and moved to its back, because he saw a completely unguarded body part to attack. Stab! Jin-Woo stabbed the dagger deep into the monster's back flesh, and by using gravity, he fell to the ground while holding on to his weapon. A SFX for centipede's back, splitting up the power from the strength stat exceeding 120 points, as well as the helping hand of gravity added on top as he fell from the height of a 5-story building, caused the centipede's back to split open quite splendidly. Tap! Jin-Woo landed on the ground without any trouble. Kiek! Ki! The centipede spewed out its bodily fluids everywhere. Its giant body thrashed and quivered before it slowly crashed on the ground. Boom! The huge body of the centipede landed and kicked up the dust cloud. Ring, you defeated the poison fang giant desert centipede. Jin-Woo dusted himself off while checking out the remaining time. Remaining time, 3:59:42. I spent 17 seconds. He didn't even need 20 seconds to kill a single centipede. It was a complete contrast to when he was fighting the Cerberus, ostensibly on the same level as this centipede. He had become unbelievably strong now. Well, yeah, I've leveled up so many times since then, and just how many items did I get my hands on in the meantime? It was a rather obvious conclusion. He now felt confident of hunting other centipedes down without getting hurt, if these monsters posed such a little threat. Now then, My problem would be the number of monsters in this place that I can hunt to reach my next level. That would be the only way to raise his odds of his victory when he got thrown back into the class quest. If he went back without having recovered his P, only a dog's death would be waiting for him there. It was at this point when more sand pillars began erupting out from the ground. Push, Huey! Push, Huey! It seemed that quite a lot of centipedes rushed over here after picking up on the scent of the blood from its dead kin. Kiak! Kiak! Almost immediately, Jin-Woo's expression brightened. Just how many are here? Seeing all those centipedes poking their heads out from the sandy surface, Jin-Woo could no longer suppress the wide smile from blooming on his face. Level up! Level up! Level up! Level up! As the result of wrestling around with these centipedes for the past 4 hours, his level rose up 4 times and now it sat at 51. Before he knew it, the penalty quest was coming to an end. Penalty quest, survival goal. Please survive until the end of the time limit. Time limit, 4 hours remaining time. 0 hours, 3 minutes 19 seconds. Soon, he'd have to go back. Jin-Woo took a sweeping look around him. The corpses of centipedes filled up his view everywhere he looked. Thanks to them, he got to recover his hippie back to full. It's a bit of waste that these things don't give any loot or gold. Well, it'd be strange that loot would come out when he was supposed to get punished in this place. He stopped worrying about that and got ready instead. Store. Current gold. 3,115,629 humanoid type monsters dropped the gold-containing leather pouch really often, and also, Egret also gave him 1.5 million gold in one go. So, he now had enough funds to spend. Jin-Woo spent all that gold to buy one single weapon. As a matter of fact, there was this one dagger that caught his eye. Item, Night Killer Rarity, B-type, dagger attack, plus 75, a sharp and sturdy dagger designed to cut through the armor worn by the knights. The edges of the blade are shaped like the teeth of a saw blade, thus it won't slide off the armor's surface easily. Effect killing knights, plus 25% additional damage when attacking heavily armored opponents. It was a specially crafted weapon to deal with armor-wearing enemies, and it cost 2.8 million gold. He had to spend almost every gold he had in reserve to buy this weapon, but he didn't have any leeway to shed a tear over it. It's not like I can take the gold with me to the grave anyway. He didn't hesitate and bought the dagger. You have purchased Night Killer. You have purchased bandages. Along with the Night Killer, Jin-Woo also bought a roll of bandages. He held the dagger with a rather scary looking saw blade, like cutting edge in his right hand, and wrapped them both tightly with the bandage. Swish! Swish! When he swung the Night Killer around a couple of times, it felt like the dagger had become a part of his limb now. At a bare minimum, I shouldn't drop it accidentally. He thought about tying the poison fang of Kasaka to his left hand too, but he decided not to. It'd be too cumbersome when he couldn't use both of hands. He figured that at least one of his hands still retaining its mobility would make his life more flexible. While he was putting away the leftover bandage into inventory, he spotted the rune stone from Egret. Ah, there was this thing too. Rune stone. Ruler's reach. You can absorb the skill by breaking this rune stone. Right now, he needed to grasp at everything, even if that was a piece of straw. Whether that was an item or a skill, he needed to obtain whatever that could become his combat strength. Jin-Woo didn't hesitate and broke the rune stone. You've acquired skill, Ruler's Reach. Skill, Ruler's Reach LV. 1. Active skill. Required mana to activate, none. Even without touching, you can physically influence an object. As soon as he read that description, he recalled a certain scene. It was when Egret extended its hand towards its longsword that was discarded on the floor, far away. So, this is the skill that made the sword move back then. A skill that could move objects around from a distance with nothing but his will. On top of that, he didn't even have to spend any mana either. If I am able to move any object, I see just like the description says, then this would be one hell of a skill to possess. Jin-Woo immediately tried to experiment with the skill on the corpse of the centipede next to him. Your proficiency is too low and the target can't be moved. Your proficiency is too low and the target can't be moved. If he wanted to move something heavy, then it was likely that his proficiency with the skill had to be much higher. How about this then? Jin-Woo dropped the poison fang of Kasaka to the floor, and he extended his hand towards the dagger. Then, the dagger quickly rose up. Grab. Oh. Jin-Woo snatched the poison fang's hilt, and stared at it with totally mystified eyes. Nice. This will come in handy. And with that, he was as prepared as he could get. When he raised his head to confirm, the required time was almost up. Remaining time, 0004. When the timer changed from 4 to 3, a new message from the system popped up in his view. Today ring. Penalty quest will conclude shortly. And another message followed after that one. Today ring. As you have tried to hunt inside the penalty zone, the difficulty of the next penalty quest will be adjusted to a higher level. The difficulty would be adjusted higher, meaning it'd make the hunting so much harder that the penalty quest would actually serve its purpose as proper punishment again. Then again, would there be the next time? Jin-Woo anxiously swallowed his saliva. From here onwards, it's back to the class change quest. Inside that boss room, hundreds of monsters were waiting for his return. Or, the number could be even higher now. If he was being kind here, he was returning to that place. But truthfully, it was more like him being thrown back in there. MP, tiredness, equipment, and even a new skill. And his renewed resolve. His current condition was so much better than when he first set foot in that place. But when he thought about going back there, he couldn't help but get tense and nervous. Thump, thump, thump. His heart beat so hard that it actually hurt. Jin-Woo closed his eyes. He tried to maintain his calm. Soon, the familiar mechanical beep went off in his head. Ring. Penalty quest has concluded. This is my last chance. When Jin-Woo opened his eyes again, his vision was filled with the silver-colored knights, all snapping their heads in his direction at once. However, they weren't important right now. Right away, Jin-Woo narrowed his eyes and searched for something. I gotta find the mages first. Chapter 50 Fin.